Stăpâni, stăpâniți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Ai, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. De văzut nu le-am văzut, de păscuțel le-am păscut. Prin pârloage tot să roage la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlana, fântâna lui Gheorghiță, nu mai capte prin rudu.
Ah
paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude, ude cu cofița, ude cu cofița, ca să crească vița, ca să crească vița. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude, ude cu găleata, ude cu găleata, ca să crească roada, ca să crească roada. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude, ude cu ulciorul, ude cu ulciorul, să crească ficiorul, să crească ficiorul. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude, ude cu cănița, ude cu cănița, să crească fetița, să crească fetița. La 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 la.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PGL's Wallachia season number 4. Of course, we are on day number 2 of the group stages, and it's MLP Tundra and Fire here for the B stream. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. You're the B caster in this duo. How the hell are you doing? I mean, B is in you're the second caster, John. I didn't mean the B is in you're a B tier caster, John. Right? Don't be so hard on yourself. Go on, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, we had a great first day. We've already got some teams that are 1-0, of course. Some teams that are lagging behind at 0-1. They've still got really 2 chances left to kind of carry on with their lives here in Wallachia, and we'll see if they can kind of proceed. We've got some of those 0-1 teams on this stream, so it should be a fun time. As we mentioned in the first day, every single match counts, Mike. You know, first day loss can mean a lot down the line if you don't manage to recover.
It absolutely does, Jonathan. Of course, we can have a look at the results of yesterday. Of course, this is Stream A. You had Aurora 2-1ing NAVI Junior, BetBoom ending up in a loss against Tidebound. And of course, Team Liquid getting a 2-0 against Nigma Galaxy. And Falcons finding a 2-1 against Talon up yesterday. Of course, Stream B as well had 4 other series going on as well. Jonathan, you and I were casting the first 2. Of course, Xtreme Gaming versus Edge ended up being a 2-1 win for Edge, surprisingly enough for us. PARIVISION and AVULUS, that was a 2-0 for PARIVISION, which was not so surprising. Team Spirit, of course, they did end up 2-0ing Shopify Rebellion, and Tundra Esports against Heroic ended up in a 2-0 for Tundra. So a couple surprises yesterday, John. I wouldn't have expected Edge. Here we go. We can look at the format. We can see where everyone's kind of standing right now. And as you can see, the teams that ended up losing their series yesterday end up at the bottom. The team that ended up winning, they ended up at the top. So now they get to play against each other, John. The winners get to play against the winners, and the losers naturally play against the other losers.
Yeah, and again, there are only so many chances you have here to move on. You have a maximum of 3 losses, really 2 losses you can have before being eliminated. Once you hit your 3rd loss, you are out. As you see again, our winners are facing up against each other. It's a great format because every single match counts, and theoretically, this gives you the most even matchups across the group. It does allow teams that are performing in kind of the similar vein to face up against each other. So maybe day 1, you got a lot more of those 2-0 stomps on our stream here at PGL Dota 2 EN2. But by today, it should start to get more competitive. We should start to see more 3-game series to go all the way. And, you know, again, that tension starts to build up. If a team loses, they've only really got 1 shot left. They lose that next series as well, it's gone.
Well, we do have a schedule here for today as well, John. We can look at both the A and B streams and see exactly what our schedule's looking like here for today. And there you go. Of course, Stream A. We're going to start with PARIVISION up against Edge. Team Spirit will then fight against Tidebound. And of course, 3rd series will be Tundra Esports versus Aurora, and Team Liquid will be finishing off the night against Team Falcons. And again, John, these are all the winners. Everyone that won yesterday, they're playing against each other. Here comes Stream B, where we did see the people that did not win yesterday. BetBoom against NAVI, of course, first up. AVULUS versus Nigma. Xtreme Gaming versus Talon after that. And Shopify Rebellion versus Heroic for our final series of the night on Stream B. And, you know, this is the part, if you're a losing team from yesterday, you're probably not going to lose today, John. It's not going to be a very good feeling if you end up losing another series.
No, certainly not. But again, someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. There are no draws here. It is a full best of 3. So everyone's got to bring their A game. And it's a really interesting set of matches if you think about it, right? Like you end up with Eastern Europe up against Eastern Europe. You end up with somewhat Meswa, close enough to like Europe as well, AVULUS and Nigma. Then you've got like China versus Southeast Asia for Talon Extreme. And then North America versus South America to close out the night. So some of those... The region pairings are pretty interesting, as this is what you tend to see anyway in a lot of regional tournaments. So it should be a fun day. And again, only so many chances to get that far. You know, Southeast Asia, it's a little bit rough. But hey, they took a game off Falcons, right? And Xtreme Gaming, it looked a bit...
Who was
one game off for Talon. They took a game. It wasn't a 2-0 at least, right? Not a 2-0. There's some hope.
I knew when you started looking for the bright side. I asked you the team because I know you want to say the team org's name, John. I know you're trying to hit those KPIs, Jonathan. That's all right. You snuck one in. We're not doing the 3rd and 4th series though, Jonathan. Thankfully,
no.
So no talent for you and I, because I'd hate to be depressed before bed tonight. NAVI versus BetBoom though is what we're casting right now, and here we go. Draft has begun. Now look, I don't want to be that guy because you point this out every time we cast BetBoom, and I do this to them all the time, but I'm going to do it one more time here, John. I'm going to do it one more time. And we'll see the 1x bet odds later. But BetBoom surely have to be the heavy favorites here up against NAVI Junior. Like, there's no way you're telling me that I could possibly jinx this. There's no way.
Well, you know,
Tell
Mikey,
me.
you know, certain things happen. Certain things happen. Yesterday in our first series, game 2, you know, that should have been a win for Edge. It wasn't quite. There were certain things
My
that
fault.
happened. So,
My fault.
for what was it? For Xtreme or something. One of the teams threw pretty hard. So
That
it was
was
Xtreme
Edge.
that did
I'm
take
pretty
that.
sure
So,
Ted said literally 20
no, Edge
seconds
was
before
yeah, Edge was winning, and then they lost like
And I said-
23 to like 8.
I said
9.
something like, "There's no way they lose at this point," and then about 10 seconds later, they threw the game. So that happened. that happened again.
Yeah, look, I'm with you. BetBoom should be the favorites coming in. They haven't really faced off head-to-head in any big tournaments yet. And the one thing you have to remember is this is a very clear example of experience versus youth, right? NAVI Junior is a very young team. I think on average, outside of Zayats, I'm not calling him out as old, but everyone there is below 20. You know,
Yeah.
Niku's like 16. Like, these are very young players who probably have very fresh ideas in what to do. They're not constrained by older ideas as much as the rest of us are, or you know, as much as
What is
older
this?
players are. And you see how relaxed they are. See how young they are. They're like feet up, shoes off. Time to play Dota. We're chilling, drafting
goodness.
away. You know,
My goodness, that's
the
some
coddle.
posture right there. We've seen some weird poses in Dota too, but this is getting ridiculous at this point. My God, you know what it is, John? These youngins, they've got no respect. You know what would have happened if I put my feet up on the table when I was young, John? Oh my goodness, it would have been horrible.
you'd get a
Look at
ruler.
this. Look at
You
that.
get a
I would
ruler.
have never been able to do that when I was young. Never. What, a ruler?
No.
No ruler
Yeah,
necessary,
you get
Jonathan.
your.
My
No?
dad never.
What?
My
You get a
dad was
hammer
always
to your foot?
he was always wearing a belt, John. Don't you worry. Anyway, no, they first pick Keeper of the Light, which is funny, John, because you and I were talking about Coddle all day yesterday, and it didn't get picked or banned once. And the one time we don't talk about it, here it is. So Navi's got it.
Yeah, look, it's actually one of the top contest heroes. Like, Coddle was present in. I had that stat up. If you can bear with me here, Michael Phoenix. I had that stat. He was in 55% of the drafts. 55%. It just so happened the 45% of drafts were one of us. So, you know, it didn't show up there. It was picked and banned quite a fair bit, banned a little bit more. And the Ringmaster as well was, I think, close to 100% contest rate as well. It
Oh,
was.
yeah.
Pretty much on almost every game as a pick or ban. It was Ringmaster and TA that showed up the most in drafts in terms of pick and ban. So they do get to pick a very strong opener on the side of BetBoom. We've seen the power of the escape deck. We've seen the power of just impalement arts in lane. This is a very stable way to start the game here for the side of BetBoom. It doesn't reveal too much in your draft. You can kind of give this to Kataomi or save. Probably Kataomi, you're looking for maybe a more save-like hero for him on pause 4. Whereas for NAVI Junior, having access to the Coddle, of course, opens up a ton of combinations. None of them have been banned out. Stuff like Kunkka can work really nicely with Coddle. Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit as well are there. So I do like the options available for NAVI Junior to kind of build that synergy up. Because, again, you and I didn't see the Coddle much at all yesterday. We saw it a lot in, you know, the most recent LAN and Rally. It can do a ton of work. And yeah, there you go. It's won 100% of the time in the few times it was picked because it's been banned so much. So it is a really strong hero to have. And I'm just wondering what combination Navi would want, whether or not they'd synergize that with Niku more, or maybe go for something silly would say, got the juice or PMA on the offlane or safe lane with, again, like this Kunkka pick that can come out.
I love the names here on this NAVI Junior side. Got the juice. What a name. I like that.
I
This
feel,
would be a-
I
yeah,
feel
what
like
is-
it's a good name if it had a question mark. Hey, got the juice?
No, there's no question. He's got the juice,
it's
John. There's
silly.
no question. This man has the juice, John. He's telling you he's better, I think is what he's trying to say. He's got the juice, Jonathan. Right?
Yeah, but what juice? You know, I want more details. What kind of juice does got the juice have? Is it orange juice, grape juice, apple juice?
The juice required to win the games, Jonathan, I think is what he's trying to say. This BetBoom team.
He's
they'll
a
go for
juicer?
ton-
He only moves in diagonals. He's a juicer. I see it now. He's a Hikaru watcher.
I don't
You know,
understand the
were you not
reference,
a
John.
watcher of Hikaru way back? Like, not way back. You know, and during like COVID times, bishops were juicers. Something about horses.
Oh,
for
you
knights,
mean
I
chess.
suppose. Yeah, juicers.
Yeah.
What chess? Juicers.
NAVI Junior. They'll have a think about this secondary pickup. They'll go for the DK. Now, one thing you and I always love to point out with this coddle is if you compare a Storm with it, it does start to feel really disgusting. Just how much you can get done with a keeper Storm. It's basically just a global strategy in and of itself. I do also like the DK though, if you do go the Corrosive Dragon, which they probably will, because naturally, man, this guy's too relaxed. My goodness, this guy. He's just messing up my whole cast here, John. I just can't. He's too relaxed, this bloke. Is this Got the Juice? Is that him? That's the guy that I'd imagine calls himself Got the Juice. It's got to be him.
It does fit the bill. I'm not sure, man. They're all, again, like they're 8. They have like 16, 18, 19, and then Zayt's is like 25. And he's the one that stands out in age. Everyone else is like a Zoomer, or I guess Zoomers, yeah. Yeah, like the DK Kotl, back to your point there, Mike, is still pretty strong. It's not the most obnoxious combination with Kotl in the world. You still have openings that can kind of work out there, right? Like they keep it open here on NAVI Junior going for the ET first instead of another core, of course. But you're not constrained to like a mid DK. You could still run it safe lane. Off lane probably is pretty dead, but certainly a possibility if you felt the need for it. And if you are expecting Tiny mid, the DK does work out pretty nicely against Tiny mid, especially the Corrosive Dragon with all of his spells turning physical. And Tiny has no base armor to play with, and your Breed Fire will just poke him pretty damn hard. You're going to sustain through a lot of the tree grab damage that they'll try to leverage here. They do manage to start off with Doom. That is a great HUD effect. That is outstanding. Whoa.
My goodness.
We need more of that.
My goodness. There you go. Very, very pretty. Silencer also coming out, not so pretty, Jonathan, but you appreciate it against this this ET Coddle. Silencer obviously going to do a lot of work against these two heroes. I will elaborate just a little bit, John. Of course, I was discussing the Coddle DK with the Corrosive Dragon. I think it will be kind of nice to just recall him all across the map and just let him push the towers over and over again every time it's off cooldown, if you wanted to run that. But I do tend to prefer to see, say, the DK offlane here for Na'Vi. Because you can still do the exact same thing from the offlane. And you can be greedy and maybe go for a Storm game, which, I mean, in fairness, if you did go Storm, you're up against Doom Silencer, so maybe it's not a great idea. But I'm sure there's perhaps a better mid pick than DK in this instance.
It does feel that way. I'd want something more active, something that would play a little bit better with a Kotl. Picking up the Gyrocopter, already seeing the offlane matchup, of course, in the Doom. Gyrocopter should be able to handle that just right. Gyrocopter Kotl is a decent lane, or Gyrocopter ET could have a nice front line to set up and follow through in terms of output. So I do like seeing this for NAVI Junior. I think just the Silencer pick alone from BetBoom does put a really big spanner in the works when you're trying to play around what Kotl does best, which is spamming out recall, especially when you get your shard up with 2 charges, spamming out the chakra. You're going to have a window where you're not able to leverage that lower cooldown. You're not able to have your core caster spells, and that's a pretty big window considering how often you want to spam out as a Kotl. So I feel like this is a really good solution coming out from BetBoom. I just want to see how much they can get done in lane, because right now when you're running the supporter of Silencer Ringmaster, you don't really have control, right? You're banking on your Tiny to get this blink timing. Your teamfight control, it's kind of reliant on a really long cooldown and global silence. So there's going to be big windows for Na'Vi where you probably just try to bait out the global silence, get a retreat going if you can, re-engage afterwards, and there's not many options on the side of BetBoom. There's still the safety net of Doom, but just lacking the wider control can kind of cause issues if NAVI Junior can kind of pick and choose their fights here smartly.
I'm wondering where these two teams finish off their drafts. It seems like BetBoom are assuming that we could see another mid here for NAVI Junior. They'll ban out the Pangolier for now. Definitely still flexible for Na'Vi. Just trying to find out what options we're looking at here if you are NAVI Junior. Like, again, I don't think they're going to want Storm into Silencer and Doom. That'll be fair enough. Like, you don't really want to go down that route. But what other options do you have that can be very active? Like, do you go for another Spirit? Like, I was going to say Ember, but that was banned out. I'm not recommending Earth Spirit, John. You know me. We're not going to do that.
It's a little bit strange, but I think Conka mid still works against Tiny. It's okay. You're not going to lose too hard. We've seen that matchup be pretty decent for Conka overall. You get the combination of Yeah, I think you just assume it's a mid-tiny. There is still flex. I mean, NAVI Junior is certainly assuming it's a mid-tiny. They ban out the life stealer. They're going to ban out probably another core here.
Surely you have to ban Morphling then, right? Against Pure. Like, you're playing Gyro. Pure definitely is just going to go Morph. If it's a safe lane last pick for BetBoom, would you agree?
Yeah, I'd agree. You don't really have the best counters to a Morphling here either. Nothing to stop healing. A was banned out in the first phase from BetBoom. So it could be a really good setup for something like the Morph. No, they banned the Huskers. They just want to have a safe time mid for Niku. No cheese, but that Morphling last pick is going to look pretty damn scary. Maybe again for BetBoom, it's going to tie back to a little bit slower for game. It's not like Pure is going to show up in the Morphling until at least the normal build-up of like Vlad's Manta. But that is playable enough. They'll go with the under. Wow, we've got really good graphics. Holy.
I like it.
That is some good looks. And it's going to be... This is an interesting one to do, right? Like, you've got Underlord Coddle. You've got really good global presence on hand, theoretically, with the Fiend's Gate and the Recall. So there's some really good synergy here for Navi. They're going to have to play pretty fast, but I like seeing this coming out. It doesn't fix their issues, mind you. You know, like, if GS comes out, if Doom comes out, you're going to be still hurting. But this potential to take the fight across the map is kind of insane.
I almost want to see Dawnbreaker come out for BetBoom at this point, just to have something that can join the fights quickly if they do get jumped. But I don't know. I mean, that Morphling still seems really good if they're looking for a position 1. It just maybe against Underlord would be a little bit awkward. We'll find out. 23 seconds reserve time for BetBoom to make this choice. And no, they're going down the Ursa route. Which, I mean, in fairness, the Ursa has a lot of value here, John. It has the lane against the Underlord, has the DK to go after. Fair enough. I like it.
That I do. I worry about kiting this Ursa around. I think there are a lot of pieces of control. The Sleep's there. The Pit of Malice is going to be annoying. The Will-O-Wisp is going to be annoying when that's up as well, eventually, if Zayats can find farm. So it's not like the freest game for the Ursa to run around here until at least the BKB. But it is good in lane. You know, you've got two, maybe 3 tanky targets if you want to count how tanky ET can get to rip apart with your Fury swipes. And you can kind of run down from there. I do feel like the big thing for BetBoom now is playing around this potential for Tormentor and Roshan. Because that's something that the Ursa can get done really quick. I think that piece of control, that objective control for BetBoom is going to be a very important factor for their momentum to come in and for them to get their early activity out, outside of like the blink on Tiny. Because if you don't manage to take those objectives, chances are by around the 15-minute to 20-minute mark, you're kind of ready to run and gun on the side of NAVI Junior. You've got a lot of that global presence. You can see our 1x bet odds still favoring BetBoom. And again, this is pretty much BetBoom favored by just by the caliber of players. NAVI Junior, you can't count them out. They've got some interesting ideas lined up here. It's all down to execution, Mike.
I look forward to it, Jonathan. I mean, props to Navi Junior. They did take a game off Aurora yesterday, even though they ended up getting 2-1 in the end, but they still took a game off them. Not sure how much that does matter, John, but I'd say that's a win in my books as we do get into this series here up against BetBoom. Game number 1 between Navi Junior and BetBoom. Let's see how this one goes. Again, BetBoom heavy favorites going into this one. Navi Junior, the underdogs, looking to prove a point here on day number 2. It's hard not to root for the young lads either, isn't it, John? Yeah, you always want to see the young ones perform well.
That you do. And again, this squad has shown a lot of promise, especially in the qualifiers. They've had some really deep runs. They've gotten to a couple of events beforehand. They've done decently online. So I want to see if that carries over onto the LAN setting. I want to see if, again, their ideas are fresh enough up against what BetBoom has. Because for BetBoom, this is really straightforward. You've got the GPK Tiny. You've got the matchups that are relatively stable here for BetBoom. You've got the Ringmaster for save to get his big saves on. And you've got this tempo that Pure is going to be bringing out if he does have that decent lane on the Ursa, which theoretically he shouldn't have too bad of a time as long as he's not kited around. So it's going to be interesting to see that clash of youth and experience here, mate.
Absolutely. Smoke on smoke. Neither team finding each other quite yet. Looks like they may run into each other at that bottom bounty rune spot. It's Niku and GPK both going to have their smokes broken. Nobody getting caught though, everyone going to be perfectly safe, and it looks like it'll be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty rune. So a nice even start here between these two sides. Of course, while we're around, I suppose you talk about the mid lane, John. You've got a DK versus a Tiny matchup. I still always feel like this favors the Tiny just purely based on CS because you do have the tree grab, but either way, I feel like both heroes are going to be just fine.
Yeah, it should be relatively even. I would say this is maybe a little bit better for Niku in terms of just having denies up. This is something DK excels at. Just playing out his own creeps. You also do go Corrosive Dragon. GPK does get away with the first deny in last hit though, so it's going to set Niku back just a tad. Taking a look at that top lane for Pure. This is the lane where you shouldn't be held back too badly on the Ursa. Maybe by level 2, level 3, it does get annoying, right? Having to deal with Firestorm and the Pit of Malice. With some poke damage coming in, it can start to get a little bit slower. Zayat's already just looking for the pulse to get those levels up. On their end of things, not really too much contesting Kataomi can do. Does go for the Glaive of Wisdom's level 1, or block attacking is pretty devastating, and you know, that damage stacking up in Zayat's.
It's very annoying for Zayat. He's going to get the pull away eventually, but just has to burn through quite a bit of regen to sustain himself in this laning phase. Meanwhile, bottom lane, speaking of regen being expended, save falling extremely low, we'll be able to avoid the Astral Spirit of Riddies, although he's going to run into Got the Juice and actually wants to play a little bit aggressive because they do have the creep wave on the way. Very, very confident in his ability to be able to survive any kind of initiation there from Got the Juice and Riddies. And so it seems like, for now, Navi Junior at the very least down at this bottom lane having a pretty good time. Mid lane's going pretty well. I think the off lane's probably going to be the hardest one for Navi Junior, considering you have an Underlord versus an Ursa. But overall, you know, you make the stacks like we're seeing Zayats do now. Chances are you're going to be able to catch up pretty fast anyway.
That you should be. You've got some good heroes that can clear out as well. You probably really don't want to have to give that out to PMA, but he will have recovery if need be to get that aura up and running. Again, the lanes, as you mentioned there for Navi Junior, looking clean. The mid lane starting to pull a little bit ahead for Niku. And it's just down to the fact you go Corrosive. Breathe Fire is going to be physical. You have 0 armor and Tiny. Every single time you Breathe Fire, it's a ton of HP from GPK. And Niku has the superiority in regen. Just by virtue of Dragon Blood being the way it is, the DK is going to be very hard to shove away from the lane, even though you do have some good damage there for GPK. I think the one concern is, if your lanes do go a little bit too slow on BetBoom, again, we talked about this in draft, but you're running a Doom and Ursa. Ursa does have some sharper timings, but even the Doom is going to need to sit back and build into some initial items first, so that puts a lot of pressure on GPK to try to make some connections happen. And you don't necessarily have the best supports to kind of rotate into. Right there, you've got Ringmaster Silencer. It's not the greatest follow-through in terms of control, as PMA is kind of isolated away here.
PMA, it's going to be alright by the looks of it. I mean, the chase is on from Kataomi. In fact, Kataomi's not giving up on this chase, and he actually gets it. The final right click proving to be enough. Kataomi already swiping himself away 1 intelligence. And a bit of an annoying death there for PMA, because again, this lane's not going to get easier. Like, you're going to be relying on stacks anyway, but you want at least the early XP so you can get those levels in Firestorm to clear out said stacks. And it doesn't really feel like that XP is going to be coming very easily at this top lane, especially considering Pure and Kataomi are already out leveling PMA on the Underlord.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great time. We've seen Underlords play from behind. It's not a very pretty look. Your auras being stalled out is not great. You lacking EXP to get the value points up. And Atrophy is not going to feel great in terms of boosting everyone's durability by dropping damage. So the impact of Underlord is really cut down if you're not having that start that you're looking for. And Pure is off to an amazing start. 23 to 10 in terms of CS, getting that kill for himself, or helping set up that kill up top. Already off to a very good start. Curious to see if he'll just opt for the standard like Battle Fury build-up, or if he's going to go more aggressive, say a quicker blink, and just try to get on top of heroes a little bit faster. Should just be the Battle Fury, and then the scaling can really come in here to the side of BetBoom.
Zayats, yeah, he kind of got caught off guard there, thinking he wasn't being spotted in that tree line, but they did see him. And of course, Pure says, "Thank you very much, I'll take the kill."
Okay, I'll admit,
That's a concerning signs considering you're up against an Ursa. You don't want to give this extra gold away. But this off lane of Navi Junior certainly going pretty horrendously at the moment.
That it is. It's again, probably the weakest lane out here for Navi. The matchups just don't feel great. They're going to have to play catch-up, which means you're going to have to feed those stacks away to PMA, which isn't ideal. You'd normally want to accelerate elsewhere. They are managing to start to find some aggression down bot. They're finding some trade backs here, although Save has to be careful.
Oh,
Jeez.
Save! He thought he had it with the Fairy Fire, but he did not have enough. Underestimating the bonus damage from Riddies, and well, props to Riddies. He gets a kill.
First kill on the board for NAVI Junior. Not the biggest, but hey, you take what you can get. I think one other consequence of this top lane going slow is the level 6 of Zayats is also going to be stalled out. So your recall plays are going to be... It's not going to be there, which means, as well, you know, no recall plays, no chakra spam, and no early Fiend's Gate for some global ganks. In fact, speaking of ganks, they're lined up a bit in mid here.
6-minute power rune timings, of course. Kadomi going to try and ensure Niku does not get himself a rune, and he does not. Instead, Regen will be spotted out by Save. He will leave it. GPK will have the opportunity to go ahead and bottle that up, but he's trying to be as annoying as possible to Riddies, almost actually killing him off of that avalanche. And Riddies will make it out for now. And it looks like he'll be okay. Save shouldn't run into it. And so they do get away with that regen rune. Of course, you are looking at PMA just clearing out more and more stacks. The negative being, you know, you're not going to have these stacks for the Tiny. Oh, excuse me, rather the DK or the Gyrocopter is what I was meant to say there, John.
Yeah. And again, like, giving Underlord farm is important to, again, hit that tempo we were talking about, but not having that flash farm lined up for your bigger cores, it just stalls everyone's timings. It's not the best bit of news for the side of NAVI Junior. They're going to lose access to their Shrine of Wisdom as well. They're not in position to steal the other side. And they've got the juice on a tad bit.
Well, they certainly have. Riddies, meanwhile, bottom lane, also in danger, trying to protect his carry. He will survive because Got the Juice does kind of intervene. Save barely being able to jump away with that cushion. So everyone falling extremely low down to that bottom lane, but nobody actually ends up dying. Which is probably very good news if you're NAVI Junior, because it seemed like they were the ones that were supposed to die.
Yeah. But they, again, lose access to the Shrines of Wisdom, so both shrines going the way of BetBoom. Faster level 6 for, say, Kataomi and Save. It's going to be pretty massive in terms of getting control in these fights. And denying that EXP for, again, for a hero like Zayats on the Kotl, who hasn't had a greatest lane, has to go back and stack. You're just not going to hit those timings you want. And again, no access to recall. Kind of feels pretty bad for the Kotl. And not having that heal with Illuminate without the Spirit Form also just cuts you down. Purist getting confident enough to just run into that triangle.
He looks like he's going to find PMA. PMA trying to run. Zayats actually keeps him alive just barely with the blinding light. So that's going to be PMA running away with about 20 HP on the Underlord. The issue is, like, even if he's alive, John, there's nowhere to farm for him. Got the juice. Oh, no. Well, this is where things get tough. Miero, he's got the Doom up. He just chases down the Gyrocopter very quickly. Meanwhile, look at PMA. Kataomi's not leaving him alone. PMA probably going to be giving some more into-way to Kataomi. And there you go. There's the third piece of in here for Kataomi. Which is annoying, because now this Underlord has 363 mana.
Yeah, it's not going to be the best. I believe he has a little bit more than that, as he got something stolen from the right click, as one more goes.
Well, Zayats also going to be giving some into-way. Kataomi getting very smart.
And he is. I guess all he needs to do now is bank on that Tormentor shard to go his way, which, as we've seen, does tend to go towards the most annoying shard carriers possible. A 1-5 start, already looking good for BetBoom, of course, coming out from the lanes. There was a decent moment early on for NAVI Junior. They're trying to make an entrance onto Miero.
The call down's nice. Echo Stomp setup was perfect as well, and it seems like they will find Miero. Great rotation here from Na'Vi. Of course, with the Corrosive Dragon, they are going to start pressuring that bottom tier 1 tower, and they'll force out a glyph. Don't think there's too much reason to back off, though. Niku, of course, is going to keep moving in to that tier 1, and it should just go down. It doesn't seem like there'll be any kind of contest here from BetBoom. I mean, they could try to pressure mid tier 1, but it didn't really seem like they really had the numbers. So they just kind of let it go.
Yeah. A nice little take, and that should open up the map just a tad bit more, allow an invasion in the triangle. I think get the opportunity here for the side of NAVI Junior, although there are no stacks to really find. Pure still playing aggressively in that opposing triangle. clearing out some camps, not allowing any stacks to be built up. They're keeping track of the ancient stacks here as well. And Pure isn't too far off from his full Battle Fury. Just lacking the Broadsword and around 600 gold on top of that for the full thing. And that's when, again, the game kind of opens up for the Ursa. You're still going to be waiting for the Blink to really get aggressive, but you're going to have the damage to follow through. You're going to have a lot of damage if everyone's kind of clumped up, which is certainly a possibility for NAVI Junior if you're not too careful. And for NAVI Junior, I mean, the Aura game is starting to come online. You're getting that build up now for PMA to go into the full mech. He's still wanting his Soul Ring because, again, he's lacking mana, considering how rough his lane was. You're slowly approaching the point where you will have at least your Elder Titan 6, but Zayats is the one that's really copping the short end. Still stuck at 4, a long way till his own 6 is up. And that's where the game really just hurts for NAVI Junior. Not having access to Spirit Form, not having access to Recall means you're not playing to the strength of this draft. BetBoom still set to run and gun with a little bit of a smoke out with GPK and save. Good scan will spot them out, but Got the Juice is still in the firing line if he's not too careful here.
Oh, he's going to TP. Very nice TP here from Got the Juice. Meanwhile, mid lane, Niku, he's going to jump in with his Blink Dagger up now. Karaomi actually not getting stunned here, or rather put to sleep, but slowly is still ticking away. Is going to survive on 25 HP though, as now GPK comes in and Niku. Oh, Niku's in trouble. Got the Juice. He's going to try to move in and help out. It's a lot of damage. They'll still lose Niku. They'll get saved as the trade. Not the greatest trade in the world here for NAVI Junior, but they'll take it. They're still sticking around as well. They want to go for the T1 tower. Got the Juice. He's dropped very low though. Is he just dead? Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. Karaomi. Is he even going to die for this? He will. But you got to be happy if you're Karaomi.
That you are. He was the one that was initially jumped. Niku just not having enough to keep that chase down. Shows respect for potential rotations in, but just shows it a little bit too late. They don't manage to bail out on the disengage, and BetBoom, again, they're just finding everything they could ask for. Tier 1 still stands. They force all of those rotations onto mid. You're buying a ton of space out for Pure to maximize his incoming battle fear, which is there now. So the build-up for the Ursa starts to ramp up into that blink timing you tend to see, if not the BKB here. And for the side of NAVI Junior, the one big thing about that fight is that Zayats did soak some EXP. Right, so he does hit 6. He does have that Spirit Form up, and he will have access to Recall. I don't expect them to have Tormentor access on the side of NAVI Junior. If they can sneak that one in at 15 minutes, it could be a massive win to have those 2 Recall charges up. I do like seeing this from NAVI Junior. Like you mentioned, Niku has been taking the aggressive stance. He's trying to go out with a smoke with Ridis, just not finding anything for their trouble, but he is the only hero that's ready to play. Right? It's only the DK that's kind of set to make some action happen across the map with his blink. And he is trying his best to ensure that action does happen away from, say, your Gyrocopter and your Underlord. And, you know, he's confident enough that backup is there with a Fiend's Gate. So, doesn't quite find anything with the smoke, but the ideas are there. It's just that with that smoke not landing, BetBoom's just working the map better. Pure is farming up. Miero's doing what Miero does best in the jungle, building into that Blink Dagger next, has the Doom ready if they want to force something out. And BetBoom now with bigger smoke, they could catch some big fish if again, you're not prepared here on the side of NAVI Junior.
Well, they're barely going to miss out on these stacks being taken in the triangle. 3 or 4 stacks of Ancients now being taken by PMA. They'll get the Shrine of Wisdom. So the smoke doesn't amount to nothing. They are still getting all these shrines off the map, and it seems like PMA is thinking about jumping in, but GPK, he's the one to jump first. And PMA, even though he has been catching up, it's still a very slow process, and that death, it certainly does not help him out very much.
No, it doesn't. Pure getting the kill as well, accelerating that blink timing. Just about 300 gold off, has pressure onto the tier 2. Heck, they're looking at mid as well.
They are looking at mid. Zayats caught out, will finally go down on the keeper. He's been standing there for the last 5 minutes, just constantly pushing out that mid wave. But they will take him out, no problem. And with that, T1 mid tower also set to fall. And so far, it's a relatively clean game from BetBoom, I want to say. Like, you are still having a decent time here for NAVI Junior. Like, you see Got the Juice and of course, Niku are still farming very well on the DK and the Gyrocopter, respectively. Problem is, though, Pure is just kind of getting out of control, I think. And, of course, he only just picked up the Battle Fury a couple minutes ago, so chances are his farm isn't slowing down.
Miero?
Uh-oh.
Oh, great smoke
Miero.
break.
He does smoke break. He's going to be perfectly fine, too. They can't kill him that quickly. This could be a horrible fight now for NAVI Junior. Toss away from GPK on Akataomi, just ensuring he makes it out. They did commit Global Silence, so it doesn't seem like BetBoom really want to continue this fight. NAVI, they also committed the Dragon form. They've committed the Fiend's Gate. Even the Spirit form of the Coddle. So they are going to try for maybe a Tormentor, but BetBoom, they haven't backed off. They're waiting for this to see if they can jump in and steal it. Here comes BetBoom, got the juice, he's waiting in the corner. Is he in a wrong position? He is not. He's in the prime position. GPK's called out. GPK trying to fight. They'll drop the Will of Wonder. It could be exactly what they needed because Pure's in. Pure's in. He cleans up, got the juice. He's got readies. Can he deal with the rest of them? Niku jumps away. PMA's trying to get out, but he can't make it. It's the thing, like, you can deal with everybody else, but I think Pure's a bit too much already. He will miss out on Zayats there for a moment, but the chase continues. And it seems like Zayats should be the fourth death, as they will find him. In fact, they found even Niku, who does end up killing off Save. But yeah, another successful team fight for BetBoom. That was a 4-for-2 trade.
I like the positioning out from NAVI Junior. I like the fact that they wanted to take that fight first. You had Got the Juice really hanging inside of that staircase, giving the vision to take the engagement. It's just, it doesn't break open the way you'd want. You do manage to burst down GPK, but you had to remember, they still had Doom on the side of BetBoom. They didn't have Pures take the front line. He still had Enrage to play with. Even without the Global Silence, the Doom alone is a menace to kind of play into that. And if you're not jumping the backline here, if you're not hunting down Save, the stall out and the death of GPK with the escape tack, it just ensured you had that angle in for Miero and for Pure, because you had to expend a little bit more time, a little bit more of your resources here to just take care of that Tiny who popped a lot of commitment and just didn't die fast enough for you to clean up there.
Well, they're eventually still going to get the Tormentor anyway. I mean, it's slow, and Zayats might actually die for this. He'll heal himself up. He's going to be okay. He'll get the shards as well. Very, very nice for the Coddle. And BetBoom, they say screw the Tormentor. We want Roshan. Which I tend to agree with. I think that's a good choice.
You've got that blink timing up. You take the other map objective off the board, and now you've got to deal with 2 lives on Pure, which it doesn't feel like you're really fully set up to do just yet in Navi. You don't really have the big source of damage yet. Like, having this Chrysalis up on Got the Juice is a nice start. In fact, he's bypassing the Axe just to go for the BKB, which I do appreciate. Like, he has to be online earlier. He has to have some way of saving himself from, say, the Avalanche Toss and some of these Silencer spells as well. So this is going to allow some greater fight presence out for NAVI Junior. It's just a matter of, will it be enough? Are you going to be doing enough without the side gunner? Are you fine without the extra stats, alt stats that the Axe does provide for you? And so far, it doesn't feel like Got the Juice is tanky enough to dish out the damage he has. It's just a little bit too slow. BetBoom, they go for their own smoke out. Same thing goes for NAVI Junior across the map. Could be an interesting smoke on smoke scenario. However, you are limited by having that tier 1 standing here from BetBoom, so your angles are cut off for the side of NAVI Junior.
Navi, they're going to wrap around. They barely avoid BetBoom here in that Radiant jungle, rather. Could be a very awkward fight as well. I mean, they're fighting against an Aegis on Pure. They can't deal with him anyway without the Aegis, let alone with it. Oh, and not Got the Juice. In this case, not the Juice jump. Not the Juice this time. Oh, do they get the hits? Oh, they do. Oh. Pure with the basher. First hit bash. Of course he does. That's a big kill. Got the Juice. I mean, he's the guy you're relying on to carry you through this game as NAVI Junior, but he has fallen well and truly behind now on that gyro. Here we go for more. Niku. Caught. Global Silence to ensure nobody's interfering. And again, Pure on this Ursa just proving to be absolutely uncontestable.
And he's just way too much.
Zayats.
He's way too big. Oh.
They hit him with the impalement arts. He's being chased, but it looks like he's going to be okay.
Barely enough, but how do you deal with Pure, right? Like, he's 4K ahead in terms of net worth. He's above everyone else. He's got his shard that he could buy out as well. If not, maybe something like a BKB if he so wishes. And with that Basher, like, you can't, we're not at the point where you're piping him around. You know, you don't have something like the Will-O-Wisp yet from Zayats. The Pit of Malice is nice, but you've got the stat res to back you up here on Pure. If he does manage to pop his ulti, he is going for his full Ags instead to have that little Enrage whenever he, to have Enrage up every single time if he is caught off guard. And you're at 7K behind now in NAVI Junior. Like, again, we saw some good moments in the lane. This all stems back to that top lane weakness. Now, if PMA and Zayat's not really having anything to do, and just bled over, right? Like, PMA had to eat stacks, you didn't have that flash acceleration farm for Got the Juice or for Niku. Niku tries to make these plays across the map. He doesn't have enough damage to kind of melt heroes down. His support duo is maybe sometimes a little bit too far behind. They haven't been connecting in the space here for the side of NAVI Junior. And for BetBoom, they don't even need to be concerned about global ganks. We haven't seen that really aligned for NAVI Junior in any way just yet. Maybe this time with a smoke, they can get a fight going their way.
They've got Pure. Pure's nearby. He, again, 2 lives though on the Ursa. I think he just man up. We'll see. Pure, he's going to go for a run for now. More heroes incoming. They'll lock him down with the Pit of Malice. Pure, still running. Here comes the cavalry, though. They'll get the first life. Miero's in. Doom is out. They've caught the gyrocopter with that Doom, so it seems like Got the Juice just needs to run out of here. In comes Pure again with his secondary life, though. Global Silence now committed here by Kataomi. Pure dropping a little bit low, looking to get the hell out of there, but the Pit of Malice going to lock him down again. Can they kill Pure? He's got Enrage again in 1. He'll have another chance to come back into this fight, and it looks like they're going another time. Pure, he's going to jump in now into Niku, but he's taking way too much damage. Pure needs a way out. Escape back is there. Can he get away? He's still running. Surely they can kill him. Oh, he still runs. That's unfortunate, John.
And it is.
And you know what's worse? He's going to have the Ags up in 400 gold. So, like, if you can't kill him now, once he's got the Ags up, how are you going to kill him?
You just don't. And it's down to the fact that they're able to jump Pure, but the backline's still there. Kataomi with a Solar Crest, that little movement speed you get from the Shine it's kind of stupid how fast this Ursa can go with a phase boots up as well. It's impossible to chase him down. And that's really the kicker here for NAVI Junior. Your jump potential is only really onto 1. The spacing from BetBoom has been very disciplined. They keep their backline protected. GPK is willing to jump in to keep that spacing open. And if you can't catch the back, if you can't stop these Solar Crests from coming through, tame the beast while you're trying to chase down a melee target, then you don't have clean options here for Navi. At the least, you don't lose too much off of that fight either. You did expend some BKB charges here, especially on Got the Juice, but you didn't really bleed back to the side of BetBoom, but that felt like the cleanest opportunity they had to finally get some gold back their way in breaking that Pinati of Pure open, and just not there. Like you mentioned, Mike, full Ags up now for Pure, Shard to come next, and they are setting up True to Gate, trying to hunt down Bot. Niku would be a very juicy target. They did manage to get the jump. They don't have the forward vision to spot him out, though. And the scan is good from the side of NAVI Junior, so at the least they'll be able to dodge that one out, but they have to find some way to play it into these map objectives. The next 4 Metro is going to be something you still want to keep securing for NAVI Junior. You might want to keep track of Roshan. Minute 50 until we start to find out what timer that will be. And it just doesn't feel like you can even afford to do that in NAVI Junior. Your wards, you had some aggressive wards. There's still that one watching the bot pits. You did see them walk by on the side of BetBoom, but not much else to speak of in terms of vision. And sure, the same thing goes for BetBoom, but they're running across the map anyhow. It doesn't even feel like the vision's necessary. Might lead to some cleaner kills if they did have some forward wards that weren't cleared out, but let's see.
NAVI Junior, they're still hanging directly south of the map. Just hoping that BetBoom perhaps take a fight underneath their own vision, but they don't. GPK is still hanging around. Maybe they could hope to try and aim this Tiny down, but he is going to blink away. It's kind of the thing, like, even with this global kind of strategy, like, you've got to be able to react super quickly. Because nobody from BetBoom's giving the opportunities away here to NAVI Junior for free.
No. Like, they're so patient inside of BetBoom, just kind of testing if anyone would overstep. They were finding some good hiding spots for GPK. Only Mira was showing under the wards. And with Spirit Form down, it's going to be maybe a little bit annoying to get into the next fight. Not the longest cooldown in the world, fortunately. And they are in a position to maybe establish some control nearby the Tormentor if they want, set up for whenever it does respawn. BetBoom, though, just set to go for another smoke themselves. GS is ready to go here on Kataomi. He's got 14 int without his shard, which is kind of insane. He's had to be active around 14 kills to get that done.
Here we go. They're heading down towards the bottom right corner of the map now, but BetBoom. Oh, they're going to see got the juice first. That's the one target you really want. And they've got him very freely. Zayat wasn't quite in position to break that smoke, and well, now poor old Zayat's also going to get caught. They feel comfort down to this bottom side of the map because they've got so much vision on NAVI Junior's end of things, but they've also got a pretty sneaky ward here from BetBoom that has not been scouted out yet. And that's what's giving the info over to BetBoom to head over to this area every time.
And there's just a hard ward to spot out on that cliff. You need to get some daytime vision out just to see it. And they've still got the opportunity to play here.
They do. PMA, he's had a rough time. He'll run, but obviously, Jonathan, there isn't really much in the way of running from this situation. BetBoom, I mean, it's a pretty dominant game for them so far. 11k advantage their way. NAVI Junior desperately still trying to get back to a stage where they can really contest. We got the juice. He's farming, John. It's just he's still 6k behind Pure. And as we've seen from Pure, like, he's not really afraid of anything anymore, this Ursa. He's just doing everything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the itemization from NAVI Junior. I think these AVULUS will help to just kind of keep that Ursa up in the air. Stat res doesn't affect the Cyclone, so that is one way to kind of try to kite out Pure. Pure will just solo take Tormentor now by himself, as he is capable of, although he's not. Kind of needs Enrage to be back up, so not gonna have it just yet, but he'll have it soon, you know. 4 seconds, yeah, he'll just go back, do it for the team, or not.
He got scanned.
Okay, scan is there.
Well, he's all right. He's retreating for now. It doesn't seem like NAVI Junior are going to quite make it there in time to actually think about going after Pure. And because Pure are going to TP back towards his team, so NAVI Junior will have the opportunity now to swipe away that Tormentor. Mind you, they would probably be under vision. And so BetBoom, they saw Zayat's run underneath the Observer Ward by that Tormentor. So they know that they can go for a free Roshan. They know they're doing the Tormentor right now. We saw this earlier. Like, it's way worth it just to go for Roshan instead. Who cares about a free shards?
Yeah. I mean, it's still a decent chunk of gold as well with a free shard up, but it's just not enough to change the state of the game. You would have wanted a freebie, I guess, for BetBoom. You know, again, get the shard going in Kataomi, see how high that brain drain can go, but not necessary. Again, you have no shard, you have 16 brain drain stacks, which is just kind of insane because it's only 1 per kill now. So it's a ton. You've got the Octarine up for GPK, more uptime in the Avalanche toss, and more HP to play with. So a lot tankier again on this Tiny, which you do like to see, as I don't think you've got the damage to even can deal with him at the moment. You're going for the full butterfly on Got the Juice, so could be a nice spike for him if he manages to find a farm along the Ags being completed now. Just a little bit more output and stats to play with. 11k advantage for BetBoom is still significant at around 30 minutes in. But again, most of that is on Pure.
Speaking of Pure, John, full Abyssal Blade completed now on Pure. Smoke situation going on here. BetBoom. Smoke broken for GPK. He's going to find himself a 2-for-1 special. Global Silence unnecessary, but was committed. And I think with these two supports down, you can at least try to force these buybacks. And that's look like the back. Never mind the buybacks. They're going for more kills. PMA. I mean, they miss out on the gyrocopter, but they'll find something just as good. And I think you're either buying back or you're watching two Raxes go down if you're NAVI Junior.
You don't have many choices. You at least know Doom and Global Silence is down. There is a play here for NAVI if they want to try, but whether or not they even have the damage on Got the Juice, probably not. Just gonna have to watch as their mid falls, top set to fall as well. They've got the Roche banner to protect these. They'll try for a smoke, but I don't see the angles. We'll see if they've managed to work something out.
Pure is alone. They could try for the first life, and that they will, but it's only Niku that's jumped in so far. Pure just abusing that enrage to not even lose his first life, as now the Wheel of Wonder has been dropped. GPK just tossing up the DK, and Niku is down. Pure, he has been put to sleep with the Echo Stomp. The impact, the escape act is there from Pure, avoiding everything being thrown out by NAVI Junior. Pure looking to maybe go back in and give up that first life, but he will not yet. So at least they only lose one Rax. They do lose two T3 towers plus a middle Rax. But at least it's not two Rax.
Yeah, it could be worse, I guess. Silver linings here for the side of NAVI Junior. Unfortunately, BetBoom does still have that Aegis. Still 2 minutes left, and
well, how did that Avalanche even miss? How did that Avalanche even miss? That's what
Yeah,
I'm very confused about that.
it happens sometimes, Mikey, you know? It just does. Beta game sometimes. Sometimes you just don't throw it in the right way. You know, GPK trying for that gambit one more time, but again, you still have a minute and a half on the Aegis. Pure could still just run up like a maniac after clearing this tier 2 bot. And your options for NAVI Junior, it's not that clean. You do have the full nullifier up on Niku, so you can take care of some of the force stabs, take care of some of the solar crest usage here from the side of BetBoom to save. It's just a matter of catching someone out. Again, for NAVI Junior, this play with Coddle Underlord has not really amounted to anything. We've not seen any big Fiend's Gate that leads into a huge amount of success. We've not seen really any sort of recall ganks or even just a spell spam. That synergy with, say, abilities isn't really there because you don't really have something like the Ember, the Storm, or even like the Kunkka kind of play with deliver cooldowns. Although,
Jump in. They are going to go for the fight. Pure not really concerned at all. Again, he still has 2 lives available here to play with, and PMA is in the middle of nowhere right now on the Underlord. Still 40 seconds for that Aegis to expire. Plenty of time to get through this bottom Rax. See if they do buy back on PMA. He does have the Fiend's Gate. They'll jump in onto Pure, but Pure, he's perfectly fine for now. It's actually Niku that's copying too much damage, and he's down. They did commit the buyback on PMA, but Pure's running directly towards it. He wants it. He wants the dieback, but is he going to jump in again? Peter Malice to lock him down. Looks like he will enrage out of there. But you've got 40 seconds without a DK. I think BetBoom should feel pretty confident to continue.
that they should. No Aegis on Pure does mean no hard resets. No GS as well to kind of break this fight apart, but how do you stop this?
GPK found a great target in Zayats. You want to get rid of that Keeper of the Light. Just so pesky and trying to push. Zayats will buy back immediately. Miero jumping in. GPK is there with another toss back. This time PMA might be dying back, but he actually gets away. The tree throw not going to be enough. Onto GPK, get the juice will go, or got the juice rather, but got the juice now in danger as well as he's been jumped by Pure. He's down. Buyback immediately here by the gyrocopter. Pure's going to look to retreat. Peter Malice to lock him down a little bit, and the chase will be on. But BetBoom, I think they're just going to kite out until they have this enrage back up for Pure. In fact, never mind even the enrage. They're just jumping back in. Miero, has he gone too far? The escape deck will save his life once again. Meanwhile, Pure taking down Zayats and Reedies. Both supports are down. Triple kill for Pure. GPK in with a huge avalanche on the 3 targets. They found up the juice. Pure looking for perhaps a rampage in this game 1. Got the juice is gone. That's an ultra. He's looking for that rampage. PMA trying to run, but Pure surely has him. And he does. Rampage for Pure. He will die in the end. Save trying to get away. It looks like he might make it out. And thankfully for NAVI Junior, John, they still have 2 Raxes up.
That they do. BetBoom kind of go a little bit crazy, jumping in the back, wanting to get the end game going by getting a couple of diebacks. Unfortunately, again, they didn't quite have coverage. They didn't have Global Silence ready to go there. They didn't have Doom for the re-engage. And they might overextend just a tad bit. You're still in a really ugly position for the side of NAVI Junior. That's 2 diebacks you had on hand. But you kill off Pure to 1 time at the least. There's some gold injection that does flow out off of that. It's just not enough to even out the game. 9-32. 24k lead for BetBoom still up. And unlike yesterday, that is not the team fight that turns the game just yet, Mike. You know, you're not in the danger zone yet for BetBoom. They will have to start to secure objectives if possible on NAVI Junior. Just start to set some vision around a river. Maybe try to ensure Roshan doesn't go away for free. They do have good fights in tight spots here, right? Like you've got Elder Titan, you've got the secondary strikes call down from Got the Juice. If you can line that up, they can fight somewhere in the pit. It's just they don't really have information in the area. And getting the consolation prize in Tormentor just isn't enough to even out, especially with what Pure does with that secondary life, with that safety net. We'll see if they can start to set up for something like that. They do manage to get at least 1 ward out, although that was spotted out with by Save as they do have that gem. They're not going to clear it out fully just yet, but he will eventually just remove the vision. And for the side of NAVI Junior, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure how you try to simplify this. I would actually say if PMA can kind of work into an Ags and you can start to surprise them with a Pit of Malice Fiend's Gate, kind of staggering out, that could be one way to kind of try to get some control in the team fights. Just having a lot of area denial to stop the 4 stabs from being too effective. It's just, it's a pipe dream right now, considering how rough this game has been for PMA. He's not at the point where you can even consider something like an Agnims on your Underlord. And just the 1 Pit of Malice alone hasn't been enough, especially if Niku isn't around with Nullifier. Like, you Pit of Malice, they get 4 stab, and that's it. You can't do anything. Like, this Nullifier has to do so much. It has to remove the escape act, it has to stop the 4 stabs, and there's only 1 Niku. You know, there's only the 1 Nullifier you have on hand. So to deal with these saves, you've got to time it just right here on the side of NAVI Junior.
I bet you do. They might actually find Pure. Niku's going to run directly to Miero first. Miero, he'll take a stun. He's got help around him, though. This looks like a bad fight for NAVI Junior. BetBoom, they don't know whether they want to really commit here, but it seems like they've decided they will. Miero's still going after Riddies now, but Riddies does retreat. Here comes GPK looking for a toss back. Riddies finally going down. Global Silence committed now, and this is looking really bad for NAVI. Pure's in. Got the Juice is not looking healthy. He's down. GG's called. They've seen enough. There's no buybacks left. There's no defending. And BetBoom, I can't say very surprisingly, John, they will take game 1.
That they do. Somewhat, again, reflected by our odds earlier. It's like 1.17 to 5 or something crazy like that. BetBoom come in as the favorites and really crush this game 1. Again, for NAVI Junior, I like the ideas. I don't think this last pick Underlord was it. It kind of went way too all in on playing early tempo with Fiend's Gate Recall. You had to win your lanes. PMA could not do that with this last pick Ursa that came in, as it's a really lousy time for Underlord. Even the Silencer support just does way too much in that lane with all the poke damage they had. And we can see some moments here. Again, they had the right ideas. We got the Juice standing in the side. He has this good angle for the call down. They managed to actually get a good Earth Splitter off. It's just, again, they still had Doom even if Global Silence was down here. And the counter control from Save in the back with that Wheel of Wonder, it just cleans them. It kind of boils down to that experience shining through from BetBoom, right? They know what to do in every stage of the game. They know where to play on the map. They know how to set up their vision. They know how to execute these team fights off of their laning start. For NAVI Junior, I mean, for them, again, they didn't even get that laning start, but down the line, how to execute with what they had left, it was just very hard to find these angles to try to reel this game back.
Yeah, I think it really was all based, really just based on the Underlord last pick. Like that lane went so horrendously. Like, it was a fantastic last pick Ursa by BetBoom as well. I mean, you and I were just 100% sure it was going to be Morphling, but I think after they saw the Underlord, they just said, we're going to take the Ursa because we know we're going to have the best lane ever. And as you saw, John, without the Keeper of the Light and the Underlord being able to perform because they're not high enough level, it's just pretty rough here for Na'Vi to actually get their strategy underway. And well, props to BetBoom. Obviously, they had a plan and they executed to perfection, as we are seeing Pure in that fight where he does achieve a rampage. And this is Pure just dancing around them, kiting in and out constantly. The amount of space this man bought every single team fight, just being unable to die on this Ursa. In fact, I think that was his only death in this fight, and he only really just gave up his life so he could commit for a rampage.
Yeah,
he went 17-1-12.
Yeah, almost a perfect game. In the name of the rampage, he does sacrifice a little bit. This is the last fight, of course, after all those buybacks. And again, I appreciate NAVI Junior trying to play around with this. Just the all-in doesn't pan out, and looking for these angles back, just way too difficult. I think if the best performance we saw from NAVI Junior probably was Niku, right? Like, his lane was pretty damn good. He got this tempo with a blink. He was trying to buy space out for his team. He was the only hero that had a game to play. That was the big issue for NAVI Junior. Everything else from NAVI Junior fell flat up against what BetBoom had, and it just meant none of those connections could line up. BetBoom, for their part, I mean, look, this was a pretty bog standard BetBoom game. You have Pure popping off, GPK with a matchup that he's not really losing too hard on. It was still fairly even, just a slight advantage out for Niku. Miero on the Doom that we've seen him play for so many years now. I think 3 years I have associated Miero with Doom. And Save with a really annoying save on hand in the Ringmaster. It's very standard BetBoom. I think for NAVI Junior, they have to find a way to change how that game is played. Bring something a little bit different. Maybe not something that's so sensitive from the lanes. Of course, we've got our standout player in GPK, who had some amazing avalanches, was super active early on, and was just setting up for the team. Yeah, you know, he didn't have just one death. You know, he was copying a little bit more. He didn't have as much farm as Pure, but he enabled Pure to have that game with how aggressive he was playing.
Yeah, I think GPK certainly deserves the standout player of this match. And, well, there you go. GPK, game number 1 standout player. Of course, that is game 1 of a best of 3. So we do potentially have 2 more games depending on whether NAVI Junior can put up a fight and win out game number 2 up against BetBoom. I don't know how they're going to do it, John. I think they're going to go back to the drawing board because that game 1 was a pretty rough affair. Just felt like they never really took off at all, to say the least. Nevertheless, John, you and I, we might take off because we've got a break. And of course, right after that break, I believe we will have game number 2 between NAVI Junior and BetBoom. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I am very excited for this interview. I'm here with the youngest player to ever hit 12, 13, 14 and 15k MMR, and actually the youngest Eastern European player to ever be on an international LAN. I'm joined by NAVI Junior's Niku.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're here at last. Yeah, I mean, are you excited to play your first big LAN?
Of course.
I'm very excited to watch you play as
At
well.
least top 2.
Oh, damn, straight in with the predictions. Okay, all right, I like to hear it. So, I mean, obviously with hitting all these like big records, you know, like you got a lot of people kind of saying your name, bigging you up. Do you play with confidence? Do you let that kind of, you know, get to your head, or do you always try to like, you know, keep a level head about these things?
I'm trying to be calm and like I know I'm good and just be myself and play like I want, and no matter what they saying, I'm Niku, I'm playing Dota.
I love that attitude. I love that attitude for sure. So, of course, looking at the past and everything, you did actually qualify to an event before this, but then some stuff happened. I don't want to get into like the specifics of that, but like, what was that like from you personally? You know, when you found out that you weren't actually going to go to that last event.
It was not a big deal for me. Like that we qualified, it's already like much for me because we understood that we are very strong. Like we can qualify. Like this small bug, it's not much giving for us. So we just get confidence, and you see, we're here.
Yeah,
like,
just keep
one
qualifying.
calls.
What's it like playing in NAVI Junior at the moment? You know, you've been together a while, you've had a few shuffles, but what's the team mentality like right now?
We're confident. We know we have our heroes, our meta, and we know we can win any team and can lose to any team.
A lot of people compare you to Satanic because, of course, you're both quite young, both coming in. Now, how do you feel about that?
I don't know. It's not really matter for me. Like Satanic and me, we just like other players. Like he is +1, I'm +2.
Yeah.
Like I'm more like Sumail. He was like in my age already winning TI, so
Yeah.
I'm compared to him more than to Satanic.
I like that comparison a lot. Yeah, hopefully you can live up to that for sure. So, what was your family and your friends' reactions when you told them that you were going to play Dota internationally, going to an event and stuff? How did they respond?
My family already knew that I'm playing Dota. I'm pro player, and they support me. They was very exciting for my first big tournament, and other friends, which not like much in Dota, a bit hard for them to understand, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I say it's like sport. I'm going on tournament and I'm playing. That's all.
All right. Any final thoughts? And what are you guys hoping to achieve at this tournament?
Okay, let me push you to hypothetically.
Okay, sure.
Just hypothetically, we get top 2. Will you shave your hair if you get top 2?
Me?
Yes.
I'm not going to shave my hair. No.
No,
This is why I'm bored to events, Nico. I can't get rid
It's
of that.
top 2 for us. It's like,
I will.
just hypothetically.
We'll come up with a deal. We'll come up with a deal. I'll wear a costume to interview you, of your choice. Maybe a clown or an animal or something like that. How about that? Deal?
Okay.
All right. Let's do that instead, Nico. All right. Thank you very much. All right. And I guess final question is, what would winning the event mean to you? If you just came in and won your first LAN, again, hypothetically, how would that feel for you?
Like hypothetically, I will be happy. It's giving me more confidence, but I already know that maybe in a few months, 1 year, I'm gonna be in the top 5.
Awesome. I'm starting to believe you, Nico. I really am. You're definitely heading in the right direction, and very excited to watch you play on your first international LAN. Congratulations making it. Looking forward to seeing you, and thanks for coming to talk to me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for game number 2 between BetBoom and, of course, NAVI Junior. And it's MLP Dota and Dronix Fire joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game number 2 draft is now officially underway. As you saw, NAVI Junior not having a very good time during game 1. Jonathan, excuse me, is there any particular things you'd like to see changed up here for game 2?
Yeah, look, I don't think the last pick Underlord was effective at all. I don't think there was much PMA could really get done in that game. I think they had some shining moments. I think Niku really stood out in that game, actually. His mid lane was even up against GPK, a slight advantage for the DK as you'd expect. And he was trying to play tempo for his team. It's just, with the side lanes getting crushed as they were, there was really no connection to be made. So I think a big improvement has to be fix your side lanes here for the side of Na'Vi. And again, consider something else for PMA as this Underlord idea with the Kotl. Yes, on paper it sounds really nice to have Fiend's Gate and Recall, but they couldn't even get that. They couldn't get started because of that laning start. So they need just stronger presence out. You need more impact out from PMA. You need much better showings from your supports as well to ensure these lanes go a lot better. And I think that's the course correction we have to see here from Na'Vi. We'll see if they can get that done. You can see they're still relaxed. Yeah, Niku's still got his feet up on the desk. Still feeling, you know, chill, which is good to see for Na'Vi, but hopefully not too chill. They kind of need to start to, you know, get into the groove of things here, Mike.
Get it together. Get it together, my goodness. NAVI Junior. See what they've got up their sleeves here. As you can see, BetBoom looking very happy at the moment. Very, very happy indeed. As they should be, Jonathan. Winners should be happy. Losers not so much. NAVI Junior. Well, what's he so happy about those, Michael? Look at that. That's the face of someone that just lost a game, John. That's my face every time I queue up for a pub. Right there. So why did I do it to myself?
No.
Why did I make these choices?
No, that still looks relaxed enough. I've seen your face
No,
after
he's
losing a match, Mike.
He's
No, look,
gulping,
he
John.
looks
Look at him.
happier than you are.
Does he?
He looks happier than you are on a normal day. Yeah.
He's twitching,
So
John.
it's a little bit
He's
more
he's not happy.
relaxed.
It
No,
could be the
certainly-
pressure.
I've seen much more unhappiness, Mike. He's still all right. It's like neutral. He's not pleased, but he's not too upset. You know, it's like, all right, we can course correct. We'll change things up. This is a good change already. They pick up the Ringmaster themselves here on Na'Vi. So still staying as our top contest hero, for sure. Pretty sure this is also showing up in our other streams. If not picked and banned, as Ringmaster has just been too much. I'm glad everyone's recognized just how strong this hero is with Impalement Arts, with Tame the Beast doing a good amount of damage to clear out Wave, and with Escape Arts being so annoying as a save tool. It's just, it's been nerfed. You know, it used to be even worse when you couldn't nullify it away, but it's still a hell of a hero to have to deal with. You know, as you can see, our most contested heroes, TA up there, Ringmaster right next to it, AA, Sand King, and Tinker up there. Surprisingly, again, Kotl is not within the top 5, but there it is. BetBoom take the Kotl.
Hello.
So today, Mike, we are filled with a Kotl. That's nice. They flip.
It is
They
nice.
switch it around.
I think it's a bit scarier, though, when it's in BetBoom's hands. In fairness, Jonathan, I mean, BetBoom, I think we've seen Save play this many, many times. Even Karomi, I'm sure, can run it himself if he wants to. And it's scary, John, because this team, we've seen how well they can coordinate. We saw it last game. And I don't think they're going to have quite as rough of a time in their laning stage as we saw for Na'Vi during game 1. So I imagine the stupidity of Kotl is about to be displayed for us in game 2.
And it should be. I'm wondering what combination BetBoom will want here. Again,
Just
they
take
could do
Storm.
stuff like...
You've got GPK.
Storm's banned.
Okay.
Yeah, Storm's banned out. So maybe Ember, maybe Kunkka. Those are the big ones that really stand out. Bristleback is a pretty cool one too, not gonna lie. I think if that's not banned out by NAVI Junior, you can just take Bristle here from Yarrow or Pure, and you still end up with a very, very fun time, especially in lane. Like, it can be a really strong laning combination as once you hit like level 3, level 4. So that could be a nuisance you're not ready for on NAVI Junior. They're gonna have to pick their poison. They ban out Miro's Doom. And they do leave options like Ember, like the Bristleback, like the Kunkka still open for that Kotl combo. So BetBoom have a lot to choose from here, Mike.
Well, they certainly do. They've got to choose one more ban, though, first.
10 seconds remaining.
Back in the think tank here for BetBoom. We saw the AA ban, of course, of one of the most banned heroes of Wallachia Season 4 thus far. Oh, okay. This guy's got swagger, Jonathan. I like this kid. I like this young man. He's cocky, but I like it.
Nico is the one guy who had a good lane, and we saw in the interview with Nomad as well. Like, he's feeling good. You know, he's worried. It's their first LAN. It's their first big tournament here in NAVI Junior. But Nico did perform. You know, if there's anyone that could feel a little bit confident coming out of game one, probably Nico. Wouldn't fault him for having that swagger.
No. BetBoom still thinking about this final ban out. Really just not 100% sure what it is that's bothering them so, but they're thinking. Sniper ban is what we see. And Monkey King makes its appearance. Okay, I was not anticipating Sniper to get banned.
No. It's really not something you see banned out too often. It makes enough sense if you are picking Monkey King mid here for GPK. It's probably the one lane matchup Monkey King doesn't necessarily feel good against, and it is a good way of spotting the Monkey King in the trees with shrapnel. So it's a safety protection. Just ensure your monkey will have a good time. Of course, this is open enough that you can run it still on support, but chances are you aren't. I don't think you're going to give save that. You're just going to give save the Coddle here. And you're likely to just give GPK the monkey, as you've played it before already here in Wallachia. And I do like this. You think about recall plays, the Monkey King getting recalled, and then jumping forward ahead to scout and set up. It can be a little bit sickening with how much mobility you end up having, and reach you end up having with a Monkey King that's around the map. The side of NAVI Junior will just secure the PA, which was left in the pool. We saw a lot of PA yesterday. It is a great scaling hero. It still does decent enough in lanes as well. Against most matchups, you can always fall back to the dagger. And this should just be our got the juice hero on hand. So I do like this. They do manage to take the silencer on the side as well. And I do like that animation there. Again, we've got some sick assets here in Wallachia. It's so cool. My goodness.
PGL, can you show us the Earth Spirit animation? Do we have an Earth Spirit one, PGL? No?
No such thing, no.
That's all right.
No.
That's all right. I wouldn't have made one either, PGL. Don't you worry. I wouldn't have wasted my time either. Go on, John.
The silencer coming out is interesting as, again, a counterpoint to Coddle. So you see that spirit form come out, you see the recall starting to come in, global silence, take the fight, and it's a non-factor. You can't get the healing out with Illuminate, you can't get the spell spam out. It's a big window to play with. On NAVI Junior, I like that they pick it up themselves to counteract the early Keeper Blight.
Look how angry Save got when he saw that CM pick. Wait, look, he's saying, what is this garbage? Well, why do you make me play this crap? Look at it.
He's not going to play the CM. He's going to play the Coddle. He's talking about the silencer probably and just how hard the game will be and what they have to do now, how they have to adjust their gameplay playing into the global silence because they're not going to be able to rely on the recall as much. We get the Beastmaster coming out. We've so many great animations. Look at that. Wow. Oh, it's so cool.
Oh, wow. Cast the draft screen, John. What are we casting the game for? We just cast the draft screen.
I don't know. I can't get over it. It's so cool. Where's the Earth Spirit one though? I don't know. Maybe you get an Earth Spirit pick, Mike, and you'll be happy. You know, I want to see an axe pick. It's not gonna get picked, but man, can you imagine if the screen gets cleaved? We go back to the stinger and we get axe dunking on CM again. Heck, you know what? NAVI Junior, you could just go axe. No, they go Husker. All right, all across the screen. He's not stopping. Goodness gracious me, he's chasing a Bloodseeker, Mike. The old clip.
That's lovely. Final ban-outs to come. That's the first time we've had the pleasure of seeing Husker, I think, over the past couple of days. You and I as well, Jonathan, because it always gets banned out. So Navi do secure a Husker for themselves. Now, I imagine that is a mid-Husker into what should be the mid-Monkey King, which arguably should be Husker favored. But the thing is, John, this Monkey King, we've seen it run heroes down in the mid lane over and over again. I don't know if Husker's going to be that dominant against MK if it is mid.
Yeah, I don't think it's probably one of the weaker Husker matchup lanes. It still works out, but Monkey King does have some reach. He can kind of twack back, and if he does manage to stack up the Jingu, he can lifesteal back up. Monkey King is also very much physical output, so Husker doesn't really mitigate a lot of that damage. And again, if the Monkey King manages to find an angle, get a Jingu Boundless, you're going to be in a world of hurt as the Husker. So I'm curious to see what Niku can get done on this hero. Up against something like the Monkey King, he's going to really have to kind of work out the first 2 levels of that lane, I feel like, as, you know, once you're like level 3, level 4, Monkey King with brown boots can, again, just run up, not care too much, get Jingu, get Boundless on the hero, plus the Creep Wave, and kind of win the trade. So it's not really the easiest Husker game to go for, but in the wider scope of the draft, right, outside of mid matchup, I mean, you can kind of tank through CM a little bit. You can tank through the Illuminates with your Magic Res and go with a Brewmaster closeout here as well for PMA. More presence coming out here on the off lane, as we've seen Brewmaster do wonders, although that's normally up against PA matchups. This time around, you have the PA on your side for NAVI Junior. So I want to see what the ideas are now for Pure on safe. Something like the Ursa's still there if they wanted that. You know, it still kind of works out into the Brewmaster. You can kind of twack back and not care too much. That is one way to go about it. And just kind of win out. There's a Life Stealer on hand as well, as we've seen that normally last banned. It wouldn't be too bad. Maybe the PA is more annoying to deal with as a Life Stealer, but they go with a Viper. All right.
Yikes.
Here we go. That's the answer in mid.
Where's Niku?
Oh.
Where the hell? I gotta look at the face of Niku right, and Niku must be disgusted at the moment. I mean, he picked Husker and he got Vipered. Well, you know what? I can't say he didn't deserve it, John, because he did. You know, you pick Husker, this is what you get. This is it. You walk.
Yeah, that's the punish. You know, it's I know. Like there are no words. That matchup just sucks for Husker. I will say, I would have preferred if GPK went for the Nether Toxin facet. You throw down the Nether Toxin, you stand it. You're probably not dying as a Viper, but he's sticking to the Poison Burst. So there's a lot of damage that can fly out when that poison does burst out, and that is kind of fun. It can kind of deal with the Brewlinks as well if they're stuck together. But yeah, Niku does not look like the happiest lad having to play a toxic lane into a toxic laner, Mikey. That's
He's
karma.
confident though, John. He's confident, dude. You saw the backrest on the seat all the way back. He doesn't need the back support, John. He is supporting himself. Everyone's on his back and he's supporting all of them. He doesn't care. He doesn't need the support of that chair. He don't need nobody. It's Niku, John. I believe in Niku. Let's see it happen, Niku. I like it. You know, at first I thought this kid's cocky, but now he's made me a fan, Jonathan. Right? It doesn't take too long for me. I like the egomaniacs.
I don't think he's an egomaniac, though, Mike.
Sure he is, John.
You're staring some controversy. In the interview a while ago, I'm not sure if you saw it, he was a pretty humble kid. You know, he was talking theoreticals, hypothetically, very humble. You know, it's just that he's playing Husker.
Silence, fool.
I was busy, John.
That's not a me problem, that's a you problem, Mike.
Silence, fool.
As far as I'm concerned, he's an egotistical kid, John. That's as far as I know. And here we go. I mean, he's playing.
You just throw that around. You just go around saying this guy's egotistical. You really lost your marbles, Mikey. What?
This poor teenager's just playing the game, and the cast is already picking on him. Oh.
Yeah, this like 19-year-old kid's getting trashed by a 34-year-old. What's going on, Mike? This 16-year-old kid, beg pardon. The 16-year-old kid's getting bummed out by someone two times his age.
I like Niku, John, is what I'm trying. I love the kid. He's my favorite.
Called him an egotistical kid.
So am I, John.
That's not a compliment.
It's a compliment.
No, you're a maniac. That's not a compliment. What do you mean? I've never heard such things. This crowd is so weird.
They were spotted with that smoke break on Miro. NAVI Junior, they are hanging around. They do seem like they want to go for a level 1 team fight. Got the juice and Niku, going to be spotted. Save will blinding light them away, and a very nice deny from Save. And it's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade anyway. So in the end, you do still come out on top if you are NAVI Junior for these bounty runes. So nothing really of value being lost here for NAVI.
Right. Gonna be keen on seeing how the lanes break out. Of course, we are taking a gander on our mid with GPK up against the egotistical Niku. playing the Husker into the Viper. I'm not letting this go, Mikey. He's egotistical now. That's the storyline. This is what we've done. We're calling a 16-year-old egotistical on his first land. And so far, the ego is not taking this well, Mikey.
Oh, Niku.
He is trying to heal up. Ooh.
Niku, get that ego in check, Niku. Be careful.
Level 1 Berserker's Blood, man. He can't even go for the spears because he's up against Viper. It's allowing him to survive, but good lord, this is not a good feeling. Like, yeah, GPK is copying it too. But, you know, he's having fun, spitting away. And this is going to be the roughest, the most interesting and probably the rougher lane to watch out for. Niku will have to put the work in. The first 2 levels will suck. Level 3 might start to get a little bit better. And GPK as well has to kind of balance out, watch his range away from burning spears. One too many spears can be problematic as well for the Viper. But this is the issue. If either lane loses out by a big margin, both heroes are terrible playing from behind. Maybe the Viper less so, as he can farm the jungle, especially with that poison burst. But it's not going to be great for the Husker to have to kind of sit back and jungle. He can get that done, but it could stall your timings if you're not too careful. The armlet is going to be key for Niku to have some presence in the game along with that blink. And so far, it's he's keeping up in the CS at the very least. That's the most important bit, but he's going to have to watch that spacing every single time.
He will. How are the side lanes going? It seems like bottom lane Zayat's PMA, they're having a decent old time this time. Kata, Omi, and Pure, of course, are going to be against them. This lane could go rather south as well, though. I mean, let's be fair. You know, things could go south pretty quick against a CM Monkey King for PMA and Zayats. I imagine Zayats will probably have to opt for an early level and escape act in this kind of lane. But for now, things are going pretty well.
And it is. You're still finding some farm on PMA. Of course, he always has the Cinder Brew to throw out. He doesn't have a way of igniting it yet. No Thunderclap ready,
Niku.
as he is so.
Niku, he's running. Fairy Fire will be enough to save him. He's fine.
He is, but every time he walks into that lane, he cops poison attack, and he's not comfy. And again, this is not the Husker you tend to see. You see Huskers crushing lane. You see them take control early on. He's forced to go 2 levels in Berserker's Blood to, again, just try to sustain through the lane. But it's not enough to apply pressure onto GBK. Again, he's keeping up in CS. It's an important bit here for the Husker. Starting to gain some confidence to throw out a couple of burning spears, but still have to watch yourself with a poison burst overall. And again, as long as he finds farm, I think you're happy. Just don't die. You don't have the pressure to kill. Just work your lane and build up. They're still kind of doing quite nicely down bot as the pressure's there onto PMA. Pure, I mean, he's got a really strong kill lane here.
Yeah, he's got Zaya. It's a nice, easy pickoff. In fact, now they'll turn their attention onto PMA, but they have no follow-up spells to throw out, so he's going to be okay on the Brewmaster. But a concerning start already. First blood going to the Monkey King of Pure. Not exactly what you want to see. Meanwhile, top lane, Miero getting chased, but also doing a hell of a lot of damage to Got the Juice. So Got the Juice not feeling confident to try and move in for a blink strike into a kill. Will be okay to survive.
And this is the one lane that NAVI Junior theoretically should be having a better time. Of course, Got the Juice is getting Axe down, and this is an early laning combo that we talked about as well. Like Chakra plus Axes is pretty damn big. Miaro can just keep spamming out. He's not reliant on boars, so the Stifling Dagger doesn't really save you from the aggression there. Down bot though, you are starting to apply that pressure again onto PMA.
It's against an MK though. PMA, I believe, was the one trying to be aggressive in that scenario, Jonathan. Zayat. He's going to try to run with the Orb of Corrosion slow, proving to be a bit too much. And Zayat, at least he's not going to give the kill to Pure. They both go Kata Omi's way. I suppose that's the one bright side here. Meanwhile, mid lane, Niku. What did I tell you, John? What have I told you about this kid? You need the ego if you're going to win. That's how I won, John. I'm an egotistical bastard myself.
I don't know how Ego wins. He throws his spears. He's got level 5, which is a strong point. Again, I like the build. He's adapted nicely. Berserker's Blood,
Save.
level 3.
Oh, save shook Jonathan. He dies from a neutral creep. He's seeing Niku find that kill. Meanwhile, Got the Juice in danger. Miero is going to pick him off. Reddy's in trouble as well. Miero, I mean, it's such a bitter kind of scenario. Like, the neutrals kill save, and then Miero cleans up the other two. How annoying is that if you're Na'Vi?
Very annoying. Not something that you want to see. He's getting the pull as well to clear out these creeps and the camp, getting all of the farm that he'd want here. I'm wondering if Miero will opt for the Dominator or the Ags build-up. Ags could be very impactful if he finds the farm for it. You've got room now to help contest into the 6-minute rune as they catch out Zayats.
That they do. Zayats. Looks like he is just set to fall. That'll be another kill for Karaomi on the CM of all people. He's now on a killing spree on that Crystal Maiden. So 6-1 now in the favor of BetBoom. Surprisingly enough, the only lane that hasn't really panned out the way you would have anticipated is GPK's lane. He's the only guy that's on the side of BetBoom that's lost his lane here up against Niku.
I mean, it's still against a Husker. I think you're not losing as hard as you'd expect up against a Husker lane because of how much GPK can poke back. Again, the facet choice and the skill choices of Niku have made that lane manageable. He's got the Cauterize for the Berserk Blood active to Dispel, so you can always toss away the poison attack stacks if need be and just regen back to health and manage that way. Level 6 is up though with Break.
Well, they're going to try. The break making it very hard for him to survive. Escape back is out from Zayats, buying a bit of time. Niku trying, does go down though. But there goes Zayats. You will lose GPK at the very least, so there is some form of a trade. But not a very good trade as Karaomi ends up with another double kill. Karaomi currently 5-0-1 apparently on this Crystal Maiden. As bottom, Pure has now made the jump in onto PMA. PMA's trying to man up for the Shrine of Wisdom. He's got help incoming from Riddies, but Pure is not retreating. Finally will do so. Will jump back in, but it's already too late. PMA will get the Shrine. He'll move on to Riddies instead. Can Pure survive this? More TPs incoming. Pure needs one more for the Jingu. He'll run the other way. PMA's on the chase. Has a Cinder Brew. One. Doesn't have it in time though. And he's gonna survive. And for whatever reason, got the juice gets tipped. What did he do wrong?
He gets tipped because he showed up. He TP'd bot to try to help that kill. Now he's not farming top. He's not in that build that he'd want. He's nowhere near Battle Fury. Heck, he's still working towards at least brown boots first and full power treads before anything else can happen. And it's just a waste of time. Pure understands what he's done, the damage he's done economically to just drag that down. Not that you'd want to lane into Miero anyhow, considering how far ahead he is. Level 7 now on that Beastmaster, top in that Wort. Rushing the Ags, as you'd expect here. It gets scary now for the side of Navi. Like, yeah, you know, mid lane did win to an extent. Niku didn't really crush the Viper. I think if you're a Husker and you don't manage to really completely destroy your mid lane matchup, it's still not the best of times for the hero. You really need to have this complete shutout on mid. And again, against Viper, that's hard to see. Down bot again onto PMA.
They are trying. The evasion's proving to be a little bit annoying here for Pure. Oh, he misses the Boundless too. He misses the Boundless. He's still going though with the Jingu just needing to hit. The evasion's still so annoying. PMA, how lucky can you get? Not lucky enough by the looks of it. The chase continues. PMA still alive. Primal Spring in. Pure gets it. Niku also died across the map in the meantime. Meanwhile, Pure still going for more. Probably going to catch Zayats. It's Karaomi. Karaomi. 6th kill of the game. Karaomi 6-0-2 on the CM.
Crystal Maiden needs a nerf, man. That's why Axe is dunking on her in our graphics here. You know, CM's got to go. She's too strong, Mikey. GPK.
Speaking of too strong, Niku trying to move on to GPK does get him. Here comes Save. Not sure what his idea was here, John. Save will run. So they do catch off GPK. Bottom lane, PMA again being chased here by Pure.
Silence, fool.
He's going to be okay this time, though. He does make it out.
Yeah, Kataomi gets a little bit frisky, lets off the freezing field. Don't manage to fully lock in PMA into that area. But it got free room now for Pure to just clear this bot tier 1, although he is hungrier for more kills, but no one's coming in. And be able to, again, get the map opened up. I'm surprised how much space Miero's getting. This is kind of too much space. Like, he's free farming top, he's shoving in wave, no one's coming into contest, one part away from the full Ags. That's a scary timing for this Beastmaster. Tie that in with Save eventually getting levels for the Spirit Form, for the recalls to come in. The Axe spam that can come out from Miero, the damage that can go through is, it's overwhelming. So, again, I'm a little bit surprised they're allowing so much to come out. They do get the wards down now from Riddius to watch that area top, but this is the point where Miero is now leaving top to clear stacks anyhow, so the timing just doesn't pan out. 11-3 start, BetBoom, and in control of game number 1. 6K lead at 10 minutes in is
Silence.
kind of ridiculous. It's kind of coming down to how poorly farmed PMA is. As they're trying on just poking and prodding, getting breakout on Niku. That's a lot of damage without the Berserker's blood working, so something to watch out for. And it drags 3 heroes mid. Both supports have to watch Niku. Side lanes are opened again. They're trying to bank on this Husker, give him a game, but with how badly ruined your side lanes are, how greatly farmed BetBoom is across these 2 cores, I don't think the trade-off has been worth it at all.
Not so far, it hasn't. Smoke up, they're going to try and rotate. Puri is here to break the smoke, and this could be very awkward for Niku and Zayats. They're going to try and fight anyway, moving in onto the CM, but they're going to lose Zayats. Niku unable to chase Pure. At least won't go down himself. So just the 1-for-1 of the supports, which probably does end up favoring the side of Na'Vi anyway. But here comes the counter smoke once again from BetBoom, looking to move in another time. Riddy's caught. Niku actually got rooted by the creeps there for a second, but he is running. Not fast enough though, because they've caught him with that Viper strike, and Niku is dead.
I mean, you asked for the Prowlers back. That's a consequence, mate. They're back. Niku's not enjoying that one.
I never said I was disappointed about it, John. Never said that.
I didn't say you were. I said you wanted them back. This is what you asked for. And now your egoist mid is suffering because of what you want. Your compliments to Niku are certainly not helping the cause for the poor 16-year-old, you 34-year-old bully.
Niku's gonna look back at this and be like, you know, that idiot caster, I'm gonna make him swallow his words one day. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna look back and be like, this guy, I'm gonna make him real excited about me one day. And I meant every word I said, John. I love this kid. He's my favorite already.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's again, I love the interview, and he played really well in game 1. They tried to go all in here in game 2. It's not quite panning out. He is top net for his team. He does have the armlet up. He's going to get the blink up relatively soon, so he can start to try to assassinate heroes on sides, but it does feel like the window is shifting away for Na'Vi. Even this timing on PMA, he's trying to rush to Radiance. He is barely ahead of Kataomi in terms of net worth. When your offlane is matching a CM's farm, man, it's not good, to say the least, Mikey. Not good.
Not good if you're Ice Frog, John, because you're going to have to find a way to nerf this damn hero, I think. This Crystal Maiden. Just sickening. Miero now. I mean, he has the Aegis up on the Beastmaster. Like, we really haven't seen too much action from Miero apart from that laning stage, but as you can see, Jonathan, he's been free farming the whole game. When he's playing Beastmaster and you give him this much farm, it tends to be a pretty bad time for the enemy. And I believe that he'll probably just want to go soon. Like, he has the blink up now with the Aghanim Scepter. He might just want to start solo killing people at this point.
Yeah, certainly a possibility for him. He's got the output for it. Just needs to find a target. Inside of Na'Vi, you don't really have play. I mean, maybe they could try with a split. The Radiance is going to help. Once PMA finds the gold for it, still a ways off from that one. And the side of BetBoom, I mean, they just play across the map. They've got really good forward vision. They can just run around. They do get the roar and freebie.
And Niku will go down. Miero just going in for a quick roar and just letting the drums do the work. Into the mid-tier 2 tower now they will go. And PMA's here, but he's already been spotted by Miero. And, well, for BetBoom, naturally, they're just going to group up here. There's no real reason to not start chipping away at these tier 2s as Pure. Going to find Zayats. Zayats able to get away, though. He's okay. Global Silence committed. They're going to move in. They're after GPK. Keep in mind, the Aegis is still up on Miero. He's going to try and TP out of there and does make it. GPK, however, will not, and Zayats will get a tip from GPK.
Yeah, it's an important kill to find. They do manage to whip him down and keep him locked in. But no GS now. Pure's still ready to go.
He is. He's going to drop the Wukong's command, and Niku... Well, it is pretty hard to armlet toggle in that Wukong's. So he will end up going down anyway, and Pure going to find a very nice trade for his side. And mind you, they don't have the Beastmaster with them, so the chances are that the T2 tower is not going to be forced in, but they're going to just hunt for more heroes, or even just take over the triangle. PMA is going to hang around and see if he can do something about it. But I don't think he really wants to run into Pure at the moment. And it seems like we're going to go for a free shot.
Yeah. Go
Maybe.
for that Tormentor. Maybe get lucky and get it onto save. Get those 2 recall stacks up. Have fun. Get the chakra going every single time. Oh, it actually goes to Kataomi. Unfortunate for save. Poor guy. No double recall. Instead, the overpowered Crystal Maiden gets her Crystal Clone. There you go. Needs a nerf, Mike. Shouldn't have a shard. Just too strong as it is.
I agree. In fact, the shards should be what gives her movement speed, John. You know, she starts at 0, she gets like 50 with the shards. That'd be the way to do it. Here we go. They'll move in now. Roar out immediately from Miero and got the juice. My goodness. It's looking pretty dry for him at the moment, I'll tell you what. PMA going to move in. Miero, meanwhile, just cleaning up. Niku just going down so quickly to Miero, and PMA is just unable to do anything to save Zayats here as PMA is losing his own Brewlings in the meantime.
They call it.
GG well played. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
The game's well and truly over. They tried to run the Husker. Props to them, but sadly, BetBoom again. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the world here, John. There's no shame in losing to a team like BetBoom.
Yeah, there's no shame, but it does hurt a lot for NAVI Junior here in our Swiss groups. Of course, that means they've only got one last chance as they do go 0-2. So it's a little bit rough for them to, kind of recover. They've only got one shot left in Wallachia. They've got to find a way to win the next one. BetBoom, though, just crush it, right? Maybe game 1 was we saw a little bit more play coming out there from NAVI Junior, although, again, the offlane of PMA wasn't working out too well. Niku was getting some activity going for his team, but in this game too, again, they went all in on Niku. They went for this Husker pick. They didn't expect the Viper to come in with that flexibility to still run the pure Monkey King. And that made all the difference. You're forced to go for Max Berserker's Blood. You're forced to go for Cauterize as your facets. You're kind of only stuck dealing magic damage instead of that additional burn you tend to see with the Burning Spears oriented facet. You still don't completely crush the lane as the Husker into the Viper, and because of that, your timing issues kind of bleed in from mid. So you didn't manage to get that tempo going from the mid in the way that you'd want to do it here for Niku, and BetBoom just take complete control. Like, they left Miero alone for so long top. The guy just AFK farmed to victory while the rest of his team was running around and taking fights.
Yeah, it's pretty classic with Miero. You know, you give him Beastmaster, he's just going to farm for a while and just end up carrying the game for you. And, well, with standout players, naturally, we are going to give it to Miero. He just did his job, John. He always performs on this Beastmaster hero. Never really seems to fail when it comes to the Beastmaster. And, well, props to him. He is the standout player for game number 2 of this best of 3 of BetBoom versus NAVI. Naturally, John, spoiler alert, we aren't going to a third game. BetBoom ending up in a 2-0 victory up against NAVI, in case you weren't watching. So, with that, unfortunate for NAVI, props to BetBoom. They do proceed to their own little, their own little group where we do have this Swiss format, so things are, a little bit up there right now, but we do have another series coming up, John, more excitingly at the moment, and that's going to be, I believe, the side of AVULUS up against Nigma Galaxy, Jonathan. A very exciting matchup. We, of course, have to head to break before then, but we'll go to a break and come back with NGX up against AVULUS.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I'm here with Save from BetBoom, and we're going to talk about Wallachia, this upcoming tournament. But of course, your year's been, I'd say, pretty good so far. How are you feeling about the team's performance so far?
Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with our performance. I mean, I play in one of the best teams who can win any tournament, who can win against any team. So yeah, this is what I was looking for.
It's interesting comparing this year to last year, because this time last year it was sort of one team at the top, Falcons, winning everything. This time I feel like every tournament is kind of maybe 5 to 6, 7 teams which could potentially take it. Is that how you feel as well, and why do you think it's so close?
I mean, the Dota nowadays is like this, you know, like top 6 teams. They can win anyone in a good day, you know. Yeah. Sometimes some of those 6 teams, they start playing better than the other ones. So yeah.
Yeah, it happens. But you guys have managed to stay up there. And how much work is it to keep yourselves at that level, you know, to stay competitive with the rest of those teams?
I mean, of course, you need to play a lot to be in this top 6 teams. And I think we play a lot. We give a lot to this game. And we're going to keep doing this.
So which of those teams do you enjoy playing the most?
I enjoy playing against all of them. Like Falcons, Tundra, PARIVISION, Team Spirit, and Liquid, I guess. Yeah, those 5 teams. Yeah. And we're the 6th team. Yeah, I enjoy playing all of them. And
what are your opinions on, you know, a lot of the other teams, they've picked up some quite fresh talent, you know, looking at Rue and Satanic. What are your opinions on the newer players coming in, and how come, you know, you haven't really, you've kind of stuck with the usual players? Yeah,
I think CIS region has a lot of new players. They got they're playing in Team Spirit and PARIVISION maybe, some Rune, 9 Class, Satanic, Ducalis, you know, all these players. Yeah, so I think it's advantage for the CIS region. If we compare with other regions, because there are a lot of regions where you just don't have the new players, but here we have it. Yeah, so that's why CIS was so strong, last year's.
I've noticed in the group stage, and this goes for you and a lot of other teams as well, any of those teams we were just talking about in the top 6, group stages tend to be a bit, I don't want to say casual, but no one's really dominating the group stage. Everybody's kind of staying towards the middle. And it's in the playoffs when you guys really perform, you know, you guys seem to be particularly good. Even in the lower brackets, you know, in the last event, you guys were able to have a pretty solid run through there. Do you feel I mean, what do you think the reason is for that?
I mean, if I talk about my team, we always have a slow start on the tournaments. We need a couple of series, you know, to understand how we actually want to play on exact tournaments. So yeah, we have a slow start, but then when it's time for playoffs, I feel we start playing very good.
I see. And does the communication sort of change between group stages and playoffs, or is it sort of a slow ramp up for you guys?
You use group stage, you know, as part of training. You know, you can lose some maps. Maybe not all the players play on their 100%. You know, but when it's playoff and you made all the conclusion from the group stage, you show your best. Yeah, and of course it's very serious, playoff games. Of
course, you're aiming for the top spot. If you were to be in the grand finals with any team, you know, who do you want to be playing against in those grand finals?
I guess PARIVISION. They just won the last tournaments, and yeah, I would like to play against them.
Bit of vengeance, like to hear it. Save, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at Wallachia.
Thank you.
Moldova.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second series of the night for the B stream, and it is going to be Nigma Galaxy against AVULUS for Wallachia Season 4, day number 2. My goodness, it's MLP Dota and John Expired. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A very exciting series here between NGX and AVULUS. One I would say could be a pretty close affair, as both teams we know can perform extremely well. Jonathan, what are you thinking? If you had to give an edge to one of these teams.
I'd probably give it to AVULUS. I think historically this matchup has favored AVULUS in the few times they've met, in a couple of the qualifiers they've played, in the most recent qualifiers to Wallachia Season 3. AVULUS took that one 2-1. Of course, you can't underestimate NGX. They've looked steadily better and better as we've seen them in more and more lands coming in from Meswa, right? Like they've seemed to be shaping up into stronger form, especially with Ghost on the roster right now. And I think, of course, NGX is still a fan favorite despite the results, you know, not really delivering. But again, this team has slowly grown and slowly gotten better and better. I don't think you can ever count them out. But whether it's enough here today, I mean, we'll have to see. Again, they took a 2-0 loss to Team Liquid, and it's a rocky start, especially with this format, right? A single loss can kind of make things a lot tougher for you in comparison to, say, some of the lands that we've seen Nigma Galaxy on. It's your basic round robin groups, you know, especially in, say, like Rally, the most recent one. They did manage to scrape into the playoffs, but that was because they had the weaker teams on their side. Whereas for AVULUS, and this is a team that we've seen also kind of hit that same stride last time around in their last LAN performance in Rally. They did manage to scrape by into playoffs. They dropped out right after in the first round in the lower bracket. But I do feel like when it comes head-to-head, AVULUS tends to, you know, have to play through Western Europe qualifiers. They get to play against stronger teams. They get to train themselves up a little bit more. They have these really unique draft ideas, like, say, Sibe Jakiro, which I really loved in the team intro. Sibe just looks so happy. He looks like a guy that just pops off. You know, like, hopefully we see that here today from AVULUS. Hopefully we see something different in their draft.
I hope so too, Jonathan. I'm very excited about this series. I mean, last series, I think you and I both kind of expected BetBoom to get a quick 2-0, but this series, this one, I could easily see being a pretty close affair between these two sides. I anticipate a 3-game series as well. I might add, Jonathan. Can't wait to get the draft underway. As you see, NGX, or at least Samel, already getting into focus, John. He's a man of focus, this guy. He doesn't mess around.
That he is. It's, you know, you got to lock in. You know, you got to get ready for anything that can happen. And good old Samel, well, we'll have to see what he does decide to pick up. He has been playing quirkier mids, at least in Wallachia. He's run already in their first series. He's played Shaker and Darkseer mid. So I'm wondering if we'll see anything special like that coming from the mid lane. Mind you, that feels like it could be a pretty interesting opportunity for Mobe to do something besides DK, which he played twice already, the only hero he played in Wallachia so far. I think Mobe could afford to take the Jakiro away from Sibe. You know, if you see a Darkseer or a Shaker mid, just take Jakiro mid, and that's one way to get it done. That sounds pretty fun.
I appreciate how happy AVULUS look. I respect how happy they look right now. You know what I mean? It's here we go. Here's some heroes that they are picking, Jonathan. Common heroes, in fact. AVULUS and NGX, they actually have quite a lot of differences if you look to the left and right side. But in common, all those heroes you're looking at, fairly popular, apart from maybe Batrider right now, I'd say.
Yeah, that it is. I think the more interesting part is in the unique heroes. Like this Marcy for NGX, they're one of the few teams that still take it on safe. Like Ghost is a big Marcy believer himself. So, and GH, of course, on the IO is something that he loves to fall back to, along with this OD idea that I don't think really tends to pan out. So I'm curious to see if any of those pop through. We already saw Ghost play the Marcy. And again, that first series they played up against Liquid in that 2-0 loss, unfortunately, for NGX. But I'm curious to see if those if that uniqueness is the one emphasized rather than the common overlap, because the common overlap tends to just be the strong heroes, like you mentioned, except for the Batrider, which is still pretty strong, but not as wide of a pick. So whether or not that's contested here is going to be interesting to see as well. And then, you know, when you think about like the strong combinations in the meta right now, would stay like Kotl with Tinker. Neither one of these teams have picked any of those supports just yet in Wallachia. We only had one series for both teams, of course, but it's not been something that's been popping out, and it's not really a hero or it's not really heroes associate with either team to a very high extent. So whether or not those even come into the contest pool, it's going to be interesting to see, because it was AVULUS we were casting when we were like, oh, Kotal will be really good, and no one, in that series it was just ignored. The Tinker was popping up. Maybe the Tinker gets contested, but I'm not sure if NGX has any interest in kind of running that themselves. So for sure, we're going to get something a little bit different as we head into this draft. I would expect Ancient Apparition to be a ban, maybe something like Templar Assassin as well, and the Dusa and the NP. Beyond that, Tinker could slide through, Kotal could slide through, considering these teams. Maybe a bit of an IO ban from AVULUS. Some respect for GH could be interesting to see as well if they decide to do that. Not pretty standard
We shall
so far.
see. Yeah, pretty standard at the moment. God knows I love seeing Tinker bans, John, so I hope Tinker does get banned out here between these two sides. I'm glad to see that both these teams have very unique heroes that they want to play, based off the last graphic we just looked at. In particular, I mean, this Marcy of Ghost you spoke about, and this OD. What the hell's going on there? We'll only have to wait and see. Is AVULUS now going for more bans? Do see the tiny removed here by Nigma Galaxy. And I do remember, what is it, Joe? You're having a laugh about Ghost. What's Ghost done wrong?
Every time I see Ghost, I always think of his twin brother Chucky and how he always pranks me and it's like, hey, do you know who I am? Like, you're Ghost, right? And it's like, no, I'm his twin brother. And it's like, okay, who am I talking to this time? Every single time we run into his brother. His brother's a prankster. That's always muted, by the way. I believe a lot of people have him on mute because he talks a lot in game. I think Ghost does as well, but not to the extent Chucky does. So, just a bit of a fun fact.
Do you have the right to talk if you're a Marcy enjoyer? You know what I mean? Like, should you be talking? I mean, first of all, Marcy's mute as it is, right? So let's be realistic, right? If you're gonna play Marcy, let's get into the focus. Let's get into the zone and mute ourselves. Secondly, and more importantly, Jonathan, they're playing Marcy. They don't deserve to speak. Why they speak? What's wrong with them?
Why? Marcy's fun. What do you mean? Great hero. Talk to Execration about that one. They would yap your ear off about Marcy.
You know
and
why I
her
hate
combos.
Marcy, John?
Why? Why do you hate Marcy, Mike?
That stupid hero got released and had like 10 sets immediately available. You know how many sets Earth Spirit has, John? You know how many?
One.
I don't even know if it's a set. I don't even know if that's a set, John.
Yes.
I'll be frank.
Hey, he got a set again. He got a set recently, right? It's not a great set, but he has 2 sets now. Yeah, that's something.
I saw the set, John. It wasn't very impressive. Shout out to the. Would you call him an artist, John? I'm not sure. Anyway, AVULUS.
Oh, that's too much, Mikey. Too much.
Whoa!
You respect the work. You don't have to like it.
AVULUS will take Sankey. There you go, John.
Yeah, the Ringmaster out for NGX. Again, we've seen a lot of impact from Ringmaster. Surprisingly, it just does way too much. The escape attack save is going to be very annoying to play into here for the side of AVULUS. I do like seeing the Sand King coming out, though, for AVULUS. Like, we've seen the Ags build be really impactful, especially yesterday. And this could just be our Sibe hero on the off lane, just a stable opener. It doesn't really have that many bad lane matchups, so no matter what, Sibe should just be fine in playing the lane and trying to get his farm up. And going from there, big bite of a nice looking chocolate bar on AVULUS. Get that energy going.
Hungry. My goodness. Final bans to come.
I miss
Nigma Galaxy. What is it?
I miss the snacks that you get on the lands. Those snacks are pretty nice. All the snacks are nice, especially when we were in Romania ourselves in Bucharest. There were some really good snacks there when we were doing the NA shift at 12 a.m. Get that energy going, Good times.
Well, considering we're not there now, just FYI to the people in the studio, John was constantly stealing all those snacks and taking them back to the hotel room, as he does.
I was taking like one or two.
No, you weren't, John. You were bringing your backpack in.
I was taking like 2. I always brought my backpack. What's the implication there? You discriminatory turd. Just because I have a backpack, I'm going to take stuff? How rude. You egoist. Wasn't there someone called egotista or egoista?
Ego. I think that was Watson. It was Watson. Yeah, egoist.
Yeah, it was just Watson. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for that, John. AVULUS final ban to come, so we can see some more picks coming out. Fly will have a bit of a deeper think about this. Tinker's still available. Please ban the Tinker. I don't want to see
banned
it.
out Fly's heroes. They just took out the AA and the Warlock. The only heroes Fly's played. They're like, play something else, Fly.
Guess it's Crystal Maiden time, Fly. Time to bust out the CM, sir.
You know what's still open as well? Jakiro's open for AVULUS if they want to take that.
Very
I wouldn't
true.
mind it.
I
mean, you're probably not
classic-
giving Sibe something like the Jakiro, but
I think you should. I don't think it was the last time we saw Sibe play POS 4, POS 3 Jakiro. I don't think it was his fault that they lost.
yeah, that's true. 3 picks, 0% win rate this tournament. Good old Warlock. Yeah, that's what I expect from Warlock. That's all it is.
Thank you for that.
Oh, but the Black Grimoire, though. You know, surely if they just got a little bit more from the Black Grimoire.
Well, that's what I thought. I can't believe he hasn't won a game, John, with the best facet available in the game. It's crazy that he hasn't won.
Best fast game. You know what they should
Easily
do? Just
the
like
best.
Witch Doctor, Black Grimoire should be an innate. Black Grimoire should be his innate. And then
No, it shouldn't.
you figure it out from there. There
Oh.
you go. Tinker comes out. He does a little dance. He marches up the machines our draft. And I
Why-
guess it's time for us to just die or give
Why
up
did they do
or
an
get
animation
healed.
for Tinker? Why'd you do that? We don't nobody cares about Tinker.
You know, I would have appreciated it if the Tinker animation was laser to our face and then nothing shows up on the screen. Like it's pure white for like 5 seconds. Yeah, we're working on it. We hear it here. That's going to be next. Just a flashbang in your face and it's over. Maybe we get warp flared out of our seats, Mike.
Oh, I mean, you may as well warp flare me out of my seat if there's a Tinker game, John. Here we go. And there's
here
the
we go.
IO Marcy. Here
Look
we
at
go.
that. Oh, that's beautiful. That's so cute. The IO animation, a little heart, and you get the combination, which we were talking about again. Ghost loves this Marcy. IO Marcy was, to be fair, something we saw run much more commonly, say, a year ago, I want to say. It's still strong, especially with Marcy's new facets. Her rebound facet with Unleash tied into it, a couple of hits of Unleash is pretty awesome. So I like seeing this out from NGX. It's strong comfort. They've run this before. You've got potentially just GH on that IO as well. And there's a lot to get done here. So I don't mind this whatsoever.
Well, I do. AVULUS, third pickup. Not sure if we lost you there, John. You went quiet very, very quickly on me. AVULUS, they are going to go for a Tusk. John's apparently gotten too excited about the Marcy pickup. AVULUS, looking for their fourth pickup here. Sport Duo already selected, looking for 2 more cores.
10 seconds remaining.
They have been looking fantastic again from the games we have seen of AVULUS. Like, this is not a team to underestimate whatsoever. In fact, I think John was saying earlier that he believes the favorites in this matchup is going to be AVULUS against NGX. And we're actually going to see a Luna making its appearance for the first time for John and I at the very least. Very, very interesting here from AVULUS. Nigma Galaxy, we'll see how they want to try and respond to this. So I do not believe we've seen much Luna here at Wallachia Season 4 quite yet.
10 seconds remaining.
NGX with their fourth pick now. 2 more calls to go for themselves. And NGX will probably have a think about their POS 1 pick here. Save the mid for later. You still have options like TB if you wanted to run that in the POS 1 role against this Luna. You've got heroes like Ursula that we saw pretty successfully work out for Pure last series around. NGX is still going to heavily think about it because they've got plenty of reserve time to make this choice. And they'll continue ticking away. Keep in mind with the Swiss format, every loss does mean quite a lot. So you'd really rather get yourself into a 1-1 scoreline if you can for either of these teams. A boss man himself, Kuroki, looking to make this decision. Nigma Galaxy, 30 seconds reserve time left, still thinking about it.
Hello,
the
Mikey.
Luna-
Did I miss too much?
Hello, John. No, you didn't. TB does get picked up, Jonathan, which is something I thankfully did point out before you came back.
Yes, very well done, Mike. You know, don't get that ego boosted too high now. I know you're an egoist, but no need to go
sure
too
am.
far here. Let's see, right. Terrorblade coming out on the off lane is pretty sick, which is a pretty good answer to that Luna, as I'm sure you've pointed out, with Reflection. Probably one of the best heroes to have against the Luna. Just work the Luna against herself, especially as this game scales on. You'll have all of the damage just flowing back in, which is going to be a bit of a problem for the side of AVULUS. AVULUS, for their part, and despite that, they still have strong lanes, right? Like, you end up with Luna Tusk, or Luna Tinker's probably the weaker one of that combination, but at least you get some sustain through there for some farm for the Luna. She can just kind of hold her ground and still build up with some healing from the March, although can be a little bit annoying trying to CS into that. Wonder how they close out. Looking for mids here on the side of AVULUS to ban out for Nigma Galaxy. For NGX, it looks like they are expecting just a straightforward Sand King mid as they're banning off lanes of Sibe, which again begs the question of whether or not something like the Jakiro is still an option here, as it is still in the pool if they'd want that.
Nigma Galaxy, final ban to come. Both sides looking for a mid laner. How do you feel about this Luna carry? Like, it was not what I was expecting to pop out here from AVULUS. And I think NGX weren't quite expecting it either. Although they do go for the standard TB pick into it. But what do you think about it? Like, do you like the Luna carry at the moment?
I think it's all right. It's not amazing. It has this weird buildup now where it kind of feels like you need to be like a hybrid carry almost, and it can be a little bit hit or miss. I'd say it still scales nice into the late game, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it hits as hard as it used to with the talent changes, and it does feel like you tend to just go for the protective lunar glaives facet anyhow, so you're not going for the damage nowadays, which does feel like, again, it's not going to be the best. NGX, again, are banning off lanes, expecting AVULUS to take something else for Sibe. And that option for Jakiro is still there, which, honestly, against a Marcy IO lane doesn't sound too bad. Like, Jakiro plus Tusk, perhaps, could be a really nice lane. NGX do end up with the Puck. You don't have the best lockdown here in AVULUS to keep that in its place either. So you do have quite a lot of room to roam here for Sumail. And it also ties in some of the issues from NGX. They were lacking a little bit of control as well. They don't have the best team fight. You're reliant on rebound. Now you at least have Dreamcoil on top to help pin these heroes down, to help catch out, say, this Tinker. We will get the DK coming out for AVULUS, so they will just end up running some like the Sand King off lane for Sibe, and we will get that out. DK mid against Puck is a very even lane coming out here for AVULUS, so Mobe should be fine with just farming up. Sumail shouldn't be slowing down too badly either. This is a lot of pressure on AVULUS, though, especially on Mobe, right? Like, up against a Puck, you're the most stable stun here for the side of AVULUS. You're relying on pretty much this blink timing and Dragon Tail to catch a Puck out, and it has to be almost a melee Dragon Tail, not in Dragon form, to catch Sumail out. Outside of that, this Puck is going to have a free game, and that's the big concerning part. You have this Puck that's going to be roaming around. You have this relocate play with a Marcy, and Marcy with her damage output nowadays, although Universal type was nerfed, her output is still insane, especially with her rebound facet, with her just getting, Fleeting Fury out, free hits out from her Unleash. It's quite scary to play into with, with that lack of control coming out here on the side of AVULUS. Again, there's so much pressure on Mobe to catch the Puck and on Sibe to actually land these good burrow strikes to ensure that they can take control in these teamfights somehow.
I mean, as many jokes as I like to make about, Marcy and Ghost, I gotta say, like, Ghost does tend to perform a lot when it comes to this hero. Like, the thing is, if he gets off to a good laning start, and he can get to a quick, say, BKB or Basher, things get really scary against this IO Marcy that NGX does have. So I still think AVULUS are looking to be the favorites going into this matchup, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure, Jonathan, and look at this.
Ooh.
I like this, Jonathan. This is nice.
Oh, that's such a sick little graphic. Yeah, this is the lane setups we'll be expecting as we load into the game. And again, the lane setups coming out, it feels very stable from the side of NGX. You might have a little bit more aggressive play that comes in here for the side of AVULUS, just considering that you've got Sand King Tusk, you've got a Tinker, and, well, the Tinker and Luna is probably your least aggressive lane, but certainly top, Sibe, and Desire can try to make things happen by, say, level 3. Try to isolate out GH, the easiest target to burst down. That IO not that tanky. Can be something you can try to abuse here, but what evil graphics? We have the technology, Michael Phoenix, here in Wallachia.
We certainly do. It is there. We've got great technology, Jonathan. Better every day, in fact. No Earth Spirit production, though, John. Nothing for Earth Spirit. He gets nothing. What's the point? Nobody's going to pick him anyway. Why waste the time and money?
Ooh, this is rather interesting as well coming out from Mobe. He does take the Frost Dragon. We've seen a little bit of this coming out. This is a good way to mitigate that healing out with the IO Tether. So it's a nice solution for that. It's not something you'd expect. It's almost like almost feels like an Abaddon kind of pick, except you're playing DK, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how that affects the lane. Not having that physical damage read fire, not having that minus armor on hit does mean your DK's output isn't as amazing, but again, to counteract the IO, this is going to pay off dividends later on in the game.
Certainly will. See if they do go for an early fight. The smoke is there. They're running right into each other. In fact, Ghost, he's not reacting quick enough. Ghost now realizing they were there, but does get sharded in. He's actually blocked by the tree and the ice shard, but he has backup incoming. Fly in pretty big danger. First blood being blocked by Zibe for now, but Smell is still chasing. They actually dispose Zibe instead. If it's not going to be Fly, it'll be you, Sand King. And Zibe, well, he's running for the bounty. He's not going to get it. And I guess the one bright side is Omar gets first blood. So it's not the worst case scenario for AVULUS.
It's not, but you're happy enough still to find that bonus here on the side of NGX for sure. Like having a Ringmaster with more regen or even just faster boots is going to be quite a nuisance in lane. That's something you have to consider now walking into these lanes. Looking at mid, of course, you've got the DK versus the Puck matchup, and this is a relatively stable lane for Sumail, especially since you're playing up against Frost Dragon. You don't have to worry about the little extra you get on the Breed Fire, with it reducing, becoming physical as well, and having that synergy with the right clicks of DK. So it's going to be maybe even a little bit more manageable for Sumail overall. Maybe by level 2, once you can dodge out the Breed Fires as they come out. It's going to be something that Puck is not going to feel too bad about. Of course, shoving away Mobe is still a tall task to ask for with how tanky a DK can be. So you should expect stability out from Mobe, but again, you shouldn't expect too much to be happening for either side. It's just going to be very stable for both. Up top, this is the lane that can get exciting by level 3. You've got the rebound, you've got dispose, you've got tether. There is some ways to play. You do have the Medigun for GH instead of the Kritzkrieg, so you don't have that added damage. But once you do have the value point in the rebound and you get more points in bodyguard for damage, you do have to show respect for Ghost. Like, yes, you have this jump potential as well with Desire and Sibe. They've got the Burst Strike, they've got Tag Team later on, they've got the Shards and Snowball to play with. But Ghost always has repositional play himself, and again, he's got some good damage if you're not too careful here.
Oh, absolutely. Never underestimate this this duo, that's for sure. It'll be very, very scary indeed. Bottom lane, Omar getting chased a little bit here by Fly and Smiling Knight. They're going to actually try and turn here onto Smiling Knight with the Reflection and the Impalement arts, but the slow is not quite enough. Noob will still be able to farm very nicely, though, in this Metamorphosis, so he won't really mind at all, just kind of spamming it off cooldown. And speaking of this bottom lane, it is a pretty even affair so far. Smiling Knight has found himself slightly ahead in terms of CS, but nothing really to write home about yet.
Not quite. I do like that Smiling Knight is playing a little bit more conservatively on this Luna. Like, level 2 is up, he's not leveling up the Lunar Orbit or the Glaives at all. He's just kind of holding back, knowing that it's going to be annoying to play into the Reflection with the Glaives up. So, you just have to sit back, save the...
There was a big chase onto Desire, but eventually Zibe does decide to just pop the Burrow Strike and ensure they can't continue the chase. But there is already a lot of fear here at the top lane. Just they don't want to be run down by this Marciaio, even at level 2.
Again, it's a very capable duo as level 3 starts to approach. The timings are starting to come in. We've been looking at mid. Sumail, again, having a little bit of a rougher time, I think, overall. Like, again, the puck normally does draw even. This is a bit of a wash. Mobe 20-8. Sumail at half the value, 10-2. Not going to bode well into that earlier 6 lining up here for Mobe into the poke on the tower, which, to be fair, isn't as devastating with Frost Dragon, but still is something DK excels at no matter which facet you take. So we'll have to kind of watch that. Up top again, a little bit of that aggression showing up.
Oh, we'll jump in onto Zibe. They were initially going onto Desire, but Zibe did intervene, so instead they'll choose him. Zibe trying to run away. Looks like he's still in a bit of danger, but does make it out for now. And will not actually go down. They are lacking the detection required to see through the sandstorm. So happy days. They will survive again, but the aggression is starting to get very annoying here on the side of AVULUS in this offlane, because they just can't do anything. We'll see Desire try to pull a creep wave now, I think, but it's a pretty rough time for this poor old Sand King.
Yep. It's been slow going, and that's not normally what you'd expect in a melee matchup for Sand King. But not really able to overwhelm the healing from Tether on GH. In fact, they've been zoned out pretty hard as well. In terms of that, EXP Desire just cutting GH off, trying to poke him out, but your Tusk is stuck at 2, the IO is already 3, you're getting a free lane out for Ghost. He's going to get that free farm into the phase boots relatively quick here. And everything you could ask for is coming out for NGX. Outside of that mid lane, which Mobe again is working wonders in comparison to Sumail and Puck, you are kind of winning out everywhere. Like that bot lane for Noob, starting to ramp up. Smiling Light still, again, saving the skill points, not giving the Moonglaves out, doesn't want to give that extra value with a reflection, but it also slows down his own farm on his Luna. He's still doing a good job keeping up, but that is impacting some of that laning presence here as well, which it's a smart move to make, but you still get some of that effect out for Noob anyhow. Like, he gets the level into Conjure Image a little bit earlier on, he gets the leave Reflection level 1 because he knows the Glaives aren't coming out. It comes out now from Smiling Knight, knowing that it's not a higher level reflection Noob has gone for.
Oh, big stun from the Centaur. My goodness. Get the pull off eventually. Looking at Zibe again on the Sand King, Johnny's just jungling at this point. It's a pretty rough time for him. He just literally can't be in lane anymore. So he's just relegated himself to the triangle. Good news is for AVULUS, Mobe's having a great time on this DK, completely uncontested, and that is to be expected. It is a Dragon Knight versus a Puck matchup, so there's not much Sumail can do to try and slow the farm pace down of Mobe. The positive for NGX, though, in that case, is you don't have the Corrosive Dragon. So you don't really have to worry too much about the towers going down too quick, as GH does get caught, looking for a tether, does get it very nicely. They could not really stop him with the snowball in time. So GH going to be just fine to escape. And again, with Mobe, without the Corrosive Dragon, these tier 1s, they're going to be feeling a lot safer than they should have. GH, chased again, Desire. Gonna go for this one, and it looks like he should have it. GH still looking for a tethered target, waiting for Ghost, and Ghost is barely gonna get there. Right in the nick of time. Ghost will make it in. GH will survive another time. And even now the pressure onto the tier 1 tower, like they've got the siege creep just hitting away. They've got the Shrine of Wisdom coming up soon as well. The GH is not gonna quite make it, but it won't matter because Omar's already there. And sadly, AVULUS are the ones that are going to have to let it go, as both Shrines of Wisdom will go the way of NGX. And they'll just continue pressuring the tier 1 tower. There's just not really much reason to stop, because they can't actually defend this. You've still got a level 5 Sand King here. Ghost is just about to hit level 6. It's one creep away. And it seems like they won't quite finish off the tier 1, but with the amount of damage you've dealt, you'll come back another time happily. It's no problem. TP's coming in though, top lane. They want to try and fight. Ghost will be the target. They'll jump in. Mobe's there, but a nice jump away just before the stun does come in. Ghost, can he make it out? He might have to turn and fight. They'll get the escape backed off. Ghost is still trying to run with the stick charges. He does get a bit of healing going. Now the Sunder! Noob! Oh, he saves the day perfectly! Mobe! Mobe, what can you do now? Oh, what a perfect Sunder from Noob. Just everything to keep Ghost alive. Samel will walk away with a double. And that's just going to be salt in the wound of AVULUS. How revolting. Meanwhile, Zibe still being chased down here by the supports of NGX, but it looks like he's okay. They'll leave him alone. The tier 1 tower as well, not going to quite go down. Noob can't get it done with that level 1 metamorphosis on his own. But it won't matter now. NGX sitting at 0-3 with the 1k advantage, and they're still pressuring. They haven't really backed off yet. The good news is Smiling Knight is free farming this whole time. So if you're AVULUS, at least you can say to yourselves, like, hey, things are going kind of bad, but at least our Luna is free farming the jungle. She's second in net worth only to Samel right now, and we are going to have a lovely look at the highlights of that previous team fight. And as you can see, Ghost, I don't think deserved to survive this in any way, shape, or form, but just the amount of saves they had ready for him proving to be too much. And just when they had him, Noob comes in and cleans him up, gives him another chance at life, and well, poor old AVULUS, just nothing they could do about it. So unfortunate. That's gonna be tough that's a tough pill to swallow, that one. Not very fun whatsoever. In case you're wondering, by the way, John Xfire has disappeared again, but I'm sure he'll be back very, very soon. Is AVULUS now back to the drawing board, back to the farming game. Big concern, of course, is the fact that, again, this Marcy is going to be online a lot quicker than, say, your POS 1 Luna is going to be. The Ghost already getting quite close to now having the full armlet up and has the Orb of Destruction ready in the neutral item slot, has an Orb of Corrosion ready. Like, he's got a lot of damage as is on this Marcy. And so he can choose to get involved early on if he does want, and I'm sure he will. Meanwhile, the rest of NGX currently hanging around in the mid lane. Smoke will be popped here by Omar. Sumel will be in that smoke as well. Seems like they will head into that Radiant jungle. Closest target to them right now is Mobay, but instead they're going to head directly south where they might find Smiling Knight. That's a big target. That's the one you really want, and the jump is there from Sumel. Silence immediate. Fear is out from Omar. Coil committed. He'll use the Eclipse trying to get something for his trouble. Fly even trying to help out now. Does he buy him enough space and time? It looks like he actually does. Defense Matrix proving to be enough for now, but the chase continues. Samel still looking, but will not find the Luna. Fly will save the day. It will, of course, cost him his own life, but it is well worth the sacrifice to keep his Luna alive.
Yeah, I like this tempo that we're seeing out here, Mike. I know I missed a lot of it, but
he's okay. Barely surviving the tier 1 tower. So that'll be the 4th kill for NGX now, as AVULUS once again kind of yet to get on the board. This is all off the back of the fact that Zibe's just had a horrendous laning stage as the Sand King, so you don't really have an off laner to play off of. Zibe, he'll just be sitting back and trying to farm that Blink Dagger to really start to get involved with his squad. Maybe they can find GH, but no, he'll just tether away. Hello, John.
Hello, Mikey.
You
it kind of goes back
Jonathan.
to... Sorry about that. I forgot I didn't turn on my intercom here. I did miss a lot of that. You know, I was just saying that I really like seeing this aggression coming out from NGX, and your point about the Sand King waiting for the blink, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about in draft, right? Like this lack of control, this lack of ways of pinning down, especially Sumail, who can just dance around now after the laning phase. Your control here is lacking from the side of NGX. You're reliant on that blink timing of Mobay. You're reliant on that blink timing as well of Zibe into the Yags for some damage. Mobay is actually looking for an armlet first as well, so he wants to try to sustain in these fights instead, which is an interesting way to go about it, leaving all of the pressure on Zibe and to an extent onto Desire as well, who is also trying to rush the blink. But these control issues will remain. At the very least for AVULUS, they are keeping up in farm. You're still getting that steady build-up on Smiling Knight. You don't have a huge advantage on Ghost, who also opted for the armlet first, not going for something like the Battle Fury Marcy that you sometimes tend to see on POS 1. But this does allow that early aggression to really kick in, especially now that you've got your value point in the Unleash. Fly.
Oh, top lane. Fly trying his best to survive through this. Ghost might need an escape route out now. The healing, though, from GH is pretty high, so get the Will of Wonder down. Snowball out. GH, he's actually saved by the escape back of Omar. Desire now the one too far, but he's got help from Mobay. Ghost still going down, but here comes Noob. You've got the Sunder. Noob will jump in. Reflection out onto Mobe, but he's going to be just fine for now. Sumail now with a coil available, but is not jumping. Surprisingly, nobody dies up at this top lane. Everybody makes it up.
It's a bigger commitment out from AVULUS, though. That's the Eclipse down, that's Epicenter down, that's a Dragon Form thrown down, whereas for NGX, they only really dropped down the Unleash and the Wheel of Wonder. They still have a lot to play with. Sumail could still go with his Dream Coil already.
No, it's a Dragon Knight you're going after, but they're going to give it a crack. And in fact, Mobe is really not that tanky, especially when Ghost moves in. Desire trying to snipe GH cannot get it. This is so tough. I mean, you've got this global just presence all the time as Fly now going down. Noob to take that kill. It's the thing with Poswa and Marcy, John. You tend to be able to play pretty fast.
That you can. And again, they're doing a great job of it on NGX without expending too much. Like, they know Eclipse, Epicenter is down, so they have this angle in with Sumail. And AVULUS can't fight back. They're reliant on Eclipse. They're reliant on Epicenter to really get some damage going here. And those windows of opportunity for NGX, it just keeps presenting itself. You have to be very cautious on AVULUS. If you do commit these spells and you don't find kills, just get ready to sit back, farm, make some sacrifices on the map, because NGX will be ready to go. And for NGX now, I mean, look, Unleash is back up, Coil in 10 seconds. Their uptime for this aggression is really damn high. The longest thing they have to wait for is Metamorphosis on Noob. But even that isn't really necessary for this fights anyhow. Just having him for Sunder is probably enough to save some lives and turn these fights your way, although...
Well, they're going on. It's going to be Noob, who has been caught out. Gets a Sunder! Mobe!
Oh my god.
Not like that. Desire, I mean, he's going to make it for now because a nice Epicenter's in from Zibe. But can you get Noob? No, you cannot. Zibe's out for now. He'll be okay. That's really, really hard to watch. I mean, Noob was basically one right click away from dying. And he's still got the Sunder off. 1700 HP removal. Yeah, righto. No worries.
Oh, just that is just so sad to watch, right? Like, they were getting the stunts off. Maybe, I don't think they stacked them too hard either, but not having Sibe around for the cleanup, like he joins that fight way later as he TPs in, cost them. They needed everyone to be there. Again, this lack of control, this lack of damage on the DK because you went for Frost Dragon as well. It means that you can't melt the same way you would have if you had Corrosive. Tormentors open now for the side of NGX. They'll clean it up. 0-9 at the 4K lead for NGX. Looking like a very sharp game one to start things off. And they get their free shard up on GH now with that additional damage on Tether. With a little bit of healing. So there's more sustain for Ghost to play with. Speaking of which, Ghost is working into the BKB, only lacking the recipe next. And all of the timings for NGX are coming online. For AVULUS, look, and there's still some power spikes for Smiling Lake down the line. Of course, there's still room to grow for Sibe. And
oh boy.
Okay.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, man. Oh, that's a Dragon Knight, John. He's meant to be the tanky guy.
He's meant to be.
What about the armor, John? I mean, she's using bare fists here. What's going on? Mid lane?
Her armor. Oh.
No, they're all right, John. Go on.
Her fists are corrosive, Mike. She's got Orb of Corrosion. If you think about it, you apply that onto the weapon. I guess her hands are just hurting, but not hurting her. I wonder how that works on our heroes who punch.
I'm pretty sure
she's punching with the orb. Like she's holding it and she's twacking DK with the orb. How does that work?
This reminds me of a scene from Hajime no Ippo, John. A manga you probably never read. It's about boxing.
Nope.
In case you weren't aware.
Okay.
Nope. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. One of the coaches basically punches pieces of wood into a hillside until his fists are completely made of iron, but they can only be used once. That's the knack of it, John.
All right.
Shout out to any Hajime no Ippo enjoys.
Fair enough.
Anyway.
I at the least Marcy gets to use it more than once. So there is that.
You'd know nothing about the Dempsey roll, John. You know nothing about it. You're too busy watching Tea Party animes or whatever it is you're watching. It's horrible.
Dempsey roll? The boxing roll? It's not a manga specific thing, is it?
No.
A shoulder roll?
Any-
What are we talking about?
No, that's not what we're talking about, John. Roshan's happening. Don't worry about that for now. Ghost to start. I'll send you some pictures
doesn't
later.
take too long. Sure. Doesn't take too long, of course, with side kick up, getting the free tax in. And a little bit of a cheeky play from Sumail.
They've got an IO, John. They can move in. Ghost is more than happy. Look at that fly. That's a left, right, good night from Ghost. It was 2 hits. Mobay, he's safe. GH gets him out. Ghost is perfectly fine. Sumail, Epicenter committed. He tries to juke with the illusion room, but doesn't quite get there. But it won't really matter unless it does. Sumail still running. Escape back up from Omar, and he's gonna make it. He will make it. Sumail is fine. Roshan is not though, John. Roshan's getting annihilated right now.
And he is. Very, very sick plays coming out from Omar. He's been very consistent with these saves. Always using Wheel of Wonder defensively to break off the chase. Getting the clutch saves in time for his team. And they buy that space out for the free Roche to go the way of Ghost. 0-11. Anyone who looked for first 10 kills, well, at 0-9, I'm pretty sure they're already happy that you can rest easy now. 0-11. AVULUS need to find something, Mike. Again, they've got a couple of the blinks up. They've got that blink for Mobay, who's going back for the armlet. You've got Sibe working onto the Ags. You have the Manta coming out for Smiling Knight, but it's just taking way too long. And again, with all the saves on hand, you need to find a way to jump the back line, take care of the IO, take care of Omar. I'd say at this point, Omar has to go first.
Oh. See a fly. Well, he gets the missed chance with the laser for like a couple seconds. Meanwhile, Sumail, he's found himself a Luna. Eclipse will be committed here by AVULUS. Omar in danger, but is still going to be able to save one of his teammates and will actually survive himself, as it seems like this Luna cannot stand her ground. Smiling Knight is doing anything with Smiling right here, John. A double kill for Ghost. You know, I did question this Luna pick during the draft because we haven't really seen it much. And
no,
I think, you know, you could give props to the fact that NGX, they pick up this Marcy. Obviously, they're just kind of outpacing AVULUS with their own draft. But the Luna has felt pretty lackluster thus far.
Yeah, I don't think it's down to Facet choice either. It does feel like the damage Facet is not any better than this Moonshield Facet as well. It's just the hero's in a very awkward spot in terms of how it's supposed to scale for damage. The talents kind of encourage a little bit more on Eclipse, so it encourages like an Axe build-up. But you've nerfed down all the magic side stuff as well. Like Conda doesn't feel as amazing. Going for Ags, you're not going to have right-click damage, which was scaled back on Luna. Like, it's a very weird hero. It kind of lacks an identity, and you kind of see a lot of those issues right now. Like, you are just going for right-click, but there's no real damage to speak of. There's no way for you to pierce through with NGX's defenses. Mid-tier 2 just gets sieged away by illusions here from Noob. Doesn't even have his... he does have his shard, so he's got some output every single time, even while Metamorphosis is down. Once he does pop that Demon Zeal open. And AVULUS is just running out of space to farm. Right, you're soaking up all of this free farm on Smiling Knight. You're forced to just hold high ground for the rest of your course. Maybe a little bit of a foray out from Mobe. But not much else going on across the map. And NGX, no luck again.
Sumail set up. Yeah, he set up perfectly. Here's Sumail. Ends up finding a very nice target in Smiling Knight. And this is the beauty of the IO Marcy, Jonathan. It's basically Coddle Storm, right? Like that's basically what we're watching here. It's just Ghost running around with his IO, just doing absolutely disgusting things. They're gonna find Mobay as well. Mobay, can he get out? He can. Barely, but he does make it.
Yeah, he gets out of dodge, but you get the big one that you're shutting down. The only hero with any semblance of farm on the side of AVULUS is Smiling Knight's Nuna. He's the only one kind of matching, you know, within 800 gold of Noob, within 2k of Ghost. Sibe and Mobe have really taken the backseat to the point that GH is very close to matching Mobe's farm, which, again, when your pause 5 is matching something like your mid or off lane, you know, things are in very dire straits right now for the side of AVULUS. And their way of recovering, it's down to very good high ground execution at this point. I think you can't even take the fights around the tier 2s. You could if they clump up hard enough in NGX. Chances are they aren't. But you've got the Ags up now on Sibe. You've got damage in the Epicenter. You've got Eclipse. You need to fight them in the choke point. And one of the best choke points to play with is the high ground, although they're looking bot here onto Omar.
They are. Omar's not an easy target, though. He'll use that escape act perfectly to juke out the stun here from Mobay. Mobay will still be able to chase him down and finish him off, though. There was no helping coming, but they are slowly moving down now. Ghost wants the fight. GH did not have relocate, but now he does. Smiling Knight will eventually be spotted, but Ghost in the middle of nowhere right now as they will focus down the IO instead. GH is gone. And that should dissuade any kind of fight from NGX. They don't seem to really retreat either, though, do they, John? They still stick around this area.
And they had to pop Epicenter for that one from Sibe, for those kills. So they don't have that big tool with the Ags to try to burst heroes down any longer. Sure, you don't have the sustain coming out from NGX. Respawns are shorter than the cooldowns for these big spells. So you have a much bigger window of opportunity here for the side of NGX. Still 2 important kills for AVULUS. That gets them on the board. You know, that's a 200% increase, an infinite increase over 0 for them in this game. It's something. It's just they need more. They had the right idea. If you kill off these supports every time, NGX, chances are they're not going to look to re-engage, especially without the IO. Not having that link for Marcy will take off a lot of the bite that Ghost has here. So that's the key thing. Just hunt the backline if possible. Prevent any wider fight from breaking out until that point. NGXO, clear out all the tier 2s. Go for a little bit of a smoke out as well with Sumaila and Omar again. Not going to be able to find anything, although the scan did connect for a moment onto Smiling Knight. He has backed off, but the control is slipping away from AVULUS. Next Roche still a ways off at the least. So there's not too much for NGX to do outside of trying to force high ground. And AVULUS, they'll try with a wider smoke. And if they find the backline, these fights can simplify for their side.
Goes, oh, Samal.
Oh, Sibe.
Spidey senses tingling. He's going to find himself
Detection?
a Sand King. Well, their calls, Jonathan. You know these guys don't carry dust.
There you
GH is here, though. GH is here. He'll fix the problem. Zibe is gone. Nothing he can do about it. I'm looking for the brighter side here for AVULUS, John. You know, I'm trying to see the light at the end of the tunnel. As now Noob's just chasing Fly into his tier 3 tower. Illusions are there. Oh boy, I mean, just so much damage. He's okay though. He's gonna survive.
Gotta love Demon Zeal. Great shard. Lots of output. Definitely gonna get nerfed at some point, perhaps. I don't know.
Remember when
2 to 15
Demon Zeal came out?
Yeah.
And everyone thought it was the worst shard?
Yeah,
Everyone
like,
thought it was the
it's
worst.
bad. Yeah, I thought it was decent. I was like, yo, something to do while, you know, you don't have Metamorphosis. It's fine. You gotta be melee.
Yeah.
You gotta hit people. It's cool.
I didn't think it was that bad. I was like, yeah, you can
No.
still use it. Not that bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty decent. It's like, I like to compare, I used to like to compare it to, like, who was it? Alchemist and his shard? That little Berserk potion, right? It kind of does the same thing, except it doesn't cost HP. So they're pretty cool. Definitely gonna get nerfed. Let's see, Silver Linings, Mike. You're trying to find some. Again, for me, I think for AVULUS, it's all about tight spots. Tight fights, when NGX clumped up, you try to get the kill in the backline first, or you force very tight fights where Eclipse and Epicenter can do max damage, and that's the best you can hope for. Tormentor going the way of NGX once more. Free shard up for Omar, so now the spotlight's there, which means you're not going to be safe any longer in the Sandstorm for Sibe. They will have some constant way of revealing invis for that free shard on your Ringmaster. So you do have that, and the mischance is going to be a major pain point here for Mobay and for Smiling Knight to get damage true. And the game just gets harder and harder. Next Roche, we'll see in a few seconds how long that respawn will be. And for the side of AVULUS, I don't expect them to be able to contest. They have to. They kind of do have to fight until, like, Roche Pit. They kind of have to take these fights in clustered areas, but it feels like NGX will never allow that.
Well, NGX do scan out AVULUS here in this Radiant Triangle. See if they do want to try and make their way over to AVULUS right now, though. AVULUS moving to the western side of the map, not looking to force any kind of fights anytime soon. I say that there is a 2-man smoke that is committed. D-Ward's here in the Radiant Triangle as NGX do now take over that area. Noob, thinking about moving in. Ghost already does, though stun is immediately out of the Marcy, but he's taking no damage quite yet. They do catch out Desire on the Tusk, and he just gets deleted by Ghost and Samel. In they go for more now. They're all trapped up with the Dream Core. This could be really bad for AVULUS. They're going to have to just try and fight this one out. Ghost, can they deal with the Marcy? He's just healing up through all of it. The Eclipse is doing nothing. The Eclipse does nothing. Ghost is just destroying them. Who needs magic when you've got hands, John? There goes your DK. You just see him tank through all of it, John. He didn't care.
Yep.
Full moon tonight. You know, it's pretty. GG's called. Oh, God. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying, just ban this. Ban the Marcy. Ban Marcy either. Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a strong combination. And AVULUS, they had some ideas. They had some experiments to run with this Luna pick. I don't think it did him any favors to go for that on Smiling Knight. It is a strong comfort for him having full Grandmaster tier on it, of course, but the hero is just kind of dead. It has this identity crisis that you really can't figure out how you have to build for damage. Konda's dead. Ag's buildup seems to be the way to go, but how do you go all in on damage, on magic damage, if you can't use the Lucent Beams in the way you'd want to spam it out? I think the big part as well for AVULUS was that the laning phase was just atrocious. Like this top lane for Sibe and Desire did not go great. Yes, they were poking and prodding. They did commit to kind of poke out on Ghost, but it's really not enough as you're seeing Ghost just survive, Sunders out from Noob, and it's just too much sustain, right? There's so many saving plays with Sunder, with the escape back, with an IO tether on top, with a mech coming in. It's just too much, and they didn't have enough backline jump. They didn't have that quick blink connection between Mobe and Sibe to kind of look for the backline and simplify these fights.
No, it's genuinely a great draft here from NGX. Just really, it felt like AVULUS had no chance, and I feel like some of the viewers might be watching and thinking AVULUS is just not as good of a team, but these guys are really good. Yeah, we've seen them perform some miracles here against, you know, teams you'd argue are better than NGX, but NGX proving a point here today in game one. Again, complete domination, and you're seeing Ghost here in this final fight. Just happily, look at him just running in. Naruto running in, John. Just doesn't care. Eclipse is popped. Fair enough, he had a BKB going. Everyone's trying to hit the poor guy, and nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. No.
Just too much.
There you go.
Like, there's too much sustain. We didn't quite get the magic number as well in this game, sadly enough, as the GG's call. 220 is what we end up with. But
unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate, but we have to see some big corrections from AVULUS. Again, allowing this Marcy IO is fine. It feels like there are ways to counteract. This Luna pick, certainly not it. This experimentation with the DK Frost Dragon as well. It's an interesting idea. It didn't help in the lane. You know, you didn't manage to really zone out Sumail in any big way. He was still playing that fine, although there was a moment where Mobe was 2 times in CS. And for NGX, they had a perfect game. 0 deaths in Ghost, 0 deaths in Sumail, 0 deaths in Noob. Only the supports copying into that one rotation. The only 2 kills AVULUS ever found in that entire game. I'm not sure who to call for our spot standout player. Omar does get it. He did have some amazing saves. I love his playstyle here on the Ringmaster with Escape Act plus Wheel of Wonder being used to cover the escapes and then just re-engaging. Very smooth coming out from Omar. And just very smooth gameplay from NGX. That looked very well put together from this team that a lot of people have their doubts about. But game one, they're looking sharp, mate.
I like what I saw. Game one, a very dominant victory here from NGX. I can only imagine what AVULUS are thinking going into game two, because that was a pretty rough affair. I don't know if they feel like it was a drafting issue. You know, maybe we just didn't expect this draft to come from NGX. We weren't prepared for it, or maybe they don't go back for the Luna, John. I don't think the Luna's that great of a pick, though. I don't know. I'm not a professional. Nevertheless, we can head to a break, Jonathan. Right after that break, we can be back with game two between AVULUS and NGX. We'll see you all again very soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time to play Climb the Ranks. We've got Desire from AVULUS here to take a quiz. Desire, I'm going to ask you 7 questions, and if you get them right, you'll go up a rank. We'll start at Herald. If you get them wrong, then you will drop down a rank, and overall, we will get a rank at the end, which will show how well you did. How confident are you in your general mechanics knowledge and everything?
Not very confident.
Good to hear it. All right. Sounds like the perfect quiz for you then. We'll start off with some really, really easy questions as we get into it, the Herald and Guardian stuff, and then things get a little bit harder. So, first question. Which of these is not a main menu tab?
This micro C.
Yeah, it's indeed microtransactions. Thankfully, that is not in the Dota 2 menu. And let's get on to our Guardian question. Which of these items was not reworked in the 7.38 Wandering Waters patch? No, you don't really buy these items very
Silver
much.
Edge, no?
Yes, indeed, it is C Silver Edge, which was not reworked. Reference Broach and Kanda both received some pretty significant changes. Let's move on to our next level of question. Which of these items is not a Ringmaster's souvenir? Is it A, Funhouse Mirror? Is it B, Water Gun? Or is it
Water
C,
Gun.
Crystal Ball? Straight away, Water Gun. You sure about that one? And that gets you up to Archon. Doing well so far, off to a good start, but they're going to get harder as we go along, Desire. So can we get up to Legend? Which hero has Ricky Was Here carved on them? Any ideas?
Probably A.
Probably A?
Tree and Protect.
Absolutely right, Desire. Yes, you're right. What causes the flooded camp's creeps to cast their spell Water Bubble? So what are you thinking? What are you
It's A or C, I don't think B.
Don't think B? Okay. So...
Ay. It's probably not A again, right?
You don't think it's A?
Okay, let's go A.
You going for A?
Yeah.
All right, heroes in their range for 5 seconds. Is that correct? I'm afraid it is not. It is an ally falls below 50% health, yeah.
That's fine.
That's all right, we keep on going. All right, let's see if you know the next one. Leshrak's innate ability is called Defilement, but what does it do? What are you thinking?
B?
B, get a spell lifesteal per level. All right, let's see if you're correct. I'm afraid it is actually A, gains AoE per intelligence.
Yeah, everyone is playing the other facet and... Everyone is playing the other facet and I forgot.
This is an 8, yeah. This is the one he's always got.
No way I know this, never mind.
That's all right. Drop down again, but let's go on to the next question. The questions get harder as we go, and this one is pretty tough. Which item takes the most components to build, including recipes? What's going on in your mind?
Wait, I need to... It's Dagon 5?
Is that what you're going for?
I mean, Bloodroot has a lot, but I will not count now. Let's say Dagon.
No, unfortunately, it is not. It is Bloodthorn, which has the most components. That's all right. We got one more question. This one's the hardest question. Axe and Sven are fighting each other. They are both below Axe's Culling Blade threshold. However, Sven has a Lotus Orb on him. What happens if Axe uses Culling Blade on the Sven?
I think they will both die, no?
Think they'll both die? Okay, B or C then? Which one do you think it is, B or C?
Sven dies. Axe dies first.
Axe dies first, all right, let's lock in C. The hardest question, let's see if Desire gets it right. And he does. He's absolutely right. Yeah, when Lotus Orb reflects a spell, it actually casts before the caster's version of that spell casts. Well done, Desire. That brings you up a rank, and you'll be ending on Crusader. But did you enjoy the quiz anyway?
Yeah, it was very fun.
Alrighty. Desire, thank you very much for coming to play, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to Game 2's draft here between Nigma Galaxy and, of course, AVULUS. In case you weren't watching Game 1, Nigma Galaxy did take a pretty dominant Game 1 victory here up against the side of AVULUS. Jonathan, where do you think AVULUS changed things up here for Game number 2? Because that was a bit too dominant from Nigma Galaxy.
That it was. Maybe course correction, maybe finding a way to deal with his Marcy Io, which I feel like teams used to run much more often. Like, again, a year ago, we were seeing it a little bit more, especially when Execration would make it to a LAN. That was something that was clearly there. AVULUS will ban out the IO from the equation, so at least that one part of the winning formula from NGX is gone. I think you also have to think about what you're giving Smiling Knight. Yes, he's very comfy on the Luna. It just doesn't feel like that hero is really good at the moment, really. It just has a little bit of an identity crisis at this point with how the talents have changed, with how items have changed as well, bringing some of her builds into a less than stellar state. So I want to see something else coming out there for Smiling Knight. I think Mobe as well, trying Frost Dragon to counteract Io was an interesting call that in the end really didn't achieve much. I think the DK pick alone was pretty alright. So again, at the least this time around, you don't have to worry about the IO. And that's been taken out of the picture. NGX, for their part, did ban out the NP, the TA, the Shaker again, and the Tiny. So they do leave options like the Tinker, which didn't feel the most amazing for Fly. That did not feel like the best game. Again, there was some good backline jump, especially from Sumail on that puck to just hunt down the Tinker nice and quick, relocate on top, rebound as well. A lot of mobility that was coming out there from NGX. So I'm not too sure if AVULUS will want to go back into that. I do feel like Kotl is okay. They ban out the Kotl and they leave the Tinker. They get the Ringmaster for themselves on AVULUS. And again, this hero just doesn't disappear. It's been top contest for the past day. It still feels like it's in almost every single draft. And for good reason. Escape Act is great. Impalement Arts is great. You can see it's one of the most contested heroes right next there, right next to the TA, except it does get to be picked a little bit more often in comparison to Templar Assassin. We'll get the Beastmaster out, roaring us up as NGX will open up strong with a nice offlane for Noob to play with. I say offlane, but again, it has some flex potential, Mike. Probably not for Ghost, although he could probably run it safe, but you have an option for Sumail mid as well. If things are really awkward for Beastmaster, you don't tend to see a lot of awkward lanes for Beastmaster anyhow, so probably not a concern here.
No, I don't. I probably won't be. Beastmaster just constantly feels good, especially when it's in the right hands. Final bans to come out before we can see some more picks, and as you can see, the win rate of Beastmaster 71.4% after 7 picks and 14 bans. That's a pretty good win rate, even for just 7 games. I mean, the fact that there's been 21 games where he's been contested over the last 2 days would probably mean he deserves a nerf, John, because I haven't seen a meta in the past few years where Beastmaster hasn't been involved.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising he doesn't get touched down even more. I think his damage values are a bit high. Maybe his tankiness in lane is a bit too much as well. Like, the hero can play so far back for a melee hero. He can rely on Axis, he can rely on Boris to give him some spacing. He can go for either the Ags rush or the Dominator Overlord rush, and both feel great. Both of his facets have a place as well. Like, Inner Beast is what you normally go for, but the Wild Hunt is also pretty alright if you're looking to focus in on just, again, summons with an Overlord rush. I don't know. Like, it's a little bit too well-rounded, but NGX is going to have that well-roundedness to play with. You do see the AA and Silencer bans from AVULUS. A little bit surprised about the Silencer, considering Kotl's already gone. And NGX gets to steal that Jakiro away. So no specialty here for Sibe on the offlane. Just a nice stable support to have here for NGX, especially with the right-click facet. I think trading in lane up against a support, even a support Jakiro with that facet is kind of ridiculous. Doesn't have the highest win rate in the world, mind you, but if a Jakiro does get started on the right path, it can be very obnoxious to have to deal with. And it's also really good follow-through control for the Roar, right? Roar into Ice Path is going to be nice. You've got a good way of setting up for the Macro Pyre. And again, in lane, Jakiro is one of the biggest menaces to have to right-click trade with in lane.
Oh, it's revolting to have to play against, that's for sure. Seeing how much HP you lose after just like one Liquid Frost plus a few right-clicks is pretty ridiculous. Is AVULUS going to go into the Sand King? Fair enough. I mean, Zibe had a pretty rough time on the Sand King last time around, but this time, hopefully we'll see a bit of a difference as we are once again going to see the Tinker making its appearance.
Yeah. I mean, again, it didn't work out the best for AVULUS last time around and for Fly, but maybe they can make it work this time. They don't have to worry about relocating on top of the Tinker, so that's one less concern. There are still a lot of high mobility heroes for Sumail on mid. But again, it makes sense in the draft. You've got enough hold from the Sand King to kind of take care of things. There's a lot of pressure in Sibido to get that done, but he does tend to deliver the goods anyhow. I do want to see something that works in lane with the Tinker better. Luna just doesn't feel like it really does anything. Mind you, not that Tinker does a lot in terms of enabling like an early rundown in lane, but it certainly felt like Luna really couldn't get much more with the Tinker on hand than she probably could have with a different support. So you just want something that maybe synergizes with a little bit more healing better, or can play with, say, the miss chances a little bit better. Maybe the value point and defense matrix allow a little bit of a deeper dive. We'll see. For the side of NGX, again, still very open here for the picks. With the Jakiro on hand, with a Tinker on hand, maybe you can consider, again, some of that jump. I wouldn't mind something like a Tusk, as, you know, Desire didn't have the best time last time on AVULUS, but I'm sure NGX can make that Tusk work for them here. And that's one way to jump the Tinker. That's a little bit of a save coming out with Snowball, if you feel the need for it. They'll go with a Warlock instead, and the Phantom Assassin. So very stable lane coming out here. Yeah.
Don't we have a 0% win rate on Warlock right now, John?
Yes.
Wasn't that the stat we saw earlier?
That it was.
4 games,
but
0%, I think it was. Yeah, go on.
I think it was 1. I'm not sure if it was 4 games or 1 game. The 1 game from Fly. The 1 pick from Fly with no win. So, you know, it's not the biggest stat in the world, Mikey. If it is just a 1 game, which I do recall. Picked once, lost once. But this is not a bad game for Warlock. I mean, Warlock with Jakiro is insane. Warlock with a Drums of Slam is insane. Warlock with PA that gets Battle Fury is insane.
There
okay,
it is,
3
John.
picks, 0 wins. All right. A little bit more. But still, you know, this is a game where it could work. But man, that Black Grimoire, though, it's so good.
Yeah, dude,
I'm
don't
sure it'll
underestimate
win.
it. It
So
should.
dumb.
No,
Why
it's
can't
not.
it be
It's
an
the best.
innate? Why can't it
It's
be
the
an
best
innate?
class.
Why can't the imps just be added to every skill? Like, added to the chains and upheaval, then just give him Black Grimoire innate. Like, Witch Doctor has innate Gris. It's basically like Gris, but for EXP, add it to his innate. Then let him have, I don't know, like, to be fair, the other facets, like, really weird. Damage on golems, normally not an issue anyway. But you know what, it's, I don't know. Warlock needs something, man. As a Warlock player, I just get so annoyed by that. Like, really. Like, let's say GH gets a couple assists in lane. He gets the EXP. He's gonna hit 6 anyway. As the Tide Hunter comes out, oh, beautiful Ravage. He looks a little
Very
bit
nice.
tiny. Like he's,
Very nice.
that looked like a Plankton Eater Tide. A Phytoplankton Eater, so a nice tiny Tide, but very interesting to see that, which means we're probably getting something like the mid Sand King out for Mobe? Maybe? Probably, because you do want to run the Tide into the PA lane no matter what. So chances are you're just running Sand King mid. You do have a lot of team fight. You have a lot of durability coming out here on the side of AVULUS. I do like this potential for the Wombo combo from AVULUS' end. And it does lead to a lot of interesting possibilities here for how they take these 5v5s. The issue is, if you don't catch the Warlock in the side on that Ravage and that Burrow Strike, Golem is still one of the best counter-initiation spells in the game. Like, it can just ruin your initiation, and once the damage is gone, especially if the Epicenter doesn't connect cleanly, this PA can just clean up. This PA and the Beastmaster can just absolutely tear you apart if you're not careful.
Oh, it absolutely can. Final bans to come now between these sides. We say AVULUS ban out the Monkey King, Nigma Galaxy. They'll get rid of the Morphling. Of course, Nigma Galaxy still looking for a Smell here in the mid lane. AVULUS looking for a carry of their own. They'll ban out the Gyrocopter on NGX. AVULUS still trying to give their position 2 Sanking a nice time in that mid lane. What else do you not want to play against? I mean, we've seen a lot of Husker bans. I suppose that could just be a ban to make here if you are AVULUS.
It'd be decent enough if you're expecting to play Sand King mid. I don't think that lane matchup feels great whatsoever from Obey. And there's still some off-kilter picks as well. Maybe something mobile, like the Puck could be annoying. Your hold is pretty much Ravage, Burrow Strike. So a Puck can kind of do the same thing as it did last game for Sumail, dance around, catch the back line off guard, take care of these saves, take care of the Ringmaster and the Tinker, and yeah, they banned the Puck. Quap's still an option if you want something jumpy still. And if the Spirit Brothers fit in nicely here, because again, there's a lack of hold. So if it's not going to be something like the Huskard and Ember Storm are still pretty good here. Even the Void Spirit doesn't seem too bad in terms of backline jump. And there's a lot of options for NGX to close out. For AVULUS, need something for Smiling Knight. You're up against a PA. Can be a bit rough. Maybe, I don't know, like the Drow doesn't sound too bad. The Charblade's the one to come in, which, I mean, it's all right, but you're laning into Beastmaster. Like, yeah, the Boars aren't going to be a problem. The Axes will be. And it's likely a Jakiro 4, so some magic damage is already there to help contest that lane. And Terrorblade Tinker is maybe not the most solid of times. You can see the win rate as well. Pick 9 times, ban 10 times, 44% win rate. Not the worst, not the most shining one either. And I don't think this game is that simple for a pause 1 TB. Again, the lane Beastmaster Jakiro, that's not that comfy for a hero with not a lot of HP and a lot of armor.
That's an interesting pick to be made by AVULUS, so we'll see what NGX want to finish off with here. Again, they are still looking for a mid pick for Samel. You do have your more standard options like Pangolier if you just want to go into a Pango for some more team fight. I like the Quap idea you had. I think Quap really looks quite nice here against heroes like TB. Anything magical is going to feel really nice here for Samel.
There's a left field pick. Sumail's done it before. A mid Darkseer. Kind of looks fantastic here. Terrorblade Illusions are nice. It's triple melee for the most part, outside of Metamorphosis for the TB. So Vac Wald's going to be good. It ties in with the Jakiro, with Warlock really nicely to set up for that Vac Macropyre with Fatal Bonds on top. I wouldn't mind, like, Darkseer mid. I think it lanes fine into Sand King. Sand King probably has the edge in the first 3 levels. They'll go with a Timber Saw instead. So that's one way to soften up that Tidehunter and the Sand King. And it is a mid... Okay, it's a mid Beastmaster as well. So, first pick for the Timber Saw overall, which is maybe a little bit surprising, but this is going out to Noob. This is one of his specialties in the offlane we've seen a couple of times now. He's gotten used to it, and he used to play it on mid. And I like the lane. I think you're dealing with Timber Saw into a Terrorblade lane. That's pretty fine for Tim. He can kind of get tanky with the reactive armor later on. They've got some really strong AoE damage coming out here from the side of NGX. Like, just Fatal Bonds in these fights is going to be terrifying to play into here if you are AVULUS. Like, all the damage on the Timber Saw being spread around, all the damage coming out from the Jakiro, from the Beastmaster spread around. For AVULUS, we have to see these lanes shape up. It's rather interesting as well that Sibe has gone for Crack and Swell. He's not going for the Plankton Eater, because he the Krill Eater, because he wants to have the cast range, right, on Anchor Smash to pressure the PA. He wants to have the attack range to kind of play that lane. But that does mean you lose a little bit of that durability scaling up. You lose a little bit of that added utility as the AoE scales with your levels. So that is one thing you miss out on. I don't feel like you ever get enough Crack and Swell blocks in a normal game to really feel the impact of this actual facet. It's mainly just to ensure you have range in the lane. So we'll have to see the value coming out for Sibe. He has to work that lane, because if you get a free lane again for Ghost, this PA into just the Battle Fury timing, it's going to be strong just because you have so much to back it up. Like, you have a lot of sustain for the PA to get aggressive early for Ghost. Just the healing coming out from GH is going to be enough for Ghost to kind of commit early on. And your biggest counter to that PA is going to be Laser and Sibe and Anchor Smash. We'll have to see if Sibe can fix his game this time around, because last game just didn't feel that great for him.
Let's find out, Jonathan. Game number 2 between Nigma Galaxy and AVULUS going to be underway in just a moment. And of course, AVULUS need to pull off this game to victory. Otherwise, they're in an 0-2 situation in this Swiss format, which is not a very nice feeling. Not a very nice feeling at all. Game number 2 is now officially underway. We can head over to that, see exactly what they plan to do here in this game too. I gotta say, I do like where NGX has gone with their draft, John, which might be bad news for them. I'm not 100% sure. But I did like this Timber last pick. I thought it was a very nice pick here for Noob.
Yeah, and I do like this mid Beastmaster anyhow, right? Laning into the Sand King, you're pretty happy about that. You can play with axes. It's still a decent lane for value points in the boar. You can kind of farm the side camps as well, although it's been a little bit harder since the map changes. Might get a good wraparound here as well.
Look at Zibe. Not quite the target you really wanted to find, and well, he's in a bit of an awkward position to try and jump. They would have much rather found Desire on the left side of that Roshan pit, but they didn't get so lucky. There is going to be a smoke out, though, from AVULUS. But it seems as though they're just using it to reposition. Into the Radiant Triangle they'll go. And right back out they'll go. They'll just take that that Watcher. That's all they got. Do they fight over the bounty? So it doesn't seem like.
No, they do manage to get one nice ward by the ramp. I guess not the best positioned D ward. Like, look, they got baited as well, right? Like, Sumail had the boar, you were under smoke, and Mobe smoked and popped, so he's giving vision to the board. It made them think there was a ward on mid, so that's a wasted sentry right now from the side of NGX. It's not the biggest waste of resources, but it's still a little bit something, right? You skewer your vision on mid lane, you get to maintain this ward and the double ward watching in front of the Roche pit for rotations, and that gives a little bit of leeway for Mobe. Mind you, the sentry will still have some value in eating through Sandstorm, so there is that. Like, Sumail can still poke out if need be. Again, this mid lane matchup is the one that's a little bit interesting, because Sumail did go for Boris level 1, he can't afford to bring it close to Mobe, but once he gets the axis up, that's where things can start to be a little bit better for Sumail. Can start to poke out, control the lane, get his farm. Rune control, it's pretty important for both sides considering the spell spam they have to do here. But you would expect Mobe to have a bit of a better time in comparison to his DK. I mean, again, his DK was almost 2x the CS at some point up against Sumail. But at the very least now, there's also a lot more play that he can get from the Sand King in comparison to that Frost Dragon on the DK last game.
Well, how's those side lanes going? I mean, in bot lane, Zibe and Desire against Ghost and GH. This is one of those lanes where you probably don't expect too much action. But the thing is, like, maybe they could think about going after Ghost, but with GH there, once he has the point in Shadow Word, nobody's dying. You know, like, Ghost really shouldn't be dying, although they are going to jump Zibe, as I say that no action should happen, John. But Kraken Shaw comes in. In fact, it wasn't even Kraken, it was just a blobber. Desire, in trouble now, is going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing some of the shortcomings of the Tidehunter, right? Like, you can't tank through that much. You at least get that Dispel as an innate, but you need a value point in the Kraken Shell, and you really need Gush to try to be aggressive here for Zibe. Having that extra range early on in the Anchor Smash does help manage the lane, just not enough to really change that pace. Up top, we're seeing some aggression onto Omar, a little bit more playable for Fly, considering that he's not getting caught out as much. It's not much as of a threat for him from the Jakiro and the Tim, but there is some good damage.
Well, the blubber continues to save the life of Zibe, but it is looking already just pretty tough here down in this bottom lane as Ghost and GH, they are just not relenting. You know, this is what you love to see, like just this kind of aggressive PA style of play is what I miss really seeing. This top lane, you are seeing Noob and Omar having a bit of a annoying time against Fly and Smiling Knight. It is still Tinker, even in the laning stage, John, even if you do have a Jakiro. This much of the machine spam, very, very annoying to have to go up against. And, well, Smiling Knight, he's not going to feel very safe every time they do move in for those Whirling Deaths and the Dual Breaths. But while that march of machines is going, he's going to feel pretty good.
And he will. I do like that they've cut the tree line as well, preventing some big plays with Whirling Death, so you're not getting as much damage out here. And it's pretty smart from Omar to go for the Icebreaker facet as well instead of the right-click damage one, considering you're playing up against Reflection. So that's one less thing to worry about as well. Down mid.
Oh, he gets the root and he gets the axes. Sumail, solo first blood here in the mid lane. And that's concerning, Jonathan. I always say this with this Beastmaster hero, but you don't want to give him a good amount of gold earlier. This hero is scary no matter what build it goes for.
It is. And with his strong start for Sumail, having that early level 5 with a value point, with the level 3 axis, this becomes really hard to play for Mobe. Again, it's a melee matchup, but Beastmaster isn't really a melee hero in the traditional sense because of how far back he can play with axis up. At the least, Sumail doesn't have the mana. Water runes are up. Mobe will be able to contest. Try to drag around. He's using that ward to track Sumail and making sure to show that the ward is there. It's not an easy time for Sumail to just commit. Might still get stunned up. And yeah, not able to top up. Just zoning out well, but Mobe does give up. Sumail will get the water rune he needs. He'll get some mana to go his way. No
Oh.
relief coming out from Obey. That damage
So
is
much
just insane.
damage. So stupid. And these boars are being so annoying. Like early on, Mobay was actively hunting the boars, but now at the level 2 mark, like they've gotten to a point where they're actually super annoying to have to try and contest. And Sumail's been doing a very good job of microing it on the right side of this mid lane. He's just doing an extremely good job. Every time Mobay comes in, the boar comes in as well. Mobay's going to try and punish, but look at this. Where are you going to go, Mobay? Guess what?
Yeah.
There's a sentry. There's a sentry. Tips out for Sumail. What can you say, John? The king has risen.
Yeah, the king is risen, and he's crushing that mid. He is the Beastmaster, and Scorpion is, I guess, the beast, right? A giant Scorpion would be a beast in most games. So he's mastering the beast quite nicely.
You're always stretching these things, John. These are very unnecessary points you like to make about these heroes.
Creative. What's wrong with a little creativity? What's wrong with imagination, Michael Phoenix? Imagination's great. Just because you have no sense of it doesn't mean you have to punish others. As Sumail gets drunk, King.
Sumail, indeed. He will go down. Mobay and Desire able to finally punish.
Yeah, that's what you need. A little bit of comeuppance for the king. It's not at the best of times. Maybe they can kind of pick themselves a power rune off of this, but Omar has already made his way towards that area with GH getting the TP off as well. And it is going to spawn down bot. Haste rune for GH. It's not impactful, but you don't hand it over to Sand King to try to play with that epicenter. So you do manage things quite nicely. Heck, even gets to chase Sibe a little bit for some fun. Look at this. Look at all that damage GH is doing. Wow. Whoa.
Look at him moving.
Warlock haste.
He's moving his little legs. Uh-oh. Desire's found him. GH. He's out of haste. Run, GH. Ah, he's alright. He's alright. He's got help incoming. Sumail's here. Nobody's going to get caught. Desire will be just fine. Although, there are some
Look at
stacks.
stacks.
There are some stacks,
Nice and
Jonathan.
juicy.
They are juicy indeed. Mobay, Epicenter going to be channeled, but he will cancel. God, do I miss the days where once you press that R button, Epicenter's gone. Do I miss that?
Yeah, you know, oh, I mean, how could you miss it? Sand King wasn't a hero for a long time until that change came in. Remember, we literally didn't see Sand King for like 3 years, Mike, until they made it cancel. It was so dead. So there's nothing to miss if you've never seen it, Mike. You know?
Yeah.
How can you miss it? It didn't even show up.
I still remember the day I learned that you could shift cube link after Epicenter. And it was a long time ago, Jonathan, but my goodness, did it open my mind up. Couldn't believe it. I thought all these Sand King players were just experts. I was like, how are these guys timing everything so perfectly? Why does mine keep getting cancelled? Did I learn the hard way? Bottom lane. Here we go. Omar's looking to try and maybe find a nice ice path here. In fact, not even an ice path, just set up with GH with a dual breath would be more than enough, I think. Onto a Desire at the very least. Desire is very far forward. Zibe is hanging about though. He is just a creep away from level 6 at the moment. So he doesn't have the Ravage yet, but it doesn't seem like NGX want to really risk it by trying for the Tide. And it won't matter anyway. There's no real threat. NGX is still able to find free farm on this PA. Same could be said here for Smiling Knight at the top lane. Fly in trouble. Noob trying to get aggressive now on the Timber. You have reached about that point for Smiling Knight now where you've hit level 6 on Timber Sword, so you can't really hang around in the lane anymore as bot lane. Speaking of not hanging around in lanes, Desire may also need to leave, though Ghost cannot really contest Zibe. So nobody dies.
No.
Everybody just fine.
No. The pressure differential is kind of nice to see. Like, you have all of this aggression down bot with, 3 heroes playing, 2 supports to help out Ghost. Top lane's just a solo lane for Noob. He's still running down. You're not comfy enough to just hold that lane on Smiling Knight. Already jungling very early on. This gives a ton of free space for Sumail mid. Rushing that Ags. Already has at least the Ogre Axe up. So the timing's going to be on point with all of this free space mid. You do have room in your triangle here for AVULUS. Mobay is getting that ramp up into the Blink Dagger at the very least. So you've got that timing lining up. But it does feel like you're getting maybe just a little bit too much on the side of NGX. Like, the fact that Sumail's just free farming into Ags, the fact that Noob has a free lane to dance around in, certainly is a cause of concern. Because, yes, you know, Fly is keeping that tier 1 safe, sure. It's not going to be pushed anytime soon, but the farm going to Noob and Sumail more than makes up for a free lane for Fly to play in.
Update as well, by the way, John. GH has used the Black Grimoire. It's been used. It had one.
And he
It
doesn't-
had one stack on it.
Whoa.
It had one.
It really helps.
He's-
Wow, when you're behind, that one stack is amazing. Oh, really helps the issues in Warlock. He's level 5 now, Mike.
I mean,
Huge
he was
difference from
already
level 4.
He was no, he was level 5. he
Oh,
wasn't
it
level
helped.
4.
Oh, it helped so much. Roar, Fly.
It played. Fly. Fly's in trouble. Fly will go down. Oh.
Oh, Black Grimoire, man. Best fast.
Look at him though. GH doesn't need the goal. He's just hitting the tier 1 tower. Ghost bottom lane. Gonna find Zippe. Zippe will be chasing him, but leaves him alone. A quick Sand King Blink Dagger though here from AVULUS. Jonathan Mobay immediately wants to make use of it. He'll head up top lane. Smiling Knight is there. Noob actually being broken by the creep as well does not help his cause very much. And it seems like Noob is just trapped between a rock and a hard place and is down. Very nice here from the side of AVULUS. Immediately finding a very important kill off the back of that blink.
And that's what they need. And that's a pretty surprising timing for Mobay as well, opting to force a fight without the Epi. Fortunately, it's only the one pickoff, so they don't need that additional damage. And it evens out the game a little bit. Gives him breathing room out to Smiling Knight, give him a lane to actually play in as he works into the Dragonlance. Again,
Bottom.
despite that kill... Oh,
They'd love Ghost. Is Ghost going to stick around? In fact, Noob does move in. They've got the epicenter here from Mobay. He's going to channel it and jumps in with a Ravage setup. It's a pretty nice fight so far, but Ghost is blink. Oh, he blink strikes right to Zippe. Zippe says, thank you very much. I'll take that. And they do find the big target they wanted. The PA will die.
yep. Clear her out. It does cost Ravage and Epi, but... Oh,
The problem is Sumail is just pulling so far ahead. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, Ghost is having a bad time. Sumail is having a great time. He's actually about 200 gold away from the full Aghanim Scepter on this Beastmaster already.
it goes back to what we were talking about, right? Like, especially with kill on Noob. Yes, slowing down this Timbersaw is nice. Your big issue is really just Sumail free-running this game. And he's still able to get everything he wants. Noob is just at the point where he can join these fights.
Let the Tier 1 tower now under siege, but it seems like they don't really want to deal with the Tide Hunter. Pretty standard. Zippe just going to stand his ground in that Tier 1 mid tower and keep it safe. And Sumail, not interested in trying to force anything. He just wants that Ags up. And it really allows you to start playing, you know, as stupid as you really want to, because Drums of Slom are just so broken. Bottom lane.
Man.
Ghost getting jumped again. Mobay, he'll land the Burrow Strike. The Will of Wonder there as well. And Ghost has nowhere to go. Another great kill here for AVULUS. And it seems like Ghost, he might need to start thinking about leaving this bottom lane.
And he's been poking into that jungle, but without the Battle Fury, progress is going to be a little bit slow. Still a ways off from that second broadsword and the recipe. So they've done a great job in mitigating that Phantom Assassin, but again, with how much Sumail has, I don't think it's going to be a problem here for the side of NGX. It's that Drums of Slom that's going to be key anyhow. It's good damage onto Smiling Knight. It's going to be good damage onto the Sand King. It's going to be able to rip all of them apart. You just need to find a way to relieve that pressure now on Ghost, who is still hanging bot. To be fair, he's still stuck in that area. AVULUS, they're looking to wrap around onto the mid, onto Sumail here.
Raw committed. Zippe in danger. Even the Golem drop, but now the epicenter Burrow Strike from Mobay helping a little bit. Zippe still alive. The escape act even keeping him alive a little bit longer, but finally goes down. Thing is, Noob had to die for that. So they do at least punish on AVULUS. In fact, they're going for more now. Omar has been caught, should be going down, gets an ice path before he does die, but it won't matter. There's no follow-up to it. So you get the Tide, but it costs you so much. And you still end up losing 2 heroes on top of it.
I think for NGX right now, they have to play around the cooldowns of AVULUS. Like, if they see the commitment out from Epi, they should still feel confident, knowing that Ravage alone is probably not enough to get these kills any longer. You know, Metamorphosis was popped as well. It's going to be on cooldown as it fades away. So there are still opportunities here for NGX. A little bit unfortunate for Noob as he went in for that kill onto the Tide. The tree was still up. He wasn't able to drag himself to low ground. Not that that would have been enough anyhow. So just an unfortunate series of events, along with, of course, that great save from Desire on the escape back. This is buying space, though, right? Like, yes, you're sacrificing a little bit more than you'd want to here on the side of NGX, but you're buying space out for Ghost. He's freer down bot, although they have set some good forward vision. Again, these sneaky Clef wards by that forward jungle down bot. Going to be able to get some good opportunities onto that PA and protect them as they will line up for that Tormentor here on the side of AVULUS. No sign of contest so far from the side of NGX playing the map. So a free shard goes a long way here for AVULUS, and for NGX, that's going to be a big gold injection to swing away from them. Although they looks like they might want to play across the map first. They know where Noob is at.
And they're moving in. Noob, he's got time to react to this. Chains away for now. Smiling Knight will reveal himself, and now there's plenty more heroes coming in as they put their hand up. And Noob now looks like he's practically dead. Another great kill here for AVULUS.
And it is.
They can always just go back to the Tormentor now as well. Like, there's no need to just not go back and take it.
In fact, they might be able to get a kill on Ghost if he's not too careful either. He's playing very forward now in the lane. No mass TPs though, but the gate usage is there.
Oh, jump in. I mean, he bought out the Battery Fury at least. Ghost, he's going to try for the TP play, and he's made it. So at least he does make it out. He's got the Battery Fury up now. Pings are coming out towards the mid lane where they are looking towards Zippe once again. Sumail does have the blink up, but instead he's actually starting Roshan on his own. Sumail just literally carrying the game on his own here. Johnny, he's just going for Roshan. Screw the team. I'll do it all myself.
I like that read. Knowing that Tormentor was the next play with that positioning out from Mobe. Knowing that there's no contest, of course, coming in for that pit. A little bit surprised, like, if Mobe committed the epicenter before jumping in, that likely would have been a kill. Was channeling it at the moment, but opted not to finish it up. Opting for the right clicks instead and the stinger, and does miss out. At the least, you know, a little bit more damage is going to be coming out soon for Mobe. One part away from his full Ags on the Sand King. So he's going to have those little stingers coming in for the epicenter. We've seen the effect of that, especially as this game scales on. The damage is quite high. Still dealing with 2 lives in Sumail is going to be the tricky part. Mind you, AVULUS, they do have Epi and Ravage up as Ghost again.
Uh-oh, Ghost another time being caught by this duo of Mobe and Desire. This time Sumail going to be there, at least catch Desire for their trouble, but certainly another great kill for AVULUS. And it's always the same thing. It's just down at the bottom lane. Mobe and Desire, they just keep catching it. Though this time Mobe gets caught now by Omar. Omar still trying to slow him up. Here comes Sumail, but you have committed the roar already, but it won't matter. Noob is there to cut him off. So they finally punished the Sand King and Ringmaster for killing off their POS 1 PA.
Yeah. Takes a lot, but again, I don't think you're getting enough from AVULUS for these kills. Like, yes, you're slowing down Ghost. He's significantly behind in comparison to Smiling Light, about 1.3k behind at this point. But Sibe is still suffering as well. You're not really matching Sumail's farm for what you're getting there.
They might catch him. Sumail doesn't have roar up, but he could still try for this. They will run into each other. Smiling Knight, he'll be slowed up by the boars, but the TPs are incoming. In fact, here comes Zippe. Has Sumail gone too far? I think he may have. Noob's going to try and come in to help out, I do believe, from the left side. Sumail, he's trying his best to survive with the drums of Slov. Surely he can't escape. Ravage is out. They'll finally get the Aegis. That's 1 life. Roar is back up. This could be dangerous for AVULUS. They'll drop the Golem. Here comes GH. Fly being targeted. Smiling Knight being just locked down by the Ice Path. Mobe in the meantime also in huge trouble as Sumail does take down Fly. It looks like they'll have the Sand King on top. AVULUS needing to escape now. They have lost 2 for nothing. Noob's going for more of a chase, but does he actually find anyone? No, he doesn't. But they'll stick around for a tier 2 tower. Maybe they won't have enough time to take it. Doesn't really matter, though. They do win out the team fight.
And they do. Sure, they lose the Aegis. They've got some value out of it, at the very least. With that secondary life, the connections from NGX on point. Not being able to kill off Smiling Knight, it makes it a little bit less worthwhile. I think this is the year that you're going to be worried scaling into the late game as he starts to meet his items. But again, you're forcing these fights a little bit further away from Ghost. Ghost, for his part, is ramping into a very fast BKB now. And once you have that BKB, the same gank moves you made onto the PA, it's not going to line up. You won't have the physical burst to deal with her just yet. You're nowhere near something like the MKB for Smiling Knight anyhow. And aside of NGX, they're still set to go. Roar off cooldown in a few seconds here if they want to.
Oh, this is not the target to aim down first, Zibe. Way too tanky. Epicenter in. It's a two-man Burrow Strike as well from Obey. It's a perfect setup, and Sumel's just going to man up with the BKB. And they found Desire. Omar is down. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but AVULUS, they don't really seem to want to stick around. They will retreat, although I say that. Zibe, he's going to jump in again. He'll go after Noob. Meanwhile, Sumel, he'll try for the Arcane Rune and does manage to bottle it up, but they've got to try and find a way to save Noob here. He does chain out of there. In comes Ghost now with the Stifling Daggers. But everyone does retreat. It'll end up being a 1-for-1 on just the supports.
It is quite the commitment out from the side of NGX this time. At least dropping the Roar, but again, it's not the longest cooldown in the world. For the side of AVULUS, again, they kind of have to just wait every single time until Sibe has Ravage to tie in with the Epi. Epi alone, it's enough to kill, but you need that added control to really ensure everyone's stuck in the epicenter for you to clean up and for you to find that backline. Like, you need to take care of this Warlock in these wider fights. You need to prevent the Fatal Bonds and the Shadow Word from sustaining True here. For the most part, AVULUS, they're having a better game in this game too, for sure. 10-9, they've got a lot more presence. They're finding trades. It's just not enough to really give them control. Like, they've got some key items up, but once Ghost has this BKB, I don't think you're scared anymore on this PA. I think you're in complete control on NGX at that point. There's nothing to pierce that debuff immunity. And the damage is still going to be there on Ghost, even without anything else but the Battle Fury and BKB. That's still a lot of hurt with the level 2 coup de grace up. So, I don't know. Like, I think if you're AVULUS, you have to nail these team fights. Like, you need bigger usage out of the Ravage and the Epicenter. You need bigger kills to come off from these very tight windows you have for play. We'll try out with a smoke now. Same thing goes for NGX with their own smoke here.
Who do they find first? Big wraparound. They'd love Fly. I mean, every time you can take the Tinker, you'll take it, and they do jump in. Immediately just trying to get rid of this support Tinker. The heals are coming up from Fly. He's barely alive. Does he make it? He does not. But they've got Ghost down. They've taken Sumel down to boot. It's a horrible start for NGX, but perfect for the side of AVULUS. Just using Fly as bait. They will land themselves 3 for the price of 1. And that'll give AVULUS a pretty decent lead now. 3k ahead. They'll even spot GH out. That they won't be able to cancel his TP. But I think AVULUS feeling very happy now. And that was a fight where Ghost was, I think, just 100 gold off his BKB recipe. So they could have really just maybe given him 10 seconds.
I thought he already had it, honestly, with how aggressive he was playing there. And again, killing off this Tinker is nice, but you saw how long it took to kill off Fly. That was Roar being committed. That was a lot of damage coming out from Ghost. Still not enough to get that window out before anything else can happen. Fly, he has the Essence Ring, he has the Holy Locket, he has a lot of healing and a lot of EHP, more than you'd probably imagine this little Tinker to have. And that's the kind of team fight we need to see from AVULUS. They get the big usage from Epicenter and from the Ravage. They manage to get the big kills they'd want on the core. They finally get some punishment onto Sumail. And they get the 4k lead on top of it. The issue is for AVULUS, they need to wait every single time for these spells to be back up. But NGX don't feel like they're ready to fight. Again, they've got Roar ready in Sumail. He has his BKB. Didn't use it last time around. Ghost has his flying out now. So at least he should be protected.
So he does need it. He doesn't pop it yet. Now he will, jumping back in onto Zai, but the escape act just so annoying to try and play against, and they will already waste the first charge here for Ghost. Not a great feeling.
Certainly not. And that will give them the window for jumping him again. Epicenter is off cooldown. Just need a little bit of mana reset here from Obey. But if you catch Ghost out again, you know you've got a minute 10 where BKB is not going to be a problem. Time to farm a little bit safer here for NGX. And this 4k lead for AVULUS is starting to ramp up. Only Sumail pulling ahead now for NGX. Like he said, He's been carrying a lot of these engagements for the team. For the side of NGX, they need these nullifiers to come out. Sumail, very close to his, just lacking the Sacred Relic, 1.4k gold away. Even Ghost trying to work into his own, although it looks like he'll buy out the Shard first before hitting that point. AVULUS, all its spells back up. Time for another smoke. Time for another big fight to force out. NGX almost feels like they can't take these 5v5s unless GH manages to get a really good chaotic offering to buy time and allow BKBs to pop on. Doesn't feel like the counterfight's that clean here from NGX just yet.
Well, here's AVULUS. They're smoked. They're looking. Bly will be back in the mid lane trying to bait with himself, and it seems like they found a target. It's going to be Omar. So Omar kind of just tanks the gank. Ghost was waiting behind the tier 2 mid tower just in case that smoke was coming, and turns out Omar does reveal the smoke was indeed happening. Not the biggest loss in the world, but AVULUS, they will take the little wins they do get. I mean, the name of the game right now for NGX is just continue to buy this PA time, because he's still just well and truly way too off, as we are going to lose a nullifier for Sumail. At least the Helm of Iron Will is now gone for a couple minutes.
I mean, that's a big window. 2 minutes 40 where you're not going to be scared of your escape deck being blown apart. Right? He basically has a gold, 300 gold away for Sumail on that Sacred Relic. So that's a really timely snipe here from Sibe, just ensuring they've got this window again to play with the nuisance that is Desire. You've got to find some way to jump the back line. Like we talked about this the last time we saw Tinker Ringmaster. Ringmaster has to go first. You can do whatever you want with Tinker. You can kind of just ignore him for as long as you can, but this escape deck, this Wheel of Wonder, teamfight control, it just has to go. Sumail needs to be able to find that big support first.
Well, they may now, but there is a 4-man smoke from NGX, and they're running right into the Radiant Triangle where AVULUS are hanging about. Sumail, he will go for a Sentry Ward deny, but does reveal his smoke. Plenty of vision around this Radiant Triangle as well here for AVULUS, so it's not a great place for NGX to try and force a fight. Especially considering all the AoE control you've got for the side of AVULUS, so you don't want to play in this small area. Problem is Roshan's up, and that's an even smaller area. So we'll see who can get the best of this next team fight, and of course that they will be allowed to go for Roshan straight after. So AVULUS now 5-man smoked, running through the river. Desire will be on the front, get some more vision down. NGX will counter smoke once again. They're hanging around in that dire jungle. Noob will break the smoke of Obey, and both of them completely just blinking away from each other. So both sides know where they're hanging about. Neither wants to make the first jump.
No. A lot of respect out from the side of AVULUS to some of that counterplay potential on NGX. And again, there's pressure on AVULUS to catch multiple heroes with a Ravage in the Epi. You can't afford just single target pickoffs. The counterfight does start to look better for NGX if you only burst down one. So they need more info. They need to just wait. They're in very interesting spots, or at least cutting off the mid wave and stalling out. I guess the good news for NGX is that the Roshan is being stalled out a bit. There is good vision here from AVULUS to keep track of river movement and the Rosh in case a contest comes in. Still looking for that team fight. Again, they're hanging on to that Ravage and Epi here. They've got a lot of farm flowing out. You know, Smiling Knights closing that gap with Sumail. A 1.4k gap at this point for the Terrorblade up against the top net worth isn't a bad point to be in. And the MKB is coming next for Smiling Knight after a couple of the components. So Ghost isn't going to be as tanky as, well, he hasn't really felt tanky anyway, even with the BKB, but...
Uh-oh. Zibe, he's jumped in with that dead in the water, locking down Noob for now. Epicenter committed. Noob, he's trying to tank all this damage with the Epicenter. Does end up going down though. Meanwhile, Aurora has caught out the TB. Can they burst down the Terrorblade in time? Smiling Knight, he gets asunder. It's on Zibe, but he does make it out. So they cannot burst down the Terrorblade. Not quick enough. And now it's time for NGX to leave the area, I think, though Noob has brought back, so they want to keep going, but Mabay's jumped in, and now a Burrow Strike into a Ravage, making it very hard for Ghost to be able to fight back, though he will try to jump the tide. He does get at least Zipe, but it is going to cost his own life. Not a great fight at all for NGX. And now they've got nothing left in the tank. They've just got to get the hell out of there. Omar Looks like he should eventually go and will die. And AVULUS once again finding another good team fight.
They are. Right target prioritization, or at least the right core to jump here from NGX. It's just Smiling Knight is starting to get pretty tanky. He's got a good buffer with a full Hurricane Pike up and the Manta style, so there's some strength to this hero. A lot harder to burst down. Key Sunder coming out in the right time. Sure, this time around, the Epicenter didn't really manage to catch as much as he'd want, but again, they get that jump onto Ghost before he can pop BKB. He's popping BKB after the initiation, and he doesn't have any sort of lifesteal to try to recoup some HP. He needs a Satanic, but also needs to pull Sanjin Yasha for some stat res. I'm a little bit surprised Ghost just doesn't opt for something like a Glimmer Cape himself. Right? Like his own little Glimmer Cape to try to save, to at least dodge out some of the magic damage coming in, can buy him a little bit of time to play, but isn't going for it, is going to be relying more on GH to try to bail him out, and on Omar. But so far, it hasn't felt like they've been able to. The spacing has been a bit of a problem for NGX. They're spacing themselves pretty far apart to ensure that they're not all caught in like Ravage Epi. That does leave the window for AVULUS to just clean up these cores when they're a little bit isolated away. Free shard up now for Fly with a Tormentor take. Again, they've got that fresh Aegis up on Smiling Knight. MKB on its way out now. So there's no durability whatsoever on Ghost at this point. They have to stun lock Smiling Knight somehow. But they also have to take care of the saves in the back. Again, Desire is a major problem with the escape deck. Fly is a major problem with the healing coming through. He is working into his Ags next. 500 gold away from having the Shrink Ray Laser. And at that point, everyone's just going to be squishy. Like that HP reduction is just nothing to scoff at.
God, I hate Tinker. I hate this hero so much. It's the worst.
It is.
Well, that Shrink Ray is certainly going to be a huge issue, Jonathan. I mean, if things weren't hard enough as it was for NGX, they're only going to get a little bit more challenging in just the moment, as AVULUS, they are just not backing off the gas at all. Tier 2 top tower now under siege. Smiling Knight slowly getting it done with his illusions.
Sumail.
Meanwhile, Fly does get caught by Sumail, who will BKB TP out, but Noob is left behind. He'll BKB TP as well, and looks like he is going to make it. You are at that stage where you've just got to take whatever kill you can get, if you're Nigma Galaxy.
That you do. Again, it's a lot of commitment. Double BKB just for that kill in the Tinker, but you've got to do something to at least stall out a little bit more. Buy yourself some time for Ghost to finally get his items up. SNY is done. Just needs a Morbid Mask next to at least have some lifesteal. Doesn't fix all his issues, but does give some options.
Who have they got? Omar? Does not look like he's going to make it out. Drops the macro quickly. Won't really matter too much. He is definitely just dead. AVULUS. There are still two T2 towers standing on the map. So they've got to get through those before they can really start to think about going for high ground. Seems like they're going to just chase Noob up the top lane, who has been split pushing the top side of the map. I mean, this is a lot of time being bought for NGX just with these little side pushing plays. Noob now trying to find a way out. Keep in mind, he does not have a BKB. Warp Flare is there from Fly. Chain going to be interrupted, and eventually they should have their way, as Noob will go down.
It's always funny to watch that Shrink Ray shrink the heroes down. It's so tiny. He was just such a tiny guy. He's already tiny enough as a hero anyway. It's the robot that's big. Just gets even smaller. And that's going to be a major nuisance for the side of NGX as this game goes on. No buyback. BKB was committed earlier, at the very least not recommitted here from Noob, but they've got that window open for AVULUS. No Timbersaw to dish them damage out with a Fatal Bonds on top, cutting a major source of DPS here from the side of NGX. NGX for their part, I mean, they're banking on Ghost to recover. At the very least Omar manages to skip out as well on that top lane, but they need something fast. They need a Satanic to be up and running on Ghost. He needs to be able to turn around after popping that BKB and just kill some heroes, because he really hasn't. He's not really done a lot. He's died 5 times. He's been around for 2 assists. And that's been it. This PA, all this farm going to the hero hasn't been felt just yet, Mike.
It may never get felt, John. We'll have to wait and see. AVULUS, tier 3 tower. Almost down. I think Smiling Knight still has that Roshan banner going, but it seems like he is going to commit. Just gets in there, Demon Zeal, that'll do the trick. Of course, he has Fly behind him to keep him safe anyway, so Smiling Knight's not really afraid of anything. Has the Aegis for another 10 seconds. But it seems like he's not going to risk it for the melee barracks. Not enough time on that secondary life. And they've got side lanes to sort out anyway. So time to back off for now. Maybe they'll get started onto that top tier 3 tower, but again, without the Aegis, I don't know if AVULUS really want to risk it. In fact, now it's going to be a smoke from NGX. Through the top lane they'll go. They'll miss out on the Shrine of Wisdom here to Desire. Can they catch him mid-TP? No, they cannot. In fact, Sumail, smoke broken, blinks away. Blinks forward, in fact, trying to go for a kill. Mobay does not get caught, though, and Sumail, oh, he's in big trouble. He will get taken down through his BKB. GH at least going to be able to TP with the Glimmer Cape. But Sumail losing his life like that it's a pretty big deal, John. He's basically the carry for NGX right now.
And he is. Ghost just a little bit too far. In fact, Sumail just too far from the rest of his team with that blink forward. At least Noob is buying some time, being a pesky little Timbersaw as you'd expect. Trying to buy some space from the high ground. Side of Vice is revealed out for Mobe. Another kill onto Noob. And for NGX, they dropped the Golem there as well to try to bail out Sumail. So your team fight potential now is just kind of shot on the side of NGX. All you can do now is just farm up on Ghost. Almost has the gold for the full Satanic. So again, turnaround play after the BKBs pop, if it ends up being like how we've seen from Ghost, where he BKBs after he's stunned up. At the least, there's some turn, but just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough as the high ground's under pressure again.
Oh, it absolutely is. NGX, I mean, how do you defend this? AVULUS going right in for that secondary racks. It just feels like NGX do not have a game plan. Just things have gone a bit too south for their safe lane. Sumail is really the only one of the Beastmaster that's had a good game, I'd say, on the side of NGX. At least for this game too so far. There's a Satanic now up onto Ghost. He's got no buyback gold though, so things could get a little bit awkward. They're waiting for Noob to respawn. They don't want to force the buyback. And it is really still only one melee barracks that has been taken. And the mid melee is still standing. So if you're AVULUS, you might still be tempted to stick around and try to abuse that next metamorphosis to just try to burst that melee barracks down. Smiling Knight will have it in 2 seconds. NGX, they're going to move down south. Epicenter was already committed. They found themselves Sumail. The Hex is making it impossible for him to survive. It's all up to Ghost now, but there's no damage. There is nothing going on here for Nigma Galaxy. And NGX, they will try to run. AVULUS will wave them goodbye. In fact, Sibe still going for a bit of a chase. But they're not going to find anything. So back into the mid-racks they'll go. There is still an outer tower standing down in that bottom lane, so they do have to sort that out. Unless they just want to go for T4 towers. That's another way to do it. Seems like without Sumail around, they have no fear here for their TB. Sumail gone for another 50 seconds. No BKB on Ghost to play with. He gets jumped as well. Ravage committed. Ghost cannot escape.
Yeah.
That'll be a game 3, I think, Jonathan, on the menu here today. As AVULUS proving that they will not be taken down that easily. Well, I mean, so far, John, the game's not over yet. Smiling Knight will find GH. Tier 4 tower, there's only one left standing. Very, very low. They'll buy back on GH. They're going to try to the bitter end here to NGX. Jump in onto Omar. He's down. Buy back on Omar. Ancient still exposed. Sumail up in 5. AVULUS trying to get it done. Half HP, not even quite there yet. Omar, or rather Noob, skipping the creep wave again, but he's in big danger on this Timbersaw. Waiting for his BKB to be back up, but he's just stuck there in the dead of the water. He'll buy back. You've got Ghost up in 35 seconds, but AVULUS, they're not feeling confident now that they see that Beastmaster. They will retreat. with 2 racks is up.
2 racks is up. NGX, again, they managed to hang on. Bot tier 2 is healthy. They didn't manage to go for that objective on AVULUS. Mind you, they do have a refresh up on Sibe. So double Ravages there for the next fight. Amp damage rune as well to help Smiling Knight in that Roshan. Having their own coverage up here with a refresh shard as well. They hand over. And they're going to be feeling good. Probably don't even need the Megas, just need to bum rush onto the mid. See if that's the option they'll go for, but the lines are drawn. They want to play it safe. They want to take that tier 2. For NGX, again, we talked about it when Ghost jumped in with a BKB. He tried to thwack down on Mobay, but there's just no output. And there really was no damage out from Ghost. He's just... It almost feels like he missed his window. Needs a little bit more to be up and running on that PA, but there's no room to farm up anymore. He needs the Basher at least for some control. Maybe you start to get lucky with a Stifling Dagger as well, especially if you hit your level 25 somehow here. The triple Stifling Daggers up. They need to take these team fights smart on NGX. Again, we have to see Fatal Bonds and a nice clump up. You have to have the Macropyre acting on that. You have to have Noob as well on top of the double Chakrams. Trying to just help pump some damage in, because you're really not feeling it from Ghost. Again, he has not really had a game, which is so weird to say when your PA is at least, you know, matching third net worth overall, kind of keeping up with Sumail now, but the window was just missed. It's a 0-kill PA at 41 minutes in. That's not a good game for Ghost at all.
No, certainly not. They're going to smoke up as 5. This could be the last-ditch effort here from NGX to try and salvage this game. He's Smiling Knight now with a full Daedalus up to make matters worse. He is looking very intimidating on this Terrorblade. Here comes the wraparound. NGX from the north. They'll head down to the bottom lane. Noob will have his smoke broken here on Sibe. The Tide, of course, has the Ravage up and actually does commit it. Hitting only 1 so far. Sumail, he's going to jump in with the Roar out. I believe that was purged off immediately. Meanwhile, Mbappe with a perfect epicenter. He's found Noob, Omar, and GH. And NGX are falling apart as they finally get Sibe, but what does it matter? Just so much emphasis on trying to kill this Tide every fight. And that's it. GG's called a full wipe and AVULUS. They take us to a game 3 here, John.
That they do. They play it really clean here in game number 2. Play a very smart game as well. They constantly pressure Ghost, understanding that, all right, you know, Sumail was getting a lot of free farm. Noob had a pretty free lane. Noob wasn't stopping Smiling Knight from building up either. He was just sitting in that lane for the most part. And Sumail with a farm, he was a menace to deal with, but these team fights were just nightmarish to play. At least until the BKBs came out. And even with the BKBs coming out, if NGX were the ones to initiate first, the counter initiation from AVULUS was a bigger threat. Like the Blink Ravage was great, the Blink Burrow Strikes, the Blink Epis were great, and this is the moment where it was just really, really awkward for NGX. Look at Fly. Essence Ring, Defense Matrix to stall, giving the time for the Ravage and Epicenter to come in. And that was like a few seconds away from Ghost BKB. Like you mentioned, Mike, they could have just waited to have that safety net. They didn't. They get punished for their haste. And it feels like this is just the kind of story from this game. You had some shining moments from Sumail, but overall, the team fight execution from AVULUS was just a lot cleaner in this game.
Yeah, real shame for that team fight as well, because you could see Ghost not knowing where to go with that fight. Like, had he had a BKB and been able to jump in onto the Terrorblade, you would have been able to just burst him down multiple times, but it just wasn't the case. And props to AVULUS, John. They obviously played this draft very, very well. And NGX, and they try, but they will be forced to play a game 3 up against AVULUS, who just refuse to go down without a huge fight. And you see Sibe, perfect Ravages. Mobay obviously being extremely annoying on this sand kick. And how many times did we see Ghost dive down to that bottom lane to Desire and Mobay? Just over and over again. I feel like it was like 3 or 4 times in a row. They just slowly ventured down south and they find a PA every single time. And just with the Sand King and Ringmaster alone, it's just too easy. There's no problem.
It's a little bit surprising Ghost forced himself down there so many times. Like, they had the top lane cleared out at that point. Tier 1 was taken. Surely you just take triangle, play in your top left side camps, maybe shove in the top lane a little bit more. He was always taking that risk bot. I think after the second time, surely he would have shifted, but NGX just kept forcing that issue, kept the same setup in the lane, just have Noob cut top himself, have Ghost cop it, and again, it just cost him so much. By the time Ghost was ready to fight, his early window was missed. And this is the last fight we saw break out. Like, they were jumping in. First Ravage felt flat. BKB was popped by Ghost. He's managing to dance around. And it's still just not enough. Like, again, there's just not enough output from Ghost having to deal with a laser.
Well, that was his whole BKB usage that last fight. Just chasing Tide. And it's like, okay, you got Tide finally, but it really doesn't matter when the rest of your team is just dead. And here we are, Jonathan. I mean, you see the scoreline. It's just... Sumail, I feel really bad for this Beastmaster. I mean, Sumail was just popping off the whole game. He did his absolute best to try and carry the team on his back, but obviously just doesn't work out for him this time around. Standout player for AVULUS, Jonathan, what are you thinking?
Ooh, hard to say. I'd say maybe Mobe or Zibe. I think both of them deserve it. They set up those team fights perfectly. They were executing really nicely. They hit their timings really well. And it's going to go to Mobe. He was super active on the Sand King. He had a pretty rough lane. Right? We were seeing that solo kill come out from Sumail. He was getting crushed down. The sentry involvement already there from NGX very early. You know, the axe spam coming in. It was not a very good lane for Sand King. But he just hits this blink timing, he hits the Ags on top, and he starts running around the map, joining in, connecting with Sibe, ensuring that they always shut down the big cores on the side of NGX and just did the work that was necessary here from Mobe. Very well played out from AVULUS. Again, for the side of NGX, I don't know, it looked a little bit rough. Again, Sumail was popping off, like you said, Mike, but Ghost just had no gameplay. Like, if you're PA, and again, you're lagging behind his bottom net word, it's not a great feeling. They need to find a way to fix that lane because that was just not a game for him.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not. Props to AVULUS, Jonathan. I mean, I did say earlier that we probably would see a game 3 here between these two teams, and that's where we are headed. So NGX, I mean, I'm curious to see what they change up, because don't forget, game 1 was so dominant from their perspective as well, right? Like, what was it, like a 25-minute game or something for game 1 for NGX? And AVULUS just kind of proving to go the other way here in game 2. We'll see how game 3 goes. We're going to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 3 between NGX and AVULUS. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
When it comes to positivity and honestly just fantastic role models in the Dota 2 scene, I don't think there's anybody else except GH that comes to my mind, and I'm very excited to sit down with him and have a chat about himself and Nigma Galaxy. So firstly, welcome to Wallachia. How are you doing, and excited to play?
Thank you for the kind introduction. So I'm feeling good, a bit tired to be completely honest, but excited to play.
Yeah, it's a bit intense going from like one event to the next. I mean, do you have anything you do to stop yourself getting too tired or, too worn out by it?
Usually I try to sleep, and that's it, to be honest. Didn't get much of that recently, but hopefully we get some.
Looking back at your year, it's been pretty positive, I would say. What really came together? How did that kind of end up looking so good for you guys?
We had a proper preparation. We were kind of a relatively new team as well, because Miracle had decided to take a small break from the scene, and then we had gotten Ghost, which is a really talented player. Everything just clicked. We had new strategies, we had proper drafts, and everything was just coming together. So we had decent, good results. Afterwards, we were still trying hard, we were practicing every day. So we're gonna try the same for this tournament as well.
Of course, you have two players which swapped roles. I mean, quite a while ago now. But how is that kind of going? Do you feel very comfortable with both yourself and with Noob moving roles?
Swapping roles is never an easy thing, to be completely honest, especially when it comes to position 5, because when I played position 4, it wasn't this much demanding when it came to warding and macro gameplay. But now it's a bit different, especially with all the calls and everything that's happening in the game. And for Noob, I believe he's doing good. He has been working a lot on his hero pool as well, so I think this is the biggest change when you go from mid lane to off lane. But truly, right now, I believe we're in a good place.
With the way that the teams kind of switched around, have you ended up taking a more leader role inside of the game?
I believe personally I had to step up in a couple of places, couple of areas, especially since we lost our main voice, which became coach right now in Kuroki. He was the in-game leader and he was making most of the shots. I believe I have had to and have to still step up my in-game leadership skills and my shot calling, because it's not an easy thing, especially if I didn't do it for the past I don't know how many years. So yeah, I had to step up a bit.
How does that work with Ghost? You know, being a stand-in and everything, and maybe not being quite as comfortable with the team.
So Ghost has been with us for some months now.
Yeah.
And we always try to discuss what works best for us. So far, in-game calls, I believe he has been doing pretty well, especially when it comes to the later stages of the game. The early stages of the game usually are taken over by the supports and probably the mid laner. But overall, I think we have a good system right now.
Absolutely. And does it bring you back reminders of, you know, especially like I think 2017, 2018, where we had like kind of a similar schedule where it was like packed? Is it reminding you of those days when you used to play then as well?
It's funny you should mention that, because this is exactly what I was thinking about a couple of days ago, that in 2017 leading to 2020, kind of, right before COVID, the tournaments were super packed and we would play one event after the other. But I don't believe we would get this much tired for some reason. Maybe it's the long haul flights that actually affect us the most. So coming back from the US, which is around a 25-hour journey and then a 13-hour flight. So I think it's a bit too much right now.
Alrighty, GH. Really looking forward to seeing NAVI Galaxy play. Always exciting, and yeah, good luck at the event.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into our Game 3 draft here between AVULUS and Nigma Galaxy. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So we're into our third game of this best-of-3 series. These teams, one of them has to leave a winner tonight. One of them has to leave a loser. Jonathan, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking we've got a pretty close match here for Game 3. Like, we've seen some shining moments from NGX, the domination they were showing in Game 1, but AVULUS just took care of the big one. You know, they took care of the IO in Game 2. They're going to take care of it again here, and they'll pick up the Ringmaster once more, which feels like the key to success that we've been seeing from a lot of teams. Like, this hero just does way too much. The escape art, the impalement is just a lot to deal with in lane and in team fights. The Wheel of Wonder to save is amazing as well. NGX do get access to the Coddle as it is left in the pool, so they just take that up themselves. It was banned in Game 1 and Game 2. And now NGX gets to have a little bit of a specialty out for GH. I'm sure he knows how to be a major nerd with his hero. 80% win rate in a few games, we do see it coming out. And it's just felt amazing, right? We always talk about this in comparison to Tinker. I feel overall that this Coddle is a lot stronger than Tinker, just because of what it can do. So I'm keen on seeing how NGX maximizes this, what kind of combinations they look for with Chakra, as it does feel like that's really one big drawing point for it. I do like that AVULUS did respect ban out the Sumail Beastmaster. He did a ton of work on mid, and I'm a little bit surprised they're taking care of the Sand King that we saw Mobe play amazingly well, but probably just not wanting to have to give that combination out. Sand King Coddle can actually be devastating with, say, lower cooldown Stinger, lower cooldown Burrow Strike, would be a nuisance, as well as the global presence of a Sand King, so understandable enough. But bigger issues are still there. Ember, Storm, Kunkka, Bristleback, even Tiny's been banned out, but those are like the main ones that work really nicely with a Coddle. And you only have one ban before the next pick phase, so not a lot of wiggle room here for AVULUS in terms of preventing these combinations out from NGX.
No, absolutely not. Now that Ringmaster, you know, this hero does it, the escape arts just feel so stupidly strong. You know, it's just a better version of Shadow Demon basically right now. This Ringmaster hero, and as we know with Shadow Demon, John, you tend to see that a lot when it's strong as well. So not too surprising we're just seeing this hero picked up every single game. Surprising it hasn't been banned in this series, but I guess you do only have so many bans as Nigma Galaxy looking for their final ban before we can continue with the draft. Of course, I feel like it's obligatory at this point to point out that you do have a Coddle on Nigma Galaxy, which does mean that it probably is going to be a nice opportunity to think about choosing Storm.
Yeah. Again, they already banned out Ember. Storm's still a safe bet here for Sumail if he wants that. Bristleback is still there. Kunkka as well. Like, these combinations are all pretty sickening. Storm's probably the fanciest one, right? Like, all the mana in the world, this global presence, being able to just really build up your Galvanize stacks with all of this mana you're getting from the Chakra can be amazing. They'll snag away the Jakiro first, though, on the side of NGX, and just kind of try to tie it in that way. But they still have options going out anyhow. I think Jakiro on, say, Pause 4 is pretty fine. We saw it in Game 2. We saw them trying to play around, say, AoE damage from Omar. Didn't quite work out, you know, just trying that in with the Fatal Bonds from GH. Didn't really do much, but this is a good way of also blocking it from AVULUS. As we all know, AVULUS does love picking this Jakiro on off lane, so it's also a good way of just blocking that from AVULUS, forcing Sibe to play something else. I would say still fairly open for AVULUS in the draft. They could just go for their support pick. It's been 0-1 for Omar so far, but again, it was a pretty rough Game 1 overall. I'm wondering what AVULUS will want to go. Like, will they want to pick up an off-lane hero already for Sibe? Are you just going to double down their supports here for Zar as well? And they'll go back to the Tinker for Fly. Fair enough. So you're back to the Ringmaster Tinker again. All the saves and the sustain in the world. But I'm sure this time around, NGX will have some better jump into the back line. Right, like last time in game 1, it was the puck, it was the IO combination. This time you've got the recall. You have that option for Storm. They've got to take it. It's not like AVULUS will want to pick the Storm themselves, although if they wanted to steal it, you know, it's not like a Storm Spirit on AVULUS' end has a lot to worry about. I'll take the Centaur instead. I love that. Look at that. He's got the Ags up.
He let the creep.
That's amazing. Goodness me,
great.
production's insane. It's beautiful.
That's great. I like
You know
it.
what? He should have had a Crystal Maiden casting ult in the back. That would have been it, right?
No,
Getting dunked by Axe after.
Amazing.
Can we get an Axe? Can we get an Axe, please? Can we? Please?
No,
But there's no CM to
No.
dunk, so I guess it's pointless, you know?
it is pointless, John. It is. Nigma Galaxy, what isn't pointless, John, is their next pick. It still seems like a pretty good Storm game, even into the Centaur. Centaur not exactly the biggest counter at all to something like a Storm Spirit. I'll tell you what, though, John. This Centaur makes it even more impossible to kill anyone on AVULUS.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like now you've got the Stampede disengage. You know, he'd probably have the Workhorse at some point. Like, it starts to get a little bit ridiculous how defensive AVULUS can be with this draft thus far.
Yeah, the sillier part is I'm imagining a Workhorse Tinker. Just running around, spamming March, spamming Laser, giving the Fence Matrix out, having fun.
Sounds amazing.
You know?
What an amazing hero.
It's just, that's disgusting. We'll see. We'll see what Sibit will get himself up to here. For the side of NGX, I mean, at this point, you see your offlane matchup. They'll go for the DK pickup first. So nice and
Very
stable
cool.
coming in here. Nice little animation, sliding back with a sword. Very anime-like, Mike. So you would love to say.
It was very anime-like.
The big enough sword though, to be cool. You know,
That's true.
he needs a big sword.
That's
like
true.
Sven would.
Sven has the Berserk sword. That is correct, John.
Yes. Yes.
That you haven't
does go
read
berserk
yet.
as well.
I gotta call you
I
out.
haven't
You
yet.
haven't read it.
I haven't yet. I know I haven't. I know
It's
that's
a
something I actually do
masterpiece.
need to read.
It's a
I know you've said
masterpiece,
it.
John.
Everyone said this to me. Yes.
Everyone says it,
I
John.
have to
because
read
it
it.
is.
It is.
Nigma Galaxy.
Let's see.
See if they go berserk
This
here
isn't-
today, John. Nigma.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I don't think the DK combination with Kotal is all too strong, but this Bristleback is even better. There you go. That's your
Oh,
combination
yep.
as we get Kult sprayed up. That's painful.
Everyone's got an animation. Everyone but
Except for
Earth
its Spirit.
Everyone but Earth
Yeah.
Spirit. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. We only got it picked once too. That's the worst part. It's never going to happen again. Everyone learned from that mistake. Well, it was Fly drafting
gonna
it
happen
too. It
again.
was AVULUS that played it.
Yep. You're not going to have that again. You see the Bristleback, Nigma Galaxy has picked it before and has not won yet for them.
Oh, good.
It has had a pretty strong win rate so far. I do like this. Again, just this combination with Kotal is pretty sick. Right? Like double quills, lots of goo coming out. You have the durability, but now they get the answer on AVULUS. They've got natural break on the PA with a shard. You've got pretty tanky heroes here, right? Like a Centaur is not going to get melted by a Bristle all too quickly. The PA is going to be able to make short work of Bristle with the shard up, even the DK. So you get double value there. I want to see something here on NGX on mid for Sumail. Like, I think at this point you just run, I don't know, like you could run safe lane DK, off lane Bristle, and just try to get something else mid that still plays with a Kotal as well. Just because it feels like some of your combinations have been run down a little bit. Again, Bristleback's not going to be the tankiest after the shards up for your PA. We see off Sumail's heroes. No wins on that Darkseer and the Shaker that we were talking about, but the puck did win in game 1. So there's that. It would not be a bad puck game. Catches the back line. Doesn't really play with Kotal too much, but you know, it's still kind of useful if he can kind of catch up to the puck and cast a chakra along. And there's not that much catch from AVULUS to punish something like a puck. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched here for the side of NGX. Kind of helps them with teamfight as well. Like Dream Coil on Stampede is a good way to counteract that. They can't really run away when they're leashed up. So you will have some control there. They're banning out some mids though. Do ban out the Storm themselves, as their catch here on NGX is also not particularly amazing.
Right. I wonder what you want to finish off with for either side now, though. Seems like NGX want to play quick, Seems like AVULUS are more than happy to take their time. I don't recommend going late into the draft of AVULUS, that's for sure. So yeah, like that PA shard's going to make life for this Bristleback very, very challenging, and the DK for that matter. We haven't really seen the big recall target for the Coddle either. Like, you could make the argument that the Bristleback is going to be it, but I'd still rather see something much more mobile with the Keeper if we can.
I like that NGX are banning to protect these two cores. Again, they take care of the Viper. And the side of AVULUS have taken care of some of the combinations, right? Like earlier on, the Ember, the Pangolier in this phase. Still stuff like, I don't know, like slippery stuff like Quap. There's a Kunkka that could be interesting. Because I think if NGX double down in the tankiness, Kunkka could be one way to go. Again, Chakra on this hero is pretty nice. They'll ban out the Puck, and they'll pick up the Slaughter on mid. You've got the Slaughter PA out. You've got the Corrosive Haze to play with. You've got a really good time for Mobe on mid now because of the river being there. And that does make it so if you are looking for a Sumail mid DK, that's not going to be panning out. So I think you really do have to shift gears. Give Ghost the DK. Or even just give Ghost like a Bristleback safe. Give Noob an off-lane DK, as that can be kind of annoying for a PA to deal with Breed Fire. And just go for something else on Sumail. Like Quap wouldn't be too bad. You don't have the Puck option. You could maybe think about Kunkka, although Kunkka into Slardar is much favorable for Slardar. At least once you hit like level 3 with a little bit more points up. So, I know. Like, I like this from AVULUS. There's just a lot to play with. They're highly mobile. They've got a lot of damage here. It's going to be the Quap that we were talking about there. So, just trying to win that mid lane matchup here for NGX. It's not the fanciest combination with a Coddle. You're going to be tying that into Noob. So it does feel like this game is on the back of Noob, right? Like, that's your big draw with a Coddle. You have to have something you can kind of play off of. It's going to be more than likely the Bristleback with a Quill Spam. That's how they have to go about it here on NGX. You could use it to just drag Sumail into these fights as well, but really you're looking for that sustainable spell spam on the Bristle, and it can still work. The issue really is just the shard timing down the line, but if you can get maybe your own source of Dispel on Noob, you can dispel off the break at least from the Fan of Knives, so it's still somewhat manageable, but that'll require some defensive build on Noob. Overall though, I will say, I do like what I'm seeing here on AVULUS. Again, they've got this really sharp aggression going for themselves here, Mike. They've got the Stampede to disengage. There is no wild hold from NGX because they banned out the Puck on AVULUS, which is a really smart call when you're kind of relying on Stampede for your disengage. And that just means, even if that commitment comes in from NGX, as long as Sibe is alive, if he Stampedes them away, you're probably not killing anyone. Because this is a lot of... It's not burst damage here, right? Like, we're talking about Quilts, you need to stack it up. It's not going to be quick to kill.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Sumail. Like, Sumail has so much pressure to have a great performance on this co-op. Because if he doesn't, then I think everybody else just falls apart. AVULUS certainly feeling like they've got a very scary draft. The Ringmaster, the Tinker, the Centaur. I mean, it's all very scary here, Jonathan, from AVULUS. We shall see. One of these teams is going to be walking away with a 2-1 victory over the other. And again, Jonathan, Swiss format, kind of unforgiving, right? It's not very fun if you end up racking up these losses. See what happens. I still have faith Nigma can make this game 3 work as well. It really could just go either way, but AVULUS, it just feels easier to execute on AVULUS. You know? Like we just saw last game. This Tinker gets to a point where you just can't burst it down. And then it's like, well, good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, you're going to be relying on Sumail for that burst in the back line. I think this lack of hold is just really concerning. I think just the fact that your greatest AoE stun is Ice Pat does not bode well, right? You have single target control on Dragon Tail. Ghost did go for Corrosive Dragon as well, not Fire Dragon, which arguably might have been a little bit more helpful in this game, just so that you have the AoE Dragon Tail up. Again, providing some ways of holding people down, which you really don't have. I just don't foresee later on, once Stampede is up, how you kill on the side of NGX. They just run away. And that's literally it. They're just going to be running away from you. Omar has to be a magician with these ice pads, somehow connecting every single time. And that's not an easy call for the Chikira to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea with the Corrosive Dragon is just that they need to outpace AVULUS, and obviously that does mean they're going to have to take these early tier 1 towers, but yeah, I mean, certainly a lot of problems here to discuss for NGX, I think, here during this game 3. We'll see how it all pans out, John, because they have smoked up. NGX wrapping around through that Radiant jungle actually do sneak up behind AVULUS, who have ended up in the dire triangle. This could be awkward. Samel, he'll break his smoke. So now they know where each other are. But AVULUS, realizing they have that low ground disadvantage, will immediately run away. So Ghost will fight for the bounty, does get it himself. And so a bit of damage being dealt to Smiling Knight. He's going to be just fine. I say that GH actually sticks around for a little bit longer. Will TP. And with that, we do finally get to the laning stage. And it was a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes, by the way, John. So apart from all that harassment, it was a pretty even start.
And it is going to be interesting to see how Mobay manages the mid lane. This should be a good lane for Sumail. He does get the value point in Shadow Strike, just to kind of ensure the harassment comes in, get that zoning out from Mobay. But the last time I saw Quap in match was when Quinn was playing it again while we were in America, or that tournament in America. Going into more points of the dagger is going to be a trap. So Sumail should understand that. It should still be about the Scream of Pain. Should still be about lane management. He is getting some good value level 1 here. Already dropping that slaughter low enough to be uncomfy. And like you mentioned earlier on, Mike, a lot of his early tempo is going to have to come out from the Quap. She's going to have to be active early. Sumail's going to have to hit good timing on, say, Dagon Kaya to keep that momentum up. And he's gonna have to work double time up against Mobay. This lane does get more comfy for Mobay as levels go up. You get your value points up in Guardian Sprint. You start to level up the Crush a little bit more. You can punish Sumail if he does stick to that creep wave a little bit too close.
Yeah, absolutely. The GH and Noob down the bottom lane against Smiling Knight and Fly. Seems like things are going pretty decently for Smiling Knight right now. Obviously, Noob and GH looking to amplify things as the levels do come up for the Bristleback. Pretty deadly combination with the Keeper of the Light and the Bristle. You know, you never really run into those mana issues as long as you've got GH around with that Chakra Magic. But you will need those initial levels up first before Noob does try to start getting aggressive. In fact, Smiling Knight actually jumping in for a quick Blink Strike. Trying to really apply that pressure onto Noob while he can. Because at some point it is going to be too late and Noob is going to start just taking over the lane. Eventually.
Not Hero. They're doing a great job of just zoning out GH pretty far though. Oh.
First blood's drawn. Ghost. He'll find it this time around on the DK. That's a great start here for NGX.
That's what you want to see. You were talking about tempo, Mike. That's how you kind of set it up on this DK. The Centaur doesn't have the most armor in the world. He does have a lot of HP, so every single time you manage to twack away on Ghost, there's a lot of output that can come in. And it kind of connects nicely with Jakiro and his damage as well, right? With the right click that he does have, even though you don't go for the facet, it does help soften up Sibe to be kind of taken down a notch. So you do have to be concerned. You don't tend to see Escape Act early either, so there's no big saves that you can expect from Desire until later on in the game. And this is how you kind of need to scale up here. Do like that Fly was scouting out already, blocking again these camps in the triangle. Some stacks were already made, and this is going to ensure that the fast farm for Noob isn't going to be there as quick as you'd want it to be. At least you're going to need more sentries here.
Bottom lane Fly's already starting to get so annoying with this much of the machine spam. It's just being able to zone them out. You know, it's just the AoE denial. You know, it just basically guarantees your carrier at least one creep wave, because you know the enemy can't actually contest while the march is going. So GH going to get started on some stacks, gets a nice D-ward off on the Ancient camp. Noob in the meantime trying to dissuade them from pulling the small camp. Top lane, a pretty clean affair for Ghost. Not really concerned at all about the opposing off lane. Mid lane is actually going very well for Sumail though. He's currently 10 CS ahead of Mobay. So while the Slider is still finding the farm in XP, Sumail is having a much better time. In fact, even taking the water rune away from Mobay, but now he's found himself in a bit of danger. But it looks like GH is going to intervene, and now with the Chakra Magic and the lower cooldowns, they want to try, but Mobay is okay. But it's a tough lane
like
here for the Slav.
I like this from Sumail. He does go for the level 2 Shadow Strike, but he's not going all in yet. I'm wondering if he's going to go for the level 3 to keep that pressure up, or if he just goes back to the Scream to have that capability to farm, and maybe even a little bit of the burst once he does get his rotations in. Gonna hit that timing a little bit earlier. And then Mobe forced to smoke and run into that lane again.
Desire top lane, not gonna survive. Omar and Ghost being a real nuisance here at this top lane, as now they'll try and even get more damage onto Zibe, who just needs a TP and cancels it immediately. So there you go. Top lane, again, this time around for Ghost going very well.
And again, it plays into this tempo that you want to have on NGX. They're still doing a good job of tracking you. The stacks are slowly being taken by the Bristle. They are still maintaining that aggression top, though.
I mean, I appreciate the aggression. They know there's no TP this time. But with Desire around, Ghost does need to play a little bit more cautiously and does require himself to back the hell out of there. But I appreciate just keeping the constant pressure up. Never allowing Zibe and Desire to feel comfortable up at this top lane. And Omar even positioning himself again. Looks like he wants to try and make a move, perhaps on Desire, but Desire did spot him out on that tree line. So Omar will just need a retreat. Bottom lane still going very slowly, by the way, in the meantime. Noob still finding some decent farm here, but Smiling Knight having a much better time on the PA.
And he is. And they, again, they're very consistent with these blocks, well, no?
Flies rotated through the Twin Gate. Desire's in trouble. Zibe gonna move in as well. Ghost, he's the big target on the Dragon Knight. They'll chase him down now with the Blood Grenade landing as well, but Sumail has TP'd here in the Quap. Zibe once again being targeted, but Sumail, he's looking for more. They'll find Ghost. Desire with a very nice Scream of Pain dodge. Zibe, does he die? Oh, no, he doesn't. Fly denies him off. So you got Desire, but you lost Ghost. You even lost Omar on top, and the worst part was Zibe. He got denied in the end by Fly.
That's pretty sickening out from Fly, and that's one of the things when you do go for maxing out Shadow Strike, relying on that for your DPS. It is deniable. It gives a window for you to kind of counterplay on AVULUS, and they counterplay excellently there. That's a lot of space given out to Mobe to play catch up on mid. He's managed to soak up into his level 6. Still slow going on the Slaughter overall, but any single time Sumail leaves the lane, Mobe does have some room to breed at the very least. And again, they're managing this fine on AVULUS, despite a little bit more aggression coming out from the side of NGX. Again, they're cutting off these resources. They're ensuring that GH has to always have sentries to clear out the camp, to ensure that the stacks can flow. They've done a great job of just maintaining some control in the triangle and impacting the potential catch-up farm or the snowball farm for Noob to find. One big benefit for the side of AVULUS is still that lane for Ghost. Despite the death, he's still up in net worth. He's doing a fantastic job on that DK. He's going for the armlet next. And again, not going for the blink, as he does want to have some sustain, have some output for himself. This is one way to get that done. Setting up now for the 8-minute rune, with 3 heroes from NGX watching mid. No one from the side of AVULUS. Only a lone Ringmaster of the Tsar. So it should be a freebie for some mail. Would be nice if he got something like the amp damage rune, and does get lucky. Does have it up, so should be looking for another fight. Lining up with Sonic Wave coming off cooldown now as well. The issue is just finding a target at this point.
We'll see what they do try for. I mean, if you go into the Radiant Triangle right now, there's plenty of stacks that are currently being taken by Fly and Desire. So it'd be a very nice time to move into there. Noob actually dying on the Bristleback. Meanwhile, Zibe also being chased top lane. Zibe cannot escape from this one. He will die to Ghost. Meanwhile, Sumail has made his appearance in that Radiant Triangle. They miss out on the large camp stacks, but they do still have the Ancients that they can try for as Fly now. Well, Sumail's not messing around. He said, no, we're not messing with this Tinker hero. Let's get the job done.
Yeah. Just tosses it out. Fortunately for the side of AVULUS, the Ancient camp was not bothered at all. So they do still have these stacks to fall back to. And they've got a position here onto Ghost.
He's very far forward trying to get that tier 1 tower damage off. Help incoming. GH is going to be here, and so is Sumail, and he still has that amp damage rune going. Mobe, he's the one caught. That's a big target. That's a great start for NGX. Zippe in trouble, will go down. Samel, does he actually
Smiling
die?
Knight.
Smiling Knight, he blink strike right into them. He'll blink strike right back out though, but NGX are not done. Smiling Knight, he's still a bit of a sitting duck. He'll blink strike to the uphill, but the chase continues as Samel lands the scream, and with that, the Ice Path also committed, but it won't matter. Smiling Knight barely makes it out. Barely.
That is a very risky play coming out from Smiling Knight. Fortunately, Desire is enough to save him with a couple of good Tame the Beasts. No escape act yet. They do bail out, but they managed to get the big pickoffs they'd want on NGX. Timely response out to that rotation in. Sumail, though, loses his courier, so a little bit of time gone without that little circlet up for the additional mana. But you are getting room as well for Noob down bot, right? Like, and Noob's lane down bot has been probably one of the slower ones, considering he gets really easy to kill as well as long as Mobe is around. Without that risk, he's free to farm up. He's got the Vanguard up, which is a start for the Bristle in getting that durability going for himself. And relatively soon, he can start to think about taking these stacks that GH has built up. Although the Ancients is probably still a little bit too much for him to handle at this point. Still looking for the aggression, though. Smoke out with a recall up on GH. Smail's set to go again onto Sibe, if he's not too careful.
They're going to fight Fly instead, I think. They'll see the Ancients. Stampede was popped immediately to allow Fly out of that Radiant Triangle, but the Ancients are not safe. Target acquired here for NGX. They'll drop the macro. Just everything. Get rid of those Ancient stack. All cleaned up, Jonathan. I mean, not all of it.
Good
TPs are coming now.
It's a good farm spread as well. It's not all just going to Sumail. Right? Like, you're also sharing that gold out to Omar to get some durability up, working onto the Beast. You get a little bit flowing towards GH as well, and you're seeing some of the power of Recall plus Chakra on a Quap, the lower cooldown and Stream. Can be quite nice. Again, it's not the flashiest thing in the world in comparison to other Chakra magic combos, but it is still a ton of output as well. It bought a lot of space out for them to protect the triangle. And Ghost just gets free reign to push into the tier 1. And again, Noob is uncontested now. So this Bristle is reaching that point where Bristleback is going to get leveled up. You're going to start to really be the tank that this team needs. And it's not like Smiling Knight's close to even considering his shard yet. Not while he has so much more to go for into the battle here. It's still a ways off here.
Certainly is. DH recalling in Samal again. He'll find a regen rune for the Quap this time. NGX definitely looking to hunt 3k advantage their way. They really do understand how powerful they are at the moment. Not going to find any targets though. You could find Smiling Knight if they ran directly south, and well, Smiling Knight, he's going to have the help of Fly, who is already TPing in, ready to defend that tier 1 bottom tower. So annoying to try and push into this crap. Samel trying to find Fly, not going to get so lucky. Maybe they could try for Smiling Knight, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to run into that direction though. They'd rather just focus on this tier 1 bottom tower and eventually get rid of it.
That should open up the movement into that PA a little bit easier once they can get this tower out of the way. And eventually they will. They've got the room. We've still got a solo lane for Ghost, who again is basically uncontested, going for the Mask of Madness next. Isn't too far off from it. And now you've got the full day gun up for Sumail. So a lot of burst damage on hand, some good spell lifesteal as well to mitigate that Masochist and just allow him to not be as scared when he is popping all of his spells up front. You're in a very happy game state for NGX. 3-7, 4k lead. This PA isn't as shut down as Ghost was in the last game for sure, but this is a PA without Battle Fury still. And as long as that's not yet up, I mean, the farm game is still a lot slower for him.
DH caught out and is surely dead, but he's done a lot of damage to Sipe. Here comes the cavalry. Goes to pop the dragon form, looking for a stun onto Desire, but is just out of range. They won't want to go too far. Meanwhile, though, they have caught themselves a Smiling Knight. And the fight continues on the western side of the map. It seems like Fly does finally get caught on the Tinker. He'll still try to walk his way out with the defense matrix, and he's actually healing up so much. Does he die? finally does go down. But Ghost is going to have to give his own life up for this. That's Tinker for you.
And it is. Good trade back, at least finding that on Ghost. Losing Smiling Knight still an issue. Again, this PA is still not quite at Battle Fury, although it is getting closer and closer. Now you've got Sumail ready to make a move. No Sonic Wave up, but again, with the Dagon and the Scream.
Uh-oh. Yeah, awkward TP there from Zippe. He will use the escape act at the very least. The Omar still chasing, and a Dagon out from Sumail. Going to get the job done. Desire going to try for a quick TP play. Not going to be it, though. Well, he does get the TP, and rather the Ice Path will not make it in time. I mean, NGX, they're in complete control of this game 3. There's no two ways about that. AVULUS,
yeah.
It could just be the fact that the NGX draft, it tends to move a lot quicker. You know, you could make the argument that at some point AVULUS are going to start to take over if the game goes on too long. But again, NGX for now, complete control for them.
That they are. They're finding this gank squad. It's starting to really get online. You're getting these timings forming up as well, right? Like you've got the Halberd up on Noob, so even if you start to get comfy here on Smiling Knight, the disarm is going to ruin his day. And just these recall plays are starting to really ramp up on GH. And just the sustain, just the lack of fear, the lack of mana concerns out, especially for Sumail, is causing problems. Heck, they just have to TP away from Noob.
Mobay just left. Omar gets caught, but Smiling Knight's also been caught out, and there's just fights going all across the map as Smiling Knight does go down. Meanwhile, they do get Omar, but it's not a good trade here for the side of AVULUS as they do lose their pos 1 for support. And Mobay, he was TPing into the fight. He actually got snotted by the Bristleback, but didn't cancel his TP. Maybe just assuming Smiling Knight would be able to get away himself. But yeah, that TP rotation, it does cost them the carry.
It's such a bad time for Smiling Knight. It's reminiscent of what happened to Ghost last game, right? Like Ghost was also just trying to find farm down bot, gets ganked up. Ghost was hunted down much more often, to be fair. Smiling Knight is still top net worth for his team, but this Battle Fury is still eluding him. He's still about 220 gold away until the full Battle Fury is up, so his farm pace is just going to be sitting behind. They need to find some space out. They'll get the jump in.
Jumping Sumail. GH is around to help out, but Sumail's in pretty big danger, though the heals do come in just in the nick of time. He'll make it out, thanks to GH, with that Illuminate. They even consider moving back in, but they decide better of it. They'll leave AVULUS alone. All this time, Ghost is just free farming on the Dragon Knight to make matters worse. Like, he's currently 3k ahead of the PA. So Ghost is having a great old game this game 3. So everything just going according to plan. I mean, NGX, you might feel pressure to look for those tier 2 towers soon, but I don't think it's going to be much of an issue for them. Not at this rate.
Certainly not. They've got tempo up. They've got a lot of durability. We're not seeing the connections you'd want here. Sibe.
Uh-oh. Let's get caught. Noob doing a lot of damage. A lot of minus armor onto Sibe, who's forced to stampede just to get out. Such a bad feeling here for Sibe to have to commit that, but there's nothing else he could really do about it. Now that T2 top tower should be set to go down, but GH, he's hunting Smiling Knight bottom lane. He's bringing somebody in. The TP away is there. Sumail. Oh, there's no TP cancel. They haven't got a Yule Scepter or anything like that on the clock to ensure they can get these cancellations, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you're forcing the PA away. You get a T2 top tower. You'll take the outpost in the Radiant Triangle. So even though you miss the kill, you're still finding a lot of action.
And you are.
And Fly? Is Fly just dead? Ghost is patiently waiting. Omar is moving in. And believe me, Ghost, he probably does need the help here, John. It is a tinker, but they will get it.
Yeah, they catch him out. They're still setting up down bot as well, as Noob is starting to get really tanky. He has the Sange flying out, still ahead of net worth in comparison to Smiling Knight. Smiling Knight is trying to farm into the Ag Shard at the very least. That's going to be one solution up for Noob, but you have to be concerned about everything else. Yeah, cutting off the bristleback is going to be nice. Softening them up, removing that bristleback is good. But what do you do about Sumail? Right, like if Sumail's allowed to just dance around, deal his damage with full Kaya up, into the Shivas coming in next, with that sustain coming through from GH, I don't think you have any better of a time. Like honestly, it does feel like you just ignore Noob. The break is nice, but he's not your concern at the moment. He's not the most farmed. It's Sumail, it's Ghost that you kind of have to contend with right now, and really Sumail kind of setting that tempo with his Quap, and again, with how spammable her spells become, just by having that Coddle around.
We go chase out from Ghost. He's going to find himself a Ringmaster. A bit Desire going down very quickly to Ghost, who's hitting like an absolute truck now on the Dragon Knight. And as much faith as you and I had in this draft of AVULUS, John, sadly, it's just falling apart for them at the moment. I mean, they've got to try and bide their time, I guess, and try to close this net worth gap a little bit, but it's just getting too big.
And it is.
Like, the difference between Ghost and Smiling, it's just still way too big.
It is, and I think one big shortcoming for AVULUS is that they didn't get the window to play around with, say, this Corrosive Haze PA combination. Like, you can just murder a hero outright, kind of clean up from there, rinse and repeat, and just kind of keep the farm game going as well. Roshan doesn't take too long for Noob with 6 stacks of goo up. We'll take it with Ghost with the additional minus armor from Corrosive Dragon. It's funny, you're running Slaughdar PA, and it feels like this DK Bristleback is doing much more with her minus armor than Slaughter PA is, which theoretically is probably the most natural combination for PA to snowball start right off of. But again, Smiling Knight has not had a game so far.
Literally not. Smiling Knight just going to have to continue doing what he's doing to give his team a chance back at this game. It's up to NGX how much they want to pressure in the meantime. Ghost might just wait to finish the full SNY off before he joins his team again. Meanwhile, Zippe, unfortunate. Sumail will find the freest kill of his life. And speaking of free kills, Smiling Knight's down at bottom lane. He'll find him too. Ghost looking for a stun, not quite there yet, but eventually gets 4-star forward by GH. And Smiling Knight getting taken down for a double kill by Sumail. He's 7-0-1 now on the Quap. Perfect game thus far. Fly in the meantime. TP's away top lane, but there's just no safety on this map right now for AVULUS. None.
There really isn't. Like, they've got to... They need a way to just play somehow with Corrosive Haze and PA. They need to just burst someone down. Theoretically, it's not that hard. There's some really soft targets in the back. You know, GH, he does have some protection with a Solar Crest up at the least, but the Jakiro can also be manageable, although also having the PVs kind of makes it maybe a little bit of a slower process. They need these BKBs to be up. And Mobe is working on to his. You only lack the recipe on Smiling Knight. Maybe at that point, you can start to make things happen, but your map has shrunk. Tier 2 bot just set to fall. No outer towers left for the side of AVULUS off the back of that. Age is still running for another 3 minutes on Ghost. A lot of time to look for a fight into, say, a high ground siege, which will not take that long for a DK. So you need to find something here on AVULUS. It has to be off of these BKBs. The pipe that Sibe is trying to work into as well will help out. But there's just not enough farm flowing across the map. It's only really Smiling Knight who's able to really get that build-up you'd want. Everyone else is just being sacrificed for that PA to try to get that scaling going.
Oh, they do bomb, but Bay gets caught by the ice path. They had his number. Sumail will take another one for himself. Meanwhile, mid, though, they have caught out the Bristleback. This could be a big turning point with the goal they will get out of this, but here comes Ghost to try and help out, and Noob is just not dying yet. He's still making it out. He finally goes down, but look at Ghost. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Ghost just completely wiping the floor with them in game 3. Even Smiling Knight will have to tip over. And with that, they're onto the tier 3 towers. 23 minutes in, I mean, just not much you can do about it. NGX have had the perfect game.
That they have. Look, when you try to jump down this bristle with Snot Rocket, you're just making yourself, again, quite soft. Ghost comes in, he's a Corrosive Dragon, he gets even more minus armor. The cleanup is just no problem whatsoever. 7-20, NGX taking 1 rack's gonna find another. And you still don't have the big timings you'd want. You have one BKB ready on Smiling Knight at the least, still a ways off from O-Base. And even with those BKBs, will you have enough damage for the Corrosive Haze? It doesn't feel like it's going to be enough just yet.
Well, they're going to force away Ghost. At least for now. No Dragon Form available, so he'll have to wait another 30 seconds for that to be back up. But they do walk away with one lane of barracks. Of course, we are still up against a support Tinker here, John, so the high ground is not going to be that easy. While that Dragon Form is not up. But it's a pretty short cooldown, 15 seconds left for it. And it doesn't seem like NGX are intending on moving at all. They dominate pretty much all the map right now. Smiling Knight at least has the bottom side jungle of the map to farm, but he'll have to return very soon. NGX, they're not retreating. There's no need to. You know how advantageous you've got this game in your hands. You just move in. And here we go. Tier 3 tower down. Satanic now up on Ghost. Fly's going to get started with the Munch of the Machine spam, but it's too late for the mid-racks. It is down. Do they go for the third? Ghost says yes.
There's just no concern. Like, yeah, Corrosive Haze is softening up this DK. He still has plus 13 armor with Corrosive Haze on him. He doesn't care. He's not squishy enough.
Doesn't feel like it. Jump in from Obey. They're going to try, but a beautiful ice path and the Sonic Wave out. Completely denied here from Omar. So Jump Fly, the Tinker in trouble. Meanwhile, the Centaur just burning alive. Flies down a bird. AVULUS trying to get back to the fountain. But they just hold their ground right in front. Noob just turns his back on the boys. There goes your bottom racks, Jonathan. Props to AVULUS, they haven't called it. They're going to play till the bitter end, just like NGX did in Game 2. Give themselves another crack at this. But they are up against Mega Creeps, 26.5 minutes in. Ghost has jumped in. Smiling Light's been caught out. The ice path to lock him down, and he is just dead. As they do call the GG. NGX, they do manage a 2-1 victory here up against AVULUS. In Game 3, I mean, this draft, you know, whether we liked it or not, they had to finish the game quick, and they certainly did do so.
That they did. They kind of repeated what happened to themselves, what happened to Ghost in this game to Smiling Knight. They returned the favor, make it a hellish game for the PA. You're not able to farm up. You're not able to hit this timing on Battle Fury. Even with the Battle Fury, again, you missed that timing where you could have potentially played earlier with Corrosive Haze, with all of that minus armor that came in. It just never came online there for the side of AVULUS. And for Nigma Galaxy, it all comes down to how well they played their lanes. Like, this was an amazing snipe out from Omar with that TPN right as Mobay wanted to bail out from pushing that wave. And this is kind of what happened the entire game. Just the global gank squad, this emphasis, again, trying to run down Noob. Look at all that minus armor coming in. Look at how easy it is for Ghost to kill them off because he managed to stay alive on Noob. How soft they are. Look at that. Snot Rocket, man. Just does too much.
Yeah. It's a lot of minus armor, and it's not a very fun time if you are caught in. And then a beautiful ice path here by Omar into 3 heroes, just completely negating the initiation they were trying to go for. And I mean, just desperately trying to catch this Queen of Pain. But Samel able to blink away every single time. And the game obviously proving to be just way too challenging for the side of AVULUS in this Game 3. Props to the side of NGX for being able to make this draft look really, really great and just performing really, really great. And here you go, the last final team fight. Smiling Light gets caught with a Dragon Tail, and that's all she wrote. That's all it really took. As they will take him down, and the GGs were called. Sumel has a perfect game on the Quap, John. You and I kind of said he had to have a really good game for this draft to work. And that he did, John. Perfect game here for the Quap.
Yeah, I remember the last time, again, I was looking at a Quap. We were on panel for a rally, and it was Winter who said going all in on the dagger isn't great. Like, Sumail went 3 points in dagger, and he still rocked that lane. He still rocked the rotations, even without the higher points in the Scream of Pain. He made it work. His movement across the map was perfect. His identification, his connection with GH was just on point, and he made things happen. Like, that mid lane was hellish for Mobay because of the dagger, and he was still managing to get that farm. I think that's the balance you have to take. It's a lot tougher to play the farm game when you do max out Dagger first, but it didn't matter for the King, as, you know, he does manage to rock it out. And for AVULUS, I mean, going 0-2 now, their life's on the line here, Mike, in Wallachia. That's the breaking point. If you lose your next series, you're gone. You've got to keep winning at that point going forward. For this team, that's not an impossible thing to get done, but it's certainly not a very comfy spot to be in. For NGX though, Mike, 1-1, you know, I don't know if you can say NGX is back yet, but you know, they're rising up, Mikey.
I mean, they're there, Jonathan. They're putting up a fight. They're you know, they're not performing badly by any stretch of the imagination. So, you know, props to them, having a fantastic time. Their hopes are still well and truly alive in this Swiss format. And yeah, I mean, props to NGX. Of course, we do have another series coming right up, I do believe. Let me have a look at what it is, Jonathan. It's going to be Xtreme Gaming. Oh, look at that. Xtreme Gaming up against Talon will be coming up. And John X Fire has to leave the casting desk because... Thank you for the schedule, by the way. We are going to have Xtreme Gaming versus Talon and Shopify Rebellion versus Heroic. Sadly for you, Jonathan, you're not going to be there to fanboy over Talon for a whole best of 3 because we're going to have two brand new, very handsome casters. What is it, John?
Just wanted to say, for Southeast Asia, this could be the most depressing back-to-back to watch. You're going to watch Talon get bombed out and Yopaj and Scam get wrecked. Who knows? They might win, but it could also be a very depressing night, Mike.
It probably will be, John. Not for us, though, because we're off, Jonathan. We've got 2 new casters coming right up. It's going to be Snare and Cinderin taking over, so don't go anywhere. After a short break, we'll be back with our 3rd series of the day.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Stăpâni, stăpâni, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătești și cel și cu cel vrâncean. Uiței bersane, tișne, zdrevane și de-a fi se mor, încăptim o flor. Se spui lui Vrâncean și lui Ungurean ca să le facă aici de aproape în strunga de oi să fiu tot cu voi. Astea să le spui, iar la cap să-mi pui lui raș de fac. Lui raș de os. Lui raș de soc, muzicei cu foc. Când abate plăierea, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când alergând, de toți întrebând și la toți încânt. Cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-o inel, fițișoara lui, musticiara lui, perișorul lui. Ura câmpului,
Welcome back, one and all, to PGL Wallachia Season 4 as we continue in today's 0-1 action and try to figure out exactly where these two teams stand right now. Of course, we've already covered two series, and now we head on over to our next one, which is going to be a banger. Talon Esports taking on Xtreme Gaming. Cannot wait to get into this one. Of course, my name is Snare, and I'm joined today by the mute swan himself. It is Cinderin. What's going on, gang?
We're learning new words today together, aren't we? I don't even know what that means.
It's your national bird, you know, in Denmark. I just found that out literally like 10 minutes ago. It's a national bird,
Wait, what did you
apparently
call
quite
it?
gigantic. The mute swan. It's the national
The
bird of
mute
Denmark.
swan. Oh, yeah, like I told you, we learned something new. I did not know that's our national bird. That sounds kind of cool. I'm done with that. Yeah, this will be interesting. Today is a game of 0-1s, right? So these are two teams that lost yesterday. And I have to say, overall, I was more impressed with Talon. I think Xtreme's series was, even though they lost 1-2, both teams lost 1-2, that is, I feel like Xtreme were definitely not on their A game yesterday, so we're hoping to see them level up today. Talon, I think, showed more glimmers of brilliance and of hope in general, so we'll see how these two match up, though. We talked about it before going live here, that this could be a long series, potentially, as both teams favor long games. Don't really know who I think that is better for, necessarily, if this becomes like a 50-60 minute slogfest.
I mean, to buttress the point that you were making, looking at the games, like Xtreme Gaming heavily favored in their matchup, losing 2-1. And although Talon took a game, honestly, they could have won that third game. Things just went a little bit awry, I think, in the later parts of the mid-game. So that went south. For Xtreme Gaming, they definitely should have won game 1. They absolutely fed that game. And then the draws for game 2 and 3, even the game that they won, were a little bit lackluster. I think probably it's going to depend a lot on the draft. Like, for example, the series we just saw earlier today in between AVULUS and Nigma Galaxy. Nigma should have been able to win 2-0, but the second draft was just not it from them, right? Giving away Ringmaster Tinker and then not going for a last pick Queen of Pain, last pick Storm Spirit, giving Sumail the Beastmaster instead did not set them up for success regardless of the length of the game. So I think this is probably one of the more, given how similar the playstyles are between these two teams, it's probably going to be heavily draft orientated, I think.
Yeah, and the question is, having someone like Xiao 8 usually between, like, to learn from mistakes and to learn from bad series can be really powerful to have that, like, that type of coach. But the reason I'm a little bit uncertain about Xtreme is I have not been impressed with the Chinese region's ability to adapt to the meta in general for quite a while, with the exception of Tidebound. I think that is the one team that seems to be matching the pace of the global skill, if you will, or the global drafts, the overall play style, where Xtreme sometimes will default to some more, I don't know, for lack of better words, like stubborn and old ideas. A great example of that would be yesterday's Faceless Void pick, which I thought was very slow and very exploitable, and it got crushed in their third game. They just have this tendency of falling into, all right, we're picking late game, we're picking big team fight spells, and then we're hoping to get there. And then sometimes they just get run over. So I would love to see from Xtreme today some better pace. They have the players. This is not a matter of individual skill. This is an all-star lineup. They can play almost everything. So you just got to set it up.
Well, in this game, the setup is going to be necessary because you are already dealing with some high mobility, some global presence from the Nature's Prophet. You and I were speaking yesterday about how likely is it that this hero is ever going to get through. We just saw the stats, and I'm surprised this is gone through 3 times already. That is astonishing to me. And only won once, so 1 and 2 so far. We'll see if this changes those stats at all. In this game, though, dealing with the Ringmaster, you know, as much as we've only seen this 1 win for the Nature's Prophet, bro, Ringmaster has been killing it. Of all the games that Ringmaster has played, the only hero that's been doing better overall with as many games as the Ringmaster was the, which one was it? It was Tinker. Tinker has like fewer games, but slightly higher win rate. But this Ringmaster, 19 games, 58% win rate, that is obscene. Like, this hero just cannot be allowed to continue to get first picked in this way.
Yeah, that's the thing. 59% win rate might not sound that high, and the sample size also isn't the biggest, but when it's an overall first pick support, then it's starting to feel really good to just grab this hero. I believe it's easily the most picked hero of the tournament as well. It's like it's getting through the bans, and then it's just winning about 6 and 10 games so far. So that's definitely very solid. Nature's Prophet, yeah, I think this hero will be 100% contest rate in this tournament, just like I believe it was in Raleigh as well. Picked or banned literally every single game, and we're continuing that trend here. Elder Titan, interesting idea here from Xtreme. I think it's an okay hero against Nature's Prophet. If they lane against each other, you're guaranteed to run it through the hero as well as his treant, so you have a little bit of extra damage and armor in the lane. And you're one of the few heroes that can probably stand up to him. But Talon are shutting that down immediately, if this is a carry Prophet anyway, by picking the Jakiro that makes Elder Titan's life miserable in lane. Double attack speed slow is very strong against him.
Yep, and of course you don't get the bonus that you get from the spirits. Doesn't really apply to that magic damage from the Jack either. So what you rely on for your tankiness all of a sudden doesn't really apply. I like this quite a bit from Talon. I like this. This Jakiro has been... It hasn't been winning that much, but it's been winning over my heart. You know, in a lot of games that I've been seeing, it's just a nice stable support. When some of the other OP ones are gone, you can't pick Ringmaster, you can't pick the Tinker, you don't have an Ench player, maybe you don't feel like going Crystal Maiden. So you just get some classic Jakiro, some magic damage through the game, solid lanes. I like this profile of support. It's always fun to watch.
Yeah, and speaking of support profiles, this hero here is one of my personal favorites in this patch, and I think it started picking up a little bit of steam toward the very end of Raleigh, and I think we're going to be seeing it quite a bit here as well. The Bounty Hunter, I think this is a really good choice for this series, actually, for Talon, because if Xtreme Gaming is a team that plays a little bit on greed and a bit slower and tries to ramp up, having this pairing of Bounty Prophet is going to be very fast around the map. You're going to be scouting, you're going to be looking for kills, you're going to try to snowball the game. You're going to have information about stacks you can contest against slower teams. So I personally think this is potentially the perfect pick in general against a team like Xtreme. So I'm really happy to see from Talon that they've identified this and that they're running it. Now it's a matter of enabling it in lane. That's what you got to do. You got to make sure your bounty hunter doesn't just become, or rather that your offlaner doesn't become too hamstrung by the fact that bounty is a relatively weak laner.
So we're probably going to be looking at some of these more oppressive laners in the offlane. Unfortunately, they've already banned out 2 of those themselves in the Beastmaster and the Darkseer. For Xtreme Gaming, we do come back for the Tiny Magnus. So some versatility here. XXX obviously is crazy on the Magnus, but XM can play it as well. The same is true for the Tiny across multiple roles, actually. But very clear that these are going to be the 2 cores. So for Talon, now the next step is going to be not just making sure that the offlaner is good, but making sure that Nature's Prophet isn't the only damage dealer in the game. That's always been one of the drawbacks of having Bounty, right? You gain control, you gain a map presence, and you gain information, but in exchange, you give up damage and control in the middle of these fights. So whatever they pick up for the mid and the safe lane should be able to fix that. What do you think? Maybe some Makoto Storm again, like you did yesterday?
I would really like them to pick Timbersaw for WS, I think. It's probably one of his 3 best heroes, and there's a couple of upsides to it here. You're laning against what is likely going to be at least one of the strength cores here, and you know that the other one will be Magnus, and there's also going to be the ET. And on top of that, you would be one of the less dependent offlaners, which would free up Bounty Hunter to move around. As soon as Timbersaw has a couple levels, he can lane against most stuff alone. But they're going to go a different route. This is more aggressive in nature. It's more stun. If they pick Timber, the mid hero would have had to be a little bit more in the, let's say, a little heavier on catch. But this is also flex. It could still be a mid Slardar, and this way they're keeping their options open a little bit. There's the instant Timber ban, by the way, from Xtreme. They identified that right away. But yeah, they opt for the Slardar. I don't hate it. Again, the pacing is nice with Prophet, but you are a little bit low in teamfight here, so you gotta make sure that you get the skirmishes right.
In this tournament so far, it's been picked twice, both of them in the mid lane. At Rally, it went 7 times mid, once in the off lane. So it does seem to be becoming more of a classic off lane, or mid hero rather, instead of in the off lane, but I could still definitely see them getting a mid hero. I guess one of the things about having the Slaughter is no matter, you know that it's one of Tiny Magnus going mid. Well, actually maybe not, right? Mag could still go off lane, Tiny carry, but do you like Tiny carry or Magnus carry in this meta right now?
I think Tiny carry is completely fine. I think it's actually very strong still. Magnus carry, maybe not as much, especially for this team. I just think you don't put Ami on Magnus. I think you have XXS, you know? Let him play the mag unless it's like griefing what kind of lane you're sending him to. But it's hard to make that bad of a lane for Magnus in current Dota, so if you pick it, just send it on that off lane, make sure he gets his utility items, and then get a hyper carry that can compensate for Magnus's lack of damage. XXS will usually buy utility stuff and not the carry style offlane mag, even though that is playable. It'll be a Tidehunter last. Okay, so more stuns, more beefy frontline together with the Slardar, and what should be a pretty good lane matchup into Tiny. And this is a similar logic to what I was talking about with Timber, right? You want to pick an offlaner that can be relatively independent, so that Bounty Hunter gets to roam, either gank mid, gank the safe lane. And here comes Ame's last pick of choice, the Morphling.
Okay.
It's been good this tournament so far.
Yep. And Ame, just definitely one of the heroes he is well known for. 7 picks, 57% win rate, so what, 4 and 3, good times. One thing, well, I do like the fact that they managed to swap this out from having the Tiny go carry. One of my big issues when I see Tiny carry and the enemy team has Tidehunter, you rely so much on that grow damage, and Anchor Smash is, you more reliably get Anchor Smash out onto a Tiny than you ever will on a Morphling. Well, if the Morphling is playing correctly, of course. One of the things I also like about this is that my thing with Tiny damage is you do have some like mid-game, early mid-game burst damage, but as the game scales, you can hurt really, really hard, but you don't like completely rip through some of these massive HP pools we're going to be seeing from the Slaughter and the Tidehunter. So having the Morphling here as well that can supplement that damage does help. They actually have a lot of damage across all their 5 heroes for Xtreme Gaming. So certainly I think Talon are now much happier that they went for such a beefy lineup, because after the Morphling, he's going to be beefed up by the Magnus. They're going to be this ET bringing you down, lowering your armor, giving you the splitter. There's a lot to deal with, like in some of these fights. Talon's going to have to be very careful with the initiations.
Yeah, and in addition to that, I guess you don't have the best stuff against Morph. You don't have like an instant silence or an instant hex or anything like that on any of your heroes, so you're kind of going to have to probably itemize for that. We'll be curious to see what Joachim does in that regard, or maybe even Natsumi on the Nature's Prophet could pivot for something like an Orchid or a Hex on the carry Prophet, but yeah, the options are definitely there for Talon to itemize themselves out of the potential issues they would have. For Xtreme, you know, we talked about it. They're one of the slower teams probably. This is pretty slow. You're playing Magnus, ET, and Morphling as a carry also needs time. So it will probably be the archetype of game that we were expecting, where Xtreme will be a little bit more on the ramp-up side, and Talon will try to go faster early on and build themselves an advantage. And it's something that SEA teams historically have actually been very, very good at, has been some of the games where they get bloodthirsty, they just keep running with it. You know, they keep finding opportunities, they keep finding kills, making moves. And that should be the name of the game here. I don't want to just see Talon just farm the jungle with Prophet and Tide and just gets, you know, 30 minutes of big items. You gotta hit while it matters here against a slower lineup.
I mean, a perfect example of how that could happen, their second game against Falcons, when they were playing just complete, you could see Falcons were extremely rattled. Like, guys, what do we do? These guys will not stop running at us. You would see heroes die, buy back, and immediately come back into a fight. You're like, holy hell, guys, just relax. We're going to see maybe a fight break out here, smokes break on both sides, but no real action emerging. Now that we have Joachim on camera, I've been thinking about this hero a little bit, right? I have an idea for you, for a new facet. I don't know what you call it, maybe some contract killer or whatever, but basically what you do is that at the beginning of the game, you can isolate one hero on the enemy team, right? That person is marked as a contract. The contract can refresh, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes for a new charge. And then on the contracted hero, track gives you half the duration, but double the bonuses. And then in exchange, you get like maybe, I don't know, 70% of the bonuses on, or 70% of the duration on regular heroes, but or 70% bonuses, but regular duration on every other hero. What's your feeling about this?
So you're like picking who you really want to target for an amount of time, and then you can switch it at some point during the game.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's an interesting idea. I think the numbers probably need to be different. Otherwise, I just don't think it's good enough. Because through and through is extremely good. Well, you've never seen anyone take the other facet, right? If it replaces that,
the other one? Cut purse.
Yeah, exactly, right? And the other one is where you steal gold when you cast spells on people. But I mean, this one is just extremely good. It gives you wave clear, it gives you team fight damage because you're like cleaving through. If you have two heroes tracked next to each other, you hit one of them twice with the shuriken, right? Because you throw it to the back guy, and then it bounces back to the front guy. So he gets hit twice, making it for a really strong burst. It's hard to make a facet that's better than that is based off track, unless you make the numbers crazy, but you know, there's always ways of tweaking it. You could remove through and through, and then go with an idea like yours, and then you just have to buff the hero in some other ways, but yeah.
We'll theory craft a little bit later as this game gets underway. Tiny Slaughter. A matchup mid that I've, to be honest, gotten sick of seeing. I don't like Slaughter mid. Like, I like the hero mid, but I don't like its laning phase. It's just so boring. So, probably not going to see too much happening here unless somebody messes up massively or we have a rotation. So, good luck, have fun, guys. We'll see you later.
I mean, to be fair, this is the case for a lot of mid matchups, right? There's a lot of mid matchup right now where both heroes will kind of just farm and trade, especially if it's melee versus melee. A lot of these matchups are like this. I think this is, to me, this is one of the more interesting ones because Slaughter actually can put pressure on Tiny, unlike most other melee mids. That doesn't mean he's going to kill him, but there's definitely a lot of like small lane dynamics in play compared to some of the other games that we cast yesterday, for example, where it was just like, yeah, they're both going to farm, you know. That's how it is. But modern mid is way less about oppressing your opponent than it used to be, and more about getting your own. So, how it goes.
Okay, we did see a lot of Kunkka yesterday, so that explains the lack of dynamism in that matchup. Down bottom, Army on the water boy. Chillin', 12-1 CS. Tianming is going to be defending him. Like Bounty Hunter, Tide Hunter, there's no way Army dies here. It's going to be very difficult for them to get kills in the opposite direction as well. So, yet another armistice for the laning phase, it feels like.
Yeah, the good news here for especially Talon is Tide is one of the better heroes at laning against Morphling on his own. It's hard for Morph to box him out, so Bounty Hunter will have the luxury of moving when Joachim sees feels like it's the right time for that. But yeah, as you mentioned, they're not going to kill or even really threaten the Morphling here very much. And that begs the question, what's Tianming going to do in this game? Because if he can't really box out and kill the Tide, he can either opt for prioritizing stacking, or he can try to make similar moves and actually cross through the gate, similar to what Bounty Hunter might want to do and try to gank the top lane. He has a good lane to gank for, because if he hits a stomp, you can get a skewer back, and then probably find a kill on a hero like Prophet relatively easily. But yeah, well, it's going to be a little bit slow here to start, I think, and that's when Talon is likely going to try to pick up the pace.
To be fair, even despite the draft, we did anticipate this in terms of the profile of the squads in play.
Tianming.
Tianming.
He got the blood grenade.
Is he gonna get
he
the
has
kill?
A sentry. Oh, import
No,
Lotus.
he does have a dust though. Going forward,
He is
Tianming,
dead.
one more right click, and it's the first blood for the Elder Titan. He gets it all with the next blood grenade. Well, doesn't feel good to have to expend both, but certainly feels good to grab the first blood for your team.
Oh, it's well worth it. If it's a game where you're unlikely to make a lot of moves, then you can kind of just throw out your blood grenades as you see fit, right? If you ever find a kill with it, it's fine to use both. They're not going to be in high demand in your off lane. And first blood is like obviously extremely valuable. This is not a kill that I was expecting ET to be able to find. A solo kill onto the bounty is quite unexpected. Just caught him off guard as Joachim was trying to be a little bit too cute. And that is a great start for Tianming, who has had a couple of games in his series yesterday where he kind of got bodied in lane. So this probably feels great for him to be off to a good start for once.
As his courier respawns, he'll be bringing in the additional resources. That's the one thing Joachim did claim. But a courier in exchange for a life, certainly well worth it. So we did have some pressure being applied mid by Makoto, but like you said, more pressure onto the Tiny, but underneath the tower, he should still be able to farm. XXX is getting his farm top, but so is the Nature's Prophet. So I don't think anybody's going to be underfarmed in this game, you know? Everyone's going to have exactly what they want, and then it's all going to come down to this mid-game execution. And we still haven't seen any like movements towards the Twin Gate, but very soon we will see perhaps a movement or two to help secure the Power Rune. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the only core that should, theoretically speaking, be struggling in this game should be the Magnus, because I think Prophet Jakiro is just a godlike lane, and fortunately for you, you have a Ringmaster position 4, which is extremely strong, so you can kind of somewhat cover the bases, but you're still meant to lose this lane on just raw lane mechanics, or lane prowess, rather, of the heroes. Prophet is just the king of safe lane in the current patch. And in spite of that, XXS doing quite well. Having 27 CS here, I think, is a great result 6 minutes in for this lane. And on top of that, Jinkyu is also managing to stack a little bit now, so might get some even additional recovery farm here if needed.
Like
Power
you say,
will be bought and will be claimed by Joachim.
Shield Rune, not going to really enable too many bigger plays, so we're still going to have this extended laning phase here. Everybody just farming. Tower's not being put under pressure mid lane. They got a toss onto Makoto, but unfortunately they did not get the full combo. They did miss the avalanche, so Makoto's all good.
That whip was actually really far off. I think there was some miscommunication there between XM and Jinkyu about what exactly they were trying to pull off there, but well, they still put the pressure. They still got a little bit of an answer coming out from the side of Talon. Still keeping my eyes on this Prophet. When is it go time? Level 5.5. Once he cracks 6, I would imagine you try to find a way of incorporating the Wrath of Nature. Looks like nothing's going to come from the Wisdom exchange either. Tianming trying, he's just testing out Joachim, but he is on the spot, so he'll be too late on that ET. That was actually kind of close to him being able to contest, but he didn't have detection anyway. So then they could have just played a game of chicken of just standing there, and then ET will lose that game of chicken because the other teammates will help The bounty hunter.
ET's got the sentry in the backpack. He'd be fine, bro. He dropped the vision. Scare him away. It would be all okay, bro.
It will take a while. He needs to swap that in for 6 seconds, and then needs to start fighting the 1v1 completely in the dark. I don't know, man. Not a big believer.
Mid lane, they're putting a little bit of pressure onto Mikoto here. Unfortunately, he is 6 right now. There'll be an avalanche onto him, but no real angle to find a toss back. And we are at that danger moment because now that he does have 6, it does invite some rotations middle. As I say that, Yokam already making his way towards here, putting in the strike towards XM, but Shinkyu might be the easier target. They go towards the Ringmaster, but at the same time, big damage coming in the opposite direction. Thankfully, though, like you mentioned, they have Wrath of Nature, and that gives them what they need to clean out the kill. Mikoto, be careful, my friend. These spells are going to come back soon, but fortunately, Natsumi comes even faster. He shows up to supplement his team, making sure that XM is not in position to punish Mikoto, and securing the squad a 3-1 advantage here in this mid lane.
Yeah, this is textbook how you want to play this lineup in this situation, right? You want to bring Bounty Hunter, you want to bring Prophet over, you have the Corrosive Hazes pre-cast, and despite that being a really strong combo coming out from the Tiny, he did a ton of damage with the Toss. I believe there might have been 2 points in the natural order next to the heroes he was actually comboing. It still wasn't enough to win the exchange. Now, the good news, if you will, for Xtreme is that Bounty Hunter is very low level, so it's going to take a while before Track starts becoming a factor here for Jokum. He's only just cracked level 4, even with a Wisdom Shrine. So it's going to take some time, but they are opting to give him some laning space, and this is obviously another... As if Prophet needed any more luxury, he's also really good at jungling, so he can also give up his lane for other heroes to get their 6s. And that is exactly what Talon are going to do right now. Natsumi just playing the top half of the map while Bounty Hunter takes some laning space and even looking to pull here just to maximize the XP per minute here. Try to get the track probably before minute 12 and then maybe make a move on the power rune would be good for him.
Probably also taking solace in the fact that a lot of the progression from Xtreme Gaming is locked behind the Blink Dagger of XM, so in this period where the whole team is just farming lanes, farming jungle, you're very comfortable knowing that XG can't really do too much about it right now.
Yeah, and you can tell that mindset in WS's way of playing here as well, right? He's just cutting between waves bottom. He doesn't care. He thinks in order for him to die, he needs Tiny +1 to gank him. And if he sees a couple of heroes on the map, he knows for a fact that he can just go and be greedy like this, pull waves into camps, and double up his farm. As a result, he's now 1,000 gold ahead of the Magnus, just raw lane farm. They both have 0 kills and 0 deaths, so this is just CS. Pretty big win there for Talon. And a fast Vlads for Tide makes for a nice ramp up. In addition to that, he also found the mana draft, which is, I would say, one of the best neutral items for Tide. And he got it with the mystical enchantment too. So as much mana as you could possibly get, Tide will convert mana into just flat out farm.
Farm and tower pressure, right? With infinite mana, you can just constantly do these skips. Tower is going to take too much damage, and it actually might fall bottom. Doesn't seem like Xtreme Gaming going to respond to this one. So, first tier 1 tower of the game should go down. And if they get this fast enough, they could twin gate back top to defend their own tower. Yokam's getting some information of what's happening there. So, XM, him and the gang need to do this push fast on the top lane before the response emerges from Talon. Sadly, they were too slow. The response is here, but the damage is out. WS almost died, but oh no! The Ravage! It arrived, he did not die to the Wheel of Wonder, and they didn't commit the RP at first. It finally does emerge right now from XXX, but it's too late. Mikoto now in the fray, finding the 2-hero Slithering Crush, getting the haze out onto XM. So the Tiny will also end up falling. Why didn't he RP this in? Did he think that the Wheel of Wonder had the damage?
Yeah, they must have thought they had the kill already, and this is... I mean, this is about as bad as it gets, right? Because you now ended up using the ulti as well. So you got absolutely nothing. Jokum cracked 6 in the middle of the fight, got the track off. That was about a 3,000 or a flat... Okay, it was a 2k gold swing just from the kills. But then there's also what's happening on the map simultaneously where Talon find even more advantage. So, Xtreme Gaming just... This is a pretty big deficit to be at 12 minutes in against this type of lineup. This is the dream for Talon's composition here, is getting out of the laning stage with this type of advantage and then just keep running at them. You can tell the aggression here. Mikoto trying to get XM, but quick little sidestep won't get the crush. But they're not going to be dissuaded by this. Insta-smoke, next move, you know, keep going.
Yep,
keep finding tracks if they can, and Jinkyu will be on the receiving end of this.
Well, back to the circus for you, buddy. Gonna at least make it challenging for them with the escape back, but certainly will die. They will at least find a skewer back onto Yokam, but XXX very quickly realizes that he is not built for this. He needs to get the hell out of here. And you know, going back to that top skirmish, the 2 kills they found on the cores, it probably couldn't have been worse for XG because those are the cores building into the blink daggers. They're the ones that need to open up the map right now. So the more you delay those items, the easier it becomes for Talon to just do stuff like this. All that hard work, stacking these camps, gone. Your support middle might actually just straight up die. Tianming is very, very lucky that Slaughter was a little bit too far away and Tidehunter was more interested in Ancients than him.
I actually think that might have been a kill if the blood grenade hit from Jokum. It would have been very, very close at the least, but yeah, Tianming will survive, but ultimately, look at the hero positions on the map. We're 13 minutes in. Talon are playing the enemy triangle while pushing mid and farming bottom. This is about as dominating of a position as you generally see at this level of play 13 minutes in with how the heroes are out on the map. And Talon have the luxury of, well, since we have this Tidehunter, he can just be a wall. They can place him wherever they want. He's very hard for the Xtreme Gaming team to access. So he will be the one camping the triangle. And I would love to see Talon keep snowballing this. Look for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. Don't let Xtreme get any sort of foothold here. That seems to be the play call as well. They have opted to smoke up. They're going to see Tianming here, I believe, with Jokum. That's a free kill. Oh, Spirit! Actually broke the blink of Mikoto.
Okay, I think Tianming has like an innate Aegis or something, and here's the blink reveal from XXX. They drag back Cuckoo. Do they have the damage? XM also reveals his blink, and with the Avatars, they find Jakiro. But can XM get out of here safely? Indeed he will. Took some damage from the Macro Pyre, more than expected. However, Tianming, yet again, being granted another lease on life, and this time it does turn into a kill for XG.
Yeah, that felt almost like a coincidence that the Spirit hit Slardar there. It's a little bit of a fortunate situation for Xtreme to keep Tianming alive and ultimately end up killing Jakiro as well. But they still lose the 14-minute Wisdom. The other one on the right side is still available on the map. And, you know, this is really, really good news for a hero like Bounty Hunter, who's generally struggling a little bit with getting toward level 2 track. These extra XP injections can go a long way. He's almost level 9 now, 15 minutes in. For comparison, the Ringmaster and ET are 7 and 6. And this was Jokum, who was level 3 minute 8, lest we forget, right? He's just full-on recovered. His game is looking great right now. I'd love to be him in this game on Bounty. Now, Xtreme, you've got your blinks, like you said. It's time to make some sort of a successful move, but you've got to navigate your way around Tide. That's going to be the big challenge.
Part of the problem they have is the enemy team has bounty, so naturally has an advantage in terms of their vision. This long smoke that they did, yes, they went towards where their wards were placed, but very difficult to find these heroes who are lots of them are able to farm the jungle, easily able to just emerge from the shadows, plink you down. You have several heroes that, if you see a bounty just showing in lane, that's not really a palatable target. You have no idea who's behind him. A Tidehunter, like you said, is just this wall that stands in front of you. And this vision, what do you have for vision finding on XG? What, Spirit from the Elder Titan? That's pretty much it. And they are, as a result, just losing map control, even if they feel confident in trying to take a fight right now.
Yeah, if they would have got the Tormentor, perhaps they could have got Spotlight, which can be a little bit of an X factor in a game like this. Getting vision against Profiting Trees, finding Bounty Hunter, maybe seeing heroes approach with a blink play, but not the case. Instead, the Shard went over to Jokum, which is really welcome here. High levels on Shadow Walk already. We talked about him approaching level 10. And he can just put this on Tide for a surprise Ravage. He can put it on Slardar so he can cross the map. It's kind of like playing with permanent ninja gear, just better. Because this doesn't even break. So, yeah, if Jokum goes on the hunt with any of his teammates plus a Prophet ulti, honestly, even a hero like the Morphling could technically die from Bounty, Slardar, Prophet with a good combination of spellcasting. Jokum for now, he's looking at Ame and get some intel. If there's any backup, there's not. They're not trying anything for now.
They probably don't feel under any pressure at the moment, right? Jokum just kills a courier for good measure. Everything is going perfectly. Nature's Prophet, top of the net worth. Mjolnir finishing the Hurricane Pike right now. Already like deep into the item progression. This is like 1,200 gold before having the whole item. Your Slaughter is making his way towards an Echo Saber, realizing that I can eschew the Blink for now, or the BKB for now. Just get more ramp up for the later portion of the game. And Tide just feels unkillable, especially now that he's picked up a Pipe of Insight. And it's going to take a while before we have this Morphling available with the requisite right-click damage. A lot of this magic damage needs to bridge the gap in between, so Tide even more tanky than he was beforehand.
I'm actually surprised Mikoto is opting for Echo. I feel like this is a really good Ags game for this Lardar. Status resistance against the countless stun, the armor against the hard-hitting Morphling, and all you got to do is put out your Crush. You know, you already have your Shard as well, so you're also putting Corrosive Haze on targets when you go for that Crush anyway, so you're going to be really eager to spread this as fast as possible and just play in the pools. But yeah, I wonder if he's going to complete this Harpoon then, or just play just the Echo into BKB or Ags. Either way, looking for a moment of opportunity here. XM.
The one that's caught. There is a counterplay though. RP, Wheel of Wonder, it's a lot of hurt onto these two heroes. Can they get the kill onto them though? Not just yet. Unfortunately, the damage output from Talon is a little bit too high, and from XG it's a bit too soft. XM will at least be able to find the assassination on the Nature's Prophet. The question is, does he escape? There will be a track on him soon. Mikoto's also in pursuit. The Corrosive Haze is already out. There's the Crush, there's the damage, and there is the kill. XM goes down, unable to find a secondary kill for his team.
That's a nice detail from Mikoto. He was anticipating the Avalanche coming out, so he stayed back at 800 range, just waiting for the Ava to land before he went for the Blink Crush, just in case there could have been a defensive play with the Avalanche coming out. So XM doesn't manage to find that either, and now a 10,000 gold lead minute 19. It's worrisome when you hit that 2-man RP into full tiny combo and you can't even kill a hero until the very tail end of the fight against the Prophet. That's definitely not what you were looking for in that situation. But you're also not using your carry at all. Ame is 0-0-0. I would guess his hero damage for the game is less than 1,000. I don't even know if he barely hit the Tide in lane. So when are Xtreme gonna combo up their heroes? And now that XM went for Force Staff on the mid-tiny, his progression as a carry is, or a core rather, is extremely slow. He's going Force and duels.
Yeah, he's not going to be a core in this game.
He's saying carry me, Ame, basically, right? That he's going to be the only damage dealer. Man, okay, am I seeing things, Snare, or is every game we cast turning into damage? Like, literally every game. I feel like I've barely talked about this in all the games I cast in Raleigh, and now it's every game I cast. I just see one team running out of juice in the mid-game.
I didn't want to curse it because I was about to say, doesn't this remind you of yesterday's game where Morphling is the only one that maybe has a hope, a sliver of opportunity to do anything, and the rest of his team is just like, brother. I mean, XXX is buying Aghanim Scepter. That should tell you everything you need to know about how XG is thinking about the future of this game. It's all on the army train.
Yeah, and it's fine for the Mag to build like this. I think this is what Magnus should do in this game. I think it's good that he's going the fishing build, but then I just don't know if Tiny can also afford to go force duels. I think then, if your Morphling dies in a fight, can you actually even win after? Even if you land all your other spells borderline perfectly, I don't know if you have enough damage to kill the enemy team any longer, so it's a lot of pressure. Ame is obviously up to the task. Okay, Ava toss in mid, tossing back. Morph has joined the game.
WS does pop the Pipe of Insight, but with the Morphling being here at long last, finally. Perhaps Talon, forgot that the Morphling was even in the game. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, there's this Water Boy. He does do a decent amount of damage.
Got lulled into a false feeling of safety there. Unfortunately for Xtreme, they made that gank exactly at 21 minutes, so they're going to lose both Wisdoms again. So even more experience going the Dire's way, and that is a level 12 Bounty Hunter. So level 2 track now unlocked. Way more gold to come if they find any opportunities, but it's Xtreme Gaming that are on the offensive here. With that freshly picked up Ags for XXS, they want to try to find a moment here, but they're doing this without the morph. So if this
they do catch Natsumi. Natsumi, he TP'd in at the exact worst moment. He should end up dead here. Pike, oh no, he lacks a BKB, so there's no way to deal with the chain disable. He goes down. Let's see if XXX will escape from this. Mikoto will say no. At least we get some kind of revenge. XM, are you on the chopping block, my friend? Mikoto this time around does get caught by the Avalanche. Instead, they commit the Ravage onto Tianming a bit on the north side, and they bring him down. Man, that gank, I was about to say, where's the Morphling? This doesn't seem like a good idea. That's possibly the only scenario that works out perfectly for XG, with Natsumi showing up right in front of them.
Yeah, he TP'd into the gank, so it was successful. Otherwise, they would have probably got almost nothing out of this. But it's also easy to say from our perspective, why isn't Morph there? Because the reason that Sumin probably TP'd in there was because Morph was showing. So you got to consider the amount of information that's being conveyed by both teams. If you go for a flat-out 5-man smoke with the current lane position you had, maybe you don't even find a kill. But then it begs the question, were you even right to smoke to begin with? Or did you have to do some wave cleanup first before this was likely to work? They do get the kill, it costs them 2, but since Tide used Ravage for the ET kill, I honestly think for Xtreme that's quite good. You're just buying time, you're outlasting the Aegis. It's not bad.
Oh, here they come again. They smoked up on 2. And they have some awareness that these heroes are down bottom. They actually have a decent observer ward here that caught some vision. The question is, will they be able to catch these heroes? Magnus, he's the one leading the charge. His smoke will break. He gets the horn toss out onto the Tidehunter. Tidehunter, like you said, does not have Ravage. So can they kill him in time? Does pop the pipe of insight. At the same time, XM is on a very interesting place. He does get a forced off away, keeping him alive. WS finally will fall. The Wheel of Wonder dragged back in the Jakiro. So Kuku also takes a tumble here. Yokam and the gang need to run. Need to get out of here. Mikoto able to blink away. And they do not have the requisite vision onto Yokam. So those 2 heroes will escape, but XG finally get a gank that costs them absolutely nothing. It's all upside, and they're probably going to gain a tier 1 tower off of this as well.
Yeah, and if Tide had Ravage, they would have been demolished that fight. It's really important information that is down, and that is why Xtreme even go for the play to begin with. Is with that expended just to kill the ET in mid, they feel like the secondary moment opportunity is going to be good, and they were right. They could kill the Tide there. It took them a long time, but since he couldn't protect himself with Ravage, they do get it done, and they get the nice little extra kill onto the Jakiro. So they're digging significantly into the gold lead here of Talon, now cut it into half. But this is a big item now coming out for Nancy. This is a potential game changer for Talon. BKB on Prophet, he can now stand his ground against anything else than the RP. The Morphling even will not have the easiest time killing him off, as he has 17 armor as well as the pike. And they will try to immediately put this to good use. Oh, the skewer.
Slaughter has a BKB as well.
That's effectively serving up a jump here, potentially.
Mikoto doesn't want to do it.
Hesitating, though.
They don't have vision on the high ground. They don't know where they know that the Magnus is, but I'm not sure they saw XM. Well, they'll see him now.
Oh my god.
He's clearly revealed, but he blinks away.
Oh my goodness. That is a morale breaker. They were in such a good position, but they just got gamed. He just stand in the middle of the tree. They overblink Crush, and then he gets out after. Now, Joachim will be spotted by Chen Ming, so Xtreme Gaming know what's up, and they're just going to get out, I think. Or set a trap, one or the other. With the dust.
We see the Jakiro.
But he's not there. Well, they'll fish out a little dragon.
Nice free kill for them. Quick little freebie. Not sure they'll be able to claim too much more off the back of this, but they definitely feel happy that they are able to actually get on the map. And all of a sudden, this gold lead that they were extending on the side of Talon has plateaued for quite some time. It's being eaten into, like you said. But the scary thing is, you know, we haven't actually seen them be able to deploy these double BKBs. Now they're going to lose Yokam as well. What worries me is that by the time they are able to properly fight, leverage them, we'll have the double BKBs in the opposite direction as well. XM is not that far away, nor is XXX. This doesn't feel like the lead that Talon have accrued is going to be useful that much longer.
No, they definitely missed a key moment of opportunity here in the last 5 minutes, and now with this Tormentor also going the way of Xtreme, and considering the overall lookout on the game, I think Xtreme are past the hardest part of the game now, which was this exact mid game, and now your greed is going to work because you didn't get punished hard enough. And that's what Talon kind of had to accomplish, and it was looking very good for them, but then this 1 or 2 missteps costs them pretty much everything they've built up. And we're now in a position where if they want to convincingly win this game, they're probably going to need to kind of rely on a little bit of an outplay and some good finds. Now Morph also has BKB, I believe, flying out right now. This Chrysalis. Okay, so he is vulnerable technically if they catch him in a stun chain. But yeah, it's a big swing.
To make matters worse, they went with the Slaughter yet again on an adventure, him and WS, but Tianming, wise to their tricks. He didn't even break the smoke, just had some degree of awareness of what might be happening. Backed off, a full rotation wasted, and now the counter smoke comes in from XG. We'll see if they can find anything. They have all their ultimates online. They do have BKB on the Tiny, ready to reveal, and now the jump in. XM, he finds 2 cores on the back end. No BKB activated just yet. Wheel of Wonder instead thrown forth by Shin-Q. Mikoto couldn't get the crush. Instead, he finds himself getting horn-tossed RP. Can they finish him off? Ame is right next to him in the slaughter form, so of course he dies. Now, we see that Natsumi, he's trying to go 1v1 versus Ame, but it's a mistake, my friend. Close to the tier 1 tower as well, so he's also taking damage from the building. Ame with the double kill, make that triple as he cleans up Cuckoo. You see WS trying to escape, but the Tame the Beast says no. Yo, Cam, there's reveal for you, so that means Ame gets another influx of gold. Ultra kill for Morphling. By far the net worth leader on the map, and Talon Esports prospects of winning game 1 feel like they're going down the drain with him.
There was a couple of nice details there. So first of all, Jin-Q just really kept Tidehunter busy the entire fight. He gets the full Wheel of Wonder on him. He gets the... I'm not sure what Yuled the Tide. I think he got Yuled, right? That might have been Tiny. They were just buying time, so the Ravage never came off. And Mikoto missed his Blink Crush opener that could have also led to a completely different fight if he finds that onto the Morph. So just flat out a catastrophe there for Talon. Everything missed and key spells didn't go off. And that was in spite of you finding some sort of vision early on in the fight with the Bounty Hunter. It just has to go better than this. Otherwise, you're not going to stand a chance. We're already talking about an Xtreme Gaming that will scale and outperform your heroes late game. It's only going to get worse than this. So if they can't win that fight, they have to do better in the next one with similar conditions, or it's just not going to be possible.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that XM was able to hold on to his BKB for so long in that engagement, also kind of a problem, but like you say, Mikoto, that missed crush, so many different things could have happened had that spell emerged, but maybe if after the crush missed, it perhaps wasn't the greatest idea for Natsumi to show himself in that fight. Definitely not tanky enough to survive the onslaught if the enemy heroes aren't being completely locked down.
Yeah, honestly, I think the Prophet teleporting in is probably the smallest mistake in that fight for me, just because his is a compounding effect on other things that went wrong, and he's kind of, just in the heat of the moment, you kind of have to go with your team as they're going in. Otherwise, you just sell them. But in hindsight, with everything we saw develop, yes, he probably shouldn't have gone, but his decision was the hardest. I think Mikoto's Blink Crush was pretty straightforward. The Bounty Hunter getting the vision was pretty straightforward. So they just had to... It had to go smoother than that, but I got to give credit to Xtreme as well. They were very quick to find the correct opportunities there. Jin-Q with the complete counterplay of the Tide, and Ame with just soloing the Slardar, who had a shield rune, right? He did not hesitate. I think maybe you're uncertain about, can I actually get this kill in time or not? He just obliterated him in the Slardar form. Just chain bashed him until he died. And now
I actually forgot he had a shield rune in that fight.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? That the Slardar died through... He had 4,500 HP and Morphling killed him before he got BKB off. It's pretty insane.
Well, now said Morphling has an Aegis to his name. The team has a Roshan's banner. And he is angling towards having a BKB. He's doing the responsible thing, but we know how carry players are. We'll see if the next fight goes well enough that he feels, whatever, guys. We can figure something else out. They can't kill me anyway.
Ame, we're at a point now where Talon have to address the Morphling. For honestly 10 minutes ago, I think you were able to win fights by targeting the other heroes first and then building the fight in that fashion. Ame is so strong now that if he is not stunned, he's killing 2 or 3 heroes within 10 seconds. So you no longer have a choice. You have to itemize against this guy. You have to get a Hex, you have to get stuns connected on the Morph, or you're in trouble. And Joachim has been eyeing up the Hex for a while in the bounty. Unfortunately for him, though, he's barely gained gold the last 5 minutes, so progression isn't exactly coming his way. But maybe Xtreme will just try to do the ultimate progression and just try to end it. Backstab, though. Ravage onto 3. Okay,
Ravage connects onto 3. They end up killing the Ringmaster almost immediately. We'll see how the rest of the fight unfolds. Ame, he's coming in as well. Spirit Vessel on top of him. He's right next to WS. And look at the damage this Tidehunter just took. They haven't gotten much more just yet. BKB activated by Mikoto, but Ame still standing very strong. Turns into Natsumi, laying out those long-range right clicks. XM misses with the Avalanche, caught in the Sprout right now, but he does have the BKB. Keep himself fighting for this engagement. BKBs from this Magnus as well. Will he reach forward with the further blink? No, gets cancelled by the Shuriken toss. Nicely done by Yokan, and also re-engaged by Makoto. They've now finished off XXX. Tianming will be the next one to fall, and now Ame forced to retreat on the Morphling. Unfortunately for him, there is a Nature's Prophet. Cuts off the retreating angle. They isolate him, and they do get the kill. He does not have BKB, does not have Aegis. They do have stun, so they should be able to clean them up the second time around. They have the vision as well from the corrosive. Do they have the disable? No, Ame is not that good, Cinderin, but apparently he fucking is.
Oh no. They used all their stuns. They didn't reserve a single one for the waveform TP out, so he actually gets to get away, but still. You know what? I am struggling to predict how this game is going to go down. I'll be honest. This looked like such a clean and easy next few Aegis minutes for Xtreme. Then they got a really nice backstab wraparound, instantly killing Ringmaster and putting pressure on the Magnus. They never got RP off on anyone. They never got a skewer, despite him using BKB on Mag. He just didn't get to play the fight. And all of a sudden, Talon find themselves a great win. The Morphling would have obviously been the crown jewel there, but it's still, under the circumstances, a ridiculously good outcome for them to get that win.
Yep. I mean, they were setting up for this high ground push, right? You already see this Observer Ward planted by Tianming, ready to aggress on the tier 3, but that fight resets the whole map, takes away the Aegis, gives them the gold advantage back. Also, what's crazy, remember how much Yokan was struggling at the beginning, then he started doing really well. He only gained like 4 levels since that last massive period of the game. Now all of a sudden he's almost at 15, just chilling on the Bounty Hunter. But on the bright side for Xtreme Gaming, they did not commit their ultimates. Like you said, they still have the RP, they still have BKB available, so they are going to try and deploy these in a fight. They smoke up immediately once everyone is back.
Yeah, Ame has the BKB this time. That's the big difference maker. Last time he was getting controlled and he was getting vesseled and he was struggling on his first life. Now, even without Aegis, you could make a case that he's stronger than before, because just this one BKB life is very powerful. Cuckoo will die.
He's doing his duty for the cause. What can you do?
Trying to deward, not gonna happen.
So, in terms of itemization, right, we have that MKB available from Natsubi's going into Satanic. After the nullifier here that Makoto picked up, do you still want to see the Aghanims from the slaughter for this game?
I don't know so much anymore. I think that item is more of a mid-game tempo item, more so than a true late-game item, at least not necessarily. I wouldn't mind. So he's going linkage right now. I guess this is just so Morph doesn't turn into him. I don't know about that one versus just getting, you know, more offensive power from like an AC. I think AC would be really good for their lineup. But, well, he is not going to have much time to think if Xtreme just get to push Rex for free. This was only a dead Jik hero, and they just took a full side. Talon put up no defense. And now they're going to get found. Oh, not again. Cuckoo just respawned, bro.
Cash. They skewer him back again with the BKB active from XXX. And like you say, Cuckoo down for the count. Does have buyback if necessary. But last time he was dead, it did cost the side of Rax. I mean, you probably aren't expecting. They were like, well, he's back in like 10 seconds. You're not expecting them to finish it that fast, but Morphling is just that strong at this stage of the game.
You gotta at least throw out something to delay him, right? Like try to get an anchor smash, try to get some stun, whatever. Or if you really think Jakiro's buyback is that valuable, sure, you can sacrifice the lane. I personally do not think his buyback is worth a lane of barracks right now. One of the cores would be. I would be definitely in agreement with sacrificing the lane for Natsumi's buyback. Okay, bot lane, Makoto forced out a BKB here from XM on his own. Nice little individual aggression will pay off.
Doing what he can. So the BKB now for the Tiny down to 6 seconds. Makoto still has his own timing at 8, so pretty decent. Lincoln Sphere is going to be next, like you said. Outside of blocking off the Morphling, what else does the Lincolns do in this game, really? You
can't not much, right?
Not much, right? Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's a glass half empty way of thinking to buy this item, personally. I would way rather he itemizes for winning the fight rather than not losing it, if that makes sense. So, like getting AC or getting more ability to just obliterate the morph through more attack speed, which AC obviously also brings. Even a Moonshard I would have kind of been down with, but We'll see. Perhaps this Lincolns is going to make a big difference. Ame has only turned into the Slaughter, I believe, one time this game. So it's not even been like a recurring problem necessarily.
To be fair, that was a very traumatic event when he turns into you with your shield rune active. You're like, damn, man. All right, guys. And he used the Slaughter form to also like demolish the Nature's Prophet. So maybe it's not to me. He's like, bro, you can't let that happen again. And he's like,
you could make the argument that if that's the problem, then you should buy Ags, right? Because then if you do jump in with a crush and then he turns into and starts fighting you, you have 40% status resistance and 15 armor. That's really good for 4,200 gold, right? You could probably get some sort of a reset off of that because of the status resist. You're going to get your BKB off. You're going to get out because the bashes aren't going to be long enough that he can chain bash you anymore when you have the status. But either way, the Lincolns is complete. The commitment has been made. And the bigger item in all of this is Jokum getting the Hex. This is a potential game-winning item right here. I really like that choice from him. Try to find the Morph at all costs, get the Hex off, and just blow him to bits while you ravage the backline or whatever. That is the dream situation for Talon, is to find that setup, and I think Xtreme Gaming might just give them the opportunity to make that play, as they are not hesitating to push out bottom. Ame might even think about hitting high ground a bit, trying to fake out here, sending an illusion to the side, and the real one an illusion into the high ground, but, well, with how much damage the tower's taking, this is not rocket science.
They're gonna start the fight though. Ravage connects on the 2, and this time around it's not gonna be enough, but the RP in return catches on the 3 heroes. Yokam already gone. Natsumi follows him into the grave. The last remaining member is gonna be Makoto, but not for long. They just get evaporated in the blink of an eye, and that's just it. 1 RP later, GG, well played is called. Xtreme Gaming walk away with a massive team fight victory and game 1 in their back pocket.
That was very, very close to being a Talon teamfight win, by the way. The Morphling was down to, I think, 15% when that RP came in and saved him, so with a little cleaner execution, Talon maybe just burst the Morph there, and then who knows how that fight develops. If the RP comes out too late, they might just clean house. Instead, the game just flat out instantly ends in Xtreme's favor, so this game definitely had some moments from both teams that were not the best and some that were great. A little bit of a mixed bag. I think all in all, the biggest, I don't know if surprise is the right word, but the biggest letdown perhaps was from Talon's side not being able to convert their early lead into anything meaningful, but Xtreme found a couple of big fights with their big spells and got the job done. And you know what? We didn't even get to late game. We thought this could be late. 38 minutes. Game 1's over.
Well, to be fair, it's the longest game you and I have covered together, you know? So for what we've been doing, this does count as the late game.
I guess so.
I will say one thing that really impressed me, that one big fight that we saw them being able to get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet at the very end. It's like, well, XM was really struggling then, but XG managed to dodge, pivot this way and that, and then Ame shows up for this fight. You know, he was kind of absent for a long time in this game. Once he emerges, it's like, oh yeah, damn, we do have this really farmed Morphling problem to have to worry about. I do kind of think that maybe part of the issue is that this BKB, when the Echo Saber was being built from the Slaughter, I think if the game had kept progressing in the way that it had, it would have been fine. But because it didn't and they lost like 1 or 2 fights, the BKB was massively delayed, so he really couldn't show his presence in the fight for such a long time. By the time he could, the Morphling was just too strong, right? What are you supposed to do against him at that point?
Yeah, and I think the replay that we just saw there, once again, was the turning point of the game. The one before this one, with the Tidehunter, was just controlled the entire fight. Wheel of Wonder into Yules from Tiny, into Avatos from Tiny. They boxed him out of the fight. Ame just got to run rampant in the back lines, killing off 2 cores himself. And then that fight completely turned the game around. So, you know, a world-class Morphling display from Ame here, but I still... If Xtreme Gaming is a team that wants to get a high placement in this tournament, which, you know, they have the players, they have the individual talent like we talked about. I know they just won a game, but I still feel like it's not a winning strategy the way a lot of their games are starting. They have to polish their early mid game going forward. And this game against Talon, it worked. The next one, it might not. You know, if Talon plays a bit crisper, we could be looking at a totally different end game scoreline and a clean Talon win. So I think for Talon, it's kind of obvious, you know, you just gotta, what you did was good early on, cleaned up a couple of mid-game mistakes, and you were good to go. For Xtreme, it's a little bit more complicated, right? Is solving this early mid-game portion that is showing to be a pattern, because this also happened yesterday in a couple of the games, right, where things just went south very, very quickly. So their greed, It might work against Talon in this game. It might not work in all of them.
Another slight problem I have with them and their greed is that even when they are getting very far ahead, every single game has at least 1 or 2 fights where they'll completely drop the ball, give up like 4 or 5 heroes, maybe 6, 7K gold swing in the opposite direction. That's how they lost yesterday against the Edge. Today, they almost lost in the exact same fashion, even when they were ahead. We did see that massive come around from Talon when that happened. So I do think, I'm with you that for Xtreme Gaming, there's a lot that Xiao has to figure out in terms of getting his team into a successful portion of this tournament. For now, though, they can celebrate a little bit. You got the game 1 victory. You are 1 game away for getting yourself out of that dreaded last game elimination for tomorrow. So let's see if they've got what it takes to get themselves into that portion, or if Talon Esports will make this a 3-game affair yet again. We're going to find out after a very small break. So don't go anywhere. PGL Wallachia Season 4 continues in just a few minutes.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time for Climb the Ranks. I'm here with Makoto from Team Talon, and we are going to be playing a Dota quiz game. We're going to be going through a bunch of questions. Now, when you get one right, you will go up a rank. If you get one wrong, you're going to go down a rank, and we'll see what rank you end on at the end of the quiz. How's your confidence on Dota knowledge?
Not so confident.
Not so confident. Excellent stuff. Okay, all right, let's get into it then. Let's get a Herald question then. Starting nice and easy at the Herald level. Which of these has never been sold as Dota 2 merch?
A fighter jet?
Yes, indeed. It is a fighter jet. Never been sold, somewhat unsurprisingly. Let's move on to the Guardian level question. What was the name of the 7.38 patch?
This patch, right?
This patch, yes.
This patch? I think Wandering Waters.
You're absolutely correct. Once again, it was indeed the Wandering Waters patch. Now, question's going to start to get a little more difficult now. For this next question, how long have you been playing Dota for? Just when did you start playing the game casually?
I was starting playing Dota since like high school.
Okay.
I'm in middle school, and then I trying to like play a lot in the high school. Yeah.
Okay. And what year was that roughly?
2015.
Okay, this question might be difficult then. Long ago, some heroes had items they couldn't buy. Which of these was restricted?
They go to next. Reversal option. I think it should be Blink on Venge.
You think it's Blink on Venge?
I don't know, just guessing.
Okay, all right, let's see if you're correct with Blink on Venge.
Oh.
And you guessed it right. What made you guess for Blink Dagger on Vengeful Spirit, Makoto?
I think they go and you can buy it on everyone.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's move on to our Archon level question. Which of these heroes does not have 3 facets?
Ooh, it's either Witch Doctor or Doom. Wait, let me think.
Okay.
I think it should be Witch Doctor, if I'm correct. I'm guessing C.
All right, let's go for C. Let's see if Witch Doctor is correct. And yes, it absolutely is, Makoto. You got another one right. Yep, he got his Voodoo Restoration facet taken away. So, next question. During Wallachia Season 3, which role was Tiny most played in?
Which role was Tiny most played in? It should be mid for me.
It's mid?
Yeah.
It is not, I'm afraid.
It's carry?
Carry, yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately you got that one incorrect. All right, let's move on to our next question. Getting progressively harder as we go. What happens when Lycan uses Wolf Bite on Warlock's Golem?
I think it's supposed to be working on the Golem, so it should be C for me.
Going for C?
Yeah.
All right, working fully. Let's see if you're correct. And you absolutely are. How did you know that one? That's a tricky question.
I think there's a lot, back then there's a lot of like Lycan was OP back then, and then people just keeping in, and I kind of like remember at one game that it does work on the Golem.
Really good knowledge there. Let's get to our next question. What is the only ancient camp to not give an average of 164 gold to their killer?
I don't even know the Golem at the ancient crypt give like different gold.
Well, most of them don't. It's only it's only one of them that doesn't give. There is only one ancient creep camp that doesn't give 164.
Oh, the Prowler?
The Prowler. Let's see if you're correct. And he gets another one.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to the next and final question. So the hardest one of the set. How many spells apply armor reduction to buildings, Makoto?
And I'm just guessing 4.
Going for 4? Let's see if you get this one right. He shoots blindly before he gets it again. I mean, dude, buy a lottery ticket today or something, man. This is crazy. There you go. You will end up on a divine rank, which is very, very good for this game. So yeah, congratulations. Well done. Well played. Did you enjoy the game?
Yeah, it was fun.
Cool.
It was fun to like knowing a lot of things that I didn't really notice a lot. Cause like for me, I only like playing. I didn't read a lot of
like reading.
Also. Yeah.
Thanks so much for coming to play, climb the ranks, and yeah, thanks.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Oh
Welcome back, one and all, for Game 2 of Talon Esports versus Xtreme Gaming, where we are about to witness whether or not Xtreme can make it a 2-0, or if, just like yesterday, Talon carry us into the third and decisive game. Mr. Mute Swan, talk to me about this, right? We saw Talon drafting for more up-tempo, playing more quickly, but two things. Not only did it not work for them, but past the initial early mid-game phase, they didn't feel the most comfortable playing that style, right? Do you think they should revert to what is the comfort zone for them, or is it a little bit too dangerous given what Xtreme Gaming is capable of in that same zone?
I think they should, chalk up that last game to we messed up, we were in a good position, things were going well, and then, go for the same logic and just play better, I mean, it's easier said than done, but I actually think the position they were in that last game was definitely very solid. I think it would be a mistake to be like, oh, we lost late game, let's double down on having more late game, because at that point you're playing more into Xtreme's hands. So I would like to see faster pacing once again from Talon if they can pull it off. But it's already by nature going to be quite a different game here, with Xtreme being first pick and grabbing the TA, and you yourself have banned the Prophet, which was a big part of the reason you could play fast in the last game to begin with. So yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I would be happy for them not to slow down too much, though.
Well, now we have to figure out some responses to the Templar Assassin. Probably going to be the army hero. It's been primarily play carry these days, although every now and then it does emerge in the mid lane. We still have this Ringmaster being available. I mean, YOLO Gaming just picked the Ringmaster, it won the previous game for the enemy team. You'll have some kind of way to evade these big melt strikes, but they get the Marcy instead. So are we going for the old school WS Marcy with the IO in the off lane?
I mean, we might be, but this seems very telegraphed, right? If you're first picking this hero in a meta where nobody else is really running it, except we've seen a little bit of it from Nigma Galaxy on Ghost, if this is only something they're playing on WS, they need to be very confident that this lane matchup is good and that this game matchup is good. You're one of the better heroes at breaking refraction, so that's obviously solid in terms of hero-to-hero matchup, but I feel like Marcy has to be a hero that you can kind of exploit a little bit in terms of the overall archetype strategy you end up running as a team. They believe in it. That's solid, but I think this is high risk. Let's put it that way.
The game they won yesterday against Falcons was with the WS Marcy. He did play really well, I will say. That I'll give him. So in this kind of scenario where you only have 2 series left, if you lose this one, 1 series left afterwards, so you just get eliminated from the tournament, I can sort of understand doing something like this. And they paired with the Jakiro, so our nice, stable, solid position 5 hero, gonna get us some magic damage, also one of the better heroes against the Templar Assassin. For a long time, this would be the premier position 5 to pick against her. So I like this a lot. Gives them some stun, they needed some tower pressure. I'm okay with this, I'm fine.
Yeah, it's definitely stable. I hope this Jakiro is positioned. Honestly, this could be a game where you could play at 4. We've seen some teams experiment with the 4 Jakiro in this tournament, but more than likely it is just going to be Cuckoo again. The reason I'm tempted toward the 4 Jakiro is that I think Jakiro Marcy in theory should actually be a quite good lane against carry TA. But there's no guarantee that the TAs even carry yet, right? You also have to consider the possibility that XM plays this hero, and that Xtreme just switch up their draft a lot. So for the time being, I don't think you can feel safe that this is a given. Especially with your Marcy pick. If that's meant to be a targeted counter pick, Xtreme could just move it, pick a different carry.
Now they'll just go back for their Ringmaster. Of course, played to great success in the previous game by Shinkyu. What the hell is with those stats, dude? 21 games, 62% win rate. You'll love to see it. They obviously follow that up with the XXX Sand King, so this will give them their initiation and their damage. They probably felt in the last game that they started to, outside of some really good initiations from the Magnus, his damage output wasn't the best, so this will still give them initiation, but also help out in the portion their army is not with the team will definitely have damage.
Yeah. I mean, Sand King just seems like a better Magnus right now. Not that the heroes do the same thing, but they're offlane strength initiators that tank up and can catch from range, and you compare the two and what they offer. Magnus has its games for sure, but after certain changes in the recent patches, Sand King has gone very far up the ladder and Magnus has not. And one of the biggest assets that Sand King has over Mag is the ability to jungle. A lot of the time, the offlaners struggle a bit, and the position 4 will just stack Ancients, they will stack hard camps, and Sand King can just farm all of it himself, whereas Magnus needs somebody to do it for him. He is not capable of taking stacks efficiently at all. So I personally think the potentially best pick for Xtreme here would be Caudle. We've already seen plenty of examples of that being very successful for teams like Tundra running the Caudle Sand King, but they will not go in that direction. As a matter of fact, they're grabbing the Bristle.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
So it's XM Sand King. I mean, it could be XM Sand King or XM Bristle. They'll probably just decide.
It could also be XMTA. They're keeping the flex fully open, right?
I mean, it's unlikely that Tiny is probably going to be the mid in this game, right? So if that is the case, any three of these heroes matches up quite excellently against them in that lane. So they can probably just like decide later, right, exactly what they want, where they want to put it.
Yeah. I don't know if we've seen much of Ame Bristle. It's not a hero that I feel like really speaks to his strengths as a player, but it is a technical possibility if you want to explore the option. I don't think Sand King support is the thing, though. That is a thing of times past. It's too difficult to execute it currently, I would say, unless you have like a totally free game. Let's say you have Sand King, Timber offlane into two heroes that can't pressure Timber at all, and Sand King can actually go and stack and jungle or something as a 4, but those games are exceedingly rare, and this is not one of them. So we're just assuming it's a 3 or a 2. I'm not quite sure which way I'm leaning for the Sand King here. I honestly think there's a lot of merit to putting it mid and kind of just snowballing the game hard and playing the carry TA. I think I like that better overall. And then running the Bristle 3. Begs the question why Xtreme saved a support pick for last in either case. Like did they think Bristle was going to get banned? Is it really important to them compared to the hero that they get for Tianming? Maybe they just think it's an amazing Bristle game.
So far, there's the only thing that you're really super concerned about. You're concerned about Deadshot and being tossed back, but you're not going to be the primary toss-back target, generally speaking, as the Bristleback in this kind of game. So maybe that's the consideration. We needed a hero that can also deal damage, but want as much tank as humanly possible. Because I'm looking at Talon's draft, and they jump in, right? Jump in with Tiny, Marcy. Marcy pops Unleash. Tiny uses all of his spells. But after that salvo, there's not that much damage left over. If Muerta is a support, of course, she's not playing carry. So maybe they're banking on, right, we have enough tanky heroes. We have a save from the Ringmaster. We can just survive that burst, and then our turnaround potential with Sand King Bristleback is immense. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, it could be. I just don't necessarily think this is the most obvious Bristleback pick of all time against Marcy, and even Muerta support actually it's okay against Bristle. Bristle is one of the heroes that has to have a very telegraphed entry into fights, right? You're literally just running in. And that means you're always set up for an Atos into the calling. You're always set up for a Tiny combo. You're always set up to land in the Jakiro oven, right? And if Marcy can just punch you and kill you while you're stunned by navigating around you correctly and hitting from the front, I don't know. It's probably just as simple as you were saying. They just want a tanky frontliner to enable their Sand King and TA to dish out damage in the fight. And perhaps there's something to this lane matchup that I'm also not familiar with. But we still don't know if the Marcy is a 3 or a 1, right? Do they ever play it on that Zoom, or is it always WS?
I can go check. Every time I've seen it with my own eyes, I've only seen it on WS. I've never seen Natsumi play it, but let me go check quickly. By the way, quick trivia question. Ame's played 15 games on Bristleback. What do you think his win rate is?
30%.
No, my friend, he's 14-1 on Bristle.
Oh, that's better.
Just
Close.
better. Just marginally better, you know?
That's a little better than 30%. Okay, well, there is the Caudle. So we did talk about it earlier. This would be a great pick for Xtreme. They end up getting it last pick for their draft. This is an insane Caudle game. Caudle Bristle, Caudle Sand King, Caudle TA. Chakra on any of these heroes is amazing. Your ability to pull heroes around the map, your wave clear. I don't know, man. The fact that this hero can even, in this patch, get to last pick is kind of crazy to me. I think it's one of the best heroes in Dota, period. And we've seen in other series, a team like Nigma Galaxy, for example, that just played against AVULUS, they first picked Caudle in one of their games. And other teams are following suit or doing the same thing, picking it overall first or at least early in the second phase. I really like Xtreme's lineup this game. No matter what Talon pick, I think I favor Xtreme, which is not a great position to be in when you have overall last pick if you feel like you're playing that much catch up, but I genuinely think they do after the Caudal choice here. It's very, very strong.
So we still need one more hero here. Marcy is still unclear where she's going. I just went and checked. Natsumi has played 2 games on this. He has 1-1. WS has played the remainder of them. 26 games, 42% win rate. Part of the problem is that even if they get like some heavy physical damage dealer, let's say Marcy is a carry, Blinding Lights, what a spell. What a spell. And it looks like Marcy, who's actually going to play carry here? Natsumi is going to be on the Tiny. Okay. So at the very least, that gives him some mixed damage, so he's not as concerned about the Blinding Light. But that spell is very problematic for this game, I feel like.
Yeah, the good news is they at the very least have the carry Tiny loves buying Silver Edge, so they will have that against Bristle down the line to maybe get the kill. And once you have BKBs, you can ignore Blinding Light to an extent. But it is possible that we see a very... I mean, without a doubt, this is going to be a very different game than game number 1 because Talon don't have the same overall feeling of acceleration in their lineup as they did with the Bounty and the Prophet. And on the other hand, I think Xtreme Gaming's lanes in early game is much, much better. This is what I was talking about after game 1. I'm worried for Xtreme going deep in this tournament if they're going to keep losing their earliest portion of the game. This lineup is incredible in the first 20 minutes. So I really don't think that should be a problem unless Talon just flat out completely outplay them.
It can happen, but you know, there are some very big team fight spells that they have to worry about on the other side. But one of the things I'm really glad about when I come to see this draft from Xtreme Gaming is in the previous game, we did see a lot of the earlier objectives. It was much easier for Talon to be able to claim. For Xtreme Gaming, they definitely have much better output for objective take. That being said, for Talon, I do think this puck pick really fixed a lot of their draft because they were kind of missing that hero that's going to start fights for you, catch without having to have a very good lane if it was going to be the Tiny mid. Also, I'm looking at the rest of the draft, right? There's not really that much to deal with this puck. And we saw yesterday what can happen when you have this last pick mid hero that is relatively uncontested, even if it doesn't fit perfectly into the game. If he's able to pop off, they can win. Makoto did it yesterday against Falcons. We saw it in that Storm Spirit game. Which game was it again? In the Team
BZM,
Spirit
it was
game.
Tundra.
Oh, Tundra, yes. BZM went absolutely ham on his Storm. Hell, LOL also went ham on his Storm Spirit, and it was in similar conditions. This last pick mid-hero that doesn't have much enemy catch. So Makoto, I don't like the rest of their draft as much as I like XG's draft, but I do think this puck, if Makoto can play this puck like I know he can, honestly, I think this is like a very, very close game, like some 58% type of situation here. It's not going to be that much in favor, I think, of XG.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Puck was probably one of the absolute best last picks they could find, so credit to Talon for getting this from Makoto here. The only issues you have are Sand King Stun and a TA Shard, which will definitely come out at some point, but Makoto is very experienced on Puck, so he can itemize correctly, he can make the right calls about when to get what, and yeah, now it's just down to the play. I agree. All eyes on Makoto for Talon for sure. For Xtreme Gaming, a solid early mid laning stage is where it's at.
I love these kind of games where one team is like, right, guys, here's our strategy. We need to just tick off all these boxes to make everything work. The enemy team is like, brother, here's a free game, carry us to victory. Do what you need to do, man.
Yeah, Puck carrying games takes a while. You can enable and you can do a lot of playmaking early on, but if we're talking truly the Puck crushes enemy team, we're talking 40+ minutes usually. And in this game, it's not even necessarily that type of game, because are you really going to be able to kill heroes like Bristle and TA as Puck? Probably not, but that's where the offlane Marcy can really make a difference. If you're... I think when we cast Shopify Rebellion yesterday and I had my problems with how their pieces fit together and how they're itemized around each other, seeming like they were going different paths, I think if you're running offlane Marcy, a hero like mid Puck makes a ton of sense to me. You know your offlaner is going to hit really hard, but it's going to need time to get there. So you want an earlier peaking mid hero that can make some quick moves without too many items, and then ultimately offer some really key lockdowns so the Marcy can get the job done from the offlane. So it's cool. We'll see if Talon can pull this off as we enter the lanes. Nothing special here. Everybody's playing the lanes we expected. And I've noticed a pattern that you think most mid lane matchups are not particularly interesting. What do you think about this one? as Ame's just dead level 1. Okay.
Whoa!
Yeah, I was not looking up there, but they got a dead shot combo into the dispose, and Tianming couldn't save him. And he was away. Okay.
He uses his courier. He didn't have the escape out. Obviously, he's level 1 on the Ringmaster, so definite kill. This one is a lot more interesting. But he had refraction. I think he just messed up on the lane. Something must have gone wrong.
He's got 750 health and refraction. These are 2 level 1 heroes. What happened? All right. Well, they're finding a setup again, but who's setting up on who, really? WS? He's not going to take it.
He's fine. Impalement art's not enough to kill him, and unfortunately, there's not going to be some blood grenade tick. He's alright. They have salves on that side of the map. Okay, you know, if you'd asked me which lane is going to be the one that the most action, I probably would not have said the top lane, yet here we are. Lots of harassment going in both directions.
Yeah, I would at least wait until level 2 before I was assuming too much was coming from the side of Talon. You want to get the point in the calling together with the Deadshot combo and the Dispose rebound combination, but no. They just found a kill level 1 on Ame, which is still kind of blowing my mind that happened, but that's good news for the side of Talon. A little bit of a head start there in the top lane. So yeah, the mid lane, I feel like this one is
a lot of fun. I like
probably more just farm fest than the previous game. So I was curious about your angle in this.
The reason I like this one more than the previous one.
In Sandstorm, dude. It's just farming.
Yeah, he's in Sandstorm, but they have to play with, both of them have to have sentries around, you know. You actually have to worry about vision control. As top lane, they have to worry about the life of Tianming. He gets taken down by Yokam. Brought inside the calling with this Dispos and Talon Esports. Here in this laning phase, we wanted XG to come out of the gate stronger, but it's Talon that's putting up the pressure right now.
Yeah, this is even without rebound. He went bodyguard, so it's not WS getting a nice jump in setting things up. They just do it without it. Get the dead shot into the full combo. Nice little impalement arts there from Tianming, but yeah, as you said, a couple of nice kills, and Ame off to a significantly worse start than in game number 1, which is very good news if you're a Talon fan. Oh, nice find here again.
Going for him once more. Ame in danger here. Blood grenade dropped out. The refraction is gone, but WS is also dying. WS actually goes down first. Ame outplays him with the magic wand, and with the secondary Maul Strike finds a double kill. Cinderin, how dare you ever even doubt Ame? Of course he was going to do this. It's all according to plan, so he could get more experience from overfarmed enemy heroes.
Yeah, they just lost top now on Talon because both heroes died and they lost a full wave in their tower. So they just went from crushing it to being behind in the span of 20 seconds. It's crazy how Dota works that way sometimes. If you overstep your boundaries a little bit, you think you have a kill that you don't. I think, was there even a healing Lotus in that? I think there might have been. I think Ame had the Lotus and a stick, perhaps.
The Lotus was on the Ringmaster.
Yeah, so he got Lotus by Tianming, I'm guessing. So yeah, that was just, it was too much for them to chew through, and Xtreme now in a comfortable position top for the first time this game. I was about to say once more, but I don't feel like it's been comfortable until now.
Kind of peculiar to be winning a lane when you have 12 CS, but here we are. Modern Dota 2.
Yeah, well, 2 kills will do that.
How are things looking on the other side? We haven't focused too much on this. Natsumi and Kuku, they have taken advantage of the fact that things have been quiet, just been farming away on Natsumi. At the same time, Bristleback has also been taking advantage. And you were mentioning how like you can create stacks for the Sand King to farm back later if he was going to go mid. No, Bristleback can do the same thing as well. At a certain point, just get Shin-Q to just blast these waves for you with the Illuminate. You go in, you farm them, Bob's your uncle, you're really fat afterwards.
Yeah, just keep doing what Jin-Q is doing, right? You just keep chakring off cooldown. You are now going to triple stack both the Ancients and the hard camp here. And yeah, this is going to be really nice to farm later for either XXS or XM. You have the choice in this game if you want to give the stacks to either player. I don't know what I would rather see them do. I guess maybe put it on Bristle because Sand King's lane is so easy, and he's also even stacking for himself in the north side of the Dire jungle. He doubled up a camp there. So probably won't need as much extra farm as the Bristle does. But, you know, XXS still has just 30 CS in lane minute 5. It's by no means a struggle for him.
Mid lane. See? Having to place the sentries in the right place makes it slightly more exciting than just a pure farm fest. a little bit more fun.
I have not seen a single play of aggression in this mid lane yet in 6 minutes. I've just been looking at heroes hitting creeps.
Because the aggression is on the wall, it's not the heroes, you know? Vision wins games. Mid lane.
Riveting
Well,
stuff.
here's some
All right,
aggression onto
XM.
Cuckoo. He showed up, but unfortunately XM is just like, well, might as well grab this rune. At the same time, on the top side of the map, they did drop the first Dream Coil of the game onto Tianming. Oh, is he actually going to get out of here? Oh my goodness. Tianming, he's on the run right now, looking to get away.
That's the
Makoto
strong man,
chasing him.
Tonic.
Yocam doesn't have any mana for the dead shot. Tianming looking for the deny. Can he make it happen? No. Too much damage from the Illusion Orb. That will be a secondary kill for Makoto.
That took them a long time, though, actually. That was some serious space there from the Ringmaster. Unfortunately for him, he missed his earlier Tame the Beasts. I do think that's something that's been a little bit noticeable in this series compared to some of the absolute elite class Ringmasters we've seen from other teams. I think some players might just be behind a little bit on experience on how to play the hero, because I think your Tame the Beast spellcasting and your Wheel of Wonder is really what shows how experienced of a Ringmaster you are. Despite Impalement Arts getting a lot of the credit when you hit like a long-range snipe, I think it's the easiest spell to use on the hero. Wheel of Wonder and Tame the Beasts is a lot more delicate in accurate spellcasting. So, yeah, Tianming with a flat-out complete miss on Tame the Beasts, and we also saw one last game from Xingqiu that was way off the mark. But they're getting warmed up. They'll get there.
Only the second day of the tourney. Still have, well, you might only have one more day, but hopefully you still have a lot longer to go before things fully settle in. Right now, farm is looking like XG probably a little bit happier. Down bottom, XXX. Bristleback, what a hero sometimes. He just sits there and is like, okay guys, you done? You happy? All right, just gonna go back to lane, get my farm up. And it looks like they gave a lot of one of the stacks to the Sand King, but they left the Ancients for XXX to go and farm later.
Yeah, we didn't entertain the idea of splitting them, but that was obviously also a possibility here. Yeah, it's comfort for Xtreme for now, without a doubt. They're just getting the farm up, but
not going to be nearby. Ame gets killed solo. He was fighting against WS 1v1, and the Ringmaster not close enough to make a difference in that engagement.
Oh,
wait! Oh, Tame the Beast! Impalement Arts! Blood Grenade, nothing! Oh no. Good damage, but no follow-up. Therefore, WS will be allowed to limper back into the wave after he goes home for the fountain.
It actually begs the question, now that we're seeing this lane play out, if this is the type of lane where you should maybe go 3-1-1 on Ring, or 2-1-2 rather. We've seen other players prioritize 2-1-2 in quite a lot of games, especially in Raleigh. I think that was the most common build that I saw Ringmasters do. And if you consider just how good the box is against Marcy, then maybe that will be the right choice here for Tianming. But it's too late, of course. He's already committed. Ame gonna get
looking for Ame. Will they be able to find this kill? Impalement Arts did connect onto WS, but here comes Makoto. WS though does die first. They will be able to snap the Dream Coil onto Tianming, but not onto Ame. And now XM also shows up. Barrow Strike, big Illuminate Blast from Xingqiu eliminates Makoto. Ame, by some miracle, still alive on the Templar Assassin. Oh my goodness. Tianming tanks the dead shot for him. So Ame can get the refraction back off. He's still alive. They find the Barrow Strike onto Yocam in the river. So XM finds a double kill. 4 heroes rotated to the top lane, and it ended up being very worthwhile for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, they're now, they get the 6 on Ring, they're almost 6 on the Coddle. Bristle in the meantime is just free farming bot. So is Tiny, so I guess that trade-off is somewhat even, but Xtreme with a clear win there. And alright, now we're entering the territory where I'm uncertain, because in my book, Marcy is an extremely snowbally hero as an offlaner, but I've barely seen this hero played. I think it's only, or rather in the offlane, I've barely seen it played for a long time. I feel like WS is almost the only player that even does this. How does he even fare when he's this far behind? Like, you're 1200 behind the TA minute 10, your hero is so snowbally by nature. I worry here that WS is just going to become a liability when things don't snowball, because the hero just works like that, right? So what's he going to do? He's trying to get in on
He's going to go forward. I don't know about this one, fam. Impalement Arts will connect. Ame coming closer. Psionic Trap still on cooldown, but with the TP from XXX, I think WS is going to die. Slowed down by the snot, and one more right click is all that's required. The Armadillo finds the kill. And, you know, you were just asking how things can go when the game is going this badly. Unfortunately, it just got even worse.
Yeah, that was just I mean, it's pretty uncommon, I would say, to see an offensive tip from a player on Xtreme Gaming like Chen Ming, but he just tipped him. It's like, what are you doing, dude? That dive was head under the arm kind of play.
Well,
that's costly.
They'll lose half the HP on the tier 1 top. Tier 1 mid has also been taking a beating recently. So Talon, they respond in numbers to try and defend this one. Can they actually even keep this tower alive? Like, I don't think they're positioned to fully fight this just yet. XM gets relocated in.
Blink.
Thankfully for them, he blinked into the ice pods. There's not immediate initiation, but he's channeling the epi. WS cancelled it though. With the rebound, now he's silenced up, but the Wheel of Wonder will break up the fight a little bit. There's still a silence though onto the Sand King. He's standing within the calling. XM finally channeling the epicenter as XXX is able to run down Yokam. Makoto trying to flee to the south. He'll be able to make it. But the tower has already fallen. XG have gotten what they came for.
And if game 1 is anything to go by, then this is an extremely good position for the Dire to be in already. You consider last game they were kind of getting rolled here by about 5k themselves. Now they are up by the same amount. And if Xtreme have superior teamfight execution, which we could say based off of game number 1, this is a very, very comfortable early stage. And it's a good look whether they win this game or not going forward in the tournament, that they are capable of getting themselves into this position. This is
Oh
what has
no!
been missing from
2-hero Burrow Strike epicenter. Sin,
steal it.
correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the scan trigger at the very end? It went red. They knew they were coming, but they still went up the hill for that one.
I don't know. Maybe they had very little time to react, or maybe they thought it was just one hero coming in. I couldn't tell you, but that's a massive swing. It's 2 kills. One of them is a core. They steal the Ancients, and now they're gonna have this insane grip on the map. And what a dream game for Caudle. You have won all your lanes. You've taken 2 tier 1 towers, and you're about to probably soon take the bottom tier 1 as well. You can just recall around the map, you can port heroes around, keep playing aggressively. You have 3 different cores that love chakra, so you can just kind of pick where you want to play. Everyone's going to be happy to have you there. This could get out of hand very fast. This is... You said last game was our longest. We said this series could have some long games. Last game wasn't even that long for Xtreme. The way this is going, this could be a 25-minute game. You got to be very careful now on Talon to not slip up before it gets too out of control. And there's the bot tower. So 14 minutes in, all tier 1s are taken by Xtreme. It's time for Wisdom. It's time for Tormentor soon. And guess what? Xtreme have a lot of minus armor, so they could easily get all of the objectives too.
Nami's already going to start making his way to the Twin Gate down bottom to set up for that Tormentor you mentioned. With that Desolator, you know, it would be nice if somebody just wandered over, give him some free Desol charges, but if that doesn't happen, Ame will still gladly soak up all this gold down bottom. They'll take this Tormentor. And with all this map space, part of the problem is not just the tier 1s that they've taken, it's that Talon are so far away of grabbing a tier 1 of their own. They have so little map space to play with multiple heroes that, you know, absolutely need the gold right now. You can't leave this Marcy to just starve for the whole game. Natsumi needs his Silver Edge at some point. You know, Makoto, at the very least, he does have the Witchblade almost finished, but he's the only one that seems to be able to participate from the cores right now.
Yeah, he's got to do a lot himself. I guess the Witchblade plus Armlet is a bit of a timing here for Talon, so I think you get those 2 items and then you go for a smoke play and try to find yourselves a good fight. If you just sit around, you're going to be losing more and more of the map. This Tormentor is dead. It's already dead on my screen. It's just a matter of when do they recall Ame down and actually take it. And that will boost up the lead to 10k. Unless, okay, this is what Talon will contest.
Nice. And they come just as they use the Burrow Strike. XG, the Sand King is in a very awkward position. Calling is going to be there. Can they bring him down in time? Yes, he's gone. They had to commit the Macropire and the Dream Coil for that one. So it wasn't the easiest kill, but he doesn't have buyback, so he can't immediately return. Sadly, they won't have enough left to go contest for the Tormentor because of that investment. But nonetheless, it is something for them.
It's something. Not a great trade per se, but considering that the likely outcome there was just that Xtreme get it regardless, at the very least you got something out of it with a core kill. And now Armlet is unlocked, the Witchblade is unlocked, Tiny close to a Shadow Blade. So Possibly a couple of more moves to come Talon's way here if they keep taking initiative. They do have to solve their lanes first, though. All waves are being pushed across the river. Part of the benefit of Caudle is the ability to either do that yourself or just keep moving heroes around as they do it, and you have the luxury of a hero like TA she can just never leave top, you know? She can just live up here. If a fight is breaking out on the other side of the map, you recall her to your team, so she can keep pushing this wave maybe a little bit extra than usual. Will TP away now as sensing a move here. Ame is a good read as Talon have brought some heroes top.
Oh, guess where he went? He got recalled to the Ancient stack, so Ame will just finish that one off. Fortunately though, it is far away, and they're actually moving several heroes bottom. I think they're going to smoke up right now. You were mentioning this armlet timing, and it appears that Talon Esports agrees. Natsumi also has the Shadow Blade.
Yeah,
Can they find anything here? No, they're not going to get anything. XXX, he was the gank target, perhaps the closest person, but he got recalled middle. He's fine.
XM is closing in on Eggs. We've seen this build be very successful for other teams, going Blink, Aghanim, Scepter on the Sand King, massive damage output. You've got the Halberd on Bristle against Marcy, which is a godlike counter until she gets BKB. That hero is only really her attacks. Very little else to offer in the fights. We'll see. Roche being started. It will be scouted out by Mikoto. He has a shield rune, so he's a little bit deceptively tanky as a puck. But Xtreme don't really seem to care that much. They're kind of just daring them to approach. Keep in mind, these traps are silence traps now for Ame. Find a wraparound
though, coming in. Oh, at the same time as the wrap is coming, they find Cuckoo. He dies, but he does take the epicenter with him. On the back line, Tian Ming also gets caught out. Support for support so far. How will the rest of the fight unfold? Calling gonna be in the middle here, and now they chase onto Natsumi. Dreamcoil will be there onto the TA and the Bristleback. So Natsumi perhaps will survive, alive on 40 HP. They go on the other side though. Wheel of Wonder gonna be there. WS caught within it, cannot escape. He will end up losing his life thanks to the buyback coming in from this Ringmaster. Unfortunately, there is not gonna be any such luxury for Yokam. Bursted down by Ame. So it's a 3-for-1 exchange. Buyback from XG, but they'll also get the Aegis, and maybe they get Mikoto. It's going to be a pretty rough catch for them. Does seem like Mikoto should be able to escape this one.
Yeah. If they had a couple sound... Oh, they're actually chasing still XM. Gonna miss.
XM misses the barrel.
I mean, even if he hits that, Mikoto's still fine. There's no benefit there. But that's Roche for Xtreme Gaming. Ame will be claiming the Aegis, and now has... started ramping up a little bit of his Desolator with the +2 damage. Obviously, we'll be aiming to max that one out as fast as possible. Or rather, he will be aiming to not max it out, because he would prefer to win the game before it even gets maxed if possible. Cuckoo, big damage, but will live.
Fine for now.
Will, yeah.
Dude, this here is actually so farmed. Blink, Deso, Shard, Dragon Lance, Power Trays, and a Gossamer Cape as well. Killing her is... Whew! Yeah. Certainly going to be a tough ask right now for the side of Talon Esports. At the very least, they did just pick up a Blink Dagger for the puck. So that should make their initiation a little bit easier. We did see in that last fight, it just felt so slow from them, their approach into that engagement. The Blink will massively accelerate that, especially because the Tiny does not have one of his own.
Yeah. It's mainly a matter of connecting WS. I think if you want to kill heroes, you need the damage output of the Marcy, but the BKB is far away. Has to try to find a way to get there, and this is once again one of the issues that this hero has. If it has a bad start, it also isn't good at farming. It doesn't have any cleave, it doesn't have any... You can itemize Battle Fear if you're playing carry. You kind of can't do that in a position 3, right? Success, gonna break something here. He's super tanky. They actually can't kill him 3v1. He's got Pipe, Halberd, and the Essence Ring.
Let's see, they go on him a little bit with Natsumi, but the follow-up from XM, nice calling though. There's a Wheel of Wonder as well. Big Illuminate Blast, gonna be ripping through these Talon heroes. It looked like they had positive initiation, but the damage output of XG is just too high. Mikoto also getting caught by a Battle Strike. XM finishes him off. On the high ground, look where Ame is. Showed up out of nowhere. He was pushing bottom a moment ago, but here he is middle, securing a triple kill for Tian Ming, a team wipe for his squad. And after this tier 2 tower saying there's no reason they shouldn't just go high ground.
I'm feeling pretty good about my 25-minute prediction right now, I gotta say. This is gonna be... This is not in irrecoverable territory, but we're pretty close to it. 16k lead minute 20 with this lineup. you're going to need a heroic defense coming out from Talon to stand a chance here. And Xtreme is not even going to give them an opportunity right now. Ame will safely back off. Aegis in hand still for 2.5 minutes. You're going to likely get both Wisdom Shrines here as well, as the enemy team's not even close to getting out on the map yet. And, not to sound like a broken record, you have recall. So you can split the map thin. You can bring heroes over as you please. Actually surprised to see Jin-Q not running the Shard here. I feel like other supports would have prioritized buying that over the Scepter first off if you don't get the Shard, as that one did go to Ringmaster, but he's actually not even buying it. It's a little bit odd here from Jin-Q. He's queuing up other items, I believe, unless it's on the courier. All right, here we go.
Gets punished for it. Oh no, Natsumi was coming in to try and punish Ame, but unfortunately it was a trap. They turn around, there's the Ignis. Makoto able to get out for now. The battle, though, is still being pursued. Big blink forward by Ame with the Melt Strike and the additional silence, but they need further catch to make this work. The Hurricane Pike forward, he wants Cuckoo, and he's going to get him with the help of XM. Owning streak now for the Sand King. They're on the higher ground. They're chasing for more. They don't want to back off. 2 hero silence. There's the Marcy eating so much right-click damage. Retreats beyond the tier 4 towers. Armor toggling for all that she's worth. Unfortunately, it's not going to be worth enough. She ends up going down. Yokam tried his best to survive with the Pierce the Veil, but it will not be good enough either. 3 heroes have fallen. 0 punish coming in. While all of this was happening, they were fighting beyond the tier 2. Now they can just come back and farm it. Bro, if I'm being dove on my high ground while my tier 2 is still alive, they're better men than me. I would have called GG already.
I was just going to say it takes a special type of mental fortitude to still truly believe in the victory here if you're Talon, but they're not calling it just yet. They will push Xtreme to a final fight. The Glyph here. Now Caudle has a full spirit form running right now, so plenty of heals going to come out. He's even going to drop a premeditative Ignis.
Woo! Look at Ame! Trying to solo kill Makoto. Able to zone him back for now, though. The Ignis will protect them long enough to try and take down the tier 3. The creep wave has been cleared out, but a new one is en route, so tier 3 will go down. And Talon, what can you do about this? You don't have Unleash either for 20 seconds on the Marcy, so there's a lot of damage on the table that you can't really throw at XG. How do they do this? Power strike forward. Yokan. He's just getting zoned back. They don't really have concern for his life. They just want the buildings, but they'll take it if he offers it. Wheel of Wonder will threaten him. Almost dies. Both him and Cuckoo need to retreat to the fountain, but their lives are of no consequence. XG, yet again, achieving their objectives and putting themselves 20k ahead here in game 2.
Yeah, then now you just let Ame farm 500 gold for a BKB, and then you go for the second one. I think this is very straightforward. You don't need to wait for a next Roche unless you really want to. You know how far ahead you are. You can tell that Talon is incapable of fighting you, and honestly, waiting for next Roche might be counterproductive just because maybe Talon can get an item or two that can change something, such as the Marcy BKB. But we're not even going to likely approach that second Roche, as Talon themselves are hungry for a move, but this is a quite awkward map split. They're going as only the 3 in the smoke. If they find Ame here, it could maybe be good, but he is
5 seconds too late.
Safe, and his BKBs are running out.
Take the Twin Gate. Had they made this move 5 seconds prior, he was actually underneath this Observer Ward previously, but took a little bit too long to arrive. He's out, and guess where he is? He's gonna link up top with the Bristle, while Ringmaster goes with the Bristle and the Caudle looking for a gank. I think they slightly saw the Marcy. I'm not sure if she'll get back to safety in time. We'll see.
XM.
Ooh. For it. Oof.
That was very close to being game over, because with that kill they just go high ground.
Wait, they're going for him. WS ate the full Wheel of Wonder, but XM still had his Blink Power Strike on cooldown, so he couldn't re-engage that.
Okay.
Whew. Close call.
I mean, this is something for Talon. Now there's no Ignis and there's no Wheel. If you were to fight, conditions are unlikely to get much better than this. Ame's also sitting at 60% health. All right, well, he's sticked up to almost full. You gotta do something. You can't just sit around and let them take this tower for free. Are you waiting on Natsumi to get BKB? They're trying to buy time for tiny BKB. 100 gold. 100 gold is all he needs.
Oh, Power Strike in though. Yokam might not have time to wait for 100 gold. Forced to pop the Pierce the Veil early.
Still gonna be alive for now. Everything's all good. Spotlight getting some reveal on the high ground. They got the tier 3 and they forced out the macro pyre as well from Cuckoo. That's a lot of damage now, no longer available for them. But on the bright side, Tiny does have BKB online for Natsumi. What can he do with this item?
Well, we'll answer the question very shortly, as he can either do something or just watch them get megas. So, what's it gonna be? All right, they find the flank onto Sand King. He got BKB off though, and
They don't have the Marcy here. Got the BKB off. They put the escape back onto XM as well. Natsumi now here in the middle of all of these heroes, taking so much right-click damage from Ame. Manages to flee onto the high ground. But again, they don't really care about him. Cuckoo, they'll take the free kill. I mean, it's like, fine, bro. I'll allow it to happen. There we go. Double kill for myself. Both supports dead. Natsumi got nothing out of that. Unfortunately, he went in before Marcy came back. They were trying to also finish the BKB on the Marcy, but she never got there in time, so that fight just ended up being a whimper from Talon.
That didn't really feel like a coordinated effort. Tiny went in from a flank play onto Sand King. He was too slow to have a toss, so Sand King got BKB off, and he also got boxed, I believe, so that was not really possible. But they weren't really fully following through on it, and ultimately, if you kind of half-ass the fight like that without truly committing, you can't really tell how much you could have brought. They're going to try one last time, though.
BKB from WS is available now. They're going in, looking towards XM with the Unleash. Do they have enough damage? They almost do. Yes, XM will go down, but WS has to give up his own life in exchange. Yokam also went down on the flanks while this was happening. Unfortunately, there's no buyback for the Marcy, but there's an easy one available for the Sand King. He's coming back to the fray, and Talon realize that with their BKBs expended, their ultimates down, that there is absolutely no way forward. GG, well played is called. Within the window of the margin of error for your 25-minute call, we will allow it, and we will give
Close
XG the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, but that was more like it from Xtreme on all fronts, and unfortunately it was less like it on all fronts from Talon. This time the early laning stage did not go well, and their lineup fell into an awkward mid-game position where they couldn't really fight. They were getting outmaneuvered on the map by Caudle, by TA traps. The Sand King felt very impactful this game out of XM. And this is the level of play that we want to see from Xtreme Gaming if they want to have a chance at a deep run. This is what you need to bring to the table to these games where... I'm not saying you need to stomp every game like this, but if Talon is having a poor game and you are capitalizing on it like this is a good look, you know? There was way less to criticize this time around. It felt sound from beginning to finish from Xtreme Gaming, and yeah, sometimes even at this level, games can be this one-sided when everything clicks for one team and it doesn't for the other.
Honestly, one of my things as well, like about Natsumi, when he's playing Tiny, just this hero, unlike, let's say, if you're playing TA carry, PA carry, Morphling carry, where you're like, you know what, I have an item timing that even if the early game goes badly, I can still massively recover. I just feel like that hero is, in both mid and carry, but especially carry, too reliant on things going well. Like, coming back from awful situations is not what Tiny can do, as reflected by the fact that he ended this game with the least amount of damage done by anybody, despite having the most farm on his team. It's just, it was maybe the question of like setup from the rest of the squad, but overall, it just didn't come together cohesively for Talon. I will say one thing I loved about what XG did here is in the previous game, they were always playing against vision. This time around, they went out of their way to make sure that Caudle was granting them advanced vision in almost all scenarios, which made their team fighting look so much more crisp, especially as the game went longer.
It's a lot easier to have superior vision when you're winning the game. So in the last game, it was going to be difficult for them to get that kind of favorable overall map control because it was Talon running the show for the first 25 minutes. This time, it's the direct opposite, right? So you're dominating the map, you're pushing the towers, you're pushing the waves. It's way more noticeable. I'm not going to say it's more noticeable than ever, but this is definitely one of the patches and one of the versions of the map where being ahead means the most for vision. Because since the changes we've had to the overall map, it's a lot, there's less, let's say, really strong ward spots than there used to be. So if you're the losing team and you smoke out of desperation to try to get control back, you can't just be like, all right, we're placing that really huge cliff ward that sees the entire area and then we're fighting there. Once you're behind, getting out and getting good wards out can be a true challenge, especially in a game where your waves are pushed in as hard as they were this time. So, yeah. Tough times out there for Talon. They've got to be kicking themselves about game one. Honestly, this game two, I thought it was already looking really grim 10 minutes in. Like, offlane Marcy lost. Your overall lineup just didn't have very much to bring to the table and was playing on the back foot and needed to play a recovery farm against this fast of a lineup. That is not going to work very often. So focus on what you could have done better in game one and kind of just try to forget about this one is probably the the course of action here for Talon.
I kind of feel bad for them because they did get, you mentioned the game felt out of control at 10 minutes. You know what happened at 10 minutes? That was that fight that happened where they tried to dive Ame, and they almost killed him. The rest of XG come through, they kill absolutely everybody. They take a tier 1 tower, and it's like, well, okay, the game is going to look a lot more difficult. And they were this close to killing him. If Ame dies there, even if the fight still goes south, maybe Ame is slowed down, Natsumi can have some more farm elsewhere, but unfortunately, it did not happen. So now Talon tomorrow will be on the verge of elimination from this tournament. Of course, XG will have a lot of a more favorable time to go forward, and we'll hope that they bring forth this Game 2 performance into the rest of their run here at PGL Wallachia Season 4. With that, though, this series is done, and we have one more for the afternoon, as we have our Americas matchup of Shopify Rebellion taking on Heroic. And of course, the loser of that will also find themselves on the verge of elimination. Let's find out if South or North America is superior after a very small break, and we'll come back with the next series.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm here with Chan Ming of Xtreme Gaming. I'm very excited to talk a bit about you and your team. But firstly, what's been going on with your team recently? Because there's been a lot of shuffling, a couple of changes going on in your region. So I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on what's been going on.
现在就是国内就算是有2支比较有一点竞争力的队伍嘛，然后改变的话，就感觉都还好，都是一些老人吧，没什么太大的改变。大家肯定都是想把国内的那个成绩往上提嘛，就各自排列组合吧，没什么太大的改变。
Okay, that's interesting. So, do you feel like this is like the locked-in roster now? This is what we're going to see Xtreme Gaming doing for the rest of the year?
不知道，不一定吧，看成绩吧。感觉现在就是我看，不管是国内还是世界上别的队伍的话，都是一直在调整的，就是大家都为了冠军去嘛，就可能还是会有调整吧。
Well, this iteration certainly looks very strong on paper. Do you feel like you're close to performing how you want to perform? Do you feel like the team is close to being at its best, and we're going to see like you guys winning a lot quite soon?
我感觉我们状态没有达到最好吧，就是虽然纸面实力还行，但是还是需要一定时间磨合，因为我们是从4月份，其实我们只是从4月份训练了半个月，然后才组半个月这个样子吧。我觉得我们还是有很大的就是调整状态的空间的，特别是我自己。
I'm assuming you watched Raleigh, and the games went on there. Was there anything that surprised you about the meta, about the type of Dota that was played?
我觉得现在就是线上是更重要的一点吧，就是比赛的内容。然后别的方面，我倒觉得那个比赛没有什么，我只是觉得威社的那个改变，不让你去看别人的路人这个观战改变，让我挺受影响的。
Interesting. And how do you think that's sort of changed your approach and in general how everybody now approaches these professional games? What impact has that had?
它这个影响就是会让你自己的，就是比如自己的天梯啊和训练，只能通过比赛内容来呈现，就是你是否是得到的这个版本正确的答案吧。因为你有可能花了很多时间在练习上，但它是一个错误的方向。
I see. So, do you think that there's potential for the Chinese teams and the other non-English speaking teams to potentially be at a disadvantage because of this, because you can't communicate, you can't talk with the other teams as much?
我觉得这方面影响还是比较大的吧。然后，其实最主要的就是，你像欧洲，他们都是在一个服务器上玩的，所以他们都会互相就高分局互相会有好友，所以他能通过好友来观战嘛。像我们就可能比较少一些像这种欧服的职业选手的好友，所以你能看到的东西比较少。我觉得影响还是有的。
Yeah, I certainly think it would. Well, hopefully it doesn't set you back too far. Excited to watch you guys play. Final question from me then is, what are you hoping to achieve here at Wallachia? Are you hoping to get a really good finish, or is this sort of a learning experience which is hoping to get as far as you can in?
对于我们队来说，就是特别是对于中国队伍来说，来打比赛，或者说对于所有队伍来说，有实力的队伍他都想拿冠军嘛，不是只是说什么调整状态和增加经验这方面的，因为我们不是一个新队伍了，是一个比较老的队伍，大家都是打了很久职业的，来这种线下赛的话，只是想拿冠军这一个目标。
Excellent. Well, I hope to see you make that come true. It's always fun to watch you guys play. I'm very excited to see how Xtreme do here at Wallachia. Xiaoming, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Necunoscut, cine mi-a văzut? Mândru ce bănel, tras printr-un inel, Tițișoara lui, Musticiara lui, Pirișorul lui, Ura câmpului. Dumioara mea, sădându Ciobănaș cu oile, bată-mi de pâine, că ai lăsat oile și-a plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, di păscuțe le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sălloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, numai capte din Cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiță, numai capte din Căpriu.
Welcome back, one and all, to PGL Wallachia Season 4 as we get into our last matchup of the day in the 0-1 bracket. It's the American matchup, North America versus South America, Heroic versus Shopify Rebellion, and the Great Mute Swan. One thing I found very interesting about watching these teams yesterday, right, is that across both of their games, although they lost, both times, Game 2, we were both like, damn, their draft adjustments from Game 1 into Game 2 are so good. It looks so promising. And just the execution that didn't necessarily carry together. So in this particular series, right, what do you think is going to happen in regard of that? Who's going to come out the gate swinging first? Who do you think will have made the best adjustments from yesterday to today?
I mean, I would say overall Heroic looked better yesterday than Shopify, but I think Shopify will have the easier time making adjustments because I think their issues were more obvious. I think the way they itemized and played around each other was more lackluster. It was like one player was, for example, we had Pakaz on Terrorblade buying Orchid and Diffusal and then not really fighting with it, and if he was meant to carry that game, then he could have, you know, gone for a carry route and others could have made space for him to carry the game and he could have taken that angle, right? Whereas for Heroic, I think it was more straightforward what they were trying to do. They just didn't execute at the same role, but I also think they had a really, really tough opponent. I think Shopify overall were... I mean, they both had tough opponents, let's be honest. But yeah, Shopify were definitely... I don't know. Would you agree with my sentiment that it felt like they were playing different games?
Yeah, definitely.
That was the overall vibe I was getting, and that's never good at this level. You need to be in union about what you're trying to do.
I mean, it's especially that last game that you're talking about with the Terrorblade, right? The last fight that happened in that game, we had Yopaj popping his ultimate as the Sand King, being very far from everybody else, so he realizes I actually can't go in because my Terrorblade is not here. So then he pops BKB to survive the fight. As the BKB is expiring, that's when the Terrorblade goes in and dies immediately, right? So very clearly there was some kind of disconnect. I also do think that for Heroic came closer to beating their opponent than Rebellion did yesterday. So
yeah,
they probably have a little bit more confidence. I think they were only let down in that game by, they just eventually ran out of both damage and ways to keep Whisper alive long enough to get off his ultimate. At that point, the game felt like it ended, but it was very competitive until then. Whereas in the Rebellion games, neither game 1 nor game 2 felt competitive at all. So probably there's a bit more confidence for Heroic coming into this one.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Based on every game we have cast so far, I do think Shopify is the team that has looked the weakest overall on average. So, but again, that's where a coach and the right adjustments and the right realization can make a really big difference. It's very easy to look like a weak team if the original plans you went in with aren't working, or if you're in a little bit of a downswing in terms of like team morale or whatever. Sometimes things can really swing around from 1 or 2 good games, and if Shopify managed to structure their game in a more meaningful way where they're all on the same page about what they're trying to do when, who's buying what items, why, and then, you know, it sounds basic. It's not that easy when you're in the actual game of getting on that level. We're just used to seeing, you know, teams that execute it to an extreme degree. So if you're doing it a little bit poorly, then it really stands out. This does not mean that Shopify are a terrible team. It just means that the other teams have been better. So gotta fix those issues, sort out the basics first, and then build upon it afterwards.
Well, into this draft, we'll see how things go between the big battle of Bulba and Kefs on the respective American squads. Heroic opened up with the Sand King as the first opening pick after having banned out the Tiny, the Monkey, and the Morphling. On the other side, no Natures, no TA, no AA, no Beast, and they went for the opener of this Bristle, which apparently has 83% win rate after 12 games. Not bad whatsoever. But
that's pretty
what
good.
I find I think it's more to do with the supports that used to be really good against Bristleback aren't necessarily the supports we see being picked every game now. So Bristleback has just a lot more leeway and freedom to play these games. Thank God. Thank you, Cavs, for banning the Tinker. I appreciate it.
You're not a Tinker enjoyer? I think a lot of people are a bit sick of Tinker by now, but
I've hated Tinker, I think, the entire time I've played Dota. There's not been a single time I've not hated Tinker. There's certain heroes that just, to my core, Tinker, Broodmother, Techies, I've never, ever enjoyed playing games with or against them, or even just watching them. I just hate it. Ugh.
Yeah, we share the sentiment on Brood and old Techies, at least. Tinker, I never minded him as much as the other two. And I think part of it has to do with the fact that the hero historically needed a lot of build-up time, whereas Brood and Techies just got annoying minute 10. For Tinker, it was always, okay, you needed to really get there, and it was a very high risk reward. When you messed up a combo, the punishment was really severe, whereas Brood and Techies were a little bit more like brain dead how they played, to be honest. A little bit more autopilot. So there was beauty in watching a really, really high skill Tinker to me, because I thought mechanically that's way harder and it's way more satisfying, and yeah, way more punishing when you mess up than the other two. But that hero has been redesigned, so has Techies, and so has Brood. So all of the worst versions of the heroes that I used to hate all got changed over time, so I can't complain about that, I suppose. Here comes
Ringmaster. We can't complain about Ringmaster, though. We can't complain about this hero. Do you think Escape Act is too strong? That particular spell?
No, actually not. I think if I were to nerf Ringmaster, that would not be the spell I nerf. I think Impalement
Master
Arts...
Tame?
Impalement Art's probably doing a little bit too much damage, or traveling too fast. You know, that's the thing about Ringmaster. He's actually really easy to nerf, because you could nerf the speed of arts or the damage of them, and then cast ranges is really what makes or breaks a hero like this. So Wheel of Wonder, if the cast range was 100 shorter, or if the area was 50 smaller, like all these things will very quickly be super noticeable on a hero like this. So I think Escape Act is fine, actually. I know it's what a lot of people focus on because it really stands out. You know, you make this box, the sound, people can move while untargetable. But you can counter itemize that spell. Area damage still works. Physical area damage, I believe, does full damage, right? It's just the magical components that are reduced, if I'm not mistaken. I think you get magic resist during it, right? Yeah. So
80% max level.
Yeah. So all physical AoE damage, such as Quills or Slaughter Crush and Acid Spray, all these things still do full damage. It's a good spell. Don't get me wrong. It is powerful, but I'm more impressed by the rest of his kit, to be honest.
Okay. Well, on the other side, Heroic do have a Salvation hero of their own. One side is going to have the Escape Act. They have the Disruption and the Shadow Demon. Lots of actually tank ability. Disruption, Kunkka now, very beefy hero. Also, yesterday, the game that they played against Tundra, this is with the analog Kunkka, they came really close to winning. He was owning that game. It's just the nature of the hero that there comes a point you can't do much more with him, but Analog yesterday looked excellent when he was playing on this Kunkka, especially when he had a decent lane, which I expect him to have if indeed he is playing mid against the DK.
Yeah, that lane is probably... It's probably one of the harder ones for Kunkka in theory because of Breathe Fire, but I still think you draw, or at least close to, which is good enough. Kunkka doesn't need to destroy his lane, he just needs to make sure he gets his own. And very few heroes can truly stop Kunkka from shining in mid. I think the only two that really come to mind are Huskar and probably a really well-played Viper, but nobody seems to really play that hero right now. But the Huskar will be the worst matchup, surely. But yeah, here he should be okay. Love Heroic's opening to this draft in general. Sand King obviously needs no introduction at this point. Shadow Demon, great against Ringmaster and Bristle, especially when you get Ags. Bristle hates this matchup. It's really, really good. And they even pick DK into it too. So look for King Jungles to get Ags when this goes later and be the true game winner as position 5. And the Kunkka Sand King combo. We talked about how Tundra found a lot of success with this in Raleigh, just having this massively tanky Kunkka teamfight prowess, and then you have the damage, the lack of damage you have as a mid laner comes from your Sand King in the offlane. Yeah. So this looks very stable to me right now out of Heroic.
Yesterday they paired this with Brewmaster in the offlane, so they had more team fight, but not necessarily as much damage. Here they have the damage. Actually, you were talking about the Shadow Demon. It's Wind Ranger as well. Wind Run, bye-bye. Yeah. Can't really do much with that spell. So KJ is just like rubbing his palms together, being like, yeah, baby, I'm ready for this matchup. I do think they need to make sure, though, you mentioned there's heroes like the Huskar, the Viper. They should probably protect those, even if they believe that the DK is indeed going to go mid. But just to make sure, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, the Huskar ban could be good, I think. The Viper, I don't know if you need to worry about too much, also because that is a 5th hero Shadow Demon is good against. Alright, they'll get the slaughter themselves, so physical amp. Wait, who is this carry Slardar?
I think it is, but I'm going to go check stats and see how many games Yuma has played on all of these.
I don't mind it this game into heroes like Bristle DK. I think a more obvious pick would have been Ursa. This should have, in theory, been a really good game for that, but for some reason Yuma doesn't favor it. He had 1 or 2 bad games in Raleigh on it. Maybe he lost faith a little bit in Ursa as a hero. Alternatively, Razor would have been great. You know, when your enemy is showing Bristle DK, there's actually quite a lot of stereotype or archetype heroes that counter both at the same time. Breaks counter both. Damage Leech counters both. Hard-hitting, physical, single-target attackers counter both, such as Slardar, such as Ursa. So I don't mind the Slardar, but the problem is you don't really give Corrosive Haze to anyone in your team. Nobody takes advantage of it, really. I mean, a Kunkka Cleave is okay, but it's not the same as playing with a mid-ranged hero that's going to eat them up.
10 seconds remaining.
Of all the core heroes that are here, Sand King, well, one of them could be support, but of the 3 we assume are going to be one of the strength cores. Yuma has played Kunkka 14 times, 42% win rate. The last game in April of 2023. He has played Sand King a grand total of 3 times. the last game in 2018, so probably not going to see that. And then you got the Slaughter, which he last played once in 2017 April. All right.
So whatever he
All right,
plays
PC.
now, it's been 2 years minimum.
Minimum.
That's
Well,
pretty
maybe this
cool.
is where the impact of not being able to access their pubs is going to come into effect, right? We don't know if he's been grinding these heroes quietly in the background.
Who grinds carry Slardar? I don't think that's a hero you grind. I think it's a hero you pick situationally no matter who you are. I don't think you
Okay.
can just be like, today I'm playing carry Slardar 6 games in a row, and then half
If I
of
asked
them
you
you just can't
yesterday, does
even
anybody
lane.
grind Bloodseeker, what would you have said? You'd have said, no way someone's going to grind 100 games of Bloodseeker. But it happens.
Well, that is a hero specialist. This is not a Yuma special, right? So I think it's something else to have a history of playing a hero forever because you love it, and then be like, I am going to grind carry Slardar suddenly. I don't know. I'm not a... You know what's funny? One of these is going to turn out to be a support, and everything we talked about was pointless, and they just pick Yuma at carry now. That would be funny. Let's see.
Oh, man. If they do just actually, Ursa is still pretty good. We can fit all of this into
Sure.
the draft. Don't worry about it, guys. Yeah, sure. Go Ursa. He can buy Nullifier later. That's an additional set of purges that you have. Then you'll have 3 purges in one fight. Hell, Kunkka can buy Nullifier too. Then you have 4 purges. Sounds
Oh,
good to me.
Sand King buys 1, 5, Shadow Demon, amazing. Let's see. All right, it's carry something. Here comes Chen. Interesting. We saw King Jungle's, you and I, we cast him play Enchantress yesterday. That did not go well. Let's see if Chen is a different beast here. Shopify Rebellion might consider... They could struggle to kill this lineup. That's my biggest weakness that I see is, do they have the damage to take down the Kunkka Sand King with Chen auras and heal? Heroic are proposing an extremely powerful mid-game death ball. Not necessarily with the best tower damage, but with really good objective taking and really good team fighting. They could take Roche, they could take Torm. Terrorblade will be the solution here, which I think is one of the better options Shopify had. This is about as high damage as you can possibly get in a carry if he just gets to stand and deliver. So, yeah, I like this choice. Now they just need to get off to a good start to the lanes.
I like this. I mean, you were mentioning some of the damage output problems that they're going to have into Heroic. Heroic themselves do have damage, but it's not the... They will come a point where they are going to struggle with keeping it, ramping it up continually throughout the game. So if you can just play very carefully as Tomato and the game goes later and later, you probably don't die in the first salvo of spells. You get off your BKB, you can get off some Sunder. And crucially, I think for this game, you're worried about the big heals. This is a hero that buys Skadi. So the other Skadi buyer, Medusa, was already banned out of the game. Terrorblade can do that for them, reduce some of these heals. And I don't think the lane... Who's he going to be playing with the lane? With the Wind Ranger, I imagine?
Yeah, probably.
Terrorblade, Wind Ranger, into the Bristleback lane. It feels like it's all right. I don't think you feel amazing about that, but you shouldn't get completely dumpstered in that lane either, right? So you should be able to play your game as a TB, back off into the jungle, farm there. And I'm looking at the pace that gets set by Heroic. Yes, in the mid game they are very strong, but they are somewhat locked behind some items, right? You're going to need a Blink Dagger going onto the who's playing mid? Mid is going to be the Kunkka. Okay, so you need a Blink Dagger on the Sand King. You need the Blade Mail Radiance
It's a
on
mid
the
slaughter,
Kunkka.
actually.
Is it mid slaughter?
It's
Oh,
carry
they changed
Kunkka,
it.
yeah.
Kunkka is carry.
Yeah, it is carry Kunkka.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, either way, I think the logic is still, the Sand King and the Slardar will want to get their Blink Daggers, but the Terrorblade lane into Sand King Shadow Demon, I think is actually kind of spooky, to be honest.
Yeah.
Once Sand King hits level 3, if you get, let's say, 2 stacks of Shadow Poison into a Disruption, you hit the 3rd one, then you Sand King stun, you hit the 4th one, and all of that time you're sitting in a Sandstorm, and you're a hero that does not have very high health. Terrorblade has armor, not HP. So I think this is actually one of the tougher potential lanes for him. And I gotta say, I like Heroic's draft overall better, but Terrorblade might have been one of the best final options that Heroic could propose to try, or excuse me, that Shopify could propose to try to solve the problems here. But it's definitely not going to be easy.
Let's see what they've got. North America versus South America. Game 1. Loser will find themselves in a 0-2 scenario, awaiting an elimination game tomorrow. The winner, keep the prospects going for as long as possible for getting to the playoffs. So Rebellion, they smoked up, but so far they just planted out some vision. And both teams are just going to pass each other by. Looks like we're going to have a nice standard start to the game.
Yeah, Heroic just standing as 5 here, protecting. I don't know if this is some replay analysis that they're expecting Shopify to go for an invasion exactly here, but doesn't seem to be the case. And now that they know that, they're going to smoke themselves and try to find an attack angle instead. Now, both teams with honestly pretty solid level 1 fighting. Shadow Demon as well as Slardar have a lot of potential because of low cooldowns. If Shadow Demon were to skill Poison, that is. If he skills Disruption, he's probably only going to have 1 in the fight. Chen not the best, Kunkka not the best. And now on the other side, you've got a hero like Windranger, who's not the best level 1 fighter. But you have Terrorblade with Reflection, potentially Quill Spray, one of the best level 1 spells in the game. So if this does break out, could get kind of crazy, this level 1 fight. But it would be a 5v4 as Terrorblade is really far away from his team. And he is integral to this fight. So probably it would be wise to run away for Shopify if they were to break a smoke here.
But this pause, one of those moments they can probably discuss state of affairs and say to themselves, hey, maybe we don't do this one, gang. Let's back off from this position. Because they were going towards the south, right? Hellscream wanted to take this Watcher and then maybe move here, but we'll see if he's going to be able to do so with the smoke as the GU and Rs are back. Let's go and see if we get a first blood.
Yep. Shopify making sure to keep a somewhat good formation here. Would like Pakaz to be closer to one of the slopes here, one of the stairs, but Hellscream, well placed, will break the smoke. Pakaz will take a mana burn, but he will get a creep for his troubles for Hellscream. 22 experience, not too bad.
Little bit of gold, little bit of XP. You know, better than nothing. We'll see what happens around this bounty, though, because they're waiting for this one. The bounty will go towards Pakaz. Does he get out of here? They might leave him alone and target onto Hellscream instead. But they're actually fighting in 2 different directions here. Pakaz is taking some harass, but because they didn't focus Hellscream, Scam comes on the backlines and they assassinate KJ. Schofield did find the disruption out, but unfortunately, he's in the wrong position, Sin. Went the wrong side. Scam finds him with a kill shot, power shot. A double kill for the Windranger. Well, that's how you start a game, baby.
That's very surprising that Shopify were able to find 2 kills there with this hero combination, but well, he skilled Gu instead of Quill's level 1, and they just kept running at heroes, and Heroic couldn't fight back because Kunkka is just flat out terrible level 1, and Shadow Demon skilled Disruption, so they kind of had nothing to fight back with. And that makes it a very easy exchange for the side of Shopify Rebellion. They'll very happily enter the laning stage with a 2-0 lead. Because, unfortunately for him, did not get either of the kills. They both went onto Skem, so he will be mega strong in the bot lane. His 5 Windranger, top net worth. Always looks funny when you enter the lanes like this, but see what he converts it into. He has bought Wand, Sage Mask, and Regen. So, looking to spam the power shots and really put some pressure and enable Tomato to have a good start on TV.
Yep. You were mentioning earlier some of the challenges that they might experience dealing with the Sand King and the Shadow Demon, but with Skem having a much better start than expected, he'll be able to help ameliorate that somewhat. So Tomato, just take advantage of the farm in the meantime. On the other side, I'm still very curious about this carrier Kunkka. As we said, he hasn't played this in 2 years. What kind of build are we expecting? Yesterday, we sort of like with theory crafting potential ways to build this hero. We thought about Radiance builds, Nullifier AC builds. This game, he does seem like he's angling towards Radiance. Definitely feels like the best option into like this Terrorblade Illusion build, right?
I mean, it's generally the better item on Kunkka, I would say, to go Radiance. It's a little bit worse against TV because of Reflection, but that's the only illusion mechanic he's facing, and you probably want to have it for the blind. It's also double value, or triple value even, because you're playing against Bristle and Dragon Knight, so 3 heroes that want to do a significant portion of their damage from attacks. Does feel nice to have the Radiance against that. But beyond that, I don't know. Like, I don't know what this 6-slot build looks like. My gut tells me you go back towards some of the old build with like focus on big damage cleaves with crit, but haven't really seen that be all that useful in the couple of examples we might have had in the last couple of years. So maybe you do just, I don't know, this is a tempo carry. Maybe that's just what it is. If you get to that point where you start thinking about getting 6-slotted, maybe mission failed. You weren't meant to get there in the first place. Yuma, big harass here from Pakaz, but he has 26.
Fine.
Yeah.
He understands how to play BB, got the big wand. He's okay. KJ there with the slows as well. So he'll be okay. This mid lane matchup. This is something I was not really expecting to see, just how desperate this matchup would be. DK is putting in the work onto Analog right now, doing quite a good job on his hero.
In the meantime, they also killed a Kurt. Wait, did it deliver its items here? I think it didn't.
No.
I think he
Boots
killed
died.
Yuma's courier with items on it. That's very big for the top lane. Now he's still going to only play with the wand for another couple minutes. But yeah, DK into melee heroes, generally DK favored. It's hard to combat refire, even for Slardar. Just the overall damage disadvantage is hard to overcome. So I'm not too surprised to see a little bit of a head start here for Yopaj. It's not.
Bottom, Whisper. Could be in some trouble. Scam finds the power shot and they kill him. And now Schofield, he came back to render assistance. But all he's assisting is the coffers of Shopify Rebellion. Scam grabs yet another kill. 4 for 0. Dominating streak for the position 5 Wind Ranger.
When's the last time you've seen a 5 Wind Ranger before 0 minute 4? I don't think I've ever seen this in a pro Dota game in I don't know how many years at this point I'm into this game. But
no, you've definitely seen it. Don't you remember when OG Seb had a couple of crazy games when he was playing Wind Ranger there?
Was he ever 4-0 minute 4?
Okay, maybe not a minute 4. Maybe not.
It's kind of. I mean, I've seen 5 Wind Rangers pop off. It's not bad, but it's just a funny start for Skem to have. So see how he converts it. With these 4 kills, he has the same net worth as the enemy carry right now. On his 5 wind, he's sending out more items, I think. Let's have a look. Or yeah, there it is. Okay, so he's got Boots Bassi now coming down, and this is really impactful because effectively you're rendering Terrorblade's lane completely free. So this is without a doubt the best start we've seen from Shopify Rebellion so far out of the 3 games we've got to cast. And we were considering Heroic's draft to be very powerful in that mid-game portion when it all comes together with Kunkka, Sanking, and Chen, but if they don't get off the ground running from the laning stage, can they put the pressure they need, or is the Terrorblade, DK, and Bristle, all 3 just going to get super farmed and then overpower them? Some pretty big questions to be answered here, as all 3 cores on Shopify's team are top 3 right now in the game.
On the bright side though, Analog did recover quite magnificently in his overall CS, so he feels decent. Top lane, Yuma though, just be careful. Torrent will not connect, of course. There was the Tamer Beast coming out, but not enough damage. Now it's Hellscream that needs to run away from this Chen. Should be alright though. KJ not nearly high enough level to make a full threat. And Yuma will just go back, finish his phase boots, X-Mox. He's all good in the lane.
Wow.
That is not good in the CS though.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, I think. This lane is definitely not the easiest to play, and now rotation. Oh, this is a good time to gank from Scam. This is after the X mark. If he dies here, that's a costly one.
They might get revenge on Pakaz though. Schofield throws forth the blood grenade. They want to close the gap. Hellscream though jumps in, slows them down. There's 3 poison stacks onto Pakaz. The 4th will not emerge. Schofield gets shackle shotted. Now he needs to be the one that turns himself around. Disruption to try and save himself for now. Schofield gets off the 4th one. Can he find the 5th before he dies? Yes! Might not be enough damage though. Let's see. Pakaz, 400. He's fine. He's fine. He's okay.
He should stick up and turn his back here.
Nice.
That was close. 50 HP left, but all right. Massive rotation from Schem. They recognize, all right, Kunkka just X-Mark TP'd. Let's gank him instantly. And Yuma now has to do the long walk of shame back to lane here. And will arrive and not even be level 5. Pakaz level 5.5 has to go back to base, but, you know, he has a TP, so he will be able to return there. And more so than anything outside of Shopify. Okay.
Look what Tomato is. He was going to try and take away the Wisdom Shrine. Well, he found many things in this area of the map. Wisdom was not one of them.
Well, you could argue he's wiser than before now, but it's a little bit too late. Jungles, a bit caught here. Hellscream, though.
The Torrent, the Mud Golems going ham. Hellscream, though, able to stick up. He's gonna be
Strong
okay
man
for now.
tonic.
Yuma making his way through. He gets the X marks out. Should have enough damage to find some immediate revenge. He does so. So 1-1, and Yuma finally gets something positive on the board. But as I say that, they're hunting him in the trees now. The torrent, it doesn't connect. Scam got the wind run right through it. The shackle shot will not connect, but he's being slowed down quite heavily. Nice body blocks coming in from KJ with the mud golem to ensure that Pakas does not have the path to the Kunkka.
This still sucks for Kunkka, no matter how you look at it. He does live, but he can't access his wave at the tower, so he loses a full wave. In the meantime, Bristle will farm up the wave that they had on them while fighting the Kunkka, and you can tell Heroic's mindset right now is we need to put out some fires. So they're gonna go smoke up their Slardar together with Chen, looking for potential attack here onto Pakaz, but this is not gonna be an easy kill without Kunkka level 6. They're gonna try it still.
There's
some of the damage
slithering
out.
crush,
Oh, I thought he had
corrosive
backup,
haze.
Alright.
Oh, nice.
thought
I
he had
guess with the
support with
corrosive
him.
haze and this Chen army, there was like a lot of damage, and there's nobody nearby. The rest of the team is going bottom. They're trying to focus on getting this tier 1 out of the way.
I thought they kept the support around the Bristle there. That would have made for a much, much tougher kill if anyone was backing him up, but completely alone, isolated, will be a nice pick there for Heroic. Tomato looking to farm away the enemy Ancients, and while all this was happening, by the way, Yopash took the mid tier 1 tower. So the map already opened up a bit here from Shopify, and they're looking to bottom. With the Corrosive Dragon plus Terrorblade, they can push this pretty quickly. Heroic, are they up to look for a trade top, or what's the idea here? They're kind of just lingering right now, not committing fully to anything.
Kyle's just happy to be in the jungle, getting up his farm. Doesn't really want to be on the map at the moment, and doesn't feel like he probably has to. Enough space is being made, bottom is being pressured. They're actually going to take it. Heroic are not going to respond for this one, so 2 towers gone. They don't really have themselves positioned to take one of themselves either. And even here in the mid lane, we have Slaughter who showed up for this, but his wave's being taken away by Scam. I really don't think they'll put any damage on this tower.
Schofield looking for a way to access Scam here with a disruption, but Scam wisely playing off to the right-hand side will not be caught. Hellscream looking for a D-ward. He will also not be caught. So clean disengage. And now a haste rune for Yopash. Can they put this to use? No bottle, of course, on DK. Generally doesn't buy it, so has to use it immediately. Looks to just be a little bit of chill territory here. But once again, looking very healthy for the side of Shopify Rebellion currently. Because about to finish a Blade Mail soon on his Bristleback. Very good item against Slardar. Less good against Kunkka. He has a lot of mitigation and the ways of staying alive, but Slardar will be struggling to kill you. And
Speaking of
Jungles will be
Kunkka,
struggling to live.
he needs to be very thankful for King Jungles. If KJ wasn't here at this exact moment, Kunkka dies 100%. So, Yuma, please tip your kill support player. Let him know you are thankful for his service. Sadly, though, the tower is not going to be in any kind of good luck. Definitely going to be brought down here with Yopash in the dragon form.
Pakas was unwilling to tank the tower for his siege creep there. I guess it didn't really matter too much in the end, but him not choosing to do that does make it seem like he is anticipating some sort of potential counterplay from Heroic. It was not even remotely nearby, but better safe than sorry, I guess. You still get it in the end, and the farming will commence. So still progressing very nicely on all 3 cores are Shopify, especially, of course, Tomato, who has had a free start courtesy of the Wind Ranger's early kills and just keeps building up with no contention down here. Heroic running a little bit in circles, trying to figure out what they want to do, and it's not exactly a good look this early in the game to be indecisive. Yuma not gonna find an
No
X.
shackle connection, no X. I mean, they did just pick up a Blink Dagger on the Sand King, so they are smoked with him, but Analog is so close to a blink of his own. Just 300 gold away. Sadly,
Yeah, Yopash
I don't think
has
they
his
have the
tuna.
chance to wait. Yeah, you gotta go.
Alright.
Yopash, they actually see him. They hit him with the ultimate, but unfortunately, they don't find the angle to jump him on. The Blink Dagger was not ready from Whisper. He does get the Brow Strike onto Scam, but that's at the end of the epicenter, so there's no more damage available. There will be a drag back with the X, both connection, and Yuma will end an unstoppable streak from the Wind Ranger. Analog also in the vicinity right now. Do they want to get out of here? Yes, they do. Yopash is now shown up. Gets the Dragon Tail stun out onto Analog. Analog is falling very low. The disruption will be quite nice, but he cannot get off the Slithering Crush. Dies before it's available. He is going to be the trade but it's a much bigger trade for Rebellion, and they're not done just yet. Blink in 1, 2, here we go, kill. They get the stun, they get the impalement off, they even throw in the Wheel of Wonder for good measure. But this should be a kill they find. Oh, very nice torrent from Yuma. Pakaz, though, doesn't seem to be Dosated just yet. He's chasing forward, wants to try and find this kill. Disruption will buy some time for the Shadow Demon, but the borrow time will eventually expire. It goes down, so does KJ. Can't complete the teleport out. It looked like just a quick pick send, but it turned out to be quite a disaster. 3 for 1 and a tier 2 tower under siege now.
That was very, very scrappy. So first of all, this fight was 5v4. Terribly didn't join until the end. So the way it all started with the Windranger kill is definitely a very good find for them. But if you backtrack even further than that, the Demonic Purge being used mid onto DK, whose dagger got delivered as he got purged, so he could still blink out before he took any damage. That Demonic Purge was missing in that fight. That really could have helped them out a ton, but the 70-second cooldown was not up just yet. Shopify were able to chase down now Analog, running immediately into trouble. Nice triple barrel.
Does have hope though. Whispers there with the triple barrel, like you said. Slithering Crush only connects onto 1. The Shadow Demon dodging with the disruption. They will be able to bring down the Ringmaster first. Bristleback gonna be in some danger as well. He cannot get out. They have done all they can. The rest of Rebellion, can they get out? No. Nice little Borrow Strike onto Scam. Wind Run will be there. Here comes a chase onto Analog. 5 seconds until he has the blink available. They have the vision with the corrosive, so they don't even need the blink. Double kill for Whisper. Yopaj gonna be forced to flee away, and Heroic doing something on the map. You know, I noticed this yesterday, right? That Heroic is one of those teams that at any given point, regardless of how badly the game is going, there's always potential for some one crazy sequence of events. They take advantage of it. All of a sudden, they're pushing buildings. This is the Heroic way. You love to see it.
Yeah, I think there's two sides to this one as well, though. That was Shopify invading their triangle without their full force. They just ran into a brick wall of 5 heroic heroes ready for that move and got punished mega hard. That's almost the entirety of their lead gone. They did not have the Terrorblade for that play. They did not have the Dragon Knight for that play. So just flat out easily outnumbered by Heroic, and that fight almost played itself. After the Barrow Strike, obviously beautiful from Whisper, the 3-man Barrow. The moment that came out, the fight was basically over. So...
Oh, Analog. Oh my goodness, what a blink. He was right in range of Yopaj hitting him with the amplified damage, Dragon Tail. But now both teams know that this Tormentor is in play. They want to use the amplified damage to try and take it down as quickly as possible. But they have Epi, they have Barrow, they have every ultimate except Ghost Ship. Oh, it's just back, but Kunkka's not here. He's middle. What will Heroic do? Ringmaster almost died to the Epi. Now here comes the Epicenter on the back end. The Tormentor does go the way of Hellscream. Can Whisper bring any of these heroes down? No. They're all still quite alive. Analog almost caught up to Yopaj. He just managed to blink away towards the north side. Chen gets caught and killed. Of course, Hellscream, most of his HP was taken by the Tormi, and now Kunkka can finally make his way into the fray. Getting the Tormi does put them on very low HP for Rebellion, so now they can't really fight that easily. They've lost Yopaj. Scam trying to get himself out. There is a disruption. It will be deployed as a boat crashes in onto Pakaz. No way out of this fight for you, my friend. Gonna be a lot of damage dealt before he goes down, but not enough to really threaten the lives of these heroes. And all the way towards the east, they also find Scam. Rebellion, they had a gold lead, they had an experienced lead, they have a decent map advantage. All of it seems to have eroded in the past 2 minutes.
Yeah, they're... I hope this isn't going to be a recurring pattern for them, similar to what we saw yesterday, just not fully on the same page. It seems like they're just... Heroic are bringing the numbers better. They're playing around, they're playing off each other more cleanly. And it's easier said than done to, you know, just execute that better. But with the start that they had, I was starting to get hopeful in this game for Shopify Rebellion that today they were going to show up in a different form than yesterday. And by all means, this is still definitely better than what they had in that series that we saw from them less than 24 hours ago. But this is... It's worrisome to lose this lead in this fashion this quickly. Like, you've got to recognize what strength you have and play around that strength, whereas on Heroic it's encouraging, right? They lost early, but they know that if they want to make their way back in the game, they got to make it with big moves, with big rotations, and they make sure to, you know, bring in the numbers. Now Hellscream, as well as Scam. Oh, Scam just gated into trouble here. He's just dead from the Demonic Purge, I would think.
Well, perhaps not. They jumped in with the AP, but Whisper actually expended all of his mana for this, so he might actually die. Schofield trying to bail him out with the disruption, but Whisper gets out barely with the Burrow Strike. Literally the last sliver of mana, and Yopaj cannot catch him with the blink. Whisper's out. He's cool.
Yeah, clean disengage.
Man, that's just demoralizing. Those kind of moments that happen right there. You know, you have your carry right next to him. You have a DK on the way, and the Sand King just escapes. So much time wasted. You expended spells on him, and they're still just farming. Kunkka's accelerating. Chen's in the jungle. Slaughter's in the jungle. Man, this is... what do you do right now if you're Shopify Rebellion? What's the next move that you can make? Do you have to just like wait until you have BKB, or can you move sooner than that?
I mean, I definitely think that just get the Mage Slayer on Dragon Knight and look for a smoke play seems to... I think that would be a solid play. Like, you're... In my eyes, you're not in a position in this game where the fights are that worrisome. As long as you have enough heroes, you get an initiation and you compound all of the strengths of your heroes together. The problem is when you get separated and just run down by Slardar and Kunkka Xmart, once you're in, you're not getting out again. So you need to make sure that when the fights break out, you are in a position to truly commit to it. Otherwise, it's just never really going to favor you. So yeah, that's it. Bring enough heroes, get the jump, and we might be seeing that just here. Nice blink though from Analog, not getting shackled.
Okay. Tier 2 tower very close to dying here on top. And multiple Radiant heroes from Rebellion. Yopaj halfway in duration of his Dragon Knight form. He would love to find somebody to kill. Analog, he's not going to be the one caught. Schofield, nice blink from him as well to dodge the Dragon Tail. Scam does find the Shackle Shot though. Analog caught in. There's the Tame the Beast, but unfortunately Yopaj already committed the Dragon Tail stun, so they had no lockdown.
They didn't have Wheel of Wonder ready. There was 3 seconds on that, so they still get the tower though. So it's not all that bad, right? Shopify brings some more heroes this time around, and Heroic respect them. Now, will Heroic go for a move of their own, knowing that Dragon Form is down, is the question. Also, meta now half duration from Tomato. Seems like both teams are just going to break off and farm for a bit. And I suppose if you're looking at it from Heroic's perspective, they're close to something really meaningful, right? Kunkka almost has BKB. That's a very big item in this game. Worth waiting for, I think. And this also, speaking of itemization, or we might have to wait for a second here, as this could break out into any... No, never mind, not a fight here. Why is Dragon Knight buying the Mage Slayer? Is it just for Sand King? Is that enough justification for this over a BKB? That's what I'm wondering. It is obviously going to help him a lot in that matchup, but the rest of it is just very heavy physical. Slardar, the Kunkka, I guess Kunkka Radiance, you know what, I take it back. I think it's good enough.
He's also probably concerned about the Shadow Demon. You know, Demonic Purge is a real problem for the DK, as we end up losing Hellscream. Roshan probably gets lost next as well. They're already stalking the big man. Preemptive, Corrosive. They should actually change Roshan so they can grab runes if he walks past them. That would be hilarious.
Just eats them.
Yeah.
He eats the rune and then he gets the bonus it has.
But it's a permanent bonus that he gets it.
Oh, so then he's invisible the rest of the game. That sounds fun. You have to bring a sentry.
Well, you'll have sentries. Exactly, yeah.
Constant double damage Roche the rest of the game. Roche with regen, good luck.
Regen, shield, rune, double damage. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, seeing what has happened to Dota in the last couple of years, I wouldn't be surprised if Roshan can eat runes next year. I think that would be par for the course at this point. So Roche they get, we talked at length early on about their ability to take objectives between Chen and Slardar. The 21-minute Wisdoms are coming up. Hellscream at least got one of those. With an Aegis now onto Analog, Heroic looking to take some charge in this game. Here's my big question for Shopify Rebellion. If you had this start and you could not convert that in the mid-game, what type of game are you going to convert? This has to be one where you're able to structure this in a fashion that you can turn this into a win. It's unlikely you're going to get much better starts than this in this tournament. Like, everything really came together nicely. They got so many kills, they won their lanes, they had great farm on all the heroes, but just got outplayed in rotations. That's really where it seems like you need to put your focus for improvement right now, is to not let a game like this slip into this state. But now that you're in it, play around Tomato has to be the name of the game here. The Terrorblade, he's your strong hero. make sure he gets to execute. And they're doing
build into the
pushing
Revenant's
tower
Brooch.
against Aegis.
Yeah, and here they come for the backstab from Heroic.
Really hard if they get found.
He's
Slardar,
in.
double
Oh,
crush.
Slardar gets 2 heroes. Both of the supports caught in immediately. There will be an escape out for the Ringmaster, but as the boat crashes down, they find and kill Skem. Big power strike from Whisper. Connects onto Yopaj and Hellscream. Hellscream is gone. Yopaj is going to follow him next. So that's 3 heroes eliminated. Tomato, let's see how much damage he can deal standing his ground here. Towards his north, he watches Pakas die. He's doing quite a lot to the Chen, but Chen is not even dead just yet. What can he do here on Tomato? Analog hoping to try and loop back in. They did manage to bring down this Whisper Sand King. And Kunka's also retreated somewhat. He's standing in front of the tier 2 tower. Shackle shot doesn't connect. So Scam will probably feel a little bit hard done by it.
They
But
get the X.
so far, he has saved the Terrorblade. Can he keep doing it? The X is out. Terrorblade does have access to the Sunder, and Scam is right behind him. So he should probably be safe here. And Heroic realize this, so they back off.
They didn't lose their Aegis though. And this was a great fight for them regardless on the side of Heroic. They get the buyback out of Wind Ranger. They get the 2 early kills. I think that was that 3 for 1? Yeah, 3 for 2 rather. But with the buyback, kind of counts out like a 4 for 2 in a way. So, a solid victory for them. And it's just, and when Analog gets that Blink Crush, that fight just is wide open. They just need to immediately follow through, and they found a beautiful Blink EP. Oh, speaking of, Scam.
Nice. Get out of here with the Wind Run. We'll pop the mech as well. Trying his best to retreat. Whisper doesn't want to keep the chase.
Whisper with the Crystallis build. Very offensive Sand King build here with the Ags, of course, with the Stinger. There is some theory that this, or not theory, it's a proven build. It's extremely strong, but usually in Pro Dota you see more safe items after the Ags to make sure you can stick, like BKB or something like a Shiva, for example, or AVULUS in some cases. Here, he might just go Crystallis into BKB and then finish the Daedalus. I would not mind that at all with the game state. Whisper having a very strong performance here, 7-2 and 7 on the Sand King. Matter of fact, all 3 cores on the Dire side. That's another thing. You look at the kill score, you're like 17 to 14, not too bad. Well, most of the deaths are on the supports. And
another death onto Schofield. The classic Schofield. Super far from the rest of the team. What can you do? Yeah. Analog was coming a little bit closer down bottom, but not that big of a deal. The big deal, though, is that it was Tomato that got that kill, and now pretty much has the Revenant's Brooch. I believe it should be flying out on the courier as we speak. Yep, indeed, it's on the way. The damage output, we saw in the previous fight that they had, that he was isolated very far from his team, and he still did an absurd amount of damage. So if he can fight with the squad, maybe a little bit more tankability once it gets a Scotty. You're asking when can they convert? It's probably not going to be now, but I do feel Heroic probably don't want to rest on their laurels thinking that this game is already won. The Terrorblade is still going to become a huge threat.
Yeah, for sure, and I think the Revenant's Brooch is the correct purchase here as well, because you're playing into... The Kunkka is going for AC, so there will be a lot of physical armor for the team, but the magical crit, of course, is going to pierce that. He's also anticipating Analog's Ags, which is going to give him physical armor, but it's also going to pierce that. So I really like the Revenant's Brooch from Tomato here. It's just a matter of making sure that he can stick on the targets and not having them be saved too much by Shadow Demon with a disruption, by all the Chen heals, by their own repositioning and just sheer overall tankiness. It is not easy for Terrorblade to kill the heroes alone here. And it begs the question if DK, if there was a different build path here for either him or Bristle. They're very much in the defensive fashion here. Bristle with the Blade Mail Pipe and Lotus Orb instead of perhaps some damage. The DK going for the Mage Slayer into BKB instead of some damage. They're really counting on Tomato to be the killer in these fights. Which means, conversely, if he gets jumped and killed off, the fight is almost over before it even begins. So there's a lot of pressure on him to not slip up. Shopify looking to hit towers again without Aegis. The last time they did this mid, it went pretty poorly. They're just going again. They don't care. Going into the high ground.
Essence Ring on this
getting
Bristle
half
back.
a tower. They're getting 2/3 of a tower. They're
Heroic.
Hello. All right. They get a full tower. Okay. Nice. They. Well, okay. I did not expect that to work that well. That was an excellent result for Shopify, getting a full tier 3 there.
You get the full tier 3 basically, you draw back all of Heroic. They're the ones that have to move out the map now. You get to push back some of your waves. So Well, they can't afford to lose Pakaz here. Down bottom, he might be in danger. He gets scouted here by this Slaughter. Analog is on him. There's a Lotus Orb to try and bounce back this Corrosive. It will expire eventually, though. And as it does, vision will be granted. And there it is again. X marks the spot, comes in from Yuma. Torrent will be there. No boat thrown out just yet. Whisper was thinking about the FP, but they don't have vision on anybody else. And they're actually going to keep the fight going bottom. They made the jump looking for Yopard, but the Wheel of Wonder turns it on around. Analog inside all the damage from the Terror Blade as well. He's almost dead, saved for a moment by the disruption. It succeeds, but Schofield pays for it with his life. Whisper now coming in. Oh no, Epicenter. The Barrel Strike missed, but the Epicenter radius is still big enough. So they find that kill onto Skem. Now Stan back onto Yuma. This Kunkka does not have his BKB available anymore, so he has no protection from the onslaught of damage of Rebellion. They make it a 2-for-1 affair. They were the ones getting jumped, but what a response. Pakaz, the main target, is still alive at the end of it.
I mean, he barely took damage. They couldn't commit on him. They felt like this was a trap, and it gets really awkward when you have your Slardar chase into this Bristleback, cast all your stuff twice, and then after you X-mark the Bristle and throw the Torrent, you still don't want to really go on him. So effectively, they did bait Shopify Rebellion to fight them, but that was in Shopify's interest. This way, they do end up showing up with all 5 heroes, and a lot of the cooldowns and abilities went out on a Pakaz who didn't even take damage from it. So it was a very good result for them. They're going to try to capitalize here with a tier 2 tower. And as you mentioned, the Epicenter, sure, it killed the Wind Ranger. It didn't go on the bigger targets. You didn't combine your Sanking and your Kunkka's team fight together. You didn't combine with your Slardar. So Heroic were kind of playing 3 different team fights there, and they kind of got the expected outcome from that, losing that one handily. There goes the tower now.
Losing all these heroes. We, of course, again got to see what can happen when Tomato is just allowed to just stand there, throw in damage. It's getting scary. Lost all of your outer towers right now as Heroic. You are starting to have, this BKB. Soon is going to be at 6 seconds for the Kunkka. And, Kunkka, you were mentioning it a lot earlier, right? What do you do when you're starting to get to the point where you're 6 slot as the Kunkka? Perhaps that just means you failed the assignment. And unfortunately, we're slowly but surely getting to the point where this Kunkka doesn't feel like he has that much presence in these fights, even from the standpoint of just being able to tank and stand his ground there.
Yeah, he's going to go for Silver Edge as a means to deal with Bristle as well as Dragon Knight. It makes sense to buy this item for the team, but again, Kunkka's damage is not very reliable. It's hard to consistently get the damage out, and that's going to remain a challenge for Heroic for the rest of the game here, is making sure that Yuma gets to attack heroes, simply put. I still think the problem in that previous fight is very avoidable, though, by shot calling clearer. Oh, wait, he gets stunned.
Nice
Big damage.
jump.
I thought maybe they had a Yules ready, but they actually didn't buy a single one. Maybe this would have been a good game for a Ringmaster Yules, but not opting for it. Here comes Roshan. He's going to cross the river.
No room for him to eat, sadly.
Heroic have to play their course together in the fight, because none of them have enough damage on their own, so they have to partner up into duos or triples to kill the course. The enemy team Analog gonna get the opener on Skem. Big damage.
A lot of damage, but not enough to follow it. But here comes Whisper. Beautifully done. He just finished off his Revenant's Brooch as well, so that's the reveal of the item in this fight. Now Rebellion know that Whisper, do not get Barrow Strike epied by this man. You will die if that happens.
Honestly, we're approaching a point where Sanking is more of a carry than Kunkka, I think. And that might be the right way of thinking about it too, if you're Heroic, is to get into the mindset of Whisper is going to deal carry amounts of damage, and Yuma is going to offer utility and control. With the AC Radiance BKB, and then going into Silver Edge, it might just work. We'll see. Get the rope. We're just going on to Yuma.
Good.
Analog's just in there.
They're coming to find heroes. They get the X mark onto Pakaz. Do they have the follow-up? Like you said, Analog was far forward, so his Blink Dagger did get disabled. They should be able to all back off from here, no problem. It's all good. Do they still want to go? They have some vision on the Bristle. X mark will be there. There's the Torrent, and it looks like this time Rebellion are going to abandon him to his fate. They're like, hey gang, last time it was all fun and games. There was a tier 2 nearby for us to move into, but here, nope, you're on your own.
This is a good proof of concept for Heroic. Now they know that they can do this next time. Even with a Ringmaster box, I still think this Bristle ends up dying in that situation. Just coming out of it, he will still be piled on by all this stuff, and they don't have very good protection for him to deal with the multiple BKBs that Heroic can choose to pop on Sand King Kunkka as well as the incoming one on Slardar. So that is definitely good news for Heroic's side, but the biggest item is yet to come, and I've got my eyes on Schofield. He should really farm it up.
Bottom? Yum. No! Analog! Analog, by some miracle, actually ended up missing the Blink Slithering Crush. Is he gonna actually survive? Tomorrow, you lucky man. He's still gonna get chased though. Barrow Strike will be there. There's the Slithering Crush. In the meantime though, Yopaj went to the backlines, isolates and killed Schofield. Now here comes the turn from Rebellion. Putting in pressure onto Whisper. Sand King already down to half HP. He needs to get out of here. Where is the further catch? Impalement Arts connects in onto the Kunkka, but he's invis up right now. Just trying to get himself as far away from as this as possible. Doesn't want the smoke to pop, and it doesn't seem like it will. He'll be okay, but just barely.
Yeah, that's... If they get the opener there in Terribly, that spells disaster, because Tomato is playing without BKB, so if he does get caught and isolated, he's just going to get burst with no teammates around, but fortunately for him, just barely avoiding the gank, and Schofield being killed off there kind of ends the fight. It's hard for them to follow through afterwards. And Schofield, I wouldn't mind seeing him farming a little bit here. I think the Aghanim Scepter is that good this game that if he can get there, that turns him into like a semi-core almost because of how much he shuts down DK and Bristle for his team. It also shuts down we've talked about Wind Ranger, the Ringmaster box, all of it. It's just a flat-out hard counter to the Radiant lineup. If he also has the confidence to go and disrupt Terrorblade in the fight, that's also nice. So plenty of opportunity. Oh, they're going to disrupt each other here. A little fun interaction. Lasts longer on the ST because of the status on Bristol.
Sora does go forwards, finding the stun onto Pakaz, but there's a backline jump again. Yopaj once more finding Schofield. Analog will be there. There's a torrent out onto Yopaj. BKB will be activated by him as Whisper goes in. Epicenter yet again only connecting onto Skem, and this time there is escape art. He will protect Skem on this Wind Ranger. The big ultimates are down. Heroic need to get the hell out of here, and they flee now, but once more Rebellion want to try and make a beeline through middle. They put some pressure on the tower earlier as the Shadow Demon was dead. That push was a little bit staggered, but let's see how much more they can accomplish this time around as they're closer.
It's a good it's a couple of good play calls here. Heads up from Yopaj to isolate and kill the Shadow Demon. It's really important that the DK manages to do this. Oh, the Epi on cooldown. They're threatening the first lane of Barracks. Throw out some Cozy Haze here with Analog, fading out the Lotus. He must have tough not to crack though with Aegis and his passive. They'll get the range, but I think that'll be the end of it.
Slaughter will find the stun out onto Pakaz. A little bit of a drag back, but probably not enough to really threaten him. And yep, that'll be that. Roshan will respawn, will be taking away his bounty in about a minute, so Kunkka not going to feel immortal for too much longer. But still, Rain Drax, it's you pretty much got it for free. After the last couple of fights, you'll definitely take it.
I was looking for this exact item on Yuma. I'm happy he's putting it in his quick buy now. I think the Kunkka Shard is actually very impactful this game. Look at the type of fights they're taking. Being able to Tidal Wave away a hero like Bristle to buy space, or Tidal Wave in the Terrorblade so you're actually in reach, could make a very big difference. As soon as you displace the Radiant team, it loses a lot of its functionality, so I think Heroic will try their best to set that up. Yopaj again. This time Schofield was ready. Third time's the charm.
Noah's Dragon Form committed as well. So we'll see if they want to do anything else with the spell on the map. They are pinging out bottom. Just take the triangle, take their farm. We reset for a while. Despite all the madness that has been happening throughout this game, this is definitely, without a shadow of the doubt, the closest game you and I have covered. 36 minutes in, less than 1,000 gold in it, less than 1 kill in it. The experience is not that much of a difference either. It's a 2% advantage for Heroic.
Yeah.
You love to see it, man. I'm tired of these stomps.
This game is not going to come down to anybody's advantage at this point. It's who's going to take a good fight, who's going to get a good jump, find the right target first, and chain their abilities best. Yuma giving info.
Does indeed. Pakaz is out. He gets the first stun out from Analog. There's going to be the shackle shot onto Analog. At the same time, though, Burrow Strike, they're going to the back line. They find Hellscream, they kill him with the epicenter. And now Yopaj is in trouble. BKB of his is not going to last forever. And as soon as it goes down, his life is forfeit. Look at some of these Schofield illusions, stealing the Terrorblade form to dish out damage for him.
Heroic
It's a 2
have a
for 1
really
affair
good
at the
ward.
moment. They do indeed. They have very nice vision here. Can they exploit it? Sand King, he's the one we're looking towards. BKB now active from Yuma. They're looking towards Tomato. Nice shackle shot from Scam once more. Tomato, though, he needs to stand his ground. Gets off the Sunder onto Analog. Can he rein in enough damage is the question. Maybe the answer is no, because they drag him in. Torrent, Sandstorm, Power Strike, dead. Pakaz all of a sudden finding himself very isolated here. Will try his best to tank through all of this damage, but his best is sadly not good enough. 4 heroes will end up falling. Heroic, they take the fight. They got some very good vision, and this Observer Ward that KJ placed out definitely helped them in that engagement.
Yeah, they had better vision the entire fight. That was the deciding factor, honestly. If not for that, this could have potentially been a Shopify Rebellion teamfight victory, but with the superior vision, they find the right targets, they're able to pile onto them as they wish. They kill Ringmaster instantly with Sand King, which is a really great entry into the fight. I think it's a much, much better kill to find than the Wind Ranger if possible. Getting away the Wheel of Wonder, getting away the box, you don't have to worry about it. And snowball the fight easily from there. As soon as the first 2 heroes are dead, Shopify are caught in this awkward limbo where they're on the high ground, but they can't really get out. So they try to fight, and it doesn't work out. Yuma now finding Kodak. That's an easy kill. And another one, the 2 supports. Just
and another.
Chilling in their triangle for what?
Oh, no.
That is highly unnecessary deaths here for the side of Shopify Rebellion. So we're seeing, I mean, a little bit of a collapse here from Shopify. Unfortunately, similar to some of their other games, this mid-game, late-game portion, formation is a little bit broken. They're struggling once again. They're struggling to kill heroes, right? We're running into this issue that we've had in countless games. We're having it again here. It's only really the Terrorblade hitting hard. The Dragon Knight will try to kill a support, as he has successfully done a lot of times onto Schofield, but after that, they're kind of struggling to bring down these tanky cores on Heroic. The Kunkka, the Slardar, as well as the Sand King are living through all of it, more or less consistently. Between the 3 of them, they have 5 of their 26 deaths. There's 10 on Schofield, and 5 on the Chen, or excuse me, of the 20 deaths. So half of the deaths are on Schofield himself.
Well, are on this point now. 2 minutes ago, there's an even game. Now it's a 12k lead for Rebellion, and now Tomato. Can they get him? There it is. Epicenter, Barrow Strike. Tomato is gone. He does have buyback available, but certainly will be very painful to have to expend it now. On the bright side, there's no immediate Roshan just yet, but
that is true.
Yeah, this is tough.
But they might just push for the high ground to force out the buyback, because Heroic have no reason to be worried about anything until Terrorblade is alive. Nobody's going to kill their cores. They're not going to die. They have Shadow Demon Disruption. They have Chen on backup with Greaves, Hand of God, and a Greater Healing Lotus. There is no way. And the Solar Dress. You know, they just drop all of that stuff onto whoever's getting targeted. They put the 20 armor on from the Divine Favor. It'll be just fine. Tackle shot. Gonna land. They get an X-Mark on Skem, though. They could follow through on this, potentially.
Skatebot keeps him alive for now. Yopaj will pop the Dragon Knight form. As soon as they see it, Heroic back off a little bit here, and they probably know that he does have buyback. They would have loved to force it, but honestly, forcing Yopaj to use the Dragon Knight form right now, you just wait until it's finished, you re-push again. Honestly, it's just as good at this point. Back away. 16,000 gold in their favor. No racks claimed just yet, but what do you do right now, right? If you're on the side of Shopify Rebellion, is there really, what's the angle of play? Do you try to fight them around the Roshan pit? Do you wait for them to come high ground, try to exploit them there with the Bristleback just standing and trying to point his back towards the team? What's the plan?
I think it's mainly about finding Shadow Demon first. If you can get a jump with the Terrorblade, or excuse me, with the Dragon Knight onto the SD and actually burst him with Terrorblade hitting, that would be a great start. It's not going to be easy though, because Schofield does have the Blink Aetherland, so he's going to be really far back. So the realistic entry is probably poking and prodding a little bit with Bristle, hoping they respond, and then if Shadow Demon ever gets out of position, you punish. If you can't get him, try to kill Sand King. I think the other 2 cores are just too tanky. It's just not going to happen right away. And as the fight develops, it will get harder and harder.
Oh boy. Wind Ranger had an excellent start to the game. At some point was 4-0. Now struggling a little bit, 7-8.
She was 6-0.
Game has not gone according to plan.
Isn't that crazy?
You're actually right, yeah.
6-0,
You're unstoppable.
7-8. Fell off a cliff and never bought his shard. He's about to buy a 42-minute Gale Force, which I didn't even recognize this earlier in the game, but to me it's crazy not to have that against this lineup. Slardar, Sandking, and Kunkka, 3 melee cores that are chasing and hunting for kills. They do not have Gale Force yet. He opted for a Vlad's over it. He opted for full Greaves over it. I honestly would have loved to see him buy it minute 15 and just make it his very first item in the game. I think it's that good here, so we'll see if it can change anything now. It is starting to approach super late game at this point. In modern Dota, 45 minutes is already very late. Heroes start getting 6 slotted, so it starts mattering less and less now, unfortunately. This age is
I'm just thinking about like, if this was still TI 3 days, they would laugh at us for thinking this is late game.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what are you talking about? This is the laney phase has just ended, brother. What do you mean?
Yeah. There's so much gold on the map. Heroes get farmed so fast. It's easier to finish the game with the overwhelming strength your heroes have if you do win a fight. So, yeah, I don't even know what I would consider late game anymore. Maybe everything after 40 minutes is late game when it used to be like 50. I don't know. We never really had a definition of it, but it definitely feels like it happens earlier. Now Yuma with the Hex, they're actually going to smoke up here pretty close to the enemy base. I wonder what they're looking for here. Having a little bit of issues with packet loss. Hope it gets resolved swiftly.
Maybe the play is to try to find somebody who's pushing out here, poking his head. If you can kill him fast enough, force a buyback, then you just retreat. Well, he doesn't even have buyback if he did die here, because, but he is backing up in time, so he should be okay. I did see that they did finish a nullifier on the Dragon Knight, so that certainly is going to help a little bit. Sadly, there's also a nullifier on the Slaughter, so the couple of times that we have seen this escape act, save heroes that Slaughter is jumping on. Well, Slaughter doesn't have to wait for the SD to close the gap anymore. Can dispel it himself, find the hero, kill them, move on to the next target.
Yeah.
Game is feeling quite dangerous at the moment.
Heroic's lineup is very explosive now. Slaughter's also 25, so he has perhaps one of the single best talents in the entire game, which is Undispellable Corrosive Haze. So whoever he throws that on, minus 20 armor, and they cannot do anything about it. They have 0 Lincolns, and they can't dispel it. So he's just going to throw that one out, one hero at a time. And if they get to target that said hero with him and or the Kunkka, even though the Kunkka doesn't have that much damage, especially the Sand King, is probably going to eat them alive with the physical damage of Stinger. So gotta look out for that. The combo between the Ags, Sand King, and Corrosive Haze should not be underestimated. And he's close to 25 as well. And he's going to take the 10 epicenter pulses, and then he's going to destroy them with a 50% ulti damage increase. Or even more, actually.
Yeah.
Here come the reconnections. Let's hope we're going to get back into game now.
He also has Refresher, so double epi, double barrow. Lots of damage anyway. I also love the fact that he went for the Perk Cloak as the neutral item. I feel like for the way he's playing this game, it's absolutely perfect. Let's see if this hunt will accomplish anything. Oh no, Pakaz! Whew. Okay.
He has BKB, double X. They are going to purge him.
There's going to be the disruption. Now they're going to go for him though, and look at the damage! I thought this hero was tanky. Pakaz gets nullified, but pushed into the base by his team. That's going to keep him alive. In the meantime, Yopaj, his BKB has now expired, so he's in trouble. Caught by the Torrent, looking to try and escape all of this damage. Look at Schofield stealing illusions. Well, he's trying to. Look at the damage output though. We see the Wheel of Wonder going forward, holding these heroes in position, allowing Tomato to put in the right-click damage, and here comes Whisper. Epicenter Barrow. BKB though was in from Tomato. He evades all of this damage with Pakaz on the foreground of the fight. He's healed up, he's back in. Does get himself hit with the Slithering Crush, so there is a haze on him, but the escape act allowed him to escape in the base. X marks the spot, will be there, but the Tidebringer will miss. Or the Tide, rather. Doesn't drag him back in time with the wave. They do claim the life of the DK as well as the Ringmaster, forcing a buyback out of the ring, but we defend, at least for now.
And that was by no means a clean initiation at all from Heroic. They did not manage to kill the Bristle. He got away on like 5% health. He was lucky to survive that. That could have been way, way worse for Heroic, or excuse me, from Shopify. But, like you said, they stay alive. That's Aegis and Cheese gone, so big advantages have been expended here from Heroic's side, and maybe they can... Oh, Yuma actually gonna find Paz again.
Yuma does find him, but Pakaz also is around 2 of the Dire heroes. They do kill off the Chen very early on. Schofield trying to run away from Tomato here. Tomato will be able to bring down Schofield as well. Pakaz putting in damage onto Analog, trying to disable the Blink Dagger. Analog doing his best to get away. Does not get connected with by the Impalement Arts. Does BKB though, and with the E-Blade connection from Whisper, that will buy him a way out of this fight, but Whisper unfortunately will find that he is now caught and killed. 100 seconds in the grave, and he does not have buybacks in.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. They can't. Okay, you know what? Here's the biggest thing in that fight. The biggest thing is that Schofield was accounted for this time. That time he got flanked by Terrorblade, and getting the Demonic Purge out of the picture prevents them from killing the Bristleback. I think the play call there, the idea from Heroic was, we're going to go on Pakaz again, we're going to pop all our stuff, we're going to Demonic Purge him, and this time around we're killing him. But in the meantime, he was getting his Blink cancelled on Shadow Demon, so the play call didn't work out. He gets just chased down by a Scotty Terrorblade, can't counterplay it with Disruption because it was on cooldown, and ends up dying on the spot, and then they can build a fight off of it. But it's really, really scrappy. Both teams are struggling to string together the perfect fight. And now, Heroic without their Sand King, is this potentially the first full lane? Shopify are going for it.
Team that is...
Alright, they killed Skim
they do
off
get a
the
quick kill onto
camera
Skim.
Slaughter just solo.
Dies by the triangle.
Don't know what... Yep, okay. So he's out.
Let's see what happens. High ground, they're going for the racks. They need to defend this. Heroic. 40 seconds, no Sand King. Blink forward by Yopaj. Can't catch up to Schofield, but they have gotten the objective. Mid lane of Rax is down. Still 30 seconds, no Sand King. Will they try to double up and go to the north? The tower is not that healthy, but it's a very risky play. It's 4v4 at the moment, but they are going to go for it. Tier 3 tower will now fall. They're looking for the melee Rax. Still 20 seconds, no Sand King. Jump forward by the Slaughter. Does find the stun, but without the Sand King, no follow-up. Boat will be thrown forward. This glyph will eventually end. Pakaz on the high ground. Pakaz losing all of his HP. Pakaz killed off. Demonic Purge, baby. Good spell. Good stuff from Schofield. The bash not in time from Analog to cancel out the TP from Terrorblade. Close call, though.
So that time around, well, if Bristleback is just standing alone in the front and gets hit by every spell, you can tell how fast he can die. And that time around, they got to structure it obviously way easier within their own base. And now we're going back the other way. Heroic will definitely want to force this Bristleback buyback if they're capable. And should be relatively straightforward. Even a Shield Rune now onto Yuma. This could be a difference maker. Keep in mind, Terrorblade meta on cooldown. Well,
oh, Scam! The shackle shot. Shout out to Schofield for saving his Slaughter, but it might not be enough. Big Burrow Strike, epicenter from Whisper. He's on the back end looking for the Terrorblade. They've got him almost. TP, he's alive. Gets off the Thunder, and Whisper's the one that gets brought down. Towards the north, they found now the Kunkka. Yuma doing his best to run away from Yopaj. Gets over into the river. Is there anybody nearby to cancel this TP? No. He's out, but the other two cores are not, and Sand King still doesn't have buyback. And here they come once more. Rebellion did all of that without their Bristleback even being alive, Sin.
That shackle shot was extremely important. Heroic were slightly fragmented despite outnumbering the enemy team, and sometimes you can feel overly confident for that reason. Analog jumped in completely alone without any support and ends up paying the price. Now they're on to Yuma.
They jumped Yuma.
The BKB.
Air Force will be there as well. Scam looking for the shackle shot. Not going to be able to find it. BKB from Yuma protect him for now. And they're putting pressure onto the tier 4. They want to force a buyback or two. Nobody is taking the bait just yet. There's Slaughter's one. Sand King still 1,000 gold off of it. Look at now Yuma. He doesn't have a BKB. He needs to be very careful about this. Shout out to this OST for protecting him for now, but it might not last forever. They're force-staffing forward. They want to close the gap. The tier 4 towers are down. They are looking to end this game. Shopify Rebellion, despite not having a gold lead. 30 seconds ago, they were 20k behind. They just killed Schofield. They're about to kill the Ancient, and they have done it. GG, well played is called. North America prevails in the first game. And my goodness, what an extravaganza of Dota that was.
How did they win that game? Sometimes being an analyst is hard. It's like I'm watching the game from both teams' perspective and I still don't fully understand why that was even possible. That was... Wow, that was so scrappy. Shopify obviously should be very happy and relieved to find a victory in this one after what happened just 10 minutes ago, but somehow Sand King going for the save onto Analog with his E-Blade and then not having an exit plan for himself ends up getting him killed. He doesn't have buyback, they push down, they get more advantage, they get the barracks, and then, yeah, toward the end, just overwhelm them with finally being able to truly unlock the damage of their Terrorblade and being able to stick on the targets. You can see on Heroic's faces here, definitely. I mean, it's one thing to lose, but I feel like they... Maybe I'm reading too much into their body language, but that looked like a team that felt like they lost a game that was theirs. I would not disagree with that. Shopify don't even look like they won.
Bro, Shopify looks stressed. They're like, my goodness, they seem just as surprised as we all are by the outcome of that game. I mean, if you think about it, right, we're going to eventually see the replay. The last fight that determined everything, that play that happened after Skim's incredible shackle shot, they were one hit away from killing Tomato. One.
Yeah.
If they kill Tomato, maybe he has to buy back. He doesn't feel as confident going forward with his team onto the high ground. But that last little sliver of HP, he gets a save forced off, sunders, everything just turns around in a moment. Man, what a crazy game of Dota this actually was. And I like how they started to do this, right? You mentioned it at this point, that they realized Schofield is the problem. There was a point in the game where they realized this. Yopaj was jumping him and only him. They stopped doing that for a while. They started losing. When they went back to doing that, these fights looked very clearly in their favor. And here it comes. That E-Blade play, man. Man, Whisper's going to watch this moment in the replay many, many, many times over.
Yeah, you saw in his player camera too, the moment he threw out the E-Blade, he just started touching his face like, oh no, what have I done? The worst thing is that might not even have been a necessary save. I think Slardar could have potentially survived that on his own. So he sacrificed his own position, and as you said, here's the highlight, Tomato getting off the Sunder on 10%. But this is a symptom of a bigger problem there for Heroic. They went into Slardar alone first, he got caught and got killed, and that was the little bit of damage they were missing on the Terrorblade. He is 100% dead there with the Corrosive Haze, no questions asked, and they just win that fight handily. But yeah, that's late game Dota for you. Slip up once, and everything can come crashing down very, very quickly. And now in this defense, I'm not even sure how they found Schofield off to the southeast. I don't even think he's on camera right now, but he just ends up dying. Just peeking in now to the bottom right. And what is it that kills him eventually? It's Yopaj again. Just finds the SD, they kill him off, and he doesn't even have time to really buy back before it's all over. So, all right. Well, Shopify Rebellion, they do it in game one. I cannot with any confidence say that they are the favorite for game two based on this, and I also cannot with any confidence say that Heroic are gonna, level up significantly off of that game. I personally think both teams are capable of much more than this. So whoever wins the second game, I hope they're going to show up in better form, because this was, for lack of a better word, very scrappy from both teams. I don't think any of them is truly happy with the trajectory that this game took.
Yeah, very back and forth throughout the entire affair. We do get the MVP going toward Pakaz, probably just for the sheer amount of damage he was able to tank up for his squad, right? He received in this game 96,500 damage. Second only to the Kunka's 110, but it's Kunka. What can you do? That's a lot of damage being blocked up, a lot of damage being dealt himself as well. But I think the most important thing about how Pakaz played this game, early on, things were not necessarily they were looking super solid for them for a post-laning phase. Mid-game started to get very shaky. But I like how they decided to all right, guys, look, Yopaj is always going to die if he goes in first, right? Pakaz, just bait, bro. Just bait, it's fine. Just trust us, we will get you out of trouble. And they started doing that reliably, time after time after time. They bail him out, they get the requisite damage. Now, though, this is the kind of win that you'll be very happy that you have in your back pocket, but Bulba is definitely going to read you the riot act and be like, we could have done that a lot smoother and maybe 20 minutes sooner than we did it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a credit to Pakaz, right? This was a first pick bristleback, which is not something we see a lot anymore. It was a thing of a few months ago that was very popular. It hasn't been recently, but they chose to flat out just grab this immediately in response to the first pick Sand King from Heroic, and they do make it work. Pakaz, I think, is a solid choice in this game. I do think you can definitely make a case for him playing the best in his team. But yeah, there's, like you said, there's improvements to be made. And now the question is for game number 2, what do Heroic think the problem was? That's going to be very interesting if they think it was strategically, from what they gave the enemy team, from what they had themselves, or just raw execution. Because there's plenty of things in this game that you could look to for improvement for both teams.
Well, we'll find out the answer to that question as we are about to get into game 2. But before that, a very small break. Go grab a glass of water, take a quick walk around, grab some fresh air, and then join us for game 2 of North America versus South America in Heroic versus Rebellion.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Climb the Ranks, the game show where we are pitting players against Dota general knowledge and find out just how high they can go. I'm here with Analog from Team Heroic, and we're going to be finding out what rank you are. So you ready to restart from the very bottom again and go up? We're going to be starting at Herald. Questions will be quite easy. It'll get harder as we go on. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I've been there already. Actually,
oh really?
Fun fact, my account that I have today, that's 15K, is like I've been 2K on this account already.
Wow. Wow,
in
so
2014, yeah, when I started playing Dota. So I've been there and I'm gonna climb again.
Revisiting your roots. I love that. All right, let's go, Analog. Let's see. Here's your first Herald level question. So starting off very, very easy here. Which of these is not a main menu tab?
C.
Yeah, you sure on that?
Yeah.
And of course, C, microtransactions is correct. Next up, we have your
Easy.
Guardian level question. Which of these items was not reworked in the 7.38 Wandering Waters patch?
Okay. Don't got reworked, but got buffed or changed a bit, and it's Silver Edge.
Absolutely correct. So let's get into our Crusader level question. Which of these items is not a Ringmaster souvenir?
Okay, that's hard. I don't play support.
Struggling a little bit.
I don't play support. I know Funhouse Mirror is a souvenir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm between Water Gun and Crystal Ball.
Yep.
Crystal Ball remembers me from Lashrack Taunt, you know? Like, I don't remember having Water Gun either. So, okay, I'm going for... Minha mãe mandou eu escolher esse daqui. Esse daqui. I'll go with... Water Gun.
You sure?
No, I'm not sure. I'll go for Crystal Ball.
You sure?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
it was Water Gun. You were right.
No way.
Yep, he does indeed have a crystal ball. It reveals a small area of the map and shows invisible units and wards. There's global range. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So you're back down to Guardian now. Let's take a look at your Guardian level question. Which hero has Ricky Was Here carved on them?
Really?
Yep. So this is the default base model in the game, and they have Ricky was here.
Okay, it should
written
be
on the
Trent,
front.
right? Because it's curved, but I don't. Yeah, should be Trent.
And you are indeed correct. It is Treant Protector.
Okay, I never heard about that, but it's actually cool.
What causes the flooded creeps camps to cast their spell Water Bubble?
I've been killing this water creep for like months from now, right? Because the patch been like out for a couple of months. But
yeah.
I think it's C.
Good knowledge there. That is absolutely correct. Well done.
Could
Analog.
be B as well. Could be B because like if you attack the creep 3 times, he maybe
He's probably
around
below
50%.
50%.
You know?
Yeah,
so I'm not sure, but
it's a hard question. All right, let's move on to our next question. So, Leshrak's innate ability is called Defilement, but what does it do?
A.
Straight away, of course,
Yeah.
you know this one. Yes, indeed, you're absolutely correct. You gain AoE per intelligence, which means moving on yet again. Let's take a look at the next question. Up to Legend. Which item takes the most components to build, including recipes?
Okay, I'm not sure if it's like counting the components before, so I'll go with Bluethorn because if it's just the components now, it should be Bluethorn.
All right, let's take a look and see if you're correct. And you indeed are. Very well worked out there, Analog. Here's your divine level question. This is one of my favorites. Axe and Sven are fighting each other. They are both below Axe's Culling Blade threshold. However, Sven has a Lotus Orb used on him. What happens if Axe uses Culling Blade on the Sven?
I think it's between B and C.
Okay, so you think they both die?
Axe dying first, then the spell casting? No. I'm going for the B.
Going for B?
Getting the divine, yeah.
All right, let's see if that gets you to divine. Is B the correct answer? It is not. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm
afraid.
legend.
You're a legend, I'm afraid. Don't worry. Yeah, indeed. Lotus Orb. Very weird mechanics with Lotus Orb. They actually fires a spell before the first spell hits every time. Next time you're in that situation though, you know, you'll know, which I'm sure will happen all the time.
Yeah, exactly. When I'm playing Axe mid and I Sven build a Lotus and I have to ultimate him, yeah.
Exactly.
Thanks.
So now you know. You're welcome.
Thanks, PGL Wallachia, for bringing this question in legend level. It's so easy that to happen.
All right, Analog, thank you very, very much for playing. You are indeed a legend in the MMR climb. Yeah, thank you for playing, and good luck at Wallachia.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 4 as we continue with our Americas matchup between Shopify Rebellion and Heroic. Game 1, one of the more exciting games that we've seen in this tournament overall, especially with you and I crossing to get into Sundren. We've had some pretty lopsided matchups where it's pretty clear at like minute 20 what's going to happen. That one was exciting all the way throughout. I'm hoping we get something similar to that again.
Yeah, that game was back and forth in many situations for both right and for wrong reasons. Like I was saying in the post game of game one, I think both teams have some major improvements to make and some adjustments to figure out how they're going to approach the second one. One thing remains a constant, though, through all of this. Ringmaster just doesn't stop winning. It doesn't matter if you're counterpicked. It doesn't matter if things are looking grim. You're 20k down. You're barely casting your spells. Somehow the hero is just blessed, and it's just destined for glory. So Shopify will pick it again in this game over the first pick bristle that they ran in game number one. Heroic will grab themselves a first pick Morphling. And now Shopify will ban Bristle themselves. So a very different game on our hands here. Let's see who comes out swinging in game number two. Because I don't know. I have a feeling that this one will not be as much of a back and forth as the first game. I think either Shopify now figured something out based on how they won that previous game, or Heroic are just going to be like, all right, guys, time to shape up. That was not it. And we can do better.
I suspect the latter option with this Morphling, because this is the comfort pick for Yuma. So they're going to build an entire draft around him. They ban out the Doom. AA is already gone, of course, in the first phase. And Rebellion did them the favor of removing the Bristle back from the lineup. So, all right, you're already feeling in a much better place to be playing Morphling right now. And you know it's Rebellion, right? It's not an XG who might pick Draw Ranger. There's no chance of that happening. So you only have to maybe worry about like some Terrorblade or whatever.
Oh, I mean, Tomato definitely plays Draw. So it's not impossible that they would want to go for that on the side of Shopify, but definitely one of the less likely heroes for them to run. But if the conditions are good enough, they could pick it on the last pick of the second phase, potentially to close out. But for the time being, they're going to be presented a Tiny. It didn't take too long to find the Kunkka for themselves. Taking that away from Heroic, I assume this will not be a carry Kunkka. I think Yopash loves playing this hero on the side of Shopify. Maybe they get their Wind Ranger again.
10 seconds remaining.
Scam was doing the Lord's work with the Wind Ranger. Started the game, of course, super aggressively, but those shackles throughout the game, especially that last one, just crazy stuff. They could go for that option for themselves. If not, what else is available for the 5 position? Jakiro's already been banned. Warlock has not been having much success at this tournament. Tinker is still in the pool. And we have seen, I think Tinker plus Ringmaster at this tournament has not lost a single game when they haven't paired together. So, you know, if there's any time to try and run these two heroes, can you just imagine how hard it would be to punch through the damage of Kunkka, Tinker, and Ringmaster? That sounds obscene from a tankability department.
Yeah, I think Tinker Ringmaster actually did lose one game. It went 1-1 today, those heroes together. They lost a game against Nigma. It was... AVULUS lost a game against Nigma. It was where Samael last picked Queen of Pain and kind of just ran the over. You referenced that game in game number 1, right?
Game 3, sorry. Game 3. Yes.
Yeah, it was game 3 of the series, but you referenced it in the first game of this series, actually, that exact potential of a pick of that type coming out. And, well, maybe now Heroic will have to explore the same solutions, because they are indeed faced with Tinker, Ringmaster, and Kunkka here. Queen of Pain was the solution from Nigma in that game as the very last pick. Obviously, Heroic will have that at their disposal, so I think they will try to save Analog until the very last. And then we'll see what they pick for the now. King Jungles has now lost on both his Chen and his Ench. Is he going to abandon both of them?
Let's see. One of the issues that they have right now as well is that in order to deal with Tinker Ringmaster, you do need some kind of like backline jumper, the Queen of Pains, your Pucks, your Stone Spirits. You've already picked the Tiny, so you're kind of now forced into playing Schofield Tiny, which did not work out for them yesterday whatsoever. So they have to really think carefully about their offlane as well to make sure that the Tiny actually has the space to get the Blink Dagger that he needs early enough in the game that it can make a difference.
That's true. I'm not the biggest fan of 4 Tiny myself personally right now. I feel like it's very hit or miss, and I've seen more misses than hits. And this more or less seals the deal, right? Unless, I mean, it could be King Jungles, but I think this is Schofield's best hero. He's mainly known for Tusk, Tiny, and Clockwork, but I personally find his Tusk to be his very best. And
10 seconds remaining.
if you're playing 5 Tusk, 4 Tiny, I'm nervous. So I hope they don't do that.
Yeah. Does seem more likely they're just going to leave the Tiny to be mid for Analog on his efforts to try and make the space on the map, close down these backline targets. I mean, it is quite nice to be able to reposition these heroes, even if you don't kill them immediately, just getting them far enough away from each other that there's no escape out, there's no defense matrix. It can still work out. Well, they pick Slaughter now as well, so Slaughter can also go mid, can go off lane. All right, Cinderman, smart one. Let's solve this. What's happening
Is it
here?
actually 4 Tiny and 5 Tusk and then mid Slardar? Because these 3 heroes share one key attribute, and that is they get up nice, close, and personal. You're going to do that into Kunkka, Tinker, and Wheel of Wonder. This is bold. I actually think this could backfire really hard for Heroic if Shopify plan accordingly and find the right type of pick now. There are supports that take advantage of this, and there are cores that take advantage of this. A support that comes to mind that could be really good against this would be something like Keeper of the Light, but he's banned. Wyvern could... Cold Embrace is really good against some of this. Curse is amazing if you can execute the laning phase with it. Otherwise, you can run your Wind Ranger again. She can dodge a lot of the physical damage. She can find shackles on heroes that stack up. Or you can grab Storm and I guess play Kunkka offlane on Pakaz?
Yeah. He's played this before.
Okay.
It's actually one of the heroes that they've won with. Of the heroes they've been successful with in the offlane, it's Kunkka, Lycan, and of course Bristleback that we just saw in the previous game. So this fits the bill. Honestly, unkillable hero. We already saw what he can do with the unkillable. I guess now you ban, what, Huskar Puck? Because you still want to, you know, dissuade them from having that backline jump and want to protect the lane for the Storm.
And it's Bulba, right? So he's gonna pick Storm. Let's be honest. This is a classic. You can't. It doesn't matter what roster Bulba has that he's coaching. He will pick Storm. So, but he has definitely downgraded it. I'm proud of him. He got it out of the first phase after a couple years, and now getting it later in the draft. But it'll still sneak its way in. It's okay here. I'm not completely on board with Storm being the best option that was available, but it's also a matter of comfort. It's what they play with, what they're used to doing. I would still just really like to see from Shopify a way of taking advantage of this Tusk, Slardar, Tiny 3 heroes together. It just doesn't... Do you know what I mean when I say sometimes you look at a draft and it's not pleasing to the eye? That's what I have with this right. These 3 in the same lineup in this patch just feels like something you must be able to take advantage of. And maybe it's harder than I think, but we'll see. Shopify still have a pick to go, and it will be a core. That's coming up soon. They will be banning out the Terrorblade and the Monkey King. Monkey King would have actually been really interesting too. Similar logic, right? Heroes are going to pile up together in melee. Wukong's command could have been outstanding here, and great laning phase against potentially Slaughter +1 with the Tinker support. See what they have planned for Tomato now. So I really, really hope this is not Carry Kunkka. I do not want to see that this game. I want them to pick something else. Trying to dig through the hero list right now to find a really nice pick.
I think it's going to be TB.
It's banned too.
Oh, is it banned? Oh, it is.
they
Yeah, last
banned
phase just
both.
now.
So there still is Carry Dragon Knight as a possibility. Okay. PA was it? Yeah, it's alright.
Okay. Okay.
Enemy
I
team
guess.
has multiple melee cores, or rather multiple melee heroes. You can play on Stifling Dagger. You can jump in when you see the opportune moment. You're going to be deceptively tanky with Ringmaster, Kunkka, and Tinker protecting you. And you are going to carry this game together with Storm. I think this is a hard game for Morphling to just win later. He's faced with a lot of problems. He's going to be fighting into a Kunkka that inevitably has Hex. Very tanky heroes this time around. The supports aren't just pushovers. Ringmaster can save himself with Box. Tinker is naturally tanky with the items he buys and he will get farmed. PA and Storm are tough to catch. So Heroic, what is the final piece of the puzzle going to be that glues it all together? I don't know. If there's a Tusk 5 Tiny 4, I'm guessing you last pick an offlaner that tries to exploit the PA Tinker lane together with Tusk, but I'm not sure what that would be. They
the
don't
options
seem
are
too confident themselves either.
So Slaughter, multiple roles, Morphling definitely carry, and they go for the Ember. So it is indeed
offlane
going to be offlane Slaughter. Ember Spirit is going to go mid for Analog, definitely one of his premier heroes. And indeed, it is going to be the Tiny Tusk support duo in tandem with the Whisper offlane. one of the things that really worries me about this, before we even saw, especially with Schofield being 4, before we saw Analog coming out, they have just so much physical damage. So firstly, the evasion is going to be quite good, but if Pakaz ends up building like Blade Mail, Crimson, that might not even need Crimson, just go Blade Mail later on into the AC, that's just a lot of damage that's just immediately removed away from Heroic and not much fallback plan unless Analog pops off massively in this game. But on the bright side, this is the kind of reach that they needed to get to the backlines, to find the Ringmaster, to find the Tinker. Not as reliable as, say, a Storm Spirit or a Puck, but it is still something that you definitely did not have before, this kind of long-range catch for this whole team.
Yeah, it's I think it's a pretty solid pick, given that the Slardar Tiny lane goes properly, and I think they can find their own, to be fair, with the Slardar Tiny, but I also don't really see them threatening PA very much. If you try to go on her with Slardar and Tiny, you can Phantom Strike out. There's going to be a defense matrix. There's going to be a laser on the Slardar, so he can't get the bash, or if he gets a bash, he can't follow up with more attacks. So as far as I'm concerned, when I look at this, I think Shopify will be able to farm in all 3 lanes on their course. So will Heroic, and then it's a matter of who goes better into that mid-late portion of the game. And I kind of like Shopify a little bit better here, but there is something to be said about what we saw in game number 1. You know, neither team really bringing their A game. If anyone's going to heat up here and just play significantly better than game 1, I think the drafts are almost irrelevant. Where if they can... Let's put it this way, both teams played so low below their peak that if they suddenly level up, they will overcome a draft disadvantage if the enemy team plays at the same level. So let's see if we can bring out the best in the 2 teams this time around.
We're going to see, as we are now off to the races. Rebellion smoked up early. Going to head out onto an adventure, get some vision on the map. I guess another thing about this game that I'm looking forward to seeing is... You know, as much as it might be difficult for the side of Heroic to reliably find and deal with the Tinker and the Ringmaster, if this Ember Spirit has a really good start to the game, there's not that much lockdown to deal with him. You know, if he's able to get to his items, put the pressure onto the backlines, he is definitely going to feel safer in his jumps than the Storm will feel in the opposite direction. Storm has to worry about Ava, has to worry about being Walrus Punch, getting rooted into the place, getting Slithering crushed. For Ember Spirit, like, the big risk is getting caught by Kunkka spells, but beyond that, you should be able to move quite freely throughout the fight.
Yeah, it's true. And it's Analog's specialty, right? This is probably his single best hero, in my opinion. His Ember Spirit is my favorite for him. So he'll know the limits very well. He will counterplay some of the trouble that he could face in this game well, for sure. Eventually, itemization will become a problem. For him to deal with defensively, there will be, you know, Storm will eventually reach critical mass. You're going to be playing against Kunkka Hex. You're going to play against PA with Abyssal. So some of the freedom that you have will expire eventually, but we're talking quite far down the line. Until that point, you can do a lot in the game.
Well, unlike game 1, we did not kick off with some extraordinary violence. We're going to have Schofield and Whisper just massaging this lane top, blocking it as much as they can, but overall, regular starts, 2-2 bounty trade, no first bloods. So which lane do you think we should be paying attention to? Because top last game ended up being much more action-packed than expected. Is that going to happen again?
I see the most possibility for play is down bottom, actually. But it's an awkward one because Ringmaster Kunkka aren't necessarily the best at killing, but they could find some potential openings on the Tusk. But also, conversely, the Ringmaster can die to Tusk Morph with a good setup with a combo at level 2 and 3. Oh, Scam really getting into Whisper's face here. They're trying to box him out as much as possible. Yeah, super aggressive. He's out of mana already. But Schofield does get a wave pull out of it. And I think that's why Whisper is waving at them and he's happy because perhaps Scam could have... They could have connected the waves instead of letting this pull come between the towers. Still, getting this successful pull isn't necessarily just good for you. Sometimes you do it out of necessity, but the enemy team can adjust as well and get off a pull of their own. Schofield interrupted it quite well here. Even stealing, well, he didn't get it, but he did a tomato. Centaur creep.
Nice. You see bottom KJ with the ice shots, just making sure that deny could be achieved by Yuma. They deny the range creep as well. Good stuff, but KJ might pay for this with his life. Nicely done with the drinking buddies to drag himself away from the torrent. Not a facet that we see all that much these days, but get to see it in that situation. KJ leveraging it to make sure he does not die.
Yeah, this is the second time I see Tusk take that specifically against Xmark. So there seems to be some shared understanding in the pro scene that this is a good way to deal with Kunkka. Even if he does connect the X torrent, maybe you can still drinking buddies them out of the ghost ship and get away from that. Or if the whole combo connects, you can still reposition them while they're stunned and can make a pretty big difference for surviving overall. So it's cool. I like it. I like the sound too. Drinking buddies is very satisfying.
I spent far too much time dying in Dota to drinking buddies, so no, I do not appreciate that sound.
I spent far too much time drinking. It's like, okay, where's this? I spent far too much time drinking to appreciate the sounds of it. I'm over it.
Well, I will say in Denmark, yes, I did spend far too much time drinking.
That is a big part of Danish culture. I'm not gonna run from that. We own it, for better or worse.
Like, I thought South Africans were alcoholics, but I learned some things in Denmark, you know? So far, the armistice across all the games you and I cover still applies. Well, except last game. Last game was a bit more violent.
Toss back top.
Now we are back to the normal. Top lane. They want to try and find Yamato here. Can Yamato get out of this? The Avalanche will be there, but not enough damage. So he's fine.
They forced out the Lotus at the very least, so now that is unavailable. Good news for the side of Heroic if they want to go for a subsequent move. They've managed to get some very good experience onto Whisper in this lane. On the Slaughter, already level 3. Gonna likely go 1-2-1, level 4 I would think, and then max out the Crush. Pretty standard build.
Some water runes just getting picked up mid. Matchup, of course, going your Parger's way. Not really too unexpected to see this. The degree of which might be a little bit larger than I see all the time.
Exactly, that was what I was going to say. Storm generally edges out a little advantage here, but this is quite significant. He's 26-6 against 16-1. There's a couple of extra keeps coming Analog's way, though. It's slightly bigger waves. So he's ahead by like 5 CS and 5 denies, which is still pretty good for the Storm.
From the Kunkka, when we're looking down bottom, are we just going to see, since he is offlane, do you still want to see Radiance? Do you want to see Blade Mail AC? Do you want to see Ags? Do you want to see BKB early? What's the play for Kunkka?
It's definitely a good Blade Mail game. So I would like to see 2 Bracers into Phase Boots Blade Mail, and then what do we want to see after that? Ags could be interesting, because they have some decent combos with it, with Wheel of Wonder, with the Storm pull himself, of course, with the, I mean, you're Kunkka, you're going to X-Mark, right? So that could be a thing, but otherwise, auras. You were mentioning the Crimson. I think that's an interesting angle here, to try to combat some of the minus armor of the Slardar, and the hard-hitting Slide of Fist for Ember. Schofield with a TP bottom. This better be worth it. If they don't find this move, he just wasted his TP. Buddies?
He does go forward with the shots from KJ, waveform forward by Yuma. Schofield actually hasn't been able to connect with any of his spells, and they did see him, so just ended up being a wasted TP. I don't know why he didn't go forward after the shards were lashed out.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, well, that's not going to be a kill. So that's a little bit of a wasted rotation from Heroic, and this leaves PA in a 2v1 against the Slaughter together with Ringmaster, or with Tinker, excuse me, if he wants to, but currently mission rune. Get it.
On the other side, though, there is a little bit of a skirmish. Hellscream gets blocked off on his escape by these ice shards. Will this finally be the first blood? Toss forward. KJ wants it. Blood grenade thrown. And a little bit more is all we need. He's still alive, but Analog comes in and says, all right, you supports, you've massaged them enough. Let me show you how it's done. Secures the first blood for the Ember. And this is especially good given how the lane was going against the Storm Spirit.
Yeah. It's going to bridge the gap, more or less. He's almost tied now with the Storm after being down by several hundred gold. Speaking of, Viltage, having a little bit of a look in the enemy triangle. Not sure what the plan is here. Is he trying to backstab the Slardar or not? He's kind of just running in circles. weighing his options of making the jump or maybe contesting a wisdom, and at the end of it all, he will do none of them and just head straight back to mid. So some waste of efficiency there.
Don't know why we had the tip onto Tomato, but
yep, me neither.
Tomato's he's chilling.
Whisper's
Getting lots
in
of
a
farm.
tipping
He's
mood
net worth
today.
leader. Yeah. Maybe he was watching some old OG replays, you know, felt inspired. So far, we haven't, outside of that movement that came in from Schofield, we haven't seen any really big rotations just yet in this game. Tiny is back top. Skem just making sure to keep the equilibrium favorable. And now, actually, this PA is in a bit of an awkward position, but thankfully for her, Whisper had already committed the Slithering Crush. So she's able to just blink into the wave, keep farming like nothing ever happened.
All three cores on their side are, I mean, every single core in this game. Nobody's struggling. This is completely dead even. Yopaj on King Jungles, though.
Should be some Searing Chains, though, to dissuade him from going forward. No, Searing Chains are on cooldown. At the same time, towards the north, look at the Tinker. Tinker's the one that's in danger here, but there is going to be some help to try and keep her alive. It's not going to be enough, though. She will end up falling. At the same time, though, Whisper probably dove a bit too deep to find that kill. A 1-for-1 exchange, and here's a Torrent X onto KJ. Even with the boat being thrown forward, they find the kill onto the Tusk. Can the Tiny escape? Yopaj still has a little bit of mana to deal with. Can zip forward, doesn't even need to. Analog did his best with the Searing Chains, but it's a little bit too late. They have ended up losing 3, and all they got in exchange was a lowly Tinker.
That was a great overall result here for Shopify Rebellion, considering they get to keep their PA free farming in the meantime while Slardar was getting killed off. So now the distance in the top lane is up to 1,000. They were pretty close together just minutes ago. Now the gap is starting to matter. Of course, Morphling is farming at the same time, but his lane is less contested. So this is the default outcome, so to speak. Whereas in the top lane there was play potential from Heroic, but they didn't really manage to shut down Tomato at all. So relative to the best and the worst case scenario, I think overall Shopify Rebellion should be very happy with the current state of affairs. And lest we forget, if you're winning early game and you have Tinker as a support, this game countless times. But they will go on him this time. Scam burst by the 3-man gang.
Oh no, a Tinker's dead. That's so unfortunate. Game is hard.
Wow. No personal vendetta there. That's good.
No, none whatsoever. Well, they will trade some pressure on the towers. Tier 1 is being pressured, Tier 1 top is being pressured, but Rebellion are putting a little bit of pressure mid, but they realize that they're not sure we can keep this up forever. They'll TP bottom with the Storm. I think they want to try and find a kill. Both Yuma and King Jungles are here. They go for King Jungles first as Yuma tries to waveform away. Pakaz with the X marks, the boats landing in onto the Morphling. They zip in with the Storm Spirit. There's March the Machines as well. KJ will do his best with the Drinking Buddies and the Snowball. It will do quite a bit to buy time for Yuma. It actually keeps him alive. We'll lose the life of KJ, but definitely worth it. Pakaz, though, has X in 10 seconds. Will he be able to keep a beat on Yuma? No. They decide that, you know what, we have gone far enough. We've claimed a nice kill. Time to back off.
That was really nicely played by King Jungles. He held Snowball the entire time until the Electric Vortex came out, and then he snowballed instantly. Bought enough time for the waveform to come off cooldown, and they get Yuma out of there. So, well done. The position 5 of Heroic. And he will immediately be greeting Hellscream down here. Very awkward position. Tomato has connected over too.
Tomato caught inside the eye shots now. Both himself and Hellscream. I think they're both dead. Escape Act will be preferred for now, but the first on the 4 will be Hellscream. Tomato at least looking to bring down Schofield. He'll do so. Yopaj is now shown up out of nowhere with Pakaz. Can they get these heroes out? They turn their attention towards King Jungles. KJ will die, but so will Pakaz. Yopaj, there is clear vision on top of him. They know where he's at. Whisper, watching him go away. Slithering Crush cancels the TP. No way out for you, brother. Analog secures another kill for his squad. It is all of a sudden, after what was happening, looked good for Rebellion, but now they give up 4 for 2. All of their cores dying in the process.
I mean, that's just a total bloodbath, and PA is involved, which I personally, a lot of the time, I'm very happy to see carries rotate. I just think this is a nonsensical rotation. You're not getting the tower. You're having a total free farm top. You can get a mega fast Battle Fury and snowball the game, but instead Tomato is now losing some of his momentum. They still haven't killed the Morph, who's now 3-0. Tomato clocks in his first death and is now 500 off Battle Fury instead of having it. He could have had a 12-minute Battle Fury treads here on PA, which is massive. Now it's going to get delayed to 13 instead, most likely. Every minute counts. Let's keep in mind for Shopify Rebellion, I actually don't think it's bad if nothing happens in the game. If you can free farm your Tinker, your PA, and your Storm simultaneously, I think you're pretty happy. So don't have to force this much, especially not in these awkward positions. So he's going to come in here. The enemy team obviously can just TP on the tier 1 tower. They get cornered in the bottom here. Ghost Ship is on cooldown from Pakaz as well. If he had a ship here, then we're talking. But yeah, this is just too easy for Heroic to overpower the heroes with the brink.
Yamato? Tomato, is he just dead? Corrosive? There's nobody to blink to? He's gone. Oh my goodness. Dominating streak. Hellscream, he showed up, but he's way too late for this one. He will pop the escape back, but only for a mere moment. Yuma finishes him off. Now Skem, he's in the trees throwing out the marches. Needs to be careful here. Yopaj also died somewhere else on the map, getting killed by Schofield and Analog. What the hell is happening, Sind?
Yeah, you tell me.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I'm struggling for answers too, so, you know, it's not easy, but a couple of good moves from Heroic. That was basically the perfect scenario, right? They bring only 2 heroes, and that's enough to kill PA, and therefore they have another 2 heroes free to kill the Storm, and everybody on Shopify Rebellion just walks into each individual trap that they have set, so basically it's as good as it's gonna get, but it's kind of crazy that Heroic were able to accomplish that simultaneously, those 2 kills. Alright, Tomato now with the Battle Fury. Will likely be choosing safer farm spots now that he can jungle. Tougher to find. And Pakaz is going for the Vanguard, so we might see the Crimson that we were theorizing, which could be very strong. I still think Shopify, despite bleeding these couple of heroes out, are not in the worst position in this game. It was just very unnecessary, but now the game is going to be a bit harder, but you're still, I think, theoretically in a fine position for the game overall. Make sure you keep farming up your Tinker, keep getting those tankiness items. He's currently got the Holy Locket. I think this is a great game for Greaves or Solar Crest. Doesn't necessarily have to prioritize getting Ags here, despite being against 2 melee or 3 melee heroes, 4 melee heroes, however many you can count to on one hand. It's perhaps a little bit too unrealistic, and the defensive route is better, and there is enough damage in it that he doesn't need to do much.
Heroic will smoke up. They want to try and deploy some of the damage that they have. Looking towards bottom, and Pakaz, oh no, he's walking by right now. He does have a Blade Mail though, and he did finish the Vanguard, does have 14 one charges. Is that tanky enough? Answer is no. Answer is no. Maybe if he had a defense matrix. Unfortunately, Hellscream might also be wishing he had a defense matrix as Analog reaches in beyond the lane, finds him, kills him, and Heroic find themselves 2 kills. Hellscream is still busy farming the triangle, and Schofield just went to interrupt him, forces him away from the triangle, steals some of his farm in the process. Man, Heroic, these last 3 minutes, they just leveled the hell up, man. They're taking everything, including the Tormentor that just spawned.
Yeah, this is kind of a gimme for their lineup. Drinking Buddies and Corrosive Haze. That'll be a shard for the Tusk. I think maybe they would have rather had the one on Tiny in this game so he could just farm more, considering that this is the makings of a potentially relatively long game, but either way, they're happy to get the gold bounty and to just take it off the map so they don't have to worry about Shopify getting it at any point. They're immediately on the hunt again. I like this from Heroic a lot. When they are getting momentum, they just keep taking more and more and more in their games, a lot of the time. See if this can also be successful, or if Shopify are a little bit more ready in formation here. Find Tomato, that would be a big task.
He just blinked forward. He just blinked forward, Sint. He just blinked forward. Oh no, this is the worst case scenario. Tomato, he needs some help. Are the allies gonna get here in time? The creep wave will. And now the team is here. Defensive matrix thrown back in. Analog, he's the one that's now in trouble. Can't walk to the left because right there's a Wheel of Wonder, but to the right is all of Rebellion. As he goes down, KJ will also find himself tumbling. And before this all kicked off, somehow they lost Schofield in the mid lane. And they do not get the PA. The jump seems so good, right in front of an Observer Ward, but PA is good. She goes going right back to farming.
I love how we've cast this game for 17 minutes, and I think 3 times now we've said somehow someone died somewhere. It's just It's just so crazy and unpredictable and wild how this is all going down. But you know, it's entertaining. There's a lot of kills, there's a lot of blood being shed, and that time around, the guy on camera, Tomato, did manage to survive and get a lot out of it.
Yeah. He's now number 2 on the net worth, closing in on the Morphling.
Oh, he's rushing Manta. Okay. I mean, he's against Slight Chains and Corrosive Haze, so definitely is a good item, without question. There's a case to be made for a fast BKB as well, I think, and then Satanic for the Haze, but he wants no BKB at all, it looks like. He wants to go Manta into Satanic. I can't say I love BKB-less PA this game. But
yeah,
maybe Defense Matrix will make a difference. Maybe the Ghost Ship makes him confident that he doesn't need to get the ultimate defensive item for the game.
Right now they are trying to close him down, but the pings went out. They have some observer walls. They scouted this movement. It was not a smoke gang. There is a smoke gang from Rebellion though. They turned this around. Wheel of Wonder going forward. They want the Tusk. They get him. Whisper, can he run away from this one? Blood Grenade and the X marks the spot will make sure that he cannot escape from this one. Essence Ring, all you want, brother. Your death is all but guaranteed. The Tame the Beast gets thrown out and he dies. Yuma actually going in. So does Schofield, revealing the Blink Dagger with the Avalanche. Unfortunately, so far there's not enough damage. Yuma decides he's gonna get out. Schofield, well, this was your gank, brother. You must deal with the consequences. 3 heroes fall. The path to Roshan lies open. Shopify Rebellion. Man, what a response to a supposed gank. You turn it into your own gank into a Roche. That's a great sequence of events.
I mean, that could not have gone any better for them. I'm very surprised that Heroic chose to re-engage in the 3v5. Maybe they weren't aware of the Crimson Guard or whatever, but they weren't even remotely close to killing a hero when they went in again with Schofield and Analog there. And now Yuma trying to perhaps be Superman here. We'll see.
Analog is here too, on the far side, drinking buddies to bail him out. Yuma goes in, Yuma's inside, but Yamato gets it. Tomato will therefore also kill Yuma. Tried his best. Yopaj now on the high ground, seeing these two supports, and they look like free eats, baby. King Jungles, you are gonna be the appetizer, my friend. Can we find an entree? No. Schofield got out, so does the Slaughter. But nonetheless, Storm Spirit, him and his team, very well fed in this phase of the game.
And this is just another situation where Shopify get more than they bargained for, right? They don't only get the Roche, they also get 2 kills, and one of them was Yuma, who was 5-0 on the Morph. That kill streak gets ended by the PA. So Tomato gets the Roche kill, an additional 600 gold for killing the Morph. He's now going to get a tier 1 tower because the Morph is dead. Heroic really lost a lot of ground in the last 2 minutes here. And most of it was to their own hand, really.
It is actually wild to
think
think
about
about.
and got some good counterplays, and this is big now. They're going to get some major items. Here comes the Ringmaster with the Atos. Tinker is close to Solar Crest. The Kunkka, obviously, with the completed Crimson Guard, will now be going for a Lotus Orb, which is also really nice against Slardar and Ember. Similar logic to why PA wants the Manta. This game is going to start getting really difficult for Heroic if they are going to struggle to find and isolate kills.
I'm gonna start pressuring the tier 1 tower for Rebellion. Try to open up some space on the map. Schofield is nearby in the wave, but let's see if he wants to poke out and try and deal with the Siege Dragon. If he does, he probably dies, so he needs to be very careful here. Doesn't seem like they're gonna respond to this one. So tier 1 tower, all of them taken away. Now on the Radiant side, and yet Tomato continuing to increase his farms, chilling with the Brigand's Blade as well. He's having himself a good time. And how far is Analog from having the Radiance? Still fairly far away, a full 2,000 gold before the Ember has it.
Yeah, and with this build, he is very vulnerable to stuff like this.
Got Atos. Oh my goodness. Atos, there's no BKB, there's no Yules, there's no nothing. He gets caught like that, he will just die every single time.
Yeah, this is quite worrisome that he went for this build. I do not agree with Radiance this game at all. I think it's way too optimistic and too greedy. And unfortunately for him, he bought the Talisman of Evasion first, so he feels committed, and he will complete it now. But he is so vulnerable with this item build. If he went for, like you said, a BKB potentially, or Sanjin Yasha that we've seen Empress go for as of late, then feel a lot safer around the map. But like this, you get caught by a storm, you get caught by Ringmaster, you're dead. And that's going to remain the case for the next 5 to 10 minutes. It's just a very long time in a game like this. So Shopify in a commanding position now. Just need to not drop the ball. This is one of those games that you watch and you feel like you should win this 8 or 9 out of 10 times if you keep it together and you play as a team.
Do have the basher complete for the PA. It's flying out to her right now. Is anybody near BKB on the Radiant side? Heroic do have the slaughter not that far away, and he's getting jumped on though. They want to increase that distance. Fortunately, he did find the crush as the zip came in. He will live. Hellscream. He actually might have lived anyway. Hellscream didn't have Wheel of Wonder available.
Well, we'll have it now. See if Shopify want to smoke and take advantage of their Aegis, as well as the Storm Arcane Rune fading in half of its duration. But well, maybe they could find Yuma here if Hellscream sticks around. Oh, he's just going to walk straight into the creep wave and push it out. Never mind. They obviously don't know Morph is up here, but perhaps they could deduce it from considering where Tomato is farming and the overall vision they have down the mid, as well as their own jungle. But alas, they will just continue farming, and I don't mind this. I genuinely think this is a completely winning strategy for Shopify here. Just get all your heroes fat. Take advantage of Tinker being able to farm these 2 camps on the right every minute. You can farm your 2 camps close to the mid tier 2 tower as well if he wants. Leave the Ancients to Tomato. They all get nice and beefed up. Scam is going for the exact build I thought he would, so I'm happy to see that. The Locket pressed into Greaves. It's going to make their lineup so much tankier. And it's amazing for PA to be given a crest.
Some crest, bonus armor, more evasion, gotta love it. So that said, PA is actually rushing towards KJ middle. The creep wave, though, will allow him to use Drinking Buddy to keep himself alive. But he'll take this opportunity to put some pressure on the tier 2. Still have 10 seconds left on this Aegis. Tomato does not mind dying, especially since Pakaz is here as well. Lotus Orb, Crimson God, all the good stuff. You see Yopaj, he sees Schofield. Well, it's the classic. We've seen this happen with poor Schofield before. In the previous game, Yopaj was doing this to him all the time. So it's no surprise to see him reprise that role. But Slaughter, he's one that they cannot afford to have caught out. The Wheel of Wonder bursts in his face, lots of damage out towards him. Whisper cannot get away, does not have his BKB finished. So he will die, and that BKB gets delayed even further. This game is starting to really feel terrifying, getting smaller. The thing is, you know, sometimes you see the map getting smaller, it's one thing, but if the opposite side of the map is also where it doesn't feel like there's any safe places to play, right? Right now, the only safe places is down here bottom, this area in front of the Tormentor, but this is not efficient farming for 3 heroes to be here.
And you know that there's this voice in the back of your head telling you Tinker is farming, guys, you know? That's what's so annoying about playing against this hero at a high level, is you know this guy is out farming your 2 supports combined. So if you're doing nothing, you feel like you're losing a lot by default unless you have really good solutions for Tinker as a hero. I don't really feel like they do. So Scam, you know, he's just farming double stacks of Ancients now while his team is pushing. All is fine and dandy. He's not getting caught. This is going to be the almost completed Greaves now at this point. In the meantime, they're still taking objectives, and they know Tinker can connect to the plays too. So massive efficiency advantage here. He's level 16 now. Same level as the enemy carry.
I see no problem with this. What's the issue, bro?
That's a good hero.
Yeah, very good. I hope all of you Tinker spammers are enjoying your free MMR while it lasts. This is not gonna last much longer. There's no way. Dude, there's no way. It can't.
The current version of Tinker has been in the game for months now.
Yeah, but we didn't know it was this busted.
He got nerfed.
Yeah, it's gonna get nerfed again.
Yeah, probably.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's one of those things where, you know, like, remember 2 years ago they nerfed Morphling? And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, or they nerf Lina, and it's still in every game. Then you have to, like, nerf it into the ground. And it's like, okay, fine. We'll stop playing this.
Yeah, I think if Tinker gets nerfed another 5%, he's still going to get played, though. That's the thing. They need to nerf him pretty hard to kill him off, especially for pub games where people are worse at invading and preventing supports from scaling like this. The way he's playing now, what you're seeing here is a lot easier to pull off in pub games. So it would be even more amplified than this version of the game.
Well, it's simple. We remove March from the game again. Take it away. We remove Defense Matrix. Take it away. Nothing.
Oh, so it's just laser rearm. I think he's dead then. I agree. Then no one's gonna pick him anymore.
There we go. That's what I want.
That's right. Give him laser rearm, and then he can put points into stats 15 times.
Mid, analog. Oh my goodness, he still doesn't have the BKB. He does have the Radiance at the very least, but like you mentioned earlier, without the BKB, without any SNYs, Yules, nothing to help him against this Rod of Atos. Hellscream has just been putting in work on this Ringmaster this game.
Yeah, and he's not even close to the BKB, so it's going to be a while before he can feel confident. All right, high ground push, Emperor dead. Shopify, I feel like this is enough to push the envelope here, and I don't blame them. They're stupid tanky inside this mark. They keep putting their defense matrices on their heroes, and the tower's gone. Heroic looking for a bit of a trade, but the glyph top and the glyph bottom equalizing. I think there's back to some mana. Power down. Lotus.
Ember's coming
Tomato
back.
has Satanic, by the way. He's a tough kill.
He is, but not an impossible one. So I don't think they should be playing that up front without the Aegis and without having BKB available for him. So they will make the executive decision. Time to retreat. They were slightly being chased by Heroic, but after this, they move forward a little bit. They're like, let's just be glad they're not here. There's no need to chase them at the moment. They're all going to move into the triangle, though. Shopify Rebellion, they're smoked. They see Analog. They got the vision, but this time around, he dodged the Rod of Atos with the Sleight of Fist. Nicely done. He has... I mean, all of his deaths pretty much have come from that Atos, right? So he's had some opportunities to practice against it.
That's true. It's one of those things where you can practice it a lot of times. It's still hard when it's coming from Fog. But great reaction under pressure there. Still, Shopify will get the big objective. Blame the Roche. No contention at all from the side of Heroics. Second biggest. This one has what could actually turn into quite a big problem for Heroic. The banner. Who's gonna destroy it? When you place this behind or next to your creep wave, who's gonna walk forward into the PA Kunkka and Wheel of Wonder?
Speaking of Wheel of Wonder, it gets committed onto the Tiny. He does get the Shrine, but loses his life. Yeah. Not really. It's not now, not anymore.
Not anymore. It's worth it for the first one. Maybe for the second one, depending on game. I would say beyond that, dying for a Wisdom Shrine is not really worth it anymore. Whisper, he's being potentially spotted here by Tomato. They want to access the same camps, but the ward, that's a good ward. You'll avoid trouble on the Slardar.
The problem is Rebellion are going to bring trouble with them. They don't need to go for some scaly plays. They're like, all right, fine. You don't want to get ganked? Okay, come fight us heads up. Here we are on the high ground. They smoke up with 3 behind. So if you don't have vision on your part, you were mentioning how do you deal with this banner? How do you approach not knowing where Tinker, Ringmaster, and Storm are? The only ones showing are the worst.
That's the solution. You push top instead. You trade ranks. Yuma trying his best. Skem currently solo defending. And they also defend mid. Huh? Shopify backed off while Yuma was pushing top. So they didn't even... Okay, that's a... Given the circumstances, this is great for Heroic. If they can buy enough time... Tiny has a nullifier? Okay.
What? Morphling gets caught though. Oh, Yopaj, he's gonna try and bring down Yuma. Yuma does get off the morph. He's gonna stay alive, but he needs to get out of here. Scam is now shown up. The TP out will be attempted. Yopaj, can he find the vortex? No, he doesn't with the creeps! The neutral creeps! They decide they do not like the water boy. It might be Wandering Waters, but not for you, my friend. They find him, they catch him out. He has no TP. He's morphing for all he has, but he knows that he is gonna die here. Brings in KJ though. Maybe they turn onto Yopaj. Yopaj has expended a lot of mana for this one. There will be Wheel of Wonder after the snowball. Wave from away by Yuma. He's somehow still going, but not forever. Because make sure that they have the X and they have the damage. KJ at least is able to TP out, but man, oh man, the creeps, the map itself has turned against Heroic.
My god, the fact that only Morph dies there is actually unbelievable to me. How did KJ get out of this mess? Oh my goodness. Oh, Schofield.
Maybe he gets out. No. The torrent doesn't connect. Oh no, 3 seconds until he has Avalanche, he's dead. Unfortunate.
Oh, he's desperately trying to push waves to buy time for Yuma here, and he did kill the wave, so The midwave will take a little bit extra to connect, and that should be the respawn of Morph at the very least. But again, the map is shrinking. All the waves being pushed in here. Tinker can take care of bottom on his own, and now he's level 18, which is a huge change for this guy. Faster rearm, he can TP on heroes. This makes it so much easier to connect to the fights. Now, they're knocking on the front door again. Aegis for 1 minute and 45 seconds, and this time, Yuma can't pull the play that he just did, because there's no wave. Now you have to defend and take the fight head on.
On the bright side, they did break a record on the Tiny. Second fastest nullifier on that hero all time. So,
yeah.
Good job.
That's good, I guess.
Now it's about the fight. How do you initiate? You have your BKBs. Get the Searing Chains out onto Analog, or they force the Moenta style from Yamato. But they're not leaving just yet. They still have 90 seconds with an Aegis. They want at least 2 lanes here. How do you defend against this? Slaughter had his blink forward cancelled. Let's see now.
Toss.
Gonna be a toss back. They find Tomato. X back though saves him, and now it's gonna be the zip from Yopaj going to the back gate. Snowball will buy time for now for Yuma and KJ, but KJ, his time will unfortunately come to an end. As he dies, they throw forth the Wheel of Wonder, but the counter engagement from the Slaughter with him and the Avalanche, it looks so good, but where's the damage? Finally it comes out now as they are able to bring down the Tinker with the waveform forward. Yuma gets the kill onto the PA as well. That's only life number 1. She will return, but she has far less support behind her. Yopaj can't really do too much about this. He's going to be forced to zip himself away. Scam can do nothing about it as he just dies. Yuma with the triple kill. Heroic with the high ground hold, and for the first time in a long, long time, they win decisively a team fight.
That was just 2 back-to-back great snowball saves to turn everything around, and I have to question Shopify's choice to focus fire the Morphling as hard as they do. He is being protected and saved by the teammates at all turns. Probably better to just take the easy picks first, instead of going for the big boy in the Morph. It's not like he's insta-killing your team anyway, but big credit to Heroic for identifying exactly how they need to structure that. They're playing around Yuma beautifully. They're getting all their stun setups and the snowball saves, and that, it doesn't turn the game on its head, but it brings them back in a fighting position where things definitely seem not insurmountable anymore. The dieback on Tinker as well is no joke. He could have potentially made his way toward a big item now. Now he's completely broke. Starting to work on his Shivas. And Analog now has the BKB, so Ember gets freedom, BKB on Morph as well. Uh-oh, Shopify looking at that graph.
I'm getting a distinct sense of deja vu from game 1 because we had similar circumstances. One team pushing on the high ground, almost can't lose. You lose one fight, all of a sudden 2 towers are gone on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
Very exciting. I love to see it.
And it, you know, this begs the question, why the hell doesn't Tomato have a BKB? Like, I get where he's coming from with the Manta logic and everything, but you saw in that fight, he couldn't play his hero, you know? Like, these 9 seconds right now are worth gold in fights. He can kill targets if he gets to attack, but he's being chain stunned, he's being kited. With a BKB, he can set things up for himself. All right, here we go. Catch up to Kunkka.
They wait for Kunkka. They want Pakaz first and foremost, and it looks like they might get him here. A couple more right clicks, and he is found out. No, escape on. Will be there, but only for a little while longer. He dies without buyback. 75 seconds on the sidelines. We're not able to connect onto Tomato.
Good. They forced Wheel of Wonder. They kill the Kunkka and trade off their Tiny. Which BKB? Okay, they did burn all 3 of their own BKBs though, so maybe on second thought, not actually that great.
Oh, zip in. They go for Analog.
No.
Nice snowball yet again to save them in the meantime, but there's no Wheel of Wonder to easily turn this one around. Analog is still very healthy here. Tomato, him and Yuma going 1 versus 1. They're fighting in the middle of all these spells. Schofield threw a nullifier out onto this PA. They have the damage. There's the Avalanche toss. They got him. He is down, knocks Nullifier onto Scam, and he is gone again as well. KJ found the snowball shards to ensure that Hellscream cannot escape this fray either. So he will fall, making it a 4-0. And well, the last time it was a decent trade for Heroic. This time around, they don't need to trade. They just take your whole arm off, and they're gonna come and try to put pressure on your base as well.
I mean, they might just be able to get Megas or just end here. They've got 40 seconds. Storm is gonna play Desperation mode, trying to kill waves. Morph pushes really, really fast, and he's going to get to work right away. Here we go. Solar Crest on him. That's the tower. Are they going to try to finish? No. They'll settle for the lanes, but this is at least mid and top. Oh, Nigma! Okay, well, he did pull it back, but made him sweat there, Pakaz.
Damn.
All right.
Because just saying, hey, Ben, remember who's keeping you alive. You know, you're relying on me, not the other way around. But they still do claim the 2 lanes. Not really much they can do about this. Still 15 seconds before Tomato returns. And the most surprising thing for me, I thought after that last death that, you know what happens with carriers all the time? You die a couple times, you don't feel like you need BKB, but then there's that one death that you're like, yeah, okay, BKB time. And he still hasn't decided to queue into it, so I don't know if an Abyssal Blade will help him more than a BKB for the next engagement.
Okay, from my perspective, watching these fights in the game overall unfold, he has Lotus Orb on Kunkka against the Slardar amp, as well as the chains from Ember. He has status resistance from the defense matrix, and he's getting the Solar Crest put on him. If he has the ability to just attack heroes consistently throughout the fight, he is not going to die, and I just don't think this Manto is necessary in this game. And that slot could have been a BKB, which is also cheaper, so he could have maybe also had his Abyssal too. There hasn't been a single moment in this game where Manta was better than the BKB would have been. So I just don't think it was the right choice for this particular game, and it's costing them massively now. Okay, if this game goes another 10 or 15 minutes, I'm very curious what he does after this, because I think it's going to be very telling about his read on the game. If he thinks, all right, I had to have the BKB, I should have sold my Manta. Let's see if they get there. This is a big moment. Approaching Heroic.
Smoked up. Whisper, he's the one that goes in first, but the Wheel of Wonder also comes in right afterwards. He's been hexed up, the boat's gonna crash in. He is gone. Yuma in the meantime trying to take their Aegis. He can't manage to do so. Tomato is the one that claims it, and now Yuma is in no man's land, caught within the river. He ends up being killed off. Analog doing his best to flee towards the west, trying to TP out right now, but that's not gonna happen, my friend. He is down 2. 3 heroes gone for nothing. They got an Aegis, Cheese, Roshan, Cinder, and I ask you again, what the hell is happening?
It's crazy. It's like... Oh, they're putting on a show. It's a Ringmaster game, all right. It's definitely a show for the fans here. I cannot believe Shopify got cleanly out of that. That was actually, it looked like a good Blink Crush, but they managed to keep their PA alive that time around with all their defensives. Really good Wheel of Wonder. And Heroic did not manage to combine and save their cores in this instance. So down back the other way we go. Shopify now with Aegis, Cheese, and the extra advantage. And okay, we get our answer for Tomato. He's playing Rapier, okay? So it was none of what I was thinking about. He is going all in to try to end this game now.
Well.
All right, this game is ending one way or the other in the next 2 minutes, Snare. I promise you. But which one will it be?
There's only one buyback available in the entire game. It's sitting on Analog at the moment. Kunkka just got his back. They take the lane of Rax in the top lane. It's not full megas just yet. They do have Rax bottom, but now they have normalized the lanes. Both sides have 2 lanes of Rax apiece. It's a 5k gold lead for SR, but as we've noted in this series, gold lead literally does not matter. Who cares?
It all comes down to whoop-de-doo, whether PA gets to hit heroes. If she does, I think Shopify have a very good chance of finishing this right here, right now, but end up, have a toss.
Get her back. Oh my goodness. They removed the Aegis almost immediately. Yopaj unable to remove Scorpio from the fight, but with the boat flying through, this will provide some protection towards this PA, but now she's not being allowed to hit anybody. The chain disable is out. She can't move here, Sin. She's gonna end up though being fed a cheese. That's gonna get her back to full HP. Will it be enough? After the escape back, she's back up. Can she keep fighting? They actually want to retreat from this. Tomato falling quite low, does not have the full heal available. The Titanic has already been committed. As he's out, perhaps they can chase for more. Pakas caught inside the ice shots. He's going to get brought down. Yuma and Analog, make sure it happens. So they trade offlaner for offlaner in this situation. But what they get is the Aegis and a defense of the high ground. Heroic definitely ecstatic about that fight.
Bro, please buy BKB. I beg of you. Why do you refuse? Why will you not see the light?
Hey, there it is. There it is.
Oh,
he did it. I told you.
Shreds. He bought shreds. So
Oh,
the BKB
man.
will be delayed. If that fight is not the perfect illustration of why he needs this item, I do not know what is. It's coming now. So 2,500 away. But Heroic could go for a potentially game-winning play. They know there's a Rapier in play. They know he has no Aegis. They find Tomato once, they kill him off. The game is theirs. And you know this team, they will take a moment of opportunity if they see it.
Scam?
They'll find Scam.
He TP'd onto the outpost. He does not have... Okay, he does. He does have battle. Okay,
He
okay,
has buy, but he had... Yep, no teammates around to really protect him there, so that's just a full-on freebie.
A freebie given away. Let's see now. They're looking for anybody to dive here. Yopaj able to zip away, expends all his mana, but he does get it done. Man. Do you think Yopaj perhaps needs an Aghanim Scepter to combo up with the Ringmaster here?
I think that should be his next item, for sure. We haven't talked too much about the Storm's progression, but obviously this hero is also a late-game monster, and in the draft we identified that Heroic's heroes are going to be stacking a lot. It's Tusk, Tiny, Slardar, Ember. They're going to be in your face, they're going to be up close. There were other potential picks from Shopify Rebellion that we were debating to try to exploit that fact, but definitely this one is the one. Storm Ags now online, and he also has buyback. So if Yopaj finds a big blue hole, that could be a game winner. It definitely relieves a little bit of pressure off from the PA too, that there is the secondary hero now. He's gonna go in for it.
Yopaj goes in to reveal the Aghanim Scepter, gets the catch onto this Morphling. Do they have their follow-up? Wheel of Wonder is gonna come out, but Yopaj is dying faster. He gets out, but Tomato, he comes back. Satanic, he lifesteal through Yuma. Back up to 100% HP. Analog needs to get out of here now. They brought back on Yuma, but he definitely cannot come back to this fight. Whisper also ends up there. Tomato with the triple kill. He almost died there, but the Satanic, the Rapier, who the hell needs BKB Syndrome when you have that much damage?
I swear I'm actually getting a heart attack watching this. This is actually so ridiculous. He jumped in and used 2 vortexes in a row. That was a 4-second stun, and the PA was still not in range to connect. So he jumped way too early, and they almost lose the game. Tomato was down to 10%, presses Satanic, gets 2 hits off, heals to full, and they stabilize it again. But man, that was, oh my god, that was so close to a complete disaster, and Shopify barely inch out a win from that. A big one at that, of course. This is easily Megas in a 5v2. Ember has buy, so technically 5v3. But man, this is... Alright, Tomato has BKB.
Yep.
Got it.
He's got it 45 minute 9-second
The perfect
BKB.
irony if he doesn't end up using it now and wins.
Oh, if he just dies 100-0? Okay,
No,
they're going in.
it just doesn't
Schofield.
need it, and now they win.
Schofield's gone. Does have buy. Needs to use it. Analog's already committed his own one. Schofield? Brother Schofield?
They're buying time.
We'll
They're
pop
trying
the
to
glyph
bait
now.
this out. They're trying to bait Shopify into thinking there's no buy on Tiny, but now he has to use it. Tomato. Clean disengage.
Yep, they're out. Slaughter's back with the Tusk, but there's absolutely no catch available from them. So Mega's up, tier 4 tower on its last legs, the final one of the game. Shopify Rebellion looking towards this 2-0, but what a scrappy affair. At
If
this
they
point
find
now,
this-
though...
Oh, they see double damage bottom. This is... Yeah, Tomato is heading over immediately.
Nice.
With this amp damage rune, he could potentially one-shot a hero. Well, I guess there's nobody here he truly instantly kills. Maybe Morphling is actually the easiest kill. That's crazy to say out loud, but Tiny has the Ghost Scepter Yules. King Jungles has Neon Disc. I think Slardar is tankier than Morph right now when armor and health is taken into consideration. We'll see. Shopify looking to close this out here and now. Roshan can respawn in 30 seconds, mind you. They do absolutely not have to do this. But they're feeling strong. Even putting Strongman tonic on their PA just to look more intimidating.
Bottom.
And now it's
Let's
fading.
get out
so
with
it did
Analog.
nothing.
Okay, Analog is out. Slaughter's out. Which angle are they going to come through? Are they coming through middle or bottom? So far, they're being very careful about this approach. Nobody's showing just yet. Okay, since nobody's showing for a quick pick, they're definitely going to go back and Roche. There's no reason to go and take a big risk
There
for no
is
reason.
absolutely. If they can keep knowledge of Heroic's heroes' positions, they are in no hurry. It's way better here to wait for Roche. If you can, But of course, you need to make sure you don't lose formation, right? So keep playing the map together. You don't need to split anymore. The Mega Creeps are taking care of it. Just stick together as a team and stabilize. If anybody's not with the pack, it can be Tinker, but he's the only one. Everyone else should be in proximity to constantly help. You're in no threat of getting pushed. You're at no threat of getting contested for a Roche yet. So just keep a high ground and chill. Wait for this Roche. It's actually already alive. Early respawn. Yopaj will... Okay, check everything else than the Roche pit. That's unfortunate. He jumped around it.
Oh, that's so funny. He was literally like 100 units to the right of where he needed for the vision. That's so
They
funny.
still don't know Roche is up as a result. Now Tomato is... Alright, he's checking it. There we go. It's up, boys.
Roche time, cheese, Roshan's banner, refresher, Aegis. So now, Yopaj in the previous fight, like you mentioned, got the 2 blue holes out. Now he'll have 3 for the upcoming fight. That's a lot of lockdown coming in from Yopaj here.
You can't have
Wait, are they going to give him...
Right?
Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, so I think they should give the refresher to someone else. I would like to see it on Kunkka here. Just do double Ghost Ship, double Shiva. Probably better. He does have it in his backpack currently. I think as you approach the base, swap this in for phase boots. Just be a brick wall in front, casting all of your stuff twice. Well, should be all the advantages that Shopify Rebellion need. Close this one out. 2-0 fashion in a very bizarre affair. All they need is vision. If they see anyone, they could just jump and blow up targets.
Schofield. That's the one that's seen. Oh, there's a blue hole on top of the Wheel of Wonder. The second one comes in. Schofield gone in the blink of an eye. Stolen snowball from Yuma will buy some time with KJ, but doesn't really mean anything because KJ about to die. Yuma, tidal wave, drags him outside of the fountain. Yopaj hexes him just to make sure he can't escape there. Another one. Another blue hole showing up. They kill off the Slaughter this time around. He will be forced to buy back. KJ, yet another snowball to buy Yuma some time. Yuma now going in the opposite direction, trying to at least kill off the Ringmaster or the Tinker, but they're too tanky. At least the Tinker, at least one of them. No! He gets held in place. He cannot move, Sin. He gets killed off. 2 minutes in the grave. No buyback, and Skem is still alive. KJ will suffer the final indignity of the last death. And as he goes down, GG, well played is called. Shopify Rebellion secure a 2-0 in what might be the most wild 2-0 I've ever seen in my entire life.
This series was something else, dude. What a crazy affair. I think Tomato ended up using his BKB once, by the way, so we did get it. Yes, he did. We got a use out of it, so everybody's satisfied. BKB enjoyers around the world rejoice. We got to see the best item in the game in action at the final hour. And yeah, Shopify get the win. Similar to game number 1, they don't look overwhelmingly happy with this victory, but they edge it out. Gotta say, Yopaj, some true late game domination there to finish that off. He found multiple amazing vortexes in the final fight, back to back to back to back. A crazy series that I think, with what we've seen so far from other teams in the tournament, still for me cements that these teams have to level up if they want to get out of the Swiss. I think it's a breath of relief now for Shopify. You're 1-1. You dodged the terrifying 0-2 scoreline, but the best moments of this game, if they can consistently make those, I believe in them getting out of the Swiss. If it's the average, I think the competition is just a bit too rough right now. They've got to sharpen a bit more, but it was hell of entertaining. I'll tell you that. Like, this was that was a fun game. There was no way to know what was going to happen next.
Yep. This is one of those games that reminds you why you fall in love in Dota in the first place. The fact that the game is inherently unpredictable. Obviously, as the skill level increases, players get really, really good at like minimizing the variables that can turn your success into failure. But these kind of games, teams evenly matched up, neither of them, like you said, playing at their peak. Oh man, makes for very entertaining games. Shout out Yopaj, showing that the power of Stone Spirit in Shopify Rebellion's hands is still a little bit OP. Also the power of BKB, what an item. I do still love... Oh yeah, please start banning Ringmaster, please start banning Tinker, and please don't let them both into the same game, please and thank you.
I definitely feel like a big part of this game. I'm not even going to say subdiv, because for me on Heroic, I think King Jungle probably played the best individual game out of anyone. Schofield was a mixed bag, but it's also a really hard game to pop off as Tiny in this one, to be fair. So, yeah, just overall, the heroes on Shopify Rebellion, that support duo, clearly had a mega impact. And I felt that Tiny's impact was tossback. That was kind of it. He felt forced to buy a nullifier. I didn't really see that do too much. He had the lowest hero damage in the game out of anyone on Tiny. Just a tough time. And in addition to that, the offlane Slardar didn't really pay off that much this time for Heroic. Even though his lane went quite well, Whisper ends the game with a measly 15,000 damage, which is less than every hero in the opposing team. So that pick perhaps was also something for Heroic to go back to and figure out whether that was the choice. But yeah, standout player, well-deserved here. Yopaj on the Storm. His best performance of the tournament for sure. Also did well in lane. Pretty much every stage of this game, I think he was the rock for the team in this game.
I mean, after he crushed his lane, remember that the Ember Spirit was like 700 gold behind. It's only the getting first blood that brought Ember back into the game at all. So Yopaj, and think about what Yopaj had to play into, right? Slardar, Tiny, Ember Spirit, Tusk, and to only die twice in this kind of game where you're the primary initiator for your team, that's genuinely incredible coming in from Yopaj. So well-deserved victory from him. Shout out to the side of Shopify Rebellion. So that's a 2-0 for them. Sadly, that is the end of all the games today. Have any of the results today surprised you? Obviously, we get 2-0s all the time when it's you and I together, but did anything that preceded us stand out?
I'm actually surprised by this last one. I thought Heroic was going to win 2-0. So not only did the opposing team win, but the fact that they got 2-0'd by Shopify was a big surprise to me. On the stream A, looking over these results, Aurora beating Tundra is quite surprising to me. The rest of the board, maybe not so much. Perhaps Tidebound could take a game off Spirit, but the rest, I think, kind of followed the expectation. And Liquid Falcons is always a toss-up. So, yeah, honestly, this series, do you think this is the biggest surprise that Shopify 2-0'd here, or do you think the Aurora win is more surprising overall?
I think this one, I'm not surprised Rebellion won, but I am surprised it was 2-0. I did expect this one to go 2-1 at the very least, because these teams are really, really close. Honestly, you know where I think this game completely fell apart? We saw in one of those replays where Heroic went to try and stop that Roche, lost 4 heroes clean, the Aegis, the Cheese, and the Roshan's banner. If that doesn't happen, I do think we actually end up in a 1-1 scenario here, but still, I'm glad to see upsets, right? That's the one thing none of us want to see as Dota fans. We want to see it being competitive regardless of which team is playing up against the other.
Yep, for sure. I think going forward now, I'm not sure what the matchup draws are going to be, but there is going to be some pretty good teams that are 0-2 after today, and there's going to be some pretty good teams that are 1-1. So I think either of these two teams, whoever they face in the next round, you gotta bring your A game. You can't like coast through and get to day 4. You've got to really sharpen your blades now to get it done.
We'll see if the North Americans can do that with Shopify Rebellion, but especially if Heroic can do it, because tomorrow they do face the drop. We have our third day coming up with Elimination Dota to bring you. So make sure that you are tuned in for every single one of those games, because as you've seen here, this has certainly been an incredibly exciting tournament. Thank you very much, though, for your time and attention, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to be signing out for the evening. Until tomorrow, when we continue with PGL Wallachia Season 4, it's Snid, Cinderin signing out. Remember to drink water, call your mom, and join us tomorrow for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
Moldova. ce neguze voi că e alba de noi și umbra de voi. Stăpâni, stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețes. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Uiței bersane, dișne, zdrevane și de-a fi se mor, încât timor. Se spui lui Vrâncean și lui Ungurean ca să le facă aici de aproape în strunga de oi să fiu tot cu voi. Astea să le spui, iar la cap să-mi pui uiraș de fac, uiraș de os, uiraș de soc, muzicei cu foc. Când abate pe ele, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând și la toți încânt. Cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-o inel, tițișoara lui, musticioara lui, perișorul lui, ura câmpului. Dumioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat. Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâinii, că-ai lăsat tu oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Di văzut nu le-am văzut, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. Di păscuțel le-am păscut, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. Prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiță, nu mai capte din căpriță. Trece bănie